Are you ready to cheer on your favorite academy as they battle in the final bout of the first round? This match will determine who will stay on and join the other 7 elite teams, qualifying as one of the top 8 great academies. The referee bellowed, eliciting thunderous cheers from the crowd. As they had been eagerly awaiting this match for as long as they could remember, with the showdown between the War God Academy and the Royal Mage Academy being the main event of the first round, they were all eager to witness. Are you not curious to see if the Royal Mage Academy will truly defeat the War God Academy and secure their 8th consecutive entry into the Grade 8 rankings? The referee questioned, building up the anticipation even more, as the spectators could hardly contain their excitement. Or are you anxiously waiting to see if the War God Academy would overthrow the established order and take the Royal Mage Academy's position among the Elite 8 academies? Get ready, as the match is about to begin. The referee announced, signaling the imminent start of the fierce competition. Entering from the right corner, we have the Royal Mage Academy. Leading the team is their captain, Liam Tudor, a peak Tier 5 mage, followed by their vice-captain, Albert Blaze, a high Tier 5 mage, Kylian Zero, a mid-Tier 5 mage, the Masked One, a low Tier 5 mage, and lastly Asher Blaze, a peak Tier 4 mage, the referee introduced, each name inciting wild cheers from the crowd. The popularity of the mages from the Royal Mage Academy was evident, as they were considered the favorite to win among the spectators who reside in the capital. This is the main team of the Royal Mage Academy, the only team that appears as a hierarchical realm team, the referee announced. Now, from the left side, we have the War God Academy, currently ranked as the temporary number 8 academy, the referee continued, led by their captain, Alec Gordons, a peak Tier 4 mage. Followed by their vice-captain, Beatrice Marionette, also a peak Tier 4 mage, Lucas Blade, a low Tier 5 mage, Pale Zero, a mid-Tier 4 mage, and Indric Gordons, a mid-Tier 4 mage, the referee announced, the anticipation in the air growing as the team lineup was being revealed. But the announcement of the War God Academy's team left the crowd of spectators in a state of speechless bewilderment. It was difficult for them to comprehend what they were witnessing. Firstly, the fact that Alec had progressed from the high Tier 4 mage realm to the peak of the Tier 4 mage realm in a few days came as a surprising revelation, given the speed at which he had cultivated. But that was not the only startling aspect. The crowd was also baffled by the revelation that Lucas Blade, a member of the War God Academy, possessed a higher cultivation realm than the team's captain and vice-captain. This unexpected turn of events left both the spectators and the members of the Royal Mage Academy astonished, as they recalled underestimating Lucas, deeming him an unremarkable member of the team due to not gaining any of the notable position despite his clan name. Now, their failure to recognize his true potential had come back to haunt them. I should have known better, given his affiliation with the Blade clan. Members of that clan are renowned battle maniacs, however. I still can't comprehend why the War God Academy decided to position Alec in the forefront as the captain. Is this a strategic move to divert the attention of the opposing team away from their main star fighter? Liam pondered aloud. I'm not sure again, Liam said to himself. From my observations, Alec is undeniably strong. If their intention was to sow confusion, I must admit that it is working remarkably well, he continued. Amidst the discussions and mumbling, the masked individual focused his gaze intently on Lucas, capturing the attention of all the War God Academy members. The crowd, too, took note of this peculiar interaction, intrigued by the unspoken undercurrents between the team members. Furthermore, the audience also noticed that even Pale Zero, who had participated in the previous battle for the War God Academy, had also managed to break through to the mid-Tier 4 mage realm before this crucial match. This unexpected progression caused the spectators to wonder how the War God Academy had been able to drive 2 team members to such significant breakthroughs in their cultivation within a few days. Their curiosity heightened as the onlookers turned their attention to the new faces in the War God Academy, eager to gauge their powers and uncover the affinities they possessed. The upcoming match seems to hold the promise of revealing even more surprises. In the reserved seat for the other participating teams, the 7 qualifying teams that had secured their places in the top 8 gathered to watch this crucial match. While most of them were simply there to observe the progress of the Royal Mage Academy, the Battle Mage Academy held genuine optimism for the War God Academy. This optimism stemmed from the fact that one of the daughters of their dean led the War God Academy team as their coordinator. I hope your little captain doesn't disappoint. If he can't surpass this level, then he should forget about challenging or even competing against my team, Selena confidently stated, provoking her sister in the VIP section. Although Selena's words carried arrogance, there was an underlying recognition of her sister's team as a true rival, even when others believed they had already lost the match. Rest assured, you won't be disappointed by the performance my team will display, Even if we end up losing, Selene responded, holding her ground. The VIP section bustled with important figures from influential clans, sects, academies, and even the royal clan. They had all gathered to witness the final match of the first round, ensuring that the top 8 great academies remained intact and their investments were not in vain. Some were even present to scout the next talented mage for potential recruitment. The referee tossed the coins, and both team captains caught them, as Liam kept his gaze fixed upon Alec, attempting to detect any signs of uneasiness. However, Alec remained entirely calm, his poker face flawlessly concealing any hint of emotion, making Liam eventually give up on trying to read him through his expressions, realizing he was targeting the wrong person as Alec was a master of composure. With both teams fielding their main lineup today, it is evident that we are about to witness one of the most intense matches of the first round, and since both teams are ready, I hereby proclaim this match begun, the referee declared. Alec's eyes were fixed on the Colosseum as the cover raised once more to cover them, transforming the surroundings into a new forest arena. With both their teams separated on opposite edges of the forest, Alec wasted no time in issuing his commands the moment the flag appeared. First formation, go. Alec's voice resonated as he stretched out his right hand. Indrik and Pale swiftly ventured into the forest from the left angle, while Lucas confidently dashed through the right side. Alec summoned Legion, commanding the Golem to follow Lucas, and dispatched Magneto to accompany Indrik and Pale. Having already revealed their capabilities in the previous round, Alec saw no need to hide these golems any longer. Meanwhile, Beatrice summoned all 3 of her puppets and gracefully landed atop her enormous wooden spider puppet's head. As both the human puppet and the crocodile puppet exuded their powerful aura, the crowd became aware that both were mid-tier 5 puppets. This revelation surprised them, as Alec's team in just one move had exceeded the Royal Mage Academy in numbers alone, and this was when they didn't even take into account of Alec and the 2 golems that stood alongside him. The spectators watched with astonishment as all the members of Alec's team entered the forest, Beatrice assuming the central position. Previously noisy, but the crowd fell into silence, captivated by the battle that was about to unfold before their very eyes. Alec vaulted onto the roof once again, accompanied by Titan and Oni. As he controlled the earth element particles around him, he fashioned an earth throne on which he majestically settled. In a secluded mansion within Estonia City, a group of 10 Tier 7 mages had gathered to discuss a single objective, eliminating the Gordon's clan. All of them had masks, with some being strangers to each other, brought together by a mysterious entity who had helped them break through to the high-tier realm. One of the Tier 7 mages present began to express doubts about the plan to attack the Gordon's clan. Are we really going through with this? The Gordon's clan is known as the strongest clan in the city. Shouldn't we be wary? He voiced his concern, starting to question his decision to participate in the assault. Another mage quickly interjected, dismissing the doubt. What are you talking about? The Gordon's clan is just a mid-tier clan, similar to all of our clans here. There's no reason to fear them. They simply have more high-ranked mages than each clan, but with all of us combined, they are no match. Let's not forget how they dealt with the Friddle clan. The strength they displayed was enough to force the survivors of the Friddle clan into hiding. We all know that the power of the Friddle clan could enter the top 5 clans in Estonia City, yet the Gordon's clan disposed of them as if they were insignificant. A third mage joined the discussion, countering the previous argument. I can't speak for all of you, but I've personally had conflicts with the Gordon's clan, and I won't wait for them to come for me. It's time to strike them hard. The patriarch of the Reza clan responded firmly, revealing his face without hiding behind a mask, his identity as the Reza clan patriarch known to all. The Reza clan had a history of trying to bully the Gordon's clan due to their apparent humility and concealed strength in the past. Until the event between the younger generations of the 2 clans had served as a profound wake-up call for the patriarch of the Reza clan. He had experienced defeat at the hands of a talisman crafted by George Gordon's. The talisman attack had left his clan's gate damaged, but he didn't even dare approach the Gordon's clan to seek compensation. Through that encounter, he glimpsed through the power of the talisman alias Gordon's unleashed. And the realization that offending the creator of the talisman could lead to his own demise had prompted him to warn the members of his clan to avoid any contact with the Gordon's clan for an extended period. I wholeheartedly agree, one mage spoke up. We cannot continue to passively watch them grow in power. I still remember the pressure I felt when their 3rd elder broke through and attained the high rank. It didn't possess the aura one would expect from a new Tier 7 mage, which is highly concerning. The Gordon's clan must be dealt with before they become a formidable threat, he emphasized. I can't help but wonder why the Dark Bliss clan isn't present, considering the potential benefits they would gain if the Gordon's clan is eradicated. It's puzzling. The Dark Bliss clan used to be known as the strongest clan until the Gordons started revealing hints of their true strength. Another mage chimed in, expressing curiosity about the absence of the Dark Bliss clan. In my opinion, there are two plausible scenarios. It's either the Dark Bliss clan is behind our gathering, or they are simply adhering to their usual behavior of not participating in anything unless it involves defending in the Blood Moon War when it's their turn. Another masked individual offered possible explanations. No, it cannot be, someone disagreed. The figure who appeared before me and presented an invitation, along with a gift to aid me in the downfall of the Gordons clan, possesses a Tier 8 realm. No one in Estonia has that level of power, so I believe it is the involvement of foreign forces outside Estonia City. In any case, it has been unanimously decided that the Gordons clan must be eliminated, the Reza clan patriarch declared, wearing a sly smile. Meanwhile, in a picturesque valley, an underground structure stood. Within it, the sixth elder of the Lanced clan could be seen clutching a letter, anticipation emanating from his expression. "Are you planning to go?" A man with a scar over his left eye and the insignia of the Blade clan engraved on the back of his clothes asked. The sixth elder shook his head in response. It's obvious that this is a trap set for that old man, but the problem is, the net they've laid out is too small to catch him. He is no ordinary fish, he's a big fish with sharp teeth. Escaping this trap would be easy for him. Besides, I don't yet have a perfect clone body, so I'm not about to throw my life away for nothing, the sixth elder explained, his tone filled with caution. I also understand that this plan won't work, so I might just let them fight it out. Now that I know where my father is, the chaos they cause will only make it easier for me to rescue him. I've already lost one child due to the failed plan of securing my clan's ticket to the capital. I'm not willing to lose my father as well. I've lost too much already, due to the pursuit of the Gordons, he revealed, his voice carrying a deep sorrow. I believe it's time for me to take a break, however. Alec Gordons must still pay for my son's death. But for now, everything must fall into place. We can't let anything spoil our plans, Robert Lanced stated resolutely, gazing outside the house at the surviving members of the Lanced clan as they went about their daily activities. The sadness on their faces was impossible to hide, as they had lost loved ones, their homes, and the promises that were once made to them, now forced into hiding, as they lived in constant fear of being discovered. Meanwhile, at the Gordons clan house, all the elders and the patriarch were assembled, unaware of the plan brewing against them in the shadows. There were plots to wipe them out of Estonia City, as it seemed they had stepped on the wrong toes this time. An imminent threat loomed over their heads, unbeknownst to them as they focused on watching Alec's second match. "I can't believe how strong he's become. I can barely recognize my little boy," George Gordons remarked as he watched on. The last match had been a revelation for all the elders in the room, showcasing the extent of Alec's and a few kids' growth. This newfound realization made them overlook his previous transgression of spending the clan's money without authorization, as George himself had established the rule that clan funds should not be used without informing at least one member of the Elder Council. The elders were captivated by Alec's performance and found themselves eager to see if he would continue to astonish them. After all, his progress had surpassed anything they had anticipated. The crowd of spectators eagerly watched as the much-anticipated match finally began. When Alec sent his team out, the three main attackers from the Royal Mage Academy also entered the forest. To the surprise of everyone watching, the Masked One and Kylian Zero, who typically attacked together, went their separate ways. This unexpected change in strategy caught the attention of the crowd, as they were accustomed to seeing the duo work in unison. Meanwhile, Asher held back for about a minute before following after them. The fans of the Royal Mage Academy felt a sense of suspense, hoping that the entire team would engage with the War God Academy, as they were worried about the numbers of fighters the War God Academy had on their side. Inside the spherical cover of the Colosseum, Alec placed two of his right fingers on his head, attempting to establish a mental connection with his golems and see through their eyes. However, after 2 minutes of being in the forest, Alec realized that neither Lucas, who took the right path, nor Pale and Indrik, who took the left path, had encountered any members of the Royal Mage Academy team. A sense of unease washed over Alec as his earlier prediction of the opposing team splitting up to fight them seemed to be proven wrong. This discrepancy heightened his suspicions, as he had based his prediction on the fights that Agnes had been observing all this time. Suddenly, something peculiar registered in Alec's mental energy. Alarmed, he swiftly severed his connection with both Magneto and Legion, focusing his attention on a flame tunnel that appeared before him. To his surprise, Asher and Kylian emerged from the tunnel, wearing smiles on their faces. "You see, I told you he is that confident in himself. He would definitely be the only one defending the flag, just like last time," Asher remarked, with Kylian nodding in agreement. In that moment, Alec realized the partial reason why his teammates had not encountered any opponents during their exploration of the forest. Asher seemed to possess some kind of spatial ability, which allowed him to manipulate space, and he had been keeping it hidden. This revelation deepened Alec's understanding of the tactics employed by their opponents. I have one simple question for all of you. How many of you actually moved to attack us? Alec calmly asked, still seated on the earth throne. Kylian's raised right eyebrow revealed his anger, evident in his facial expression. How dare a peasant like you speak to me while sitting down? Come down and talk to me face to face. Kylian retorted, swiping his right hand. Suddenly, a small hill of ice materialized behind him, and it began shooting large ice shards towards Alec. However, Titan, who stood beside Alec, snorted and swiftly swung his mace, generating a wind-powerful force that deflected the rapidly moving ice shards in an unexpected turn. 3 large shards were even propelled back towards Kylian and Asher. Undeterred, Asher reacted swiftly, sending his right fist upward, as 3 colossal blue flaming fists surged forward, intercepting the incoming ice shards. A thunderous explosion ensued as the 2 attacks collided. Now that you've had a taste of my abilities, I would appreciate it if you can answer my question honestly. How many of you have entered the forest? Alec asked against, driven by his curiosity regarding Beatrice's safety. He couldn't monitor her position since he hadn't dispatched any golems to accompany her. She had declined his offer, citing her reliance on puppets instead. Though Alec trusted Beatrice's abilities, but he couldn't help but worry that she might be engaged in a battle at that very moment. Well, there's only one way for you to find out, Kylian sneered, his face twisting into a wide smile. And what way would that be? Alec questioned. In your dreams, Kylian responded, dashing towards Alec. He propelled himself forward as large ice pillars rose from the ground, propelling him even faster. Titan, Alec called out, responding to his call. Titan appeared in front of him and stomped his right foot into the ground. As a colossal ice wall emerged, shielding them from Kylian's oncoming assault, however, Kylian showed no signs of slowing down. Titan, observing from behind the ice wall, believed Kylian would attempt to break through, so he poised his mace, prepared to take Kylian out. When he does that, however, at the last moment, Kylian called out to someone else. Asher now. Kylian shouted as Asher finished casting his spell. He pointed towards the ice wall that Titan had erected, and just as Kylian was about to crash into it, another flame tunnel materialized. In a swift motion, Kylian passed through the tunnel unscathed. But then, to his surprise, another flame tunnel emerged behind Alec's earth throne. As Kylian passed through it, as a wild smile blossomed on his face as he witnessed Alec's lack of movement. Stretching out his hand, Kylian aimed to touch Alec's head with his icy fist touch. However, Kylian had overlooked Oni, who stood guard behind Alec, as Oni's hands firmly clutched onto Kylian's, and when Kylian looked up, he was met with a smirking expression on Oni's mask. This realization unsettled him as he attempted to headbutt Oni, yet 2 more hands emerged from Oni's shoulders, gripping Kylian's head. This unforeseen turn puzzled Kylian, who had been using his powers to coat Oni in ice. However, his efforts proved futile, as though the ice dissipated into a seemingly bottomless void. Left with no other recourse, Kylian lifted his legs, intending to execute a straight kick, but 2 additional hands emerged just below the main hands, further immobilizing him. With Oni's firm grip, it was evident that Kylian had lost his mobility. Go play, Oni declared as he began rotating at a rapid speed. The intense spinning caused Kylian to feel his vision blur and the disorienting sensation of his eyes swirling. After approximately 5 seconds, Oni forcefully hurled Kylian back into the same flame tunnel from which he emerged. Asher watched as Kylian was propelled out of the initial flame tunnel he had been maintaining along Titan's ice wall. The moment Kylian flew out of the tunnel, Asher ceased his efforts to sustain it. The task had proven exceedingly draining to maintain for a prolonged period. Damn it. That ice golem has not only reached the Tier 5 realm, but the other golem as well, the one that wasn't used in the last match, also possesses Tier 5 battle power. All our information and tactics against him are ineffective. Kylian shouted in frustration. We have to attack him together. I'll help you handle the masked golem while you quickly deal with the ice golem. I know Alec has other formidable golems, but if he's not using them, it must mean they won't be much help to him, Asher proposed. The ice wall erected by Titan was now dismantled, and Alec stood, cracking his neck as he stared at them. I've seen everything I need to see. Neither of you is that much of a challenge. So tell me, if I defeat you both, will you finally tell me how many of you came to attack us? I still need to see if my strategy will work, as I don't want my team members to remain idle, Alec declared. With Alec now standing, their plans seemed to have shifted. Nevertheless, Kylian dashed forward, and Asher had no choice but to follow closely behind him. However, from the forest behind, Lucas burst out, wielding dual swords. Covering his feet with chi, Lucas dashed towards Kylian and Asher from the rear. even though they initially moved before him, but Lucas eventually ended up catching up with them just a few feet away from Alec. Alec relaxed, knowing that with Lucas and his two golems by his side, he wouldn't even have to make a move himself. This would keep his own physical combat abilities concealed, allowing him to catch someone off guard. However, an unexpected turn of events left him shocked. Both Kylian abruptly halted their progress towards Alec as they reached the rooftop. They retrieved talismans and forcefully slammed them towards Titan and Magneto. As the talismans struck the golems, an array of restraining runes instantly materialized around their bodies, rendering them immobilized. Agnes couldn't contain her shock as she watched Lucas swing one of his dual blades at Alec's neck. "What the hell does he think he's doing, attacking Alec like that?" she exclaimed, half expecting someone to answer her, but Arthur merely snorted, observing the scene with interest. "What's Lucas up to? Don't tell me he's been mind-controlled. But even then, he should know that it'll take more than that to catch Alec off guard," Brandon mused, scrutinizing the battle to decipher the unfolding events. Indeed, just as Brandon speculated, Alec feigned a backward retreat. However, as Lucas changed direction to follow, Alec did something unexpected. The crowd's eyes were glued to the scene as Alec shifted his stance and launched his right leg forward, moving so swiftly it appeared as a blur. A burning black flame seemed to cling to his boot. Bang! 3 thunderous impacts echoed as Alec's boot struck Lucas's lowered knee, waist, and neck. His rapid assault took Lucas by surprise as he hadn't anticipated Alec to snap out of his trance so quickly. Caught off guard, Lucas's all-out attack left him vulnerable to Alec's perfectly executed mute Thai kicks. Now enhanced by the hellish flames, Lucas's body seized up under the intense heat. Boom. Following the absorption of the black flames attack, Lucas's body was suddenly propelled backward by a massive explosion, tearing through part of the roof and sending him hurtling back into the forest. Kylian and Asher, who were observing from a short distance, swallowed hard at the sheer destructive force behind the explosion. This attack shook any previous notions they had about Alec, as they came to the realization that he might just be a demon in disguise. When Alec's black flame had struck, it had merely clung to specific spots without causing an immediate reaction, which allowed Lucas to let his guard down. However, the delayed explosion eventually erupted, propelling Lucas off the roof. Without hesitation, Alec sprinted toward Kylian while Oni headed for Asher, leaving Titan to guard the flag. The bloody Changdao materialized in Alec's grasp as he assumed a battle stance. Kylian was taken aback by Alec's readiness to engage with a weapon. He had been forewarned by Asher of Alec's combat prowess, but he had dismissed it as an exaggeration, attributing it to the fact that Asher's had previously suffered defeat at Alec's hands. Mid-tier skill Iaido. Alec vanished from Kylian's sight the instant he lifted the hilt of his Changdao, and the next moment, a loud clang echoed through the area as Alec reappeared on the ground. Without glancing back at Kylian, Alec methodically wiped the blood from his blade before sheathing the Changdao. Kylian, still in a state of shock, collapsed on one knee and looked down at his chest. A vivid line of blood marred his skin, visible through the tear in his Tier 5 defense spirit cloth uniform. Alec's strike had not only breached the protective garment but had also wounded him. Yet, Alec frowned when he realized that his attack had not inflicted critical damage. His physical prowess was exceptional, rivaling that of Tier 5 mage spells, and with him using his chi to enhance his blade, he had expected to deal more significant harm, but all he had managed was to draw blood. Kylian, catching sight of Alec's furrowed brow, and could almost read his thoughts as he silently thanked his lucky stars for his Tier 5 defensive cloth, as without it, he might have been easily defeated, a prospect he didn't even want to contemplate at the moment. He pressed his hands against his chest, and a line of ice crystallized over the wound, sealing it with a frosty caress. Bang! He turned to the side and witnessed Asher being yanked down from the roof by chains of blue flames, with Oni at the other end. Oni then struck Asher with the blunt side of his scythe, sending him hurtling through the air. Kylian glanced at Titan and realized that attempting to reach the flag at that moment would be unwise, as it would leave his back vulnerable to Alec and Oni, who were now free. He also lacked the confidence to defeat Titan in a split second, thus he made the decision to leap down, conjuring a pillar of ice from the ground to cushion his landing. "I have a question to ask," Alec announced, turning his gaze toward the direction where Lucas had been thrown. As Kylian's face portraits a bewildered emotion, almost as if he too was unsure why Lucas had attacked his own teammate. Asher rose from the debris of the shattered trees, blood trickling from his mouth and his body engulfed in blue flames, releasing more energy than before. Meanwhile, a colossal ice formation materialized behind Kylian, his outstretched hand poised to unleash a barrage of ice sword strikes at Alec and Oni, who had their backs turned to each other as they watched each other's backs. However, Alec remained fixated on the bushes as Lucas emerged, unscathed and smiling, despite having crashed into the trees. The question I really want to ask is, who the heck are you? Alec inquired, causing surprise in Kylian and Asher. Alec snorted at their reactions. I know for a fact that you are not Lucas, so tell me, are you the one called the Masked One? Do you possess an ability that allows you to assume the appearance of someone you've seen before? Alec pressed on. Because I know these two are in on it too, which means they knew you were going to attack me, so who are you? Alec demanded, as the individual disguised as Lucas simply shrugged in response. I was tired of pretending to be that idiot anyway, he declared. Turn back to your true form since you've been exposed, Alec instructed, as the three of them burst into laughter. I can't believe this. For your information, this is my real form. My name is Lewis. Lewis Blade, Lucas's twin brother. Now tell me, where did I give myself away? Because I have to say, I played the part well, Lewis stated, raising his hand to scratch his head despite holding a blade. Lucas would never come after me like that, not even in his dreams. He knows my strengths better than anyone. With his analysis of me over these few days, he would have landed at least one move on me if he had come that close. It was at that moment I also realized you use dual blades. Although Lucas can also do so, he always claims he prefers just one weapon. He is wild, direct, and explosive, while you are cunning, sneaky, and trying to exploit my openings. It was so easy for me to figure out that you were not him, Alec explained, providing a detailed account of how he had discerned that Lewis was not Lucas. Well, too bad that can't help you now. Kill him, boys, Lewis commanded, dashing forward. As Kylian and Asher also prepared to unleash elemental attacks from a distance to keep Alec and Oni at bay, while Lewis confronted Alec. Despite their confidence in his abilities, before he could close the gap, a massive greatsword swung toward him. Judging by the trajectory, Lewis knew he would be injured if he allowed it to make contact. Digging his legs in, he swung his weapon, deflecting the great sword. However, the weapon homed back into the hands of Lucas, who was waiting. Sorry for coming late, Captain. Lucas, who had just arrived, said. No need to mention it, you came at the right time, Alec replied. Leave him to me then, Lucas declared as he began walking toward Lewis, while Legion, who came back with him, had his laser spear on display as he pointed it towards Kylian. As Oni faced Asher, Titan remained before the flag, his hands resting on his mace handle, watching them all without moving at all. I guess it's time for me to move too, Alec said as he floated up and started flying toward the other edge of the forest. So this has been his trap all along. He has so much confidence that we would search him out. Interesting, but he is heading toward his defeat, Kylian muttered with a slight smile. Alec had dispatched his golems alongside his teammates as backup in case they encountered any members of the Royal Mage Academy. However, that wasn't his primary motive for sending them out. Alec was able to communicate freely with all his golems as long as they weren't too far from him. So when he sensed something off about the individual claiming to be Lucas, he knew it wasn't the Lucas because he had been in mental contact with Legion. And Legion had sent a message to him mentally confirming that he was still with the real Lucas, and that was the moment Alec realized something was amiss. Yet, even when questioned, he didn't reveal how he found out. He only twisted his other findings and explained, that way keeping his secret safe. Explaining how he had discerned that Lewis was an imposter would expose another of his abolitist fact that he could communicate with his golems. Alec didn't consider himself an almighty figure. He recognized that there were various unique powers, and he believed that the more cards he kept hidden, the better his chances of survival. So he was aware that if his enemies discovered he had the ability to communicate with his golems, they would do everything in their power to disrupt the connection, rendering his golems a slight liability with his instructions. But by keeping certain powers concealed, he had managed to send a message to Legion to retreat with Lucas back to the flag castle, instead of going after the opposing team's flag, since he had set what he called the perfect trap for the three members of the Royal Mage Academy. Alec was confident that all he needed to do was take care of the captain and vice-captain of the Royal Mage Academy, secure their flag, and his academy would be declared the winner. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Beatrice, who had been advancing cautiously, finally came face to face with someone. She looked at Albert Blaze with such a nonchalant expression that it infuriated him, though he managed to keep his irritation hidden. Due to being from the Blaze clan, Albert was accustomed to having a multitude of fangirls swooning over him, showering him with adoration. So when he set his sights on Beatrice, whom he considered the beautiful vice-captain of the War God Academy, he expected some sort of reaction from her. Perhaps she would be in awe or show some level of infatuation. However, to his surprise, she simply looked at him with an expression of indifference, as if he were some unknown entity. It's not often that the vice-captains of both academy teams meet each other. Tell me, why don't we go on a date once this match is over? Albert suggested, acting like he already won the fight, but Beatrice furrowed her brows in disgust and replied, there is someone else I'm interested in. If you can break his unbeaten streak, then I might consider you. Wrong answer. Albert responded angrily, with flames flaring around him. I've researched your time in the capital, and it seems you're the loner type. Even if you have someone you fancy, it should either be the Blade's boy or your captain, and you should know neither of them is a match for me, which means you're just rejecting me. I thought you were here to fight, not talk too much, Beatrice remarked as her human puppet moved toward Albert. However, Albert shook his head and pushed out his palm, as a tremendous burst of flames erupted and engulfed the puppet, shrouding it completely until its figure was no longer visible. Satisfied with his display, Albert was about to turn back towards Beatrice's direction, but suddenly the human puppet emerged from the flames, its body scorching as the red armor it wore glowed with increased intensity. It launched a right fist towards Albert, catching him off guard. Nevertheless, Albert swiftly reacted, slapping the fist away with his left palm and redirecting it to his right side. Then, with his right hand enveloped in flames up to his elbow, he delivered an uppercut, executing the flaming fist spell. Bang, the impact of the punch didn't stop there, as a hand made of flames materialized and lifted the human puppet into the air. Mid-tier spell blast bullets. Albert stretched out both hands to the air to follow up on his attack, as he released bullets larger than Alex's own projectiles. Upon impact with the airborne human puppet, a series of coordinated explosions erupted, engulfing the entire fighting area in flames. The sheer power emanating from Albert's casual movements sent a chilling wave resonating through the surroundings, making it easy for anyone to locate them. Bang. Albert's body skidded along the ground, as he quickly regaining balance after about 5 seconds. He dug his fingers into the earth, spreading his legs and channeling flame energies into the ground to mitigate the force of the attack that had struck him. Glancing towards the spot where he had been hit, he noticed a puppet crocodile looming there. Its tail, adorned with sizable spikes, appeared to be returning to its normal size after delivering such a devastating blow, catching Albert off guard. Well, they told me he was skilled in combat, but I never expected him to damage the fire warrior puppet or take it to this level. I better remove his seals, or he won't be able to keep up and will just get thrashed around, Beatrice thought, fully realizing that her puppets would continue to bear the brunt of Albert's assaults if nothing changed. Even though Albert didn't seem to be giving his all, he had already inflicted considerable damage. Mid-tier spell seal removal, first seal. Making a series of intricate hand signs, Beatrice performed unique runes that gave Albert an unsettling feeling. Instinctively, he attempted to push himself off the ground to disrupt her, but the moment he tried to exert strength, a piercing sensation warned him of the potential critical injuries he would incur. Squinting his eyes, his pupils blazing with flames, as Albert finally recognized that he had not simply been thrown by the crocodile, he had been lured into a trap crafted by Beatrice using her mana thread, specifically designed to stall his movements. All around Albert now were countless threads made from mana, invisible to ordinary eyes. If he were a weak mage and had stumbled into this web head-on, he might have been torn apart. Understanding the dangerous nature of this hidden weapon, Albert smirked, raising his tightened fists to his neck, feeling the slight drop of blood that was on the verge of falling. He noticed various cuts on his body that he hadn't expected. Beatrice had drawn blood from him, and it had been a while since anyone had done so, and he relished every second of it. Feisty, I like that, Albert remarked. However, he soon realized that the spell he was attempting to prevent had already been completed. In a desperate attempt to escape the net trap, he set his entire body ablaze, igniting the mana threads around him. Beatrice released a rune which flew towards the body of the human puppet, causing the puppet runes drawn on its forehead to come to life and rotate in a peculiar manner. The red armor worn by the puppet, which had previously glowed, now emitted smoke from overheating. The spirit armor was designed to absorb attacks of the flame element, but Albert's output exceeded its capacity. Now that a part of the seal locking the human puppet potential had been released, the armor's absorption speed seemed to increase. As he materialized into a massive flaming sword, which the puppet wielded with a firm grip, taking a battle stance, the human puppet exuded a sense of danger that surpassed its previous state. Moreover, the once lifeless white eyes seemed to emanate a newfound intelligence. I see, but you're still trash. The moment I get rid of the lady, you'll cease to function again, Albert declared as he leaped forward, only to disappear into a hastily manifested tunnel of flames. In an instant, Albert reappeared, his right hand already dangerously close to Beatrice's neck. Albert exclaimed, his hand mere inches from Beatrice's neck, yet unable to bridge the gap. In that instant, Beatrice turned to face him, and he noticed her hand movements with a subtle tug. He realized that his right hand was ensnared by mana threads, expertly manipulated by her. Mid-tier spell puppetry's severance. Beatrice intoned as she extricated herself from the head of the puppet spider. Albert stood frozen in shock, watching as his right hand was severed cleanly from the rest of his arm. His blood, hot and scarlet, spurted onto his face as he gazed in stunned disbelief, unable to accept that his recklessness had cost him his right hand. The VIP section buzzed with conversation, while the crowd of spectators fell into a hushed silence. They were still unable to comprehend how the War God Academy had cornered the Royal Mage Academy so effectively and swiftly. The events had unfolded too quickly for them to fully grasp what had happened, but they recognized that the tide of morale was turning. This dark horse upon whom they had placed little hope was delivering a more thrilling performance than any they had witnessed all week. Previous matches had been lopsided affairs, with overpowering teams dominating weaker ones. The last bout to offer such excitement was the clash between the Bandit Academy and the War God Academy. The exchange of blows, rather than a one-sided display, offered a rare kind of exhilaration they normally wouldn't anticipate until the second round. The spectators couldn't get enough of the War God Academy's confrontations. In the VIP section, the clans observing Beatrice's restraint of Albert finally recognized her lineage. The Marionette clan, one of the 5 ancient clans of the Northern Kingdom, was known as one of the most enigmatic. It was said that to offend any of the other ancient clans was ill-advised, but the implications of crossing the Marionette clan was a surefire ticket to destruction. They were notorious for relentlessly pursuing anyone who dared challenge their authority, but what truly made them feared was their refusal to allow their enemies to rest in peace. The Marionette clan went to extreme lengths, refining the bodies of those they killed into living puppets. These puppets of dead genius possessed greater potential than mere wooden constructs, giving birth to the secret art of the Marionette clan's living puppet rituals. If they deemed their defeated foes unworthy of their level, they might pass the bodies on to younger clan members or transfer ownership of their weaker puppets to the next generation as they grew stronger. They were a clan that denied their enemies even the solace of death. With each passing generation, their mastery of living puppets continued to flourish, although not all younger members could properly harness this skill, resulting in limitations. But once Beatrice unleashed the seal, confirmed her to be a prodigy of the ancient Marionette clan, as there was no doubt, only the core members of the Marionette clan was permitted to practice the puppetry seals. While Beatrice engaged in her contest with the vice-captain of the Royal Mage Academy team, the attention of the crowd were slowly shifted towards the upcoming battle between Indrik, Pale, and Magneto as they arrived at the castle of the Royal Mage Academy without facing any resistance. Indrik, Pale, and Magneto were taken aback when they caught sight of the Royal Mage Academy's castle. They had not anticipated reaching the location without encountering any opposition. As they made their way there, they had heard numerous explosions and felt shockwaves reverberating through the area, signaling that battles were already underway elsewhere. However, Alex's instructions had been clear: stick to the plan unless he sent a message through Magneto, and since no message had been relayed to them, they continued on their course. "And who the hell are you guys?" Liam's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Startled, they quickly moved away from their previous locations, but when they turned to face the source of the voice, he was nowhere to be seen. "I'm not the only one who heard that, right?" Indrik remarked. "Brace yourself." Pale warned as he finally spotted Liam standing atop the roof of the Royal Mage Academy castle. Beside his team white flag, Liam seemed to be looking down upon them with an air of superiority, resembling a royal observing his subjects. However, both Indrik and Pale's gazes were fixated on the flag behind him. "I'll distract him. Try to grab the flag," Pale instructed, swiftly dashing towards Liam. Seeing such a move, Liam smiled and leaped off the roof, kicking off the ground to sprint towards Pale as well. Low-tier spell ice spread. Pale immediately cast a low-tier ice spell, causing the area beneath his feet to freeze and the ice to spread. However, when he got close to Liam, he changed direction, swiftly maneuvering around him. It was as if he was gracefully skating on the icy ground, leaving Liam surprised that Pale didn't confront him head-on. Unsure of Pale's intentions with a low-tier spell, Liam remained confident in the defensive clothes he wore, as he knew that such a spell wouldn't pose much of a threat. When Pale saw that the ice had spread around them, he halted and locked eyes with Liam. "You should have stopped me when you had the chance," Pale spoke up. "But I predicted you wouldn't, as I used to act just like you. No one has the same charisma as me," Liam scoffed. "Well, no problem. All I need to do is keep you occupied," Pale declared with a determined look on his face, as he made a hand sign. Mid-tier spell Glacial Chains. Countless chains, formed from ice, emerged from the ground, rushing towards Liam, who was surrounded by the icy terrain Pale had created. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't evade all of the chains. Before he knew it, he found himself completely bound from various angles, yet he maintained a relaxed expression as he tugged on one of the chains. "How long can you afford to keep this up, though?" Liam taunted. "Long enough to win the battle," Pale replied, determination in his voice. Mid-tier spell Ice Coffin. Suddenly, an ice coffin emerged from below, covering Liam completely. Pale, now panting heavily, realized that the spells he had just cast were more exhausting than anticipated. He had been experimenting with combining spells, trying to amplify their power. This was something Alec had advised him to research, and he had finally developed a combination he called the chained coffin. Turning towards Indrik, Pale noticed that he stood rooted in place, unable to move despite being just a short distance away from the flag. Indrik, Pale yelled, concern lacing his voice. "Stay there. Don't come closer. There's a time trap surrounding the flag the moment you enter this circle. You'll be trapped in a time pause, and I can't control anything within it except for my voice using mana," Indrik explained, his words causing Pale to remain frozen in place. "You all tried a lot, at least those idiotic teams in the loser bracket couldn't even trap the spell, let alone gain a chance to reach my time zone." Liam's voice resounded again. This time, Pale's gaze shifted towards a nearby tree branch where Liam was sitting nonchalantly. But I just trapped you," Pale stammered, ice shards forming behind him, his hands turning pale white. "Oh yeah, that was just a time clone. It only has about 15 minutes to live anyways, so no big deal sacrificing a chunk of mana to see that trapping spell of yours. I can assure you I won't be falling for it, nor will I be entering any ice zones you try to create. I already know an ice element guy, Kylian, and he doesn't seem to have sick moves like this." Pale stared at Liam as he casually chatted, a smile adorning his face. The fact that he had wasted his mana on a clone infuriated Pale, but what made him even angrier was the realization that he had lost one of his trump cards that could have immobilized someone like Liam. Liam had astutely analyzed Pale's spell, understanding that as long as he didn't get caught in the center of the spell, there was nothing to worry about. In the reserved seats for the participating teams, there were 8 captain seats situated at the very front, offering them an impeccable view of the match's progress. However, not all of the captains had shown up for this particular match. For instance, the captain of Bloodline Academy was nowhere to be found, allowing Damien to happily take his place as he folded his legs, reclining comfortably as he took sips from his gin flask, his flushed face indicating he had indulged a bit too much. Vincent, who sat close to Damien, turned to face him only to snicker before redirecting his attention back to the match, not bothering if he was drinking blood or wine. "I see your captain has decided once again not to attend another event to gauge the power of the competing teams. Does he look down on us that much, or does he believe he has already secured victory?" Thalia, the captain of the Wizard Witches Academy, remarked to Damien, who simply smiled in response. "Is there even a reason to watch the match? We all know that the Royal Mage Academy will come out on top. That's what the bigwigs want after all, to maintain control over the funding dispersed to the academies from the Royal Palace. They need the Royal Mage Academy to be among the top 8. That's the only reason they allow us to run wild as we please," Damien stated, offering a wink to Thalia. Although he had casually conveyed his belief in the War God Academy's victory, the atmosphere in the surrounding area changed instantly as his team felt the intensified stares from the other teams. "You can stare at me however you want, but it's still quite obvious for all of you to realize that the War God Academy's team is unique, and right now, their captain seems to have control over how the fight will unfold," Vincent calmly remarked, paying no heed to the intense gazes directed towards him. As he maintained a casual demeanor, unaffected by the tension in the air, although the other captains remained silent, but their agreement with Thalia was palpable, evident in their lack of objections. "That's because, unlike you, I am cautious and keep an eye on all potential rivals. If you didn't see me at your match, it clearly means I don't consider you a threat. And let me remind you all once again, as it seems you have short-term memories, the War God Academy used to be the #1 academy in the old era," Vincent retorted firmly. "Until the clans decided they wanted to expand their influence by exerting control over the growing superpower academies, the War God Academy's downfall was a result of their refusal to adapt to the new dynamics," he continued. "But do not even for a moment think that we are superior to them. They may not be filled with the finest geniuses, as the geniuses are often claimed by the Great Eight and the mid-genius are taken by the rest of the academies. But the War God Academy possesses its own prowess, their graduate disciples, and the ones now turned instructors have left their marks behind in various spatial passages," Vincent emphasized, asserting the unique strength and capability of the War God Academy. "Now tell me which of our graduate seniors could match up to the graduate seniors of the War God Academy." Vincent's voice rang out, but the once intense stares had now turned into silence and contemplation. "You see, none of you can speak up because there is simply no comparison. While the War God Academy seniors may not receive the same attention as our seniors, when cities are faced with unsolvable problems within the spatial passages, it is the War God Academy seniors who are called upon, though they may be few in number, but each one of them have been called unparalleled genius," Vincent explained, his confidence unwavering. "So the fact that their current generation may appear weak should not get to your heads, because those who survive, even if it's just 1 or 2, have been said to be destined to become unrivaled powerhouses. and we have the opportunity to witness if this first-year generation will produce such figures. And as you all laugh it off, well, continue to laugh, Vincent concluded, his voice cold and detached as he kept his focus solely on the ongoing battle before them. While Vincent remained engrossed in the game, the rest of the captains and their teams were lost in deep thought, contemplating the weight of Vincent's words. Despite the ancient and high-tier clans attempting to conceal the achievements of the War God Academy and paint them as weaker, it was clear that they also had access to such information that proved otherwise, and they knew that his words were not lies. There was no denying that, in the past, the War God Academy had been unrivaled. However, with the changing era, the top 8 academies had gradually caught up. The only reason they had not surpassed the War God Academy as a whole was due to the lingering power held by the older generation, the main dean, along with his flocks of old instructors, Mad Dog with his punishment hall, and the War God Army consisting of the old graduate students. These were the factors that prevented them from completely surpassing the War God Academy, though some called them weak and useless. That perception only applied when comparing the recent students accepted. This was because the War God Academy was left with the so-called worst affinity and the rejects from all other academies, while the other Great 8 academies eagerly acquired the most talented individuals. And by focusing on building and investing in their own futures, they aimed to eliminate the reasons that hindered them from surpassing the War God Academy. They were well aware that their investments would eventually lead them to triumph. Therefore, they spared no effort in covering up the remarkable achievements of the War God Academy's star students, or those who made significant waves in the second dimension. Their ultimate goal was to ensure that the War God Academy and its students were completely forgotten, and with the War God Academy students unable to meet the high standards set by the other academies, they only served to further embarrass the institution whenever they faced disciples from other academies. Only a small handful had managed to pass the rigorous tests of the War God Academy, but those who did were reborn as the finest warriors. Through the grueling and brutal soldier training, they were forged into the epitome of excellence. These selected few became the graduates of the War God Academy, a testament to their unwavering dedication and the relentless challenges they overcame. Well, all of that is history now. I know for a fact that in a couple more years, we will have completely surpassed them if they continue down the path they are on, Damien stated, easing the tension in the air between the teams and Vincent. As they all returned to watching the game in peace, their focus back on the unfolding battle. After regaining his composure, Albert ripped off a piece of his cloth and used it to wrap around his severed hand, tightly securing the makeshift bandage to prevent further blood loss. As he gazed at Beatrice, his previous cheeky and playful attitude vanished, replaced by a focused determination. He stared at her as one would a rival, fully aware of the consequences he faced for his carelessness. You have proven yourself worthy of my serious attention. Believe me, I have never faced a situation where I would have lost my hand before, and you are the first person who has caused me to come this close, so be prepared, Albert declared as he took confident steps towards Beatrice. Flaming runes started to materialize on his skin, visible due to the torn cloth revealing his rune tattoos on his right hand. Beatrice quickly reacted, dragging her hand downward as she levitated into the air. It appeared as though she was floating, but in reality, she had propelled herself off the ground with her mana threads to avoid being entangled in the potential movements of Albert and her puppets. She instinctively understood that Albert was about to summon a powerful spirit equipment set, far beyond a mere low-level one. The fight she thought was coming to a close had suddenly transformed with the spirit equipment added to the fray, and with it, the tides were shifting. Countless sets of the flaming armor materialized around Albert, clinging to him and merging with his body, fully encasing him in the formidable armor set. His spirit equipment set consisted of a stylish full-body armor with a flaming pattern and glowing runes, complemented by a gauntlet only on his left hand since his right hand was absent. However, the set did not include a headgear or helmet. Behind him, a ring of flames floated like an angelic halo. As Beatrice observed him, she sensed a tremendous amount of mana radiating from his transformed form. The intensity of the danger was alarmingly high. Once Albert completed donning his spirit equipment set, something within him seemed to snap, no longer waiting lazily like he did at the start of the battle, as he dashed towards the human puppet with a newfound determination. "Die, you puppet," Albert exclaimed in anger. He swiftly swiped his left hand, unleashing a colossal fireball hurtling towards the human puppet, who promptly raised his flame great sword, intending to use it as a shield against the fiery attack. However, he had underestimated the firepower now coursing through Albert in his fully suited form. Bang! Upon contact, the fireball erupted not once but twice. The impact sent the human puppet soaring through the air, Defying his expectations, meanwhile, Albert attempted to leap towards Beatrice, but just as he bent his leg to propel himself, the tail of the crocodile puppet coiled around his leg, lifting him off the ground. It slammed him forcefully from one spot to another. On the fifth slam, Albert dug his left hand into the ground, so when the crocodile puppet tried swinging him in the opposite direction, it failed. With his left hand still anchored to the ground, Albert cast a spell, conjuring a flaming fist to replace his severed right hand, as he extended his arm and unleashed another flaming fist, smashing into the crocodile puppet and sending it hurtling away. The tail restraining his legs was released almost instantly, and Albert propelled himself off the ground with his left hand, while regaining his footing. However, he moved cautiously, slightly wary after the intense struggle. As a large sword whizzed past his face, he noticed mana threads attached to the sword hilt, and it became evident that Beatrice was using her powers to protect her crocodile puppet from being killed. However, Albert had anticipated her sneak attack and managed to slightly shift out of position, even though he remained unbalanced. This move made Beatrice question if he had eyes in the back of his head. Mid-tier spell incinerate, Albert declared, pointing his hand at the crocodile puppet while maintaining eye contact with Beatrice, who had landed on a nearby tree branch. He had done all this while still being unbalanced. Boom! A massive surge of flames engulfed the crocodile puppet, propelling Albert into the air with the force of the attack. While airborne, he extended his right finger forward, directly aimed at Beatrice. Mid-tier spell blast bullets. Several exploding flame bullets were unleashed towards Beatrice, but to his surprise, the human puppet mysteriously reappeared in front of her. With a powerful slash from the flaming greatsword, he sent a wide, horizontal arc through the air, intercepting the incoming bullets. However, when the bullets collided with the fiery slash, another loud explosion resounded. But this time, the human puppet was prepared and leaped into the air with Beatrice on his back, diligently evading the resulting blast. He retaliated by launching a flurry of sword swipes towards Albert, but the latter only moved slightly, allowing the flame strikes to pass him. It seemed as though he truly possessed eyes in the back of his head, as even the strikes aimed at his blind spot were not able to strike him. Recognizing the need to change tactics, Beatrice commanded the puppet to lower her to the ground, taking control of him manually. As countless mana threads were attached to the puppet's joints, giving her complete manipulation over its movements. Go, Beatrice directed, now resembling a skilled puppeteer with her hand movements. Albert clasped both hands together, conjuring a sword of flames as he opened them. With a powerful downward slash, his sword clashed with the human puppet's cleaving strike directed at him. Without wasting time, Albert swiftly followed up with a kick to the puppet's left knee, causing it to lose balance and fall onto one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Albert swiftly swirled and swiped his blade, aiming to cut off the puppet's neck. However, the human puppet raised its left hand and caused a small combustion, self-destructing his left hand with the flaming sword. Undeterred by the loss of his weapon, Albert unleashed a frenzy of punches at the human puppet's face. Although the puppet attempted to shield itself and managed to deflect some of the punches, the ones that connected took their toll, affecting the puppet's body functions. Soon, the puppet lay motionless on the ground as Albert relentlessly pummeled it, each blow punctuated by a resounding bang. He continuously activated his fiery fist, delivering devastating strikes with both his left fist and conjured right fist. I told you no matter how good the War God Academy is, they won't be able to win against the Royal Mage Academy. There's a reason we are among the Great Eight, one spectator declared confidently. Yes, I betted all my life savings. Kill them all, cheered another, fueling the growing excitement in the once quiet crowd. As the crowd erupted in applause and cheers, witnessing Vice Captain Albert of the Royal Mage Academy defeat Beatrice's last remaining puppet, a renewed sense of hope permeated the atmosphere. With the captain and vice captain of the Royal Mage Academy now clearly holding a significant advantage, the crowd began to believe that victory might just tilt in their favor. Meanwhile, the ongoing battle near the War God Academy flag added to the anticipation, with the recent turn of events seeing the War God Academy mysteriously losing their grip on the battlefield. Albert created flaming weapons resembling pikes, stabbing them into the hands and legs of the human puppet. Despite the human puppet only wearing low-tier armor, he realized that the puppet's fleshy body was incredibly resilient, and he realized that it would take a while to kill him with punches alone. Albert decided to focus on the easier option, Beatrice. He believed that by eliminating Beatrice, all his stress would end. He had witnessed the human puppet's persistent resurrections whenever Beatrice was in need, unable to fathom how the blasted figure kept getting back up. However, he had a growing understanding now, after observing how Beatrice manipulated the puppet's movements with her strings. He realized that as long as she had enough mana, she could control his actions, although the movements would be rigid and less flexible compared to when the puppet moved independently. This realization prompted Albert to equip the ends of the pikes with dual blades to pin him down, so with the human puppet securely restrained, Albert confidently advanced towards Beatrice, who coldly observed him. He walked slowly, seemingly unaffected by the world around him, eventually reaching the shade of the tree where Beatrice stood. Suddenly, the wooden spider, nearly forgotten by the spectators, emerged from behind the cover of the tree's large leaves, jumping down from the branch above Albert. Despite the surprising entrance, this did not interrupt Albert's momentum as he continued with short strides towards Beatrice. Observing Albert's approach, Beatrice swiftly moved her hand, directing the wooden spider puppet to attack with one of its long spider legs. The wooden leg transformed, revealing a blade at its tip. With a swoosh, the bladed leg sliced through the air, accompanied by a slight friction of winds. However, Albert calmly raised his left palm, effortlessly holding the attack in place, denying it any chance to move further. Observing how easily Albert had suppressed her wooden spider puppet's attack, Beatrice moved her fingers again, this time having another one of the puppet's legs grow longer, attempting to pierce Albert from his blind spot. However, Albert once again showed his unwavering awareness of his surroundings, swiftly moving his fiery right hand to grasp the second bladed spider leg that targeted him. Such tricks won't work against me. You'll need to surpass me completely in power before you can successfully sneak attack me, Albert declared, tightening his grip around the spider puppet's leg before forcefully retracting it. With sheer strength, he tore the two legs of the wooden spider puppet apart. Despite this, the puppet showed no signs of pain. It was wholly constructed of rare divine woods and lacked the ability to experience pain like the living puppets. However, Albert noticed something peculiar flinch from Beatrice when he ripped out the puppet's legs. Seeing her reaction, he swiftly moved his right fiery hand behind him, gripping the large flaming halo floating behind his back. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward the wooden spider puppet. As the flaming halo departed from Albert's hand, it harnessed the flame element particles in the air, undergoing a transformation, as jagged blades emerged along its edges, infusing it with a menacing appearance. It cleaved through the wooden puppet with incredible speed, as if it had not merely destroyed a peak tier 4 puppet. After cutting the wooden spider puppet in half, the flaming halo continued its path toward Beatrice, but just before it could reach her, it abruptly stopped and rotated back. With a magnetic force, the halo found its way back into Albert's hands, its serrated edges completely gone as he swung his hands backward, causing the halo to return to its original position. That boy is thoroughly enjoying himself. It's as if he's just bullying that girl now. He has the power to eliminate her if he wanted to, Damien commented, his observations met with agreement from Vincent. His battle prowess has surpassed all expectations, bridging the necessary gap and elevating him to the low tier 6 mage realm due to that spirit equipment set. That's how much augmentation he receives from it, Vincent explained. We must acknowledge now why he's said to be on par with Liam. Without considering royalty and the additional royal abilities that Liam awakened, however, we cannot deny that the Blaze clan has always excelled in crafting and assimilating with spirit equipment sets, Thalia chimed in, her eyes fixed on the ongoing match. It's not surprising, considering he seems to have awakened that talent as well. That spirit equipment set is at least at the peak of the tier 6 mage realm. He's simply unable to fully unleash its powers yet, but he's managed to push his battle capabilities from the high tier 5 mage realm to the low tier 6 now. That is something to be proud about, Damien elucidated. But I suppose his lack of control over the consumption and range of his flames is what cost him the captain position to Liam, not to mention Liam's royal status, Damien concluded. Can you all see the constant wave of mental energy he's emitting? Vincent suddenly interjected, surprise lacing his words. In response, everyone else activated their mana eyes, and to their astonishment, they witnessed a small mental domain enveloping Albert. How is he even capable of using that? I thought one had to be a tier 6 before they could cast mana scans, Damien questioned, genuine surprise coloring his voice. Well, with the armor set he's wearing, he's managed to significantly enhance his powers to a high rank. Although he hasn't fully mastered its potential, the power he has assimilated allows him not only to wield tier 6 battle strength, but also to utilize a low tier 6 mage mental power within at least a 20-meter radius. That's quite impressive, enough to make me envious at the moment. Thalia, who appeared to have extensive knowledge in the realm of mental power, explained to the rest of the group. The captains of the other groups remained silent, their lack of commentary on the unfolding events leaving others to ponder what thoughts occupied their minds. With the wooden spider puppet out of the equation, nothing stood between Albert and Beatrice. She attempted to fight back and resist, but her combat skills were lackluster, and Albert quickly overpowered her. His fiery right hand wrapped around her neck, lifting her off the ground as she gasped for air, desperately tapping out in hopes he would relent, but Albert was resolute. You've caused me enough trouble. It's time to eliminate you so I can proceed with my second mission, Albert declared, yet he failed to elicit the reaction he desired from her. Her demeanor remained indifferent, just as it had been since the beginning of their confrontation, which infuriated him. As he was about to tighten his grip and snap her neck, his eyes widened in shock. Now, would you look at that? You're not as invincible as you claim, a voice said. Albert turned his head at the sound, struggling to maintain his composure upon seeing Alec's smiling face, but he couldn't. Damn it. The elders tasked me with humiliating Alec Gordons in battle, yet here I am, caught off guard by his sneak attack. How has he bypassed my mental shield and mental scan without detection? Albert thought in dismay as he gritted his teeth. Albert's thoughts were interrupted as he glanced down at the Changdao protruding from his chest. The blade, wreathed in black flames, made him realize that Alec possessed a variant flame, which only fueled his rage with jealousy. His expression twisted with determination as he attempted to muster more strength in his fist, aiming to snap Beatrice's neck before succumbing to his wounds. Although Beatrice's usefulness had diminished with the loss of 3 of her puppets, Albert still had no intention of leaving her alive to aid Alec. He was relieved that her close combat skills were lacking otherwise. He might not have been able to overpower her that fast, but he felt her strings trap, however, were still a significant threat to the team, and that is why he wanted to get rid of her. Alec, discerning Albert's lethal intent, yanked the bloody Changdao from his chest and seized Albert's hair. With a swift motion, he swung the blade from left to right, decapitating Albert and holding the severed head in his grasp. A hush fell over the crowd as the first fatality of the battle unfolded before their eyes, and no one had anticipated that the victim would be the vice-captain of the Royal Mage Academy. The captains were struck with shock as they witnessed Alec decapitate Albert's head. Yama, one of the few captains who had refrained from speaking and chose to simply observe, felt compelled to comment after witnessing the unexpected. Although they were pleased to see the War God Academy putting significant pressure on the Royal Mage Academy and dictating the pace of the fight, but they had never truly entertained the possibility that the War God Academy might emerge victorious. In the back of their minds, they cheered for the underdogs because the harder the Royal Mage Academy was pushed, the more tactics they would have to reveal before the main competition between themselves, the top 8 teams. And this would leave them at a slight disadvantage, as their moves would have been analyzed by the other teams watching, who would then prepare counters. This scenario typically unfolded during every final match of the first round, where the team unlucky enough to be matched with one of the previous year's Great 8 academies would fight unrestrainedly, hoping to secure a victory through luck and hard work, yet they often ended up disappointed. The only outcome they usually achieved was to force their formidable opponents to take the match more seriously and execute spells or moves they wouldn't normally use, due to how driven they are after being matched by the desperation of the other team's attack. For the other teams not involved in the fray, it was an easy way to scout the capabilities of their potential future opponents. But at this very moment, Alec was shattering all their preconceived notions. The elimination of a vice-captain, a significant powerhouse just below the captain within the academy teams, sent chills down the spectators and the other team's spines, as they could feel the balance of the match had shifted once again. Thoughts now turned to the potential outcome predicted by Vincent Whitefang, and unease settled in their minds. It doesn't take 20 meters of control over mental energy to bypass Albert's mental scan. With just 15 meters of control, one could breach the scan. This is because the mental energy Albert manipulates does not originate from within him, but from the spirit equipment he wears. In that sense, it becomes a clash between borrowed mental energy and pure mental energy. Naturally, the one with the disadvantage is the borrowed energy, so even with just 15 meters of control, it could be enough to bypass Albert, Thalia added, demonstrating her extensive knowledge of mental energy. I'm relieved to hear that. I was starting to wonder what sort of training he had undergone to reach such a level. Despite still being a Tier 4 mage, such progress is incredibly rare, considering that mental energy is closely tied to Tier 6 and higher ranks, Damien remarked, setting aside his flask. The most fearsome aspect of all this is that the foundation of the War God Academy's captain seems to be solid. With him awakening his mental energy, he won't face any obstacles when reaching the pinnacle of Tier 5. He will smoothly break through to the Tier 6 realm. That's what's truly fearsome here. Look at the other members of the War God Academy team. They may appear weak, but their foundations are incredibly sturdy. All they seem to lack now is time, Vincent stated, dropping his words like a bomb. Though not all of them appreciated his blunt manner of speaking, but they couldn't help but acknowledge that he was speaking the truth and fact every time. Well, that's a concern for the distant future. For now, I can still enjoy playing with the whole team, Damien said, reclining in his chair, as he pulled out his flask again and continued sipping away, seemingly without a care in the world. As the severed head spurted blood, Alec noticed Beatrice move swiftly, she retrieved something from her space ring and placed it beneath Albert's decapitated head, capturing his blood in a tube. Just as the bright white light began to descend, Beatrice quickly sealed the container and returned it to her space ring. The light enveloped Albert's body and the head in Alec's grasp, and they vanished along with the light when it receded. Alec watched Beatrice, curious about her interest in Albert's blood. He felt a pang of pity, assuming that no matter what she did, she wouldn't be able to keep the blood. After all, the bright light always seemed to take every part of the deceased mage with it, and blood was a particularly personal belonging. However, when he glanced in Beatrice's direction, he saw that she was smiling, clutching the blood she had successfully collected. "How were you able to get that? How come it didn't disappear?" Alec asked, pointing at her. "This container is made from a very special material, which makes it secure its contents, and all I had to do was conceal it inside my space ring before the white light appeared, tricking it into leaving without the portion of Albert's blood," she explained. "After all, I couldn't let that bastard go without taking something from him, especially after he dared to lay his hands on me. I wanted to cut off his hands, but for now I'll hold on to what I've gained," Beatrice replied to Alec with a smile, but in his mind he was already labeling her a psycho. "And oh, what took you so long? You should have finished him off faster," Beatrice complained. "Well, my target had been the captain. I just happened to see that you really needed a helping hand as I passed by. Killing him was never my intention. I only sprang into action to protect you. I'll leave now. I want you to regroup with the rest of the team. No matter their condition, you must ensure that no one gets near our flag. That is my first command to you as your captain," Alec commanded, using his school badge, with Beatrice nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing that she understood his intentions, he ascended back into the air and continued flying toward his destination, with his Changdao secured at his waist. Beatrice's eyes followed Alec as he flew away, but she quickly redirected her attention back to her own issues as she curled her fingers, causing visible strands of mana to materialize in the air and wrap themselves around the human puppet's body. Despite appearing extremely fragile and on the brink of collapse, Beatrice's worries were somewhat quelled by the fact that she had managed to obtain some of Albert's blood. Once the puppet's body was level with her own, Beatrice carefully poured out the collected blood, swiftly returning the tube to her space ring, as the blood was suspended mid-air by some type of force. Extending her right index finger, she began to inscribe intricate symbols in the air. What took the spectators by surprise was the suspended blood obediently following the movements of her finger, like a delicate stream being gradually drawn out and tracing her ethereal calligraphy. After a mere 2 seconds elapsed, it became evident to the crowd that what Beatrice was creating was a set of runes. The eerie feeling emanating from these symbols was intensified by the knowledge that they required someone's blood to activate. Yet, in this moment, Beatrice cared little for how she appeared to others. Normally, she would hesitate to employ such spells, but the overwhelming sense of helplessness she felt having to rely on Alec as a constant savior had been her breaking point. She was determined to do whatever it took to secure victory for her team, even if it meant delving into the secret spells of the Marionette clan, mid-tier spell puppetry's link. Summoning her resolve, Beatrice invoked a spell. As she was uttering incantations in an unknown language, the crowd watched, captivated, as the suspended blood rune rushed forth from its mid-air suspension and was drawn into the body of the motionless puppet body, the spell taking effect right before their eyes. As the runes merged into its body, a resounding clash happened. As the human puppet's eyes snapped open, its entire body erupted in flames. The red armor it wore began to alter, its rune engravings shifting and changing. How was she able to replicate that? Thalia, who had been sitting casually, suddenly sat upright, her gaze intensifying as she scrutinized the puppet. She regretted not paying closer attention to Beatrice when she started to deploy the sign of the runes. While the other captains could not grasp the intricacies of how Beatrice had cast the spell, but they still didn't show much interest, as from what they could discern, the puppet's rejuvenation and the spike in its flame energy output already made them aware that its aura bore a striking resemblance to Albert, who had just been defeated. So that's what the blood was for, to clone a specific aspect of his flame powers. What a genius. I never knew blood manipulation had a branch capable of such feats. I can't wait to face hero-ups. I shouldn't say that. I'm supposed to be rooting for the Royal Mage Academy, Damien mused, his face alight with admiration. He couldn't contain his admiration for Beatrice after witnessing what she had accomplished with Albert's blood. As the human puppet landed firmly on the ground, it followed Beatrice as they both dashed back toward the War God Academy's castle edge. The moment the bright light flashed, Lewis, Kylian, and Asher all wore smiles of anticipation. I bet your captain just got his ass handed to him and is out of the game. Get ready, because you'll all be following suit when Albert emerges victorious from these woods, Asher taunted, his frustration mounting. Alec had left them to contend with the golems, a clear indication of the low regard he held for them. But what stung the most was the memory of once battling Alec in an arena, but now, upon their reunion, Alec hadn't even spared him a glance. Only Lewis had been deemed worthy of engaging with another member of the War God Academy team. And that was because it was a personal battle, a confrontation between two brothers, while he was left to face Oni. But despite all his efforts, Oni had proven to be an unyielding adversary, absorbing all the attacks thrown at him. With his scythe, he unleashed power-boosted strikes, and when Asher managed to close the distance, Oni countered with the various blades wielded by his other four hands. How foolish can you be? If Alec had truly been defeated, his golems would have ceased to function by now. The fact that they're still battling and standing tall should tell you that whoever was eliminated, it wasn't him. And I'm certain that Alec is behind the elimination, Lucas retorted as he parried the dual blades of his brother, the recoil pushing him back several steps. Nearby, Legion and Kylian seemed to be competing to see who could generate more blasts, with the surrounding area either peppered with large ice shards or scorched by blasts from Legion's weapons. All the while, Titan stood nonchalantly beside the flag on the roof, observing the battles unfolding below. As all the combatants were deeply engaged with no clear path to victory, the intensity of the match escalated. As the mages from the Royal Mage Academy began to feel the pressure that any slip-up from them now could decisively influence the outcome of the match, the crowd roared with excitement, lost in the thrill of the fast-paced combat, unconcerned that the team they were rooting for was struggling. They were simply reveling in the spectacle, while some of the most devoted supporters of the Royal Mage Academy, like their students in the crowd, bit their nails as the battle near the War God Academy's flag reached its climax. To the Royal Mage Academy team, they felt that if they were to fall, it would mean that all the population of mages would be free to attack their captain. On another note, they wouldn't worry about their captain facing a whole team by himself, but the War God Academy had proven themselves to be not just any ordinary team. They had shown how much of a thorn they were, and at the moment, they spectators felt that the main battle would actually be decided by the battle going on at both flag edges. Alec had finally arrived at the other edge and could see Liam holding onto the necks of both Indrik and Pale. The area around them was covered in ice and wood, with Pale's special black ice ability on one shoulder of Liam, but it didn't seem to affect him much. Looking to the edge, he could see Magneto sprawled on the ground with a wide hole in his chest, slowly repairing itself with the mana in the air, but it would still take a long time before the hole would close up. Seeing all this, Alec slowly came down. As his boots touched the ground, he took his time to really observe the person before him, Liam Tudor, a royal blood of the Northern Kingdom, suspected to have time ability. A handsome man with a very unique set of eyes, blonde hair with his charisma and aura were completely on another level. Even though he had a smile on, Alec could feel like he was facing another monster. "I guess you're their boss," Liam said, still maintaining his smile. "Be careful," Pale struggled to talk, but eventually Alec heard a crack as Liam twisted their necks, killing them in the process as he threw out their bodies, and the bright light flashed and swallowed up their bodies again. Liam looked at Alec, the calm on his face making him almost doubt if truly Alec was even their captain, as his facial expressions didn't change one bit. "Now look at this, it appears I've stumbled upon yet another pretender. Why did you not attempt to save your comrades? Perhaps having more numbers would have given you a fighting chance against me, but now here you are, stranded and without any help," Liam jeered, his hands outstretched. Alec, unbothered, promptly responded, "I'll avenge their elimination. Let's cease this pointless banter and resume the battle, shall we?" He placed his right hand on the hilt of his Changdao, ready for action. Holding his ground, Liam chuckled, "I find you intriguing." In an instant, Liam transformed into a blur, charging at Alec. However, Alec was not far behind as he moved too. His movement might not have been as swift as Liam's, but his momentum was just as unwavering. The silence fell over the crowd once more, their attention fixated on the impending confrontation that could ultimately determine the outcome. As Alec and Liam finally clashed, the crowd watched in anticipation, attempting to discern the outcome of their lightning-fast exchange. Liam, moving like a blur, brushed past Alec, leaving the spectators in awe and unsure of who had struck whom first. Alec was the first to turn around, only for the crowd to discover a deep cut across his chest. However, to his surprise, no blood dripped from the wound. It was covered by the same black ice as Pale's variant ice power, making him feel increased weight but manageable. As the realization left Alec astonished, he had believed such powers to be exceedingly rare, and he hadn't expected to encounter another mage with the same abilities as Pale. Initially, Alec had been on high alert, expecting Liam to unleash a time spell, as he is rumored to be a time mage. Even the crowd, who already believed that Liam had the upper hand, was shocked when Liam too turned towards Alec, and they saw a line of blood streaking down his own chest. "I'm becoming increasingly interested in you," Liam exclaimed, a smile of joy and surprise playing on his lips as he examined the deep wound on his chest. Liam had never imagined that Alec, despite being slower, could keep pace with his lightning reflexes. He even began to suspect that Alec had intentionally allowed himself to be cut, just to have an opportunity to land a counterattack. Liam's irritation grew as he realized he had failed to anticipate Alec's hidden motive behind the assault. How much more talking will you do before you finally come after me? Alec challenged, moving towards Liam with a display of deft footwork that closed the distance between them effortlessly. Without wasting a moment, Alec brandished his Changdao with both hands as he struck down, aiming to gain the upper hand. But Liam simply joined both of his hands together, causing the surrounding area to be mysteriously covered in a surge of plants. Vines shot out, attempting to restrain Alec, but he wouldn't be defeated by such simplicity. With an unnatural backwards duck, Alec evaded the vines, refusing to be restrained. With the Changdao supporting him, piercing the ground, Alec struggled to regain his footing, however. Liam showed no interest in giving him a moment to recover, conjuring dual short axes crafted from ice and slashing down with them. "Fuck," Alec exclaimed in pain as the icy slash sent him hurtling through the air. However, he managed to twist his body and land gracefully on the ground, though not without sustaining 2 scratches on his body. Alec now regarded Liam in a different light. He had witnessed Liam display 2 distinct power stone resembling pails and the other mirroring Indrix. While Alec had the urge to retaliate with an overwhelming spell of his own, his instincts warned him to proceed with caution. He had a suspicion that Liam had not truly awakened these powers, but had somehow copied them, explaining why he had restrained himself from employing elemental attacks. Alec deduced that Liam possessed the ability to replicate elemental spells. "I thought you were eager to fight, what's the holdup?" Liam taunted, closing in on Alec while swinging one of the ice axes. Alec quickly shifted back and positioned the Changdao in front of him to deflect the second attack that followed. Clang. Alec absorbed the onslaught of the attacks, pushing him back, however, in that moment. A smirk formed on Alec's face, provoking an angered response from Liam. "That's it, isn't it? I believe you can copy spells, but it seems you can't use a spell you haven't seen. That's why you haven't shown something different, since I'm not casting a spell. How long can you endure this barrage before you need to cool down? Seems like you're growing desperate," Alec taunted, causing Liam's anger to finally show for the first time. Liam discarded the axes and grabbed onto Alec's shoulders, bringing him down and delivering a knee strike to Alec's nose. He then swung Alec and threw him toward another nearby tree. Bang! Alec's back collided with the tree, clearing out a section of the forest upon impact, but in the following instant, he rose to his feet, wearing a confident smile on his face as he prepared to face Liam once again. "This is quite boring," Alec remarked, raising his hand to wipe the blood off his lips. Suddenly, flashes of light began to fall from the sky, but they were not targeting their current location. Liam looked at Alec and said, "I hope you still find this as boring as possible when my team eventually takes your flag." "Well, I know for a fact that my team has won that battle. With the plan I have set, they would have worn out your team by the time my vice-captain arrives, so get prepared. Just as my team has done their part, I have to do mine," Alec responded, attempting to move forward. However, after walking for about 3 seconds, Alec felt himself being pulled back to where he had started, as if caught in a rewind. In that moment, the desperate expression on Liam's face disappeared, replaced by a smile. "I have to say you are quite the scheme. Though I have great confidence in my team, it's clear that you have truly outwitted them. As you claim, if victory of my team hasn't been announced yet, it means you have gotten them good. But you see, I have always aimed to be one step ahead," Liam revealed. "Yes, I can copy other people's abilities. My primary ability, however, is time traps, a branch of the time element. It was often belittled since I didn't possess the main time manipulation ability, but with my copying ability, I can adapt and become something else," Liam explained. "Indeed, you are good. You were able to discern the cool-down aspect of my copying ability, which you were cautious about. But there is one thing you overlooked. I was acting desperate to lure you into a trap, so farewell, Alec. I have a team to eliminate. Enjoy being trapped in my time loop," Liam said, starting to walk away with closed eyes, humming contentedly. At that moment, he didn't care about explaining his powers to Alec, as he believed victory was already within his grasp. "And where do you think you're going?" Alec's voice echoed, reaching Liam as he opened his eyes and looked ahead. Standing before him at that very moment was Alec himself. "How is this possible? It's practically impossible to break free from a time loop until its duration runs out," Liam complained, perplexed by what had just transpired. "You know, you're not the only one who sets traps," Alec responded, retrieving one of the random spell cards he had acquired from the chronomancer. Infusing his mana into it, he threw the card towards Liam. Although Liam and the spectators only saw what appeared to be a talisman being thrown, Alec knew it was much more. The card streaked towards Liam with incredible speed, and as it drew closer, it transformed into an astral image of the chronomancer, with his hand outstretched towards Liam. Liam attempted to move, but discovered he couldn't evade the attack. It seemed to be locked onto him. leaving him no choice but to defend against the unknown impending attack. However, that was the problem. He had no idea what would happen. The astral image of the chronomancer finally touched his hand. Mid-tier spell time pause. Liam froze the moment he heard the chronomancer's words. The astral image burst into black flames and the talisman vanished. Alec began walking towards the Royal Mage Academy flag, his attention still focused on Liam in case he managed to break free from the time pause. However, deep down, he knew it was unlikely. Liam had no counter for the time pause spell. He wanted to clench his fists or grit his teeth in frustration, but he remained frozen in the position he had been standing when the chronomancer's image touched him. Alec felt fortunate that Liam didn't possess a strong affinity for the time trap ability that he had awakened, as his weak affinity was the reason that Alec was able to summon one of the random spell cards while in the time loop and seize the advantage. Infusing his mana into the spell card, Alec marveled as it transformed into a time negation spell. He couldn't believe his luck, obtaining the right spell on his first attempt. But as Alec reflected on this fortunate outcomes, a realization dawned on him, as it seemed that the card had randomly activated the spell he needed at that precise moment, as long as the chronomancer had possessed knowledge of it. With the flag in hand, Alec proudly removed it, symbolizing the victory of the War God Academy team, as the announcement of their triumph resounded throughout the arena, ringing out triumphantly 3 times. As the implications of the match outcome sank in, the crowd erupted in astonishment. However, the VIP spectators and the representatives from the other 7 great academies were left in a state of confusion and silence. What is going to happen now? I feel like we've deviated from the planned script. Damien voiced his disbelief. The victory of the War God Academy seemed too easy to comprehend. The sense remained for them that the match wasn't truly concluded and that a continuation should have followed. Yet, unfortunate for them, this was indeed the end, and there would be no rematch, as the team they had considered favorites had unequivocally lost. What the hell was the captain of the Royal Mage Academy thinking? Not only did he lose foolishly, but he also failed to expose the powers of that War God Academy brat. The only thing we know about him is his ability to summon golems, remarked Derek, the captain of Onyx Academy, frustration evident in his words. Rising from his chair, he began walking away. Derek had witnessed everything he wanted to see. In his eyes, the War God Academy team comprised a group of weaklings who relied solely on Alec. However, their resilience was undeniable, as no opponent had been able to defeat them thus far, as they were getting used to absorbing the attacks until Alec eventually led them to a win. Derek attributed this to Alec's numerical advantage, outnumbering their opponents with his golems. Based on this skewed perception, he left the rest of the academy to process their shock and contemplate how to rein in Alec should they ever face him. But Derek considered himself a different breed. He was prepared to meet Alec halfway, if that was what Alec desired. Now, would you look at that arrogant guy from Onyx thinking he's better than us just because his powers are similar to Alec's? He probably believes that if he ever faces Alec, all he has to do is match the number of summoned golems, and he'll be able to win the match as long as he can restrain Alec, Thalia remarked, scoffing at the departing Derek. However, the other captains waiting were unfazed by his exit. Their concerns lay elsewhere. They were more preoccupied with the presence of a new contender among the top 8 teams, as it meant they needed to eliminate the War God Academy swiftly to avoid losing too much face that the Royal Mage Academy had lost. Now this is a development I never expected to witness, old man. I thought you were confident in winning this competition when you agreed to host it. Yet, it seems your golden team was defeated even before they could showcase their true potential, a cloaked figure uttered towards the dean of the Royal Mage Academy. The dean, enraged and unable to refute his words, gritted his teeth. The sole reason he had volunteered to host the first round of the competition was because he believed his academy had what it took to elevate their ranking. Turning towards the figure, the dean glared intensely before storming off, knowing he had much to discuss with the Royal Mage Academy team that had just been eliminated from the Colosseum. As he walked away, he noticed someone who had been trying to leave since the start of the match, now firmly rooted to their chair without moving an inch. This person had seen something a brief but lasting memory: Alec Gordon's ability to utilize black flames. I'm certain that what I witnessed were the variant Hell Flames. That boy has awakened the Hell Flames. It seems that Ray's boy has awakened the same power as him. If they Ray's enemies in the Blaze clan were aware of his awakening of the Black Flame, he would attract numerous adversaries, and they have now decided to ignore him, considering him insignificant. However, if he starts demonstrating such potential like Ray, he will become targeted by forces he is unaware of, the elder murmured to himself. He was the representative sent by the Blaze clan to observe this round, and he felt fortunate to have witnessed the Hell Flames, As he completed his musings, he noticed that many of the VIP spectators had already departed. Although it was concluded that the War God Academy team emerged victorious, but the deans from other academies didn't take them seriously, as they found it hard to believe their teams could suffer defeat in such a manner. The battle between the two captains had been less intense than they expected for a climax of such a heated match, but it provided then a glimpse into Alec's cunning nature. But another matter intrigued the VIP. They were eager to uncover the identity of the talisman creator of the talisman which Alec had relied to win. Talisman, alchemist, forger, and array path mages were exceedingly rare to find, yet they were the most sought-after types of mages. The talisman Alec had released clearly demonstrated high mastery, reaching the pinnacle of mid-level power. Its effectiveness against Liam left them yearning to invest their savings in recruiting this brilliant talisman path mage they had conjured in their minds. While they may have acted disinterested in the affairs of the War God Academy, the truth was that they were all competing to reach Selene first, each one eager to discover the true identity of the talisman mage responsible for creating the powerful artifacts Alec wielded to secure victory in the match. However, while the others hurried towards Selene, she remained rooted to the ground, her gaze locked on the screen in front of her. The announcement of her team's victory still felt like a dream to her, leaving her in a state of astonishment. She held 2 gourds of wine she just bought, her sister by her side, Selena's slaughter tinged, as Selene looked with a sense of disbelief at the team's victory. "I'm starting to fancy this captain of yours, introduce me properly." Selena purred seductively, but her sister paid her no heed, preoccupied with the memory of squandering all the money the Academy had provided to her in case the team miraculously made it to the top 8. Contemplating the hefty sum of magic crystals she had to part with was giving her a headache. "I need to reassess my gambling habits before it spirals out of control. I should indulge in gambling less," Selene murmured, torn between feeling proud of leading the team beyond the Academy's expectations and the looming realization that she might not be able to afford the fee required to progress to the second round of the inter-academy competition. The cover that surrounded the arena of the Colosseum finally retracted back, allowing the crowd to see the teams that have just participated in one of their best battles since the competition began. The two teams stared at each other intently, however. Alec found himself bearing the brunt of both admiration and criticism as his name was chanted. While he received abundant praise, it came with a fair share of animosity since he was responsible for eliminating the favorite team of the capital residents. Now all eyes were on the War God Academy team, not as failures trying to rewrite history that had once taken place, but as fan favorites due to the intensity and captivating nature of their battles. Most students from ordinary academies redirected their cheers towards the War God Academy team. Having seen their own academies bow out early, they rallied behind the dark horse that defied expectations and persisted in the competition. It felt as though they had found someone to carry the hopes of their defeated teams against the overpowering Great 8 academies. "Next time we meet, I promise to settle this debt of defeat by cutting off one of your hands," Louis Blade declared with a grin as he approached Lucas. "You're welcome any day, any time, but imagine the elders' faces when they discover we've matched their new generation blades King Realm," Lucas responded to Louis. "I don't cares about those old men or their opinion. All I desire is to hone my swordsmanship each day, perfecting my technique until I am truly invincible," Louis retorted, placing both hands behind his neck as he gazed contemplatively at the sky, engrossed in Lucas' words. Lucas and Louis had been dispatched to the Northern Kingdom because the clan doubted their worthiness to ascend to a higher level of swordsmanship, although there were low expectations for them, but the Blade clan had made preparations to assist Lucas and anyone else in achieving their goals. However, when Lucas requested to be sent to the rundown War God Academy instead of one of the prestigious academies in the Northern Kingdom, it shocked the clan elders, as they believed Lucas had given up on competing with the younger generation of the Blade clan for the title of Blade King. But they were mistaken. Lucas was simply drawn to the rich history of the War God Academy, as he felt a strong connection there. The Blade clan eagerly sent him away to pursue his own path of learning, having already eliminated him and his brother from their considerations as future pillars of the clan, so they didn't bother much about them. As they reminisced, Louis broke the silence. "Now, come to think of it, which realm do you think that monster has reached by now?" Louis said as he walked away, his hands still folded behind his neck nonchalantly. Louis interjected with a carefree tone, "All I know is that if he starts feeling threatened by 2 outcasts like us, who were sent away from the clan, he might come after our head, just to keep his title as this generation's Blade King. Well, that's all, see you later, bro." He saluted Lucas and walked away. Observing their interaction, Alec couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Having overheard the conversation between the twin brothers, he found it to be one of the most unsettling discussions he had ever heard between siblings. He was perplexed by all the talk of killing and cutting off hands, but seeing the big smile on Lucas's face after he had faced Lewis a few minutes ago as if he wanted to decapitate him made him question whether it was just their peculiar way of expressing care for each other. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the rest of the team waved their hands at the spectators and the new fans they had seemingly acquired. For the first time, it actually feels good to have people watching me fight, even if I die fast, Pale mentioned. Well, that's because this is the first time they're genuinely dedicated to cheering us on, Indrik, who was by his side, added. They walked out of the arena through the same hall they had used to enter the Colosseum in the first place. As they were walking, Alec turned around only to see a grumpy Liam still glaring at him. Liam harbored a huge sense of resentment towards Alec due to the way he had lost. Technically, Alec had never even defeated him one-on-one, but Alec had still ended up taking the win. And winning was the main goal of all the teams, but Liam was furious that Alec had countered the trap set for him and ended up trapping him, the very person who came up with the trap set up to win. Unable to liberate himself from the time pause trap, Liam had inadvertently given Alec the advantage to win easily. Such humiliation made him mad every time he thought about it. Despite this, many die-hard fans of the Royal Mage Academy insisted that in a real fight against Liam, Alec would eventually be beaten to pulp by Liam. They believed wholeheartedly that Alec's victory was a fluke, as he had used an underhanded method. But they conveniently forgot who had first resorted to such methods, probably because they were still reeling from the fact that their team had fallen off their pedestal as one of the Great Eight this year. This loss meant they couldn't brag about their status anymore. But no matter what the crowd thought at this moment, Liam felt an overwhelming urge to kill Alec, though he was doing his utmost to conceal his intent. Liam was one of the few royals chosen for a secret mission, but to be included, he had to reach the final round of the competition. This was why his elimination stung so deeply. Alec noticed Liam's deadly gaze and smiled back at him. While others might have missed the concealed killing intent, Alec certainly did not. After all, Alec was accustomed to the blood-killing intent created by the bloody Changdo. So for someone like Liam, who hadn't killed as much as Alec or even developed a proper killing intent, masking his malicious intent in front of Alec was mere child's play. Alec could always detect it as long as it was directed at him. The 5 victorious members couldn't wipe the grins off their faces as they strolled down the passage hall. Waiting for them at the end were the other 6 members of the team, pumping their fists in excitement. Everyone was elated by their victory and advancement to the next stage. However, Selene stood off to the side, hands on her hips, a stern expression on her face. "What's got you in a sour mood? Did you lose a bet?" Alec asked as he joined the rest of the team, leaving the celebratory hugs and shouts behind. To get a briefing on the situation and ensure everything was all right, he was relieved when she initially shook her head no, but then, to his dismay, she shook her head yes. Bet aside, what has me bothered now is still not serious, but it's making me concerned because a future conflict might arise from it. Selene spoke up, capturing the attention of the team, who had temporarily suspended their jubilation. "So what's the problem? Let's see if we can find a solution," Alec proposed, hoping for a straightforward resolution. However, Selene shook her head, indicating it wasn't as simple as that. "It's not that simple from my perspective. The only one who can make a decision for themselves in this situation is Pale," Selene explained, stretching her left hand towards the side. Alec's gaze followed her outstretched hand until he noticed 3 middle-aged men standing in one corner. Taking his time to observe them closely, he finally recognized their true identity and discerned their potential connection to Pale. Although Selene had introduced them in such a way that they no longer concealed themselves at the side, as they approached Pale, who had remained oblivious to their presence due to his celebration with his teammates. "We have discovered that you, Pale Zero, have awakened a variant ice power, and we have come to invite you back to the clan house at core of the capital. You can live there, where you will be better taken care of and looked after," the man in the middle stated, making his way towards a bewildered Pale. "You should have informed the clan earlier, especially after awakening your ability. We would have withdrawn you from this barbaric academy in time, allowing you to hone your abilities without suffering such a humiliating defeat from your own power," one of the men on the side remarked. Alec's anger grew at the derogatory term they used to describe the War God Academy, said right in front of them and one of the academy's top student. It seemed as though they had no regard for the academy's reputation. Alec noticed that as they approached, the man in the middle swung his hand, conjuring a thin veil of ice that enveloped Pale and the 3 men. At that moment, Alec could no longer hear their conversation. "What is this really about? Pale doesn't strike me as a prominent young master in the Zero clan neither. Is he someone holding a high position? So why are they trying to withdraw him from the War God Academy now? Could they be trying to disrupt our team?" Alec, no longer interested in listening to them, turned to Selene and asked. He's not exactly a young master, more like someone who was reluctantly accepted due to his father's prominent status within the clan. They're only here because he awakened a variant ice ability, Selene explained, emphasizing the reason for their presence. You have to realize that the Zero clan rarely produces variant element mages like the Blaze clan, but when they do, they tend to be exceptionally strong. That's why they're here for him. If he had been a core member of the clan, it could have been a good opportunity for him. But now, I'm sure they're only interested in grooming and brainwashing him to serve the clan, Selene explained. Alec shook his head in disbelief, but as he observed Selene walking towards the thin veil, he realized that it was no longer just a conversation. It seemed like Pale was being pressured, and the atmosphere became tense. That's enough, he said. He is not interested, Selene declared, swatting her hand and shattering the ice veil as if it were fragile paper. The Zero clansmen looked at her in astonishment, realizing that she had overheard their conversation despite the sound barrier they have inserted. They turned their attention to Pale, who kept his head bowed. You will regret this, whether you like it or not. We will acquire it from you, believe it, the man in the middle threatened. It seems I didn't make myself clear enough, Selene spoke calmly, her voice laced with determination. Pale, who is a student under my watch, is uninterested in your proposal. Any harm directed towards him will only lead to your own demise. As she spoke, countless bubbles of water began to appear around them, heightening the intensity of the situation. Even Alec, who stood beside Selene, could feel the immense pressure being radiated from her. Though it wasn't aimed at him, he was certain that the individuals before them were feeling it even more intensely. However, the man in the middle snickered despite the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let's see how you back that up, he taunted, his voice shaky but laced with defiance. With that, they finally turned away and walked off. Alec glanced at Pale, feeling at a loss for words to console him. He was not particularly close to Pale. He had only recently begun getting to know this alternate version of him. A few minutes later, in another location, the Zero clan elder who had witnessed the battle between the War God Academy and the Royal Mage Academy was seen kneeling before an older man with lustrous silver hair. The elder folded his hands behind his back, with his back turned towards the elder. The three clansmen whom the elder had sent to discuss with Pale entered the scene. They bowed respectfully before the older man. Addressing him, "We greet you, Lord Enforcer," they spoke in unison. What is his response? The Lord Enforcer questioned, his voice deep and commanding, despite not turning to face them. We pressured him, but he has not said anything, however. Before we could try to persuade him further, the coordinator of the War God Academy interrupted us. The man in the middle reported, I suppose being diplomatic didn't yield the desired outcome. I'll have to resolve this through force. Gather all the top mid-level enforcers still at the base, the Lord Enforcer declared before finally acknowledging the elderly man kneeling before him. Now, it is crucial that no information about Pale reaches the core family of the clan, or you will regret the rest of your days alive, the Lord Enforcer of the esteemed Ancient Zero clan declared, his powerful voice filled with authority. If you have understood the gravity of my message, proceed to explain to me in detail how this new variant power operates. As he spoke, he gracefully lowered himself to sit on a throne of ice that erupted from the ground, enveloping his body with its chilling embrace. The draw for the second round and the battle format is out, Selene announced as she burst into a luxurious living room that is attached to different rooms. All members of the War God Academy team looked up from whatever they were doing and eagerly approached Selene, keen to find out who they would be facing next. When they checked the realm levels of the remaining Academy team members, it gave them quite a fright. However, after thinking about it for a moment, they realized that every team they had defeated so far had been strong, not weak or equal to them in strength. And the feeling of emerging victorious against such formidable teams was exhilarating, surpassing even the excitement of hearing the crowd's cheers. Are we the first match this time? Lucas asked. No, we're not, Selene replied. That's better. Opening the competition was quite awkward, thankfully. We're not first this time, Arthur said with relief. Talk as if you actually participated in the fight. My ass was handed to me out there, Endrix said, reminiscing about how his powers had been duplicated and used against him more effectively than he had ever managed. That experience against Liam had motivated him to train harder to become more adept at controlling his affinity element. The first battle is between Holy Grail Academy and Bloodline Academy, followed by Battle Mage Academy versus Witches Wizards Academy, Onyx Academy versus Gate Academy, and finally our match, Vajra Academy versus War God Academy, Selene explained. That's the draw for the second round. Each team will pick 5 members to fight, Selene was explaining when Arthur interrupted. Is this not almost like last time, always 5 fighters? Why do they not make the numbers a little bit higher? Arthur suggested. Arthur had expressed his concern because he believed he might never have a chance to participate if only 5 mages were allowed to compete. He knew that Alec would always choose the squad he believed would secure victory, and Arthur wanted to show Alec that he could also contribute to overcoming challenges, even if they were in the squad as reserve team at the first place. Please don't interrupt me. You don't need to worry because if there are serious injuries, almost every team will end up fielding their full lineup at the third rounds, Selene reassured him firmly. She went on to explain the battle format, saying, each team will send out representatives to initiate the fights. The winner can then decide to continue by facing the next mage from the defeated academy, or they can step down and allow another team member to take over if they feel they aren't in a position to continue. However, you should be prepared for real pain, as this won't be like the magical space of the Colosseum. In the Grand Arena, every injury is critical, as it determines if you can continue fighting or not, Selene elaborated, her tone conveying the seriousness of the situation. Until all 5 members of one team are defeated, that is when we get a winner, Selene added, clarifying the important aspect of the battle format. Alec, on the other hand, was sensing a discrepancy in the rules due to the qualification of the War God Academy team. Why aren't they implementing safer methods? People could end up losing their lives if we fight like we did in the first rounds. Typically, it's not as harsh as you might think. A referee oversees the matches and is responsible for stepping in and stopping the fight if they believe one of the combatants has emerged as the winner. However, I don't want you to rely too heavily on the referee being on our side, as they might also harbor biases and disregard the rules a little to their will, Selene explained, cautioning Alec. But you shouldn't worry too much, as long as your team defeat their opponent thoroughly, ensuring they are unable to rise again. The referee will have no choice but to declare it a victory for us, Selene concluded, her voice laced with conviction. That will be all for now. The first match is scheduled to start tomorrow, and I encourage all of you to go witness and experience firsthand the distinct superiority of the Great Eight compared to the other academies, Selene announced before exiting the room. Finally, we have arrived at this point. All that remains is for us to take the stage and captivate the crowd with our unwavering determination, Alec murmured to himself, making his way towards a side of the room covered by what appeared to be a water magic barrier. Through the barrier, Alec could glimpse the magnificent and expansive battle ring. The arena resembled a colossal building, with 8 distinct houses arranged at the angles and the central arena serving as the focal point. The arena had a seating capacity for thousands of spectators, which astounded Alec. It was incredible to fathom that this arena was specifically constructed to accommodate the top 8 academies for this competition, and when they were at the capital. Within the castle of the Zero Clan's Lord Enforcer, around 20 mages stood bowing before him while he sat upon his icy throne. My lord, we are aware that they have vacated the inn and have moved towards the arena building, as well as paid the requisite fees. This implies that your plan to swindle their coordinator of all their money did not succeed, and high-ranking enforcer of the Zero Clan, positioned beside the ice throne, conveyed to the Lord Enforcer. That was initially my intention when I targeted that bastard Alec of the Blaze clan. His father was responsible for the death of my first child. Even if I never believed they could qualify for the top 8, I still wanted to prevent them from entering the arena, so I could exact my revenge, and in some way alleviate the pain I have endured, the Lord Enforcer responded, his voice filled with vengeful determination. But since I cannot kill a man who is already dead, I will just take his son's life. But now, not only do I have the opportunity to take his son's life, but to shape a better future for my other child, and all I must do is sacrifice the potential of another child from the inner branch of our clan. Thus, I am prepared to face the challenge. I understand that they are currently at the arena, which makes it much harder, but I have made a deal that grants us 20 minutes to infiltrate their building without encountering any guards. I have given up a great deal for this opportunity. Remember, if you cannot kill Ray's son, prioritize the capture of Pale and retreat. For now, he remains our top priority. Do you understand? The Enforcer Lord asked, his piercing gaze fixed upon the High Enforcer. And the High Enforcer nodded in response, raising his right hand to his face as he conjured an ice mask as it reflected his cold demeanor. Move out. We must complete the mission without any conflicts or complications within the time frame provided by the guards. On this occasion, I will not participate in the attack, but instead I will be the lookout, ensuring the smooth escape of everyone once the mission is accomplished, the High Enforcer declared. As the 20 mid-enforcers before him nodded in agreement, out of the 20 gathered mid-enforcers, 3 were Tier 6 while the rest were Tier 5. Now, let us proceed, the High Enforcer ordered. Each of them retrieved a mask and placed it over their faces before disappearing from the palace in a flash. Nightfall had finally arrived. inducing a sense of nervous anticipation within every member of the War God Academy team as the second round of the Inter-Academy competition approached. In their respective rooms, most of the team focused diligently on cultivating. Since Alec kept providing them cultivation pills, Selene had been curious about the source of these pills and had considered asking Alec about it on multiple occasions. However, in order to avoid putting him in an awkward position, she refrained from doing so. Initially, the team members were hesitant to continue collecting the pills, fully aware of their significant value. Yet over time, they grew accustomed to the arrangement. In fact, they shamelessly competed for the pills, as Alec constantly found ways to secure additional sets for them. Having heeded Alec's advice to allow the residual energy from the pills to dissipate, they temporarily stopped consuming them in order to exhaust the remaining energy within their bodies. As they moved into the grand arena, the combination of the environment and the efficiency of the pills provided them with a platform for substantial advancements, even if they did not immediately break through to the next realm. However, not everyone focused solely on diligent cultivation to reach the next realm. Some members were dedicated to consolidating their current realm and mastering their skills. Among those who were not in their rooms were Alec, Lucas, Brandon, and Arthur. At that moment, all four of them found themselves in the training room of their quarters. Lucas had entered as usual to engage in his regular sword training, only to be surprised by the presence of two additional individuals in the room with Alec. Typically, it was mainly the two of them who utilized the training room late at night. Lucas had always believed in the importance of honing his skills and saw Alec as someone who might be more focused on constant cultivation. However, he was taken aback when he consistently found Alec in the training room after they arrived at the inn. This revelation completely changed Lucas' perspective of Alec. Little did he know that Alec was not naturally inclined towards extensive training. Alec, in fact, preferred spending his time in his room developing new golems whenever he could, trying to picture the next combination of his world and this world. However, ever since acquiring the Bloody Chandao and becoming a Blood Reaper, Alec's daily activities had forced him to prioritize honing his sword skills. On this particular day, both Brandon and Arthur approached Alec, requesting to train together just like they used to, and this was the reason Lucas found them in the training room. With the two of them facing Alec, Lucas noticed that even with their combined efforts, they couldn't manage to put much pressure on him. Intrigued, Lucas asked if he could join in, and to his surprise, Alec welcomed the idea, shocking Lucas as he didn't expect Alec to agree. Alec realized that not only were Brandon and Arthur improving through their duels, but by facing them, he was also enhancing his own skills and spells, pushing the experience bar limits of his mental energy and combat abilities. The training room reverberated with the sound of their clashes as they relentlessly exchanged strikes. Alec found himself occasionally pushed back, but with a smirk on his face, as he absorbed each attack, he could feel himself growing alongside the three individuals sparring with him. Just as they were sparring, Alec stopped, and an attack from Brandon had hit him, sending him flying backwards as he turned mid-air and positioned his legs on the wall nearby, and on his face was a perplexed look. "What is the problem?" Arthur asked, as he knew the attack that had hit Alec was one of the weakest attack unleashed at him, as it was actually meant to be a feint. The fact it hit showed that Alec was not concentrating. "Someone is here. Alec mentioned you mean another member of the team is about to join us. That means someone feels they hit the cap of cultivating again," Arthur said, but Alec shook his head. "What I'm feeling is more than one mana frequency, and they definitely do not belong to someone from our team. And there is definitely no way more than one team would come see us in our quarters of the grand arena this late at night," Alec said as he came down. Without even wasting time, Alec summoned Legion. "Start a wide area scam immediately, and tell me the situation of things," Alec commanded, as he started to unsheath his Chandao from its scabbard. All this while he had been sparring with it inside its scabbard, but if what was happening was what he suspected, then he would want to handle it with a bladed part than a cover blade. "I'm afraid that you have been surrounded," Legion said as the countenance of rest of them in the room changed in that instant. "How many people's signal can you pick?" Alec asked another question as he started walking to the exit of the training room with Lucas, Arthur, and Brandon following behind. "There are about 12 mages of higher realm than me, but I highly doubt that is the exact number of enemies waiting for you. It's clear they might just be skilled at hiding their aura. Even with these 12, I was only able to pinpoint them because they got closer, and a group is about to open the door," Legion relayed to Alec and the others, their tension growing as they awaited the door's opening. Finally, someone arrived, but they were masked, accompanied by only 2 other mages. As Alec and his allies observed them, they realized that the newcomers were also assessing them. Once the figure in the middle finished scrutinizing Alec's group, he took out a pearly object from his pocket and spoke into it. "There are no signs of pale, but I have located Alec Gordon with 3 other individuals. How should I proceed with this situation? What should I do with the rest of the mages with him?" The mage at the middle inquired into the pearl ball. Alec remained motionless, intentionally refraining from taking him down, as he wanted to hear the voice of the one who had sent them. "The others are of no importance. Just knock out Alec and capture him. The second team will take care of Pale. Move quickly, and if the other kids cause trouble, eliminate them too." Voice emanated from the pearl, sending a sense of smugness to the figure in the middle, as he confidently stepped forward after receiving the message. Alec, analyzing the situation, realized that the voice and their interest in Pale did not align with the Blaze clan, as he had waited trying to confirm if it was the Blaze clan doing. He had interacted with enough members of the Blaze clan to perceive that they would never hide behind masks for such deeds. They preferred the attention that showing their faces brought. With this newfound understanding, Alec maintained his composure, fully aware of the imminent danger. "You heard my master. I don't want to hurt you kids now, as long as you get." The mage's words were cut short as his head was decapitated swiftly by Alec, sending it flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, Alec cleaned the blood off the Changdao's scabbard and slid it back in place with precision. The scabbard pulsated with energy, having absorbed the spilled blood. "Stop wasting my time, you fools. I have other matters to attend to," Alec said, assuming a stance and extending his hand in a boxing position. The 2 mages who had entered with the recently killed one were staring at his severed head in shock. They didn't move an inch from where they stood. Despite both being at the peak of the Tier 4 mage realm, they recognized that the fallen mage was a high Tier 5 and had been the strongest among them and was therefore allowed to lead by their master. But his head had been severed with a single swipe, leaving them puzzled and uncertain about whether to advance or retreat. Either option seemed fraught with peril. If they retreated, their master would surely punish them. Advancing seemed to promise only certain death, especially when they saw the fierce determination in Alec's eyes. Swoosh. While Alec pondered his next move, 2 golden rods shot towards the 2 Tier 5 mages at incredible speed. The first mage managed to raise his blade and deflect the attack, but the second was less fortunate, as the golden rod pierced his neck. Mid-tier spell-attached magic wind blade. Alec, still poised to attack, heard Arthur's voice from behind him as a circular wind blade with sharp edges appeared at the point where the rod had struck the masked mage. The wind blade rotated with such speed that it eventually severed the second intruder's head. Blood splattered, but before it could reach Alec, who was at the forefront, he raised his left hand that was holding the Changdao, which pulsed with mysterious red energy. The red mist that emanated from it slowed down the descending blood. The Changdao then absorbed all the blood, causing Alec to hear a small belch from the blade, but he paid it no mind. The third mage, who had miraculously survived, quickly dashed out of the room. However, he wasn't fast enough and was eventually chased down and eliminated by Lucas. Alec and the rest of the team emerged from the training room, only to be confronted with the chaos unfolding in the living room. The rest of the mages that Legion had scanned were inside the room, and about 10 Tier 5 mages were restraining his team members. Alec's fury ignited upon witnessing this, and he conjured a red flame sword in his right hand. With his left hand, he raised his Changdao in a reverse grip, causing the flames to be absorbed by the bloody Changdao, and setting it ablaze when both his hands met in the middle. Without wasting a moment, Alec summoned all his golems, and together with the rest of the team, as they launched a counterattack, slowly but steadily regaining control of the situation. Meanwhile, Sophia had been injured, and Alec had tightened protect her. Outside the building of the War God Academy team, the high-rank enforcer from the ancient Zero clan observed all the chaos through a water barrier screen. He had led his team of 20 mid-rank enforcers to their mission site only to realize there was another group there. His expression was cold as he spoke. "Who the hell are these idiots who have jeopardized our mission?" the high-rank enforcer exclaimed, his voice devoid of warmth as his eyes glowed with an icy blue light. The sight of his now even more menacing ice mask added to the chilling atmosphere. "Get in there, the mission has now changed. Prioritize the kidnapping of Pale Zero. Anyone who obstructs you must be eliminated immediately," he commanded. "Yes, sir." The 20 mid-rank enforcers behind him responded in unison, swiftly entering the building. The arrival of these new masked intruders gave Alec a pounding headache, as he couldn't fathom how they could possibly overcome such overwhelming numbers. To Alec's astonishment, the new masked individuals with sky-blue-colored masks not only fought against his team, but also attacked the initial group of intruders. And it dawned on Alec that there were 2 distinct groups at play, with conflicting interests that led to the infighting. Initially, Alec had believed he was responsible for the conflict and felt guilty, thinking that the Blaze clan had sent mages to eliminate him. However, upon realizing the masks, he ruled out that possibility. Now faced with 2 separate opposing groups, Alec realized that the Blaze clan had nothing to do with the situation. However, he still struggled to understand why they were being attacked. How dare you attack students under my watch? A powerful and resonating voice boomed toward them. The members of the War God Academy team breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing the voice. Even before she appeared, the room filled with water droplets, signifying her presence. However, the masked mages paid no attention to her voice, as the three Tier 6 enforcers from the Zero clan had already rendered Pale unconscious and were attempting to escape amidst the chaos. But they were met with who Selene stood defiantly in front of the front door, blocking them, her hair cascading in wild waves around her. Hovering behind her were rotating water spears, their gleaming presence adding an element of danger to the scene. And it was also impossible to miss the imposing figure of a gigantic black crow, positioned just behind Selene. Across from her stood Alec, his hand on the hilt of his changdao. On the other side stood a mage from the opposing group of masked individuals, wearing a mask crafted from skeletons and a tattered cloak. Alec found it amusing that he still had 3 bones protruding from his mask, creating the illusion that the skeleton mask itself was wearing a crown. Additionally, he held a uniquely long sword in his hand, with the blade facing downward and the hilt firmly grasped by his 2 hands. The sword's hilt was made entirely of bones, although Alec couldn't determine which demonic creature had been sacrificed to create it. However, he could discern that the spine of the beast had been utilized. As Alec peered through the eye sockets of his skeleton mask, bright red light flashed. Suddenly, the 3 Tier 6 enforcers, assigned with the main mission of capturing Pale, dropped his unconscious body, and one of the enforcers remained with Pale, while the remaining 2 prepared for battle. Why do you Zero clan enforcers always act as if you rule the clan, when in reality, you are merely lapdogs for those in the core clan? The man wearing the skeleton mask rasped with a dry voice. The mention of the Zero clan caused Selene's expression to harden, as she recalled what she had unintentionally overheard when those clansmen of the Zero clan came for Pale. She now understood why her team had been attacked, but it only fueled her anger that the attackers had completely disregarded the War God Academy's reputation. However, Selene knew she couldn't act rashly now. Although chaos filled the room, with Alec's golems providing assistance, it was only a matter of time before the masked intruders were defeated. Therefore, Selene focused on the immediate concern at hand. "And who are you?" Selene asked, turning her attention toward the figure wearing the skeleton mask. "Young Lady Selene, I am but a humble mercenary unworthy of your attention. My services were hired to kidnap both Alec and Pale without any disturbances, but little did I anticipate the sensitivity and perceptiveness of the little mages under you," the skeleton-masked figure confessed. The moment our harmless group of mercenaries entered, we were immediately attacked. We had no choice but to defend ourselves, he continued, causing both Selene and Alec to be taken aback by his smooth and eloquent words. If Alec hadn't been present during the incident, he might have questioned the truth of what occurred. That's how convincing the skeleton-masked figure portrayed himself. "Humph, don't you dare use your disgusting abilities against me. Who do you think you are, calling yourselves mercenaries? You Dark Guild mages are the ones I despise the most. It seems like your group only assumes the title of mercenaries when things aren't going your way," Selene retorted, with the skeleton-masked figure playful demeanor quickly fading. "Well, you already know who I am. Regardless, both Pale and Alec are invaluable to my client, and I have received a substantial payment, guaranteeing their delivery," stated the skeleton-masked figure confidently. "I'd love to see you try," Selene challenged as she assumed a defensive stance. The water bubbles surrounding her moved in sync with her every motion, and her palms radiated a captivating blue water-like energy. "You arrogant brats," exclaimed one of the Tier 6 enforcers from the ancient Zero clan, growing fed up with being overlooked by Selene and the skeleton-masked figure, despite their holding of Pale captive. He felt they deserved a higher ranking in the situation, but Selene and the masked figure made them feel utterly insignificant. Feeling his pride as a Tier 6 mage being insulted, he charged towards the skeleton-masked figure, intentionally avoiding Selene due to her unknown strength. Their mission was clear: take Pale, eliminate Alec, and minimize conflict with the coordinator. Any interference from the other students should result in their demise. However, his attack wasn't solely driven by the need to avoid Selene. He believed that the Dark Guild's involvement was the reason for their mission becoming chaotic. It was frustrating for him to see that the Dark Guild had not only been exposed during their infiltration, but had also caused disruptions during the Zero clan enforcers' attempt to secure Pale, ultimately wasting their time and leading to Selene confronting them before their escape. "Idiot. While we both may be Tier 6 mages, we are not on the same level," the masked figure retorted, glancing at the mid-ranked enforcer who clenched his fist, launching a barrage of ice swords towards him. Low-tier spell Spectral Strike. Reacting swiftly, the skeleton-masked figure cast his own spell, causing the blade he held to radiate a vibrant green light. Witnessing the impending attack, Alex swiftly drew his own blade in response. Although they stood together, blocking the retreat path of the Zero Clan enforcers, it didn't mean they were allies. The Dark Guild was attempting to kidnap him, and his abhorrence for them had grown immeasurable, as the guild embraced the most despicable tasks, caring little for the harm caused as long as they achieved their own gains. Alec vividly remembered their involvement in the incident with the Third Elder, solidifying his unyielding distrust towards any member of the Dark Guild. As Alec observed the glowing great sword, he anticipated a slashing attack. However, something unexpected transpired. The masked figure plunged his sword swiftly into the ground. Astonishingly, Alec noticed how effortlessly the sword penetrated the earth's surface. As if the ground had willingly made way, the masked figure's sword effortlessly tunneled through the earth. In the blink of an eye, a large green glowing sword emerged from underneath the ground, piercing the chest of the enforcer who had been charging towards him. The enforcer's eyes bulged in shock as his life was abruptly extinguished. The masked figure retracted his sword from the ground, and the massive glowing blade vanished, leaving behind a lifeless body on the ground. Alec, awestruck by the astonishing display, felt a chill run down his spine. The hairs on his body stood on end as he gazed in disbelief at the skeleton masked figure before him. The playful demeanor that had characterized his earlier conversation had evaporated, revealing a monstrous genius. Killing someone of the same realm using only a low-tier spell demonstrated that the masked figure's capabilities far surpassed any expectations. He was undeniably on a completely different level. "It's been 15 minutes, retreat," boomed the voice of a high-rank enforcer, reverberating through the living room. Selene and the skeleton masked figure reacted instantly, their expressions changing. The powerful aura emanating from the voice made it apparent that the speaker was a Tier 7 mage, a rank that stood above both Selene and the masked figure even if they couldn't see him. Upon hearing the command, the remaining mid-tier enforcers ceased their fighting and swiftly began removing the bodies of their fallen comrades from the building, disappearing from sight. The two Tier 6 enforcers who remained attempted to carry Pale's body and make their escape. However, they were met with a water blade materializing beneath their necks, and a dark smoke emitted from the Black Crow, enveloping them. "Take even one more step with him, and I promise you won't leave this building with your head intact," Selene threatened, her voice compelling fear to grip the enforcers from the Zero Clan. Never before had they felt such humiliation, but they realized that Selene was not joking. Though she manipulated water element, one of the most fluid elements known to them, but the water blade she conjured appeared even sharper than most spirit equipment weapons they had witnessed. The skeleton masked figure smiled, a renewed interest gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Selene. He couldn't fathom the conviction she possessed. Placing her fate against a Tier 7 mage, it seemed she was willing to stand her ground, even if it meant going up against someone of that power. "Little one, you must understand this is a family matter. Give me face and let them go." The commanding voice of the high-rank enforcer resounded once again. "No," Selene retorted fiercely. "He was entrusted to my care by the Dean of War God Academy. If I lose him here, I will never be able to explain myself. The only way you will have him is if you kill me." Selene wasn't entirely sure why the Tier 7 mage had yet to attack, but she sensed that he was running out of time to have ordered a retreat. She believed his hesitation indicated he was cautious of something. As seconds ticked by, Selene grew more certain that he wouldn't launch an assault. The Tier 7 mage's patience persisted. Finally, after about 10 more seconds, and with Selene still refusing to release her control on Pale's unconscious body, the high-rank enforcer was forced to give another command to let him go. Reluctantly, the enforcers swiftly released Pale, and the water blade along with the black fog that had been hindering their movement dissipated. Just like that, they escaped from the building. With their departure, Selene turned her attention to the skeleton masked figure, who had regrouped with his team. "Hope we meet again, but you won't be so lucky next time," the skeleton masked figure taunted, gesturing with a wave of his hand. And a green light flashed as he vanished along with the rest of his group. The entire team, now left to catch their breath, surveyed the aftermath of the devastating encounter. What was once their beautiful room now lay in ruins, a testament to the fierce battle that had taken place. Many of them bore injuries, reminding them of the intense struggle they had just endured. All of this transpired with few hours left before the commencement of the second round of the Inter Academy competition. The spectators that gathered to witness the second round of the Inter Academy competition far exceeded the attendance of the first round. And this was despite the increased ticket fees. This clear indication showcased their excitement and eagerness to experience the intensity of the second round. A significant contributing factor to this overall enthusiasm was the Grand Arena. Its larger space compared to the Coliseum easily surpassed the former venue in popularity. Although it was a new location, the Grand Arena had its own VIP section, specially designed to accommodate esteemed figures from high and ancient clans. Additionally, several deans from other academies, who had initially decided not to participate, surprised everyone by attending. However, the most unexpected presence of all was the new dean of the War God Academy. No one had anticipated his appearance, causing a wave of astonishment among those entering the VIP section. Given that the War God Academy was often regarded as one of the lesser-esteemed academy, some members questioned whether it was a deliberate insult to have the dean seated alongside them. But upon deeper contemplation, they realized that if the dean of an academy ranked among the top 8 was not granted VIP access, it would certainly raise eyebrows. Within the VIP section, influential figures had even begun placing bets, hoping to profit from the competition. These wagers transcended monetary value, with each bet requiring participants to offer something of equal worth or personal significance. The stakes in the VIP section were considerably higher than those in the ordinary betting booths, as each wager entailed putting forth something immeasurable in terms of monetary value. "I never expected to encounter you again," the head abbot of Vajra Academy remarked, drawing nearer to the new dean of the War God Mage Academy. "It appears you have emerged from the shadow cast by your master and senior disciple." The new dean turned to face him, a slight smile gracing his features, deliberately concealing any discernible emotion from his countenance. He responded, "How can you make such a claim? My master remains my superior as the primary dean, while my senior disciple retains his authority as the leader of the punishment hall which is above me. Despite his current absence from the academy, essentially, I am still living in the shade of their accomplishments." The head abbot was taken aback by the new dean's unexpected response. Rather than becoming offended, the new dean chose to elaborate further on his subordinate role, indirectly referring to himself as unworthy and simply functioning under their influence. Setting that aside, I propose a wager on which academy will emerge victorious," the head abbot challenged, seeking to place a bet between their respective institutions. Turning to face the head abbot directly for the second time, the dean took in the image of the bald abbot, dressed in a black robe with a long staff in his right hand and a prayer bead adorning his neck. With a sarcastic tone, the dean questioned, "What exactly are you attempting to accomplish here? Are you seeking to claim my possessions? I thought monks were meant to cast aside all earthly belongings." The head abbot swiftly replied, his tone unwavering, "This has nothing to do with my personal desires. It is merely a bet to gauge the confidence we have in our academy's students. However, it is quite evident that you lack belief in your own academy's prowess. If you insist on taunting me, then I cannot shy away from your challenge. I accept your bet," the dean of the War God Academy responded, determined. "Present any possession you believe matches the caliber of my night and day blades. These were the weapons I wielded during my time in the mid-tier realm. They have been imbued with my mana ever since I ascended to the high ranks, making them superior to any other mid-rank spirit weapon. Furthermore, they have awakened an ego, indicating their potential to evolve to the high ranks," the dean explained confidently. "Now that I have placed my bet, you must meet me halfway and offer something of equal value," the dean stated, turning his attention to the head abbot. The head abbot, wearing a smile, took notice of the dual blades the dean had unveiled. He had not anticipated such extraordinary treasures when he proposed the bet. The weapons that met his gaze were beyond ordinary. Nurtured by a high-rank mage for years and possessing egos, these weapons could not be assigned a mere price tag. They were priceless. "I shall meet you there," the head abbot replied with enthusiasm, quickly retrieving something from the space bag hanging at his waist. However, he froze as his attention shifted elsewhere. The dean followed the gaze of the head abbot, only to discover the War God Academy team being led by Selene entering the grand arena. However, the dean's attention was fixated on the team of War God mages, unable to divert his gaze. The reason for his focus became apparent as all the members of the team were visibly covered in bruises and deep cuts. With the exception of Alec, Lucas, and Beatrice, the majority of the team displayed visible injuries, causing the dean to furrow his brow. Anyone with common sense could deduce that the War God Academy team had been subjected to an attack overnight. However, the identity of the aggressor remained a mystery. All they knew was that the team had been able to survive with most of the members sustaining significant damage, placing them at a substantial disadvantage, considering the battle format for the second round. As this realization settled, the dean heard a chuckle from the abbot. Without even turning back, he understood that the amusement stemmed from the state of his academy's team, which had heightened the likelihood of him losing the bet beyond his initial expectations. Previous night. Later that night, shortly after the masked intruders had fled, Selene left the room to speak with the royal guards responsible for safeguarding their section of the building. She intended to address the lack of assistance despite the commotion that had taken place at their building. Meanwhile, the rest of the team focused on restoring order to the room. Alec remained seated near Pale, patiently awaiting his awakening. Lost in contemplation, Alec pondered the nature of his connection to the masked individuals who had sought him in Pale. While it seemed that one group aimed to capture them alive, the Zero Clan enforcers appeared determined to eliminate Alec. The attackers had targeted him relentlessly, and Pale had been the only one who had been rendered unconscious and nearly taken away. "Agnes, help me wake up this sleepyhead. I need answers, and I can't wait any longer," Alec instructed, addressing Agnes. With Selene temporarily absent, Alec assumed his role as team captain and the highest student rank among them, low-tier spell Water Ball. Without hesitation, Agnes conjured a small water ball and promptly aimed it at Pale's face, causing him to cough and awaken from his unconsciousness. Pale opened his eyes to find Alec's stern gaze fixed upon him. "Apologies for disturbing your beauty sleep, but I have a few questions that only you can answer. Tell me precisely why your clan would want to kill me," Alec demanded, his expression firm. "As I can't recall having any conflicts with them, and the only ancient clan I am determined to oppose and seek vengeance against is the Blaze clan, because they owe me a debt involving the loss of a loved one," Alec said, revealing a resolute expression on his face. "So explain to me why an ancient clan like the Zero Clan, with whom I have had no interaction, would seek to eliminate me, a nobody team captain from a seemingly insignificant academy they don't even hold in high regard. And don't tell me you don't remember, as 3 of your clan members recently came looking for you, and I'm certain this attack is related to that, considering what that man said about you regretting something," Alec passionately concluded his statement. The calm demeanor that once adorned Alec's face had vanished completely, replaced by a visage filled with rage and anger, and Pale understood why, given the ferocity with which the enforcers had attacked them, clearly intending to kill. Anyone would be infuriated by such an assault, especially when the reasons behind it remained obscure. Resting his neck on the chair, Pale sighed, seeking a momentary comfort from the plush demonic beast skin. "I don't know why they would come after you like that. All I know is why they want me," Pale replied with a sigh. "All right, then can you explain why the enforcers of your clan would want to kidnap you?" Alec inquired, his tone softened with a hint of lingering anger. As he realized that Pale's response was the most extended sentence he had uttered since his encounter with his clansmen after their last battle at the Colosseum. "It's because of my newly awakened ability," Pale responded, capturing Alec's perplexed gaze. Sensing his confusion, Pale realized he needed to provide a more detailed explanation before things became awkward, especially since the rest of the team had gathered around, listening intently to their conversation. "Do you realize that the black ice ability I have awakened is a variant of the ice element?" Pale questioned, prompting Alec to nod in a dazed state of understanding. "Yes, the Lord Enforcer of the Zero Clan wants to take what is rightfully mine and give it to his son, as he believes that if his son awakens a variant ability, it would increase his chances of being accepted into the core family. They even threatened me on that day, saying that if I refuse to comply, my father will live a miserable life for the rest of his days at the clan," Pale explained, his voice filled with a mix of anger and despair. "They even warned me not to even consider returning to the clan unless I am prepared to lose everything and face death," Pale added, his anger vibrating through his trembling body. "I don't really care about myself, but my father. He has done so much for me. He has sacrificed a great deal, including his position, just to ensure I am raised properly without the burden of being labeled a bastard of an ancient clan. All he wanted is for me to have a fair chance," Pale said, his voice choked with silent sobs. Alec listened attentively, at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what he had just heard. After a few moments, he finally spoke, still trying to process it all. "How is it even possible for your own awakened ability to be stolen? It belongs to you, doesn't it?" Alec asked, still grappling with the concept. "Well, the process of taking someone's ability is dangerous and detrimental to the person it is taken from, as their potential ends up being damaged, regardless of the care taken during the extraction," Pale explained, bitterness tainting his voice. "The transfer of the ability to another person is a delicate and thought-out process as well. The recipient must share the same bloodline or possess an affinity that matches the variant ability. Otherwise, the transfer may fail, resulting in the loss of the ability and consigning it to the annals of history. This technique is considered forbidden, but various clans have traded for this forbidden knowledge with the evil sect," Pale concluded, shedding light on the intricate and dangerous nature of this ability transfer process. "The ancient practice of transferring powers is used by aging patriarchs to pass their variant abilities or unique affinity to their successors, allowing them to exceed their own potential and achieve levels they never dreamed of, as the powers never leave the clan. This served as the reason for the continued existence of such a forbidden technique. Unfortunately, there were those who used these methods for wicked purposes and personal gain, like the Lord Enforcer attempting to steal my awakened ability for his own child, Pale concluded, his explanation stirring sympathy among every member of the team who understood the weight of his situation. We will face this together. No one, I repeat, no one should treat a member of the War God Academy like this, Alec declared, his hand firmly placed on Pale's shoulder. Alec couldn't fully grasp the anger he felt, but he understood that Pale's second awakening was made possible by the pills derived from the power of the primordial tree that cleansed his flawed constitution. Realizing that Pale's ability was now in danger of being stolen, he couldn't help but feel as if they were about to steal from him as well. After all, he had been the anchor that led to Pale's awakening. I suppose I have one more corrupt ancient clan to add to my list of enemies. I swear, when I become stronger, I will seek justice against every corrupt member of the Pale clan I encounter. They will pay for their actions, Alec vowed, his voice filled with determination and a thirst for vengeance. Bright green glow illuminated a particular room in the building, where the Vajra Academy was staying at the Grand Arena buildings. The room layout mirrored that of the War God Academy, albeit on a much grander scale. As the green light receded, the group of masked mages from the Dark Guild appeared. As they entered, they came face to face with the head abbot of the Vajra Academy, who is engaged in conversation with the monk who served as their team coordinator. What is the meaning of this? Why have you returned here? The head abbot demanded, his expression betraying an uncommon anger. Oh, my sincerest apologies for intruding, I assure you. It was entirely unintentional. My comrades and I found ourselves in a tight spot and needed a place to hide until the sentry guards passed by. The figure in the middle, wearing a skeleton mask, responded in a teasing manner. You insolent fool, how dare you speak so lightly about matters of such gravity? If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I would never have enlisted the aid of your guild. You are the most ill-behaved disciple of your master, and I shall make sure he learns of your conduct, scolded the Vajra Academy's monk coordinator, only to be silenced by the raised hand of the head abbot. I have remained composed thus far, but I cannot help but notice the absence of Alec and Pale. What exactly is going on? The head abbot inquired, realizing that even the primary mission he had assigned to the Dark Guild appeared to be incomplete. Well, mighty abbot, there seems to be a slight problem. We were unable to successfully abduct those two, the skeleton-masked figure confessed with a hint of reluctance. What did you say? The head abbot's voice grew heavy as a mental image appeared behind him, resembling a golden Buddha with 3 heads. However, the face turned towards them had a serene smile, and it was a closed-eyed Buddha. The skeleton-masked figure felt no benevolence from the mental image. Instead, he was sensing a malevolent presence. Please remain calm. Let me explain, Honorable Abbot. While I may not have succeeded in kidnapping them, I have ensured that they will never stand a chance of victory against your team. Isn't that what you desired? Despite the pressure that was being released by the head abbot, the skeleton-masked individual conveyed this message with ease. Hearing it, the abbot's agitation subsided somewhat, and the mental image vanished as if it had never been there. The abbot closed his eyes, raising his hands to his chest, as if in prayer, while the skeleton-masked figure continued. Although we were unable to kidnap them, it was due to their resistance and the unforeseen early arrival of the Zero Clan enforcers, the skeleton-masked mage explained. Originally, I had planned to exploit the fortuitous leak about the Zero Clan's intention to attack. My aim was to solely abduct Alec, effectively crippling the War God Academy team, however. Upon discovering that the Zero Clan's mission involved both Pale and Alec, I decided to kidnap both. This way, the Zero Clan enforcers would be perplexed about who had them. And onlookers would be captivated and monitor them when I reveal their collaboration with a sentry captain to attack the Grand Arena participant. It was the perfect plan to divert attention from my Vajra Academy. No one would suspect us. The Lord Enforcer of the Zero Clan would be baffled as to who had abducted both kids, and of course I intended to release them after the match, the head abbot explained. As the skeleton-masked mage listened to the head abbot's grand plan, he found himself perplexed. While he recognized the meticulousness of the plan, he couldn't comprehend why it was necessary to go through such lengths. I still don't understand. Your academy is undeniably the favorite and the strongest among the both academy team. You don't need tricks to defeat the War God Mage Academy, so why go through all this stress? The skeleton-masked mage questioned after thoughtful consideration. You are still young, so you may not be familiar with history. In the past, the War God Academy emerged as the top academy despite having the weakest team. They performed miraculous feats, led by their captain. Their battle prowess surpassed that of their realm, the head abbot explained. That is precisely why I wanted to remove Alec. I wanted to eliminate anything that could hinder my academy from emerging victorious. I am not willing to leave it all to chance. I am prepared to shape fate to align with my desires, the head abbot declared, causing the skeleton-masked mage to shake his head in disbelief. Well, I may not have been able to capture the one you desired, but I can assure you that the rest of the team has been seriously injured in one way or another, so you don't have to worry too much. We shall take our leave now," the skeleton-masked mage declared. As he walked towards the door and upon reaching it, he knocked with his right hand 3 times, which emitted a vibrant green glow of necro-energy before opening the door. Instead of revealing the living room of the Vajra Academy, a swirling green portal appeared. The skeleton-masked mage turned back and left a message. "My master says he no longer owes you any favors," the skeleton-masked mage announced as he entered the portal, with the surviving members of the team following closely behind. As the last member entered, the door automatically locked itself, and the necro-energy within the room faded away. The monk responsible for coordinating the Vajra Academy approached the door and opened it, only to be surprised at the sight before him. Instead of the green portal, the door now led back to the living room, the shock still visible on his face. Don't try to comprehend the ways of a monarch. His master is responsible for the spatial portal that aided his escape from this space. Do you truly believe you would be able to comprehend the intricacies of a spell at the monarch level? The head abbot scoffed, placing his hands behind his back as he gazed outside through the water screen in his room, which portrayed the breathtaking night sky. Back to present. The dean of the War God Academy finally shifted his attention away from his battered team, though he could still hear the head abbot giggling beside him, but he was determined to maintain his composure as he refrained from succumbing to rage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second round of the Inter Academy competition," announced the red-haired referee that had been chosen to oversee the battle as he ascended into the air. Utilizing his control over mana, he projected his voice far and wide, reaching every spectator as if he stood right beside them. With his mastery over the sound element, this task proved relatively effortless. Are you all ready to witness another blood-curdling and intense battle as these 2 academies compete to determine who would go on to fight for the title of the new Supreme Academy after 1 year? Asked the referee, prompting the crowd to erupt into cheers filled with boundless energy. Their collective enthusiasm resonated throughout the entire grand arena, causing the arena itself to vibrate. "I can't hear you. Are you ready?" The referee shouted again, his voice even louder than before. In response, the crowd nearly reached a fever pitch, their fervent shouts of yes, filling the arena to the brim. A smile played upon the red-haired referee's lips as he regarded the outcome of his efforts. He had purposefully incited them to shout with such intensity that their voices would carry far beyond the confines of the grand arena, ensuring that spectators, even in distant locations, would realize the battle was about to commence. If that's the case, then allow me to introduce on the right side of the battle ring, the pure, the charismatic, the holy knight mages who adhere to the code of holy honor. I present to you the mages of the Holy Grail Academy. With a sweeping motion of his hands towards the right, the red-haired referee introduced the Holy Grail Academy, prompting the fans and supporters in that section of the crowd to erupt into cheers and chant the Academy's name. 11 members of the Holy Grail Academy emerged together, but a noticeable gap was evident, as 5 of them walked at the front, while the remaining 6 trailed behind, clearly distinguishing the main team from the backups. Their pure white academy uniforms were adorned with numerous blade weapons, giving the impression of knights rather than mages. The carefully strapped swords at their waists further reinforced this image. Observing their appearance, one would hesitate to associate them solely with magic, for they exuded an aura of knightly warriors. In the right corner of the arena was where the Holy Grail team were to seat, as there was a shade and chairs placed for them just close to the battle ring. And the team members took their seats while their coordinator flew into the battle ring, awaiting the commencement of the draw. Now, from the left side, we have the bloodthirsty, the wild, the strong, and the ancient bloodline mages from the Bloodline Academy, declared the red-haired referee, igniting yet another eruption of excitement from the crowd. Alec and his team, seated in their reserved area, could discern from the crowd's enthusiastic response that the Bloodline Academy was the favored contender. The cheers and the shower of flowers cascading onto the stage were overwhelming, surpassing the grand entrance of the Holy Grail team. Meanwhile, on the left side, the members of the Bloodline Academy began to make their entrance, led by Damien, who walked alongside his captain, Dragov Dragomir, by his side. Dragov possessed long, flowing white hair that obscured his face, cascading down to his shoulders. He walked with a deliberate slowness, exuding a confident air that seemed to accentuate his arrogance. The Bloodline Academy's uniform was black, adorned with different colored edges. As while Damien's uniform boasted striking red edges, Dragov's own had a crisp white accent. And just like the Holy Grail coordinator did, the coordinator of the Bloodline Academy walked to the center of the battle ring, surprising the entire crowd. The reason for their astonishment was the fact that the coordinator of the Bloodline Academy happened to be a Female revelation that caught everyone off guard. However, They knew that if she had been entrusted with such a significant role in the Bloodline Academy, it undoubtedly meant she possessed formidable power due to how the academy was being run. No one wanted to find themselves on her bad side. With both teams seated, the coordinators played a game of heads or tails to determine who would send out a mage out first for the starts of the battle. In the end, the decision favored the Holy Grail Academy's coordinator. The Bloodline Academy's coordinator maintained a blank expression even after it was decided that her academy would be the first to send out a fighter, while the coordinator of the Holy Grail Academy smiled. This was because he understood the Bloodline Academy coordinator sending out a fighter first could work to her disadvantage, as it would afford him the perfect opportunity to assess the selected mage strength and choose a mage he believed would secure an easy win. Despite the Holy Grail coordinator's seemingly content demeanor, the Bloodline Academy's coordinator remained unfazed. She held steadfast belief that her team would emerge victorious without needing to exert much effort, as the coordinator returned to their respective teams to talk tactics while leaving the referee to continue with his introductions. Representing the Bloodline Academy for this battle is the Captain Dragov Dragonmere, a peak Tier 5 mage, Vice Captain Damien Soren, a high Tier 5 mage, followed by Carmilla Soren, also a high Tier 5 mage, Connor Lupus, a low Tier 5 mage, and lastly Kira Nightfang, another low Tier 5 mage, announced the referee, introducing the main lineup of the Bloodline Academy chosen to represent them. The crowd erupted in cheer, particularly enthused by the appearance of the captain, Dragov Dragonmere, who finally showed and also decided to fight. And representing the Holy Grail Academy, we have Captain Julian Soul, a peak Tier 5 mage, followed by Vice Captain Marcus Sanctus, a high Tier 5 mage, Cassandra Blade, also a high Tier 5 mage, and lastly the twins Gabriel and Michael Lightbringer, both mid-Tier 5 mages, continued the referee, presenting the lineup of the Holy Grail Academy. Another section of the crowd, consisting of supporters of the Holy Grail Academy, erupted in cheers as the names of the chosen participants were called. Alec kept his focus on both academies. His curiosity piqued to see who would be sent out first to secure the first victory. He understood the importance of securing the first win, as it would boost the morale of the leading team. Though when considering realms alone, the Bloodline Academy appeared to be slightly weaker compared to the Holy Grail Academy. However, Alec knew better than anyone that a mage's realm did not necessarily reflect their true battle prowess. He himself served as a prime example of this truth. His gaze remained fixated on the match, uninterested in missing even the slightest detail. Just then, a mage rose from the sitting area in the Bloodline Academy's zone. As it seemed they had finally chosen their first fighter, the figure walked slowly towards the middle of the battle ring, the referee eagerly awaiting them as the crowd cheered, eager for the match to begin already. And the one who has been chosen to start the battle on behalf of the Bloodline Academy, Connor Lupus. The red-haired referee shouted Connor's name. As his voice echoed through the arena, the crowd in response erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited the commencement of the battle. All eyes were on Connor Lupus, as he stood tall with broad shoulders, his rugged, short black hair swaying slightly. His well-defined jawline and the sheer size of his rippling muscles was barely contained by his customized uniform, added to his imposing presence. As if to heighten the anticipation, Connor suddenly stripped off his uniform, throwing it to a corner, revealing his upper body in the process, and on his back was a large tattoo of a sleeping wolf etched there. Alex squinted, scrutinizing the tattoo closely. He wondered if it bore any resemblance to his own. However, after a thorough examination, he concluded that they were different. Connor's wolf tattoo appeared to be more of a rune, a symbol etched onto his skin. In contrast, Alex's tattoo was branded onto his very soul, alive in a mysterious, almost sentient way, unlike Connor's static wolf. After confirming his thoughts, Alec leaned back in his chair, pondering which werewolf might be more powerful, his own, created using the Devourer bloodline, or the werewolves of this world, who stole the genes from the descendants of the Lycan lineage. However, his musings were interrupted when he noticed someone from the Holy Grail side stepping forward. They had chosen Michael Lightbringer to face Connor. Michael's white uniform appeared custom-made, with a long left sleeve, and the right sleeve was cut off at the shoulder, as the uniform emitted a faint, holy glow. He walked towards the arena with confidence, a playful smile on his lips, his right hand resting on the broadsword strapped to his waist. Michael finally reached the center of the arena, where the red-haired referee stood between him and Connor. Despite being noticeably shorter than Connor, Michael maintained his smile, raising his head to meet Connor's gaze. Connor, in contrast, looked down on Michael with disdain. "Why did you remove what should have protected you against me? Do you look down on me that much?" Michael asked. Connor merely snorted in response. "It has nothing to do with that," Connor replied. I have never liked fighting with something getting in the way, especially if it isn't any stronger than my hide defenses. Michael could sense the boast in Connor's statement, as if Connor were already asserting his superiority. It was clear that Connor believed he didn't need a spirit cloth to defend against Michael's attacks. While Michael had to rely on his academy's uniform to protect him from critical strikes. The red-haired referee standing between them heard their exchange and simply smiled, not bothering to interrupt their banter. He felt a sense of excitement, sensing both combatants brimming with the vigor of youth. "If both of you are prepared, then let this match begin," the referee announced, swinging his right hand between them before swiftly disappearing from view. The moment the referee vanished, Connor wasted no time. With a swift and powerful motion, he launched a direct fist attack at Michael. Bang! Michael was sent flying, yet his playful smile remained plastered on his face. The suddenness of Connor's attack had caught him off guard, yet he had managed to react quickly to it, raising his sheathed sword to defend against the strike. However, he had underestimated the raw power behind Connor's seemingly casual assault. Michael had been expecting to block the strike, or at most step back a few paces, but he was taken aback when the sheer force of the blow lifted him into the air. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Michael soared through the air, a testament to Connor's overwhelming strength. Realizing his opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations still didn't cause Michael to panic. As he landed safely, his movements fluid and controlled, he used his left hand to grip his sheathed sword and his right hand to massage his left shoulder, rotating it to alleviate the numbness and restore its function. "You're far too strong for someone who hasn't even transformed," Michael remarked, slowly circling Connor without breaking eye contact. "I almost lost my left arm despite blocking that attack." Michael was staring at Connor and expecting a reply, but he didn't get one. After all, Connor was not the chatty type. Instead, Connor lunged towards Michael, closing the distance in an instant. The entire crowd held their breath as they saw Connor swipe down with his right hand. His right hand transformed mid-air as it was covered in fur, and the fingers had grown longer, forming claws as he swiped at Michael. Alec, watching intently, was surprised that the referee hadn't moved. He took note that even when someone was in danger, the referee might not easily intervene. He felt that there seemed to be a specific condition required for the referee to interfere with the battle. As Connor's claw tore into Michael, everyone heard a ripping sound, but still it didn't sound like flesh being torn, and there was no blood as Michael was ripped apart by Connor's claws. The claw attack didn't stop there as the visible claw energy moved towards the edge of the battle ring, but when it reached the edge, a light shield previously unnoticed appeared, containing the attack within the large, round battle ring. A second later, a loud bang echoed through the arena as 4 large claw marks appeared, cutting deep into the ground of the battle ring. The supporters of the Bloodline Academy began cheering wildly, thrilled by Connor's powerful attack. Meanwhile, the fans of the Holy Grail were silent, almost biting their fingers as they stared, afraid to look away from the fight. In contrast, the fans of the Bloodline Academy were confident, believing they were close to their first victory, as the fact that Connor had gotten this far without fully transforming into a werewolf made them think this match might be easier than they had expected. While the whole crowd was wild with joy, only the real experts watching the match could tell that it was far from over, as Connor had not been able to land a critical strike on Michael, despite appearances. Suddenly, Michael's shredded body turned into specks of light and disappeared, as Connor, who seemed to have been expecting this, quickly turned to face his back. "Bam, come on, show me more, show me more." Michael giggled as he jumped around Connor, his sword still sheathed and held in his left hand. He stared at Connor with a wide, uncontainable smile after he had landed a quick jab on Connor's face. The crowd was taken aback as the fans of Bloodline Academy fell silent, while the Holy Grail Academy supporters erupted in wild cheers. They started to boast about Michael emerging unscathed from the strike, finally finding their voices to retort against the previously taunting Bloodline Academy fans. Agnes, sitting beside Alec, watched the match below with an amused smile, which didn't go unnoticed by Alec. "Do I need to play the protective brother and chase him off, or is this just a one-sided crush?" Alec joked. Agnes shook her head. "I know you're trying to lighten the mood after what happened yesterday, but your jokes are as lame as your skills with picking up ladies if you even have any," she retorted. "Ouch, that hurts my feelings," Alec replied, shifting to a more serious tone. "So do you have any insights on those fighting? If you had asked me before the match started, I might have had nothing for you, but luckily for you, after that last move he pulled, I was able to put 2 and 2 together and solve another small part of what I had been working on," Agnes began. Michael Lightbringer, twin brother of Gabriel Lightbringer, both are known as the talented prodigy duo of the Lightbringer clan. The Lightbringer clan is a high-tier clan said to be very close to rivaling the ancient clans in power. And this was all made possible due to their creation of the Holy Grail Academy with other smaller clans loyal to them. Most academies are supported by big clans but not run by them. The Holy Grail Academy is an exception because the Lightbringer clan actually holds the main power there, and Gabriel along with Michael are considered the prodigies of their latest generation. They also both possess peak light element affinity. Gabriel, with his baby face, is called the Executioner, while Michael, who has a more mature appearance, is known as the Joker. These names reflect their fighting styles. There is no doubt that both of them will be leaders of the Holy Grail Academy in the future. Now imagine how strong these two talented brothers are, supported by their clan and the resources from an academy where their clan holds the main power, Agnes said, as Alec's lips twitched. The stories of both brothers sounded like fairy tales to him. He hadn't expected them to be so fortunate. Not only were they born into a wealthy and powerful clan that could protect them and provide them with most of the resources they might need, but they were also born with peak-level affinity. The only person Alec had seen who awakened a peak-level affinity initially was Brandon. Alec's own element affinity had grown to peak level, but he had not initially awakened as one. Though he struggled to explain how it had happened, he believed the amulet was the cause, as whenever he slept, he felt residual particles of energy being sent into his body from the amulet. After each run in the Beast Forest, he initially had suspicions about it. However, after a few times, he realized that it simply re-energized him with no further effects, so he shrugged off his concerns, but it was then that he noticed his elemental abilities improving. So you really think those twins, who aren't even the vice captain or captain, wouldn't lose easily, even though everyone thinks the Bloodline Academy is the favorite? Alec asked Agnes. Yes, in fact, if they were a little older and had reached the peak of the Tier 5 realm like Julian, I believe they might actually have a shot at winning this competition, Agnes said confidently, surprising Alec with her certainty of their victory. You seem so sure of their win, as if you know them, but this is the first time you've even linked your information on them with their appearance, meaning this is the first time you're seeing their faces, Alec remarked. Well, if my information is correct, both of them have the variant ability of light element as well, and it's their second awakening, Agnes revealed, making Alec regret asking about it in the first place. If he had thought they were lucky before, now he believed they might just be the illegitimate children of the goddess of luck, as he couldn't help but feel jealous of the privileges these kids from the big clans had. But the more jealous he became, the more he desired to surpass them and rise above them. His drive was to become so strong that he could ignore the rules that held back other members of mid- and low-tier clans. He harbored an intense desire for revenge against all those who had wronged him, particularly the Blaze clan. Though he may have been ignoring them for now, the amalgamation of his soul with the old one only intensified the rage he harbored against them. This burning desire to make such an ancient clan regret their actions served as one of the driving forces behind his relentless pursuit of strength. In this world, only the strongest received any recognition or respect. Arthur, bet half of everything we have on Michael, Alex suddenly declared, shocking the rest of the team. Even Agnes, whose recommendation had led to this course of action, was taken aback by the turn of events. But why? If we want to recover the money you lost when he registered us in the Grand Arena after Miss Selene squandered the one the Academy provided, shouldn't we bet on the obvious favorite to win, which seems to be Connor? Sophia innocently questioned, oblivious to the venomous glare Selene shot her way. Sophia, as usual, failed to grasp the potential consequences of her words. Ignoring the brewing tension, Alec resolutely commanded Arthur once more no. If Agnes believes he will win, then who am I as the captain to undermine my team members' evaluation? Arthur, place the bet now. As Arthur went to place the bet on Michael, he encountered a couple of people who were placing their bets on Connor after witnessing his powerful strike. When they realized Arthur's choice, they burst into laughter, mocking his decision. Connor gazed at Michael, still uncertain about how he had managed to evade his attack. He wasn't scared of him, per se, but he desperately needed to know the spell Michael had cast. This knowledge would enable him to formulate a counter if Michael attempted a similar move again. As he felt if all he did was unleash powerful strikes while Michael evaded everything, then he would be bound to lose. His mind raced with various thoughts, contemplating whether Michael would engage in close-quarter combat after witnessing the destructive capabilities he possessed. However, while Connor was lost in his deliberations, Michael grew bored and swiftly dashed towards him, catching Connor completely off guard. In less than a second, Michael's smiling face appeared right before him. Despite his surprise, Connor promptly swung his right hand, transforming it into a mass of fur with large claws. Michael, however, didn't retreat or make any move to draw his sword. Instead, he simply extended 2 fingers and nonchalantly said, "This move is getting boring. Show me something else." Mid-tier spell Light Beam. With his finger as the focal point, a flash of light shot forth at a tremendous speed that even Connor recognized that he wouldn't be fast enough to reinforce the rest of his body against the attack. Reacting swiftly, he transitioned his right hand from an attacking position to a defensive one, using his palm to block the oncoming beam. Ah! Connor's shout rang through the crowd, surprising onlookers as a beam of light shot through his hand. He had been lucky to quickly move his head out of the way, causing the beam to fly until it reached the light shield and got negated. Still in pain from having his hand pierced through, Connor's defenses slacked for a moment. With Michael seizing the opportunity, closed in on the much larger Connor with his petite body. With fast precision, he launched 2 rapid jabs at Connor's face, seemingly fixated on hitting the face. However, Connor, being a resilient fighter, managed to catch Michael's third strike with his injured right hand. The crowd was once again in awe as Connor displayed his combat prowess, but Michael pivoted and used his left leg to deliver a hook kick at Connor's midsection, his boots shining brightly with the light element. Connor quickly moved his hand into position to block the attack, but was caught off guard. Low-tier spell Light Ignition. This unexpected spell added in the kick sent Connor flying through the air before he crashed into the ground on all fours. Although he managed to block the attack, but the force of the light spell pushed him back, causing internal organ injuries. Growling lightly, his body started to transform, and in a matter of seconds, Connor stood much taller, covered in black fur with traces of white on the sides. His claws emitted green glows as he opened his large mouth, his deep blue eyes fixed on Michael as if he was finished. Unfazed, Michael retracted his leg and swiftly dashed towards Connor once more. This time, Connor also dashed, and in a blur of motion, he collided with Michael. As the force sent him flying, Michael collided with the light shield, causing a resounding bang that left him dazed and on the verge of losing consciousness. Just as he began to slide down, Connor reappeared on the light shield, gripping one of Michael's legs, only to vanish again. Some of the lesser realm spectators struggled to keep up with Connor's movements after his transformation as everything seemed like a blur. The referee reappeared, tossing a crystal into the air above the battle ring. The crystal emitted a radiant light that illuminated on the light shield covering the round battle ring. As the light connected with the shield, it triggered an upward surge of light that transformed into a screen, displaying Connor's movements in slow motion. This allowed the spectators of lesser realms to still enjoy the match, as it was difficult to keep up with Connor's speed using just their eyes. Connor reappeared in the middle of the battle ring, unleashing a relentless barrage of slams to the ground using Michael's body. He tightly held onto Michael's leg, succumbing to his beast side completely. Satisfied with the damage he had inflicted, Connor swiftly threw Michael towards the light's shield. The resulting bang echoed through the arena, causing the fans of the Holy Grail Academy to tremble as they witnessed one of their prodigies slowly sliding down. It was undeniably embarrassing, but in that moment, the audience felt that Michael had lost, as Werewolf Connor proved to be a much more formidable opponent for him. Without interrupting Michael's slow slide, Connor attacked with his claws, unleashing a series of X-shaped green wind claw blades towards his tumbling opponent. It seemed that Connor aimed to end the match with this strike and secure a definitive victory. The match is not finished yet. Watch, Alec reassured, his smile firmly fixed on his face. It was unexpected to see Alec still smiling despite their investment seemingly heading towards failure. Their unease only grew as they repeatedly looked towards Selene, who remained silent and refrained from commenting on the match. They couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something intriguing about the fight. In the VIP section, 2 elders from the Blaze clan engaged in conversation. "I can't believe we've been assigned to watch Ray's little bastard. He's not even participating in a match today," one of the elders expressed with annoyance. Well, you must realize that he not only brought a mediocre team into the top 8, but also thwarted 2 members of the Blaze clan from securing spots. It's not just a blow to the Blaze clan's reputation, we are also humiliated by a child we rejected claiming he is a tainted blood, the second elder said. Do you comprehend the level of embarrassment our top-ranking members will face during the noble gatherings of this kingdom? Cause if you did, you would understand why individuals from the core clan are closely observing Alec. They want to determine if he truly poses a future threat to the clan, or if he is merely a fleeting phenomenon, the second elder explained. Regardless, he should consider himself fortunate. After all, he has now captured the interest of someone from the core clan. Not even us elders from the inner branch receive such attention, the first elder commented. The green claw windblade hurtled towards Michael, and nearly everyone watching had already resigned themselves to the belief that he would not escape unscathed. They thought the referee might just step in at any moment soon to stop the match. However, just as Connor's claw windblade was about to tear through him, a brilliant flash of light enveloped Michael. The light emitted such intense mana fluctuations that it generated a shockwave, sending the windblade hurtling backwards. The shockwave reached Connor, forcing him to swiftly cross his 2 hands in an X shape and dig his legs into the ground to prevent himself from being propelled by the force of his opponent's shockwave, which would have been embarrassing. Connor squinted his light blue eyes, attempting to use his heightened sense of smell to locate Michael, but his keen sense of smell warned him of great danger, causing his body to tremble slightly. Connor strained to locate the source of the danger that had triggered his primal instincts. Finally, the surrounding light subsided, allowing the crowd of spectators and Connor to see Michael once again. However, there were noticeable changes in him. All the injuries and bruises inflicted on him by Connor's relentless attacks had completely vanished. Not only that, but his hair was now glowing. Normally, Michael had short blonde hair, but after the light dissipated, his hair and eyebrows emitted a radiant, holy glow. Alec couldn't help but feel as though he was witnessing a Super Saiyan awakening. "I'm not the only one who saw that, right?" Arthur asked, amazed by the power Michael had just displayed. "No, you're not alone, unless we all have some sort of eye problem. It seems that Michael just performed a full-body healing on himself," Alec replied, his gaze still fixed on the intense battle unfolding before them. The War God Academy team wasn't the only group taking note of Michael's extraordinary power, as the ability to heal is one of the rarest and most coveted powers in existence. And to possess a healing ability of such caliber, it made Michael even more valuable than they had previously perceived. As the other teams discussed him, the crowd also felt that the fight had returned to a balanced state, rather than the one-side beating that just occurred. "I would love to continue playing with you, but you see, my captain has advised me that if I continue at this intensity, I will deplete too much mana and won't be able to defeat you. I was sent out to secure the first win, so I'm afraid our play has come to an end," Michael calmly stated to Connor, who stood there rigidly, staring at the unscathed Michael. However, Michael's words only seemed to enrage Connor. The mention of play made him feel underestimated, as though everything he had done was diminished to mere entertainment in front of Michael. With a powerful kick from his hind legs, Connor lunged towards Michael's neck, as he knew that the quickest way to secure victory in this match was to slice at Michael's neck, forcing an immediate defeat, as the referee would have no choice but to intervene. Since they wouldn't want a prodigy from the Lightbringer clan to die, particularly one as talented as Michael, Connor's anger escalated the closer he got to him. The annoying smile still plastered on Michael's lips only fueled his rage. Mid-tier spell Judgment Blade. To Connor's surprise, Michael finally unsheathed his sword, an unexpected move that caught him off guard. As he witnessed Michael's right hand gripping the hilt, his heart skipped a beat unconsciously, as a bright and enormous sword of light materialized behind Michael, exuding an aura of oppression that even caused Connor's speed to diminish during his lunge. Slash! Without hesitation, Michael swung his broadsword at Connor, who was still airborne with outstretched green glowing claws, aiming for his neck. In sync with his swing, the Judgment Blade image behind Michael moved towards Connor, following the trajectory of his strike. The crowd watched in awe as the sword, brimming with excess energy, clashed against Connor's green claws. Bang! An ear-splitting ring reverberated through the spectators' ears after the explosion, leaving them straining to see through the cloud of smoke that obscured their view. When the smoke finally cleared, the sight that awaited them silenced the crowd for a brief moment. Michael was no longer smiling, and he had transitioned out of whatever glowing state he had been in earlier, and his face paled, indicating he hadn't come out of the explosion unscathed as he usually did. Connor stood before him with his lower pants almost burnt off. There was little left to cover his private parts, and his hand was still stretched out, as his transformation abruptly ended, reverting back to his human form. Due to taking the full attack with his body, Connor's body was completely black. Upon seeing Michael's annoying smile as blood rushed out of his mouth, Connor felt a surge of anger before losing consciousness and slumping to the ground. "Perhaps if you had worn the spirit equipment clothing, you would have had an extra layer of defense and I might have lost against your superior strength. Unfortunately, your underestimation led to my victory," Michael taunted Connor's collapsed form. While the referee's voice cut through the tension, announcing, "And the winner of the first round is Michael Lightbringer," the fans of the Holy Grail Academy erupted into cheers at the unexpected outcome. They initially felt they were going to lose the first rounds, but now they were just happy Michael had won in the end. Some spectators grumbled and cursed, since they lost their bets on Connor. The plans they had made using money they hadn't yet won vanished into thin air with a poof. "Now that's not something you see every day," Damien remarked, sipping from his little flask gin as he observed two mages from their reserve team rushing to the stage to retrieve Connor's body. They aimed to transport him quickly to the healers, who would treat any injuries before they worsened or developed into hidden ones that could impact his foundations and cultivation speed. "So have you decided who will be fighting next?" Carmilla Soren asked Dragov directly, attempting to peek over her brother's shoulder to catch a glimpse of their captain's face. However, Damien became irritated and used his hand to push her face away. I don't care who fights next, as long as it's not you, Damien replied, continuing to push her back. Ah, that's not fair. I haven't had the chance to grace the stage and display my abilities. Even that grumpy Connor got a chance, Carmilla pleaded to her brother, hoping he would allow her to fight. As she had noticed that their captain, Dragov, seemed indifferent to their actions, but Damien, who appeared overly protective of his little sister, refused to entertain the idea. Oh, so you plan to embarrass the clan just like Connor was defeated? Damien questioned, trying to be as dramatic as ever. Carmilla retorted, realizing her plea had fallen on deaf ears, and she swished her mouth shut. Damien then turned to face Dragov, who sat few chairs away from him. Will you step down and allow a team member to fight the next battle, or will you continue the second round? The voice of the red-haired referee resonated through the stadium once again, loud and clear. Despite being exhausted and worn out, he refused to step down and relinquish his position to a teammate in better condition. Instead, he chose to continue fighting. His decision surprised many, but it didn't dampen the cheers of the Holy Grail fans and those who held animosity towards the Bloodline Academy, as they saw Michael's actions as incredibly noble and brave. Despite Michael's attempt to boost morale, he was seen as making a foolish move that could result in getting beaten up or critically injured by the Bloodline Academy fans. Hey buddy, why don't we make a private wager? I bet you that this Michael boy won't be able to replicate that glowing display he just did again. If I win, you have to give me at least 3 drops of your blood, Damien said to Dragov, extending 3 outstretched fingers with a harmless smile on his face that suggested a hidden trap. Fuck off, you lecher. Dragov's deep voice was heard as the rest of the team members chuckled. It seemed as though they had anticipated that response from him all along. Damien's face contorted with a sense of injustice as he complained, "What about just 1 drop? It's an unfair wager for me now. All I'm asking for is a taste of your blood. Don't tell me you lack the courage to let me have it." As usual, his plea was met with the same brusque command to get lost. Dragov, proclaimed by the Dragonmere clan as the leader of their new generation, exuded an aura that kept others at bay, and his long white hair that is always covering his face did little to aid his social endeavors. Despite his introverted demeanor, Pale and Carmilla had been relentless in their pursuit of him ever since they met, always hounding him for his blood, using that as a pretense to get closer to him. This peculiar dynamic had forged an odd friendship among the three, yet it was widely acknowledged that Dragov was the most formidable mage in the latest cohort of Bloodline Academy. The Royal Mage Academy had exerted considerable effort to coax the Dragonmere clan into sending him their way, but Dragov had always been the master of his own fate, choosing Bloodline Academy, where he believed he would encounter more kindred spirits, other Bloodline monsters like himself. However, only a few of Bloodline path mages in his generation had managed to live up to his standards. The rest were of the Bloodline Academy past generation. Bloodline Academy, you need to pick a new fighter now, unless you wish to forfeit your second round and have a team member take a strike for it. The referee's voice echoed with warning, reminding the distracted Academy that it was time to send another contender to the stage. Yay. Let me at that light, boy, I promise to even the score, Carmilla exclaimed, rising to her feet and moving forward. Sit down, Carmilla, it's not yet time to reveal our trump cards. Don't you realize you're our ace in the hole? This round will be handled by Kira, Damien commanded, halting her advance. Carmilla reluctantly took her seat again, pouting and ignoring her brother, while Kira, who was wearing a ninja-like mask that covered her nose, stood up and started walking forward. Nightfang, be careful, Dragov, with his hands crossed and his head facing down, said, causing Kira to flinch. It was the first statement he had directed towards her that day. Taking his words seriously, she nodded towards him, before making her way towards the center of the battle ring. It seems the Bloodline Academy has finally made their choice. Kira Nightfang has been sent forward to fight in the second round, while Michael continues to hold the fort for the Holy Grail Academy, the referee commented, as fans of the Bloodline Academy started chanting, "Kill him." They anticipated a quick end to the fight, given Michael's weakened state. Who do you think will win the match? Vincent asked Selena while Kira Nightfang walked towards the battle ring to face Michael in the second round of the Holy Grail versus the Bloodline Academy. Hearing his question, Selena raised an eyebrow and smirked, not immediately replying. I understand that Kira is your cousin, but I don't think she'll easily win this one if that's what you expect to hear from me, Selena said, causing Vincent to sigh. He had his own suspicions, but he wanted to confirm them, and Selena's response indicated that things were not progressing as he wished, but as he had suspected. First of all, many are underestimating Michael and thinking he's making a foolish move, but that is where they're wrong. He has nothing to lose. This is his second round, and regardless of the outcome of this battle, he still gains since he's using his head. Vlad, the vice-captain of the Battle Mage Academy, chimed in. Vincent turned towards Vlad and asked why. Well, it's simple. If Michael uses his brain and remaining mana energy well, Then he can prolong this battle and make it difficult for Kira to win. In doing so, he can force her to reveal some of her moves. This way, even if she eventually defeats him, she would have exposed her moves, giving the second Holy Grail participant a significant advantage to take her out quickly, Vlad explained. But there's another possibility to consider. Michael could decide to stall for time, and Kira might decide not to reveal all of her moves, and she would end up winning because of having the upper hand and higher endurance. However, this is the riskiest option, as Michael would have drained her mana, making her an easy prey for the next Holy Grail member who takes the stage. In both scenarios, not only would Kira lose quickly, but anyone the Holy Grail chooses as the second participant would regain the lead and remain in perfect condition for the fourth round, Vlad concluded. Either way, they are trapped in a game of tactics with Michael and his clown schemes. That's probably why Damien is calling the shots, as him and Michael are both scheming against each other, Vlad concluded, prompting a sigh from Vincent. So many variables, too many foxes participating. What happened to just winning with brute force? Vincent mumbled. Well, being cunning alone can never win the competition. You need strength behind it to succeed, but you should realize that ultimate power crushes all schemes, Vlad responded. So in the end, it all comes down to which captain can benefit more from these schemes and win, right? Vincent questioned. Yeah, Vlad replied nonchalantly, their attention returning to the fight that was about to begin. Selena watched her own team as they intensely analyzed the strengths of the other teams, as she couldn't wait for her team's turn to show the arena their determination to win. Kira Nightfang, what a beautiful name for a beautiful lady. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Michael said, shocking Kira. She stood rooted and dumbfounded for a few seconds before shaking off his advances, unsheathing her dual daggers and assuming a battle stance. Get ready, Kira informed. That's no fun, at least play with me a little, Michael said, raising his sword and assuming a battle stance as well. The crowd hushed, waiting for the match to start. Begin, the referee's voice rang out, and in an instant, Kira disappeared from everyone's view. When she reappeared, she was already before Michael, lunging for his neck, as he nervously raised his broadsword to counter her strike. Clang! The metallic clashing noise echoed throughout the battle ring as Kira's strikes against Michael's defenses rang out. Blurry shadows formed from Kira's hands, all aimed at vital spots on his body, yet Michael refused to yield, always defending against each attack at the last possible moment. Despite his awkward defense, Michael didn't seem to care. Staying alive was his only concern in that moment. Whack! Michael was caught off guard due to only watching for the blade's attack, as Kira suddenly bent low and used her left leg to perform a sweeping kick, sending him tumbling towards the ground. Just as he landed, his danger senses blared, alerting him to incoming concealed weapons. Reacting swiftly, he rolled off the ground, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. He swiftly tried to stand, and once he regained his footing, Michael saw two fading images of Kira dashing towards him. Confusion overwhelmed him as he struggled to differentiate the real Kira Nightfang. As he knew that making the wrong choice could mean the end of his journey, despite the uncertainty, he gritted his teeth and swung his sword towards the image on the left. Low-tier spell light steps. Michael swiftly executed a low-tier spell, enveloping his feet in boots of light that heightened his speed, as he closed in on the chosen image, slashing his broadsword into it. The illusion shattered as his sword pierced deep into Kira. The flickering ceased, leaving Kira's figure motionless with blood dripping from her mouth. Gasps escaped the fans of the Bloodline Academy, their hearts tightening as they felt Michael was close to eliminating two of their fighters, even in his weakened state. The right flickering image of Kira disappeared, prompting the fans of the Holy Grail Academy to erupt into wild cheering once again. Michael, even before the referee could declare him the winner of the second round, the fans were already chanting his name with such fervor that it enraged the fans and students from the Bloodline Academy present. But something astonishing occurred next, causing most of the audience to gasp in surprise. Kira held onto the broadsword and pushed herself deep into it, allowing it to pierce straight through her. Michael's pupils trembled as he observed Kira's condition deteriorating due to her actions. He had pierced her, but he had made sure the sword didn't penetrate deeply enough to cause severe damage. He desired victory, but not through such brutal means. Swing. Michael attempted to turn his neck quickly upon hearing the sound of a weapon swinging toward him from behind, but he realized it was too late. Low-tier spell light shield. Low-tier spell luminous guard. Recognizing that he couldn't cast a mid-tier spell in time to match the speed of the attack, Michael swiftly cast two low-tier spells, hoping they would at least alleviate his pain. The luminous guard spell created a thin armor-like coating of light particles over his skin, stopping at his neck. Meanwhile, the light shield materialized around his neck. However, the short blade aimed at his neck easily cracked open the light shield before continuing toward his neck. Puchai. The crowd gasped, staring in shock, but the one who felt the most shock was Michael. In his contorted position, Michael finally saw that it was Kira who had attacked him. His mind raced, trying to comprehend how she had been able to maintain two forms, as he could clearly feel that the one he had pierced was real. Yet he also felt the same sensation from the one piercing at his neck. Michael let out a frustrated sigh due to how things have developed. "Well, fuck it, there goes me trying to act brave," Michael muttered. His eyes began to glow with a radiant light, mid-tier spell eyes laser. No one, absolutely no one, had anticipated that the battle would unfold to this stage. As the moment Michael's eyes started glowing with intense light, even Damien stood up from his seat, closely watching the outcome with anticipation. The entire crowd was taken aback by Michael's unexpected sneak attack. Kira Nightfang felt a sense of helplessness as the beam of light shot from Michael's eyes at lightning speed towards her. Kira rarely doubted her instincts, and at that moment, she began to fear the immediate death that awaited her if the beam were to strike her forehead. As she saw her life flash before her eyes, bracing for the laser to tear through her skull, she suddenly realized she didn't feel anything after a second. Opening her eyes, she was astonished to see the referee with his hands stretched out, effortlessly blocking the attack with only his palm. The referee had successfully kept the attack away from Kira Nightfang. Realizing the referee's intervention, Michael quickly shut his eyes and stopped the attack. Michael Lightbringer, winner of the second round. The referee's voice echoed through the grand arena, igniting yet another eruption of cheers from the crowd. Kira remained rooted to the ground, unable to comprehend how she had lost so swiftly. She still had mana and felt she had more fight left in her, however. When she turned to complain to the referee, he raised his left palm to her face. "If that attack can leave a deep cut on my hands, reinforced with mana as a tier 7 mage, then imagine what it would have done to your pitiful skull if it had hit. Believe me when I say the nearby healing Grandmaster might not even be able to bring you back," the referee asserted. "This boy has unleashed a power he still can't control," the red-haired referee stated, causing Kira to swallow her complaints back. "Don't worry about it, it's no biggie. See, it's healing quite fast," the referee reassured her, waving his now scarred hand to demonstrate. He could sense her guilt, but due to his high realm, he had been healing quickly, and he wanted to show her that there was no need to worry. As Kira walked back down the battle ring, a sense of resignation washed over her. She knew that there was nothing more she could do. It was now left to her team to find a way to win, and Damien spoke up as Kira returned to her seat. "I guess we can't help it any longer. Carmilla, it's your turn. Make it quick and don't let that boy surprise you. We've had enough of that," Damien instructed. Carmilla smirked and swiftly made her way to the center of the arena where the battle ring was located, not wanting to give her brother a chance to change his mind, as Damien turned his attention back to Kira. "Well done," he commended. "For what? I failed in the end," Kira replied, her disappointment evident. "Oh no, you actually helped a lot. Don't worry, we'll take care of the rest from here on out," Damien reassured her. The referee turned to Michael, who still had his eyes closed, and asked, "Will you continue to the third round, or will you step down and allow another member of your team to take over?" The question captured the attention of the entire crowd once again. All eyes were on Michael, who appeared completely drained, tears of blood dripping from his eyes that he kept shut. The Bloodline Academy fans couldn't wait for him to leave the stage. He had already caused quite an upheaval by defeating two of their fighters, and now they who were the once favored academy were now seen in a different light, and Michael was the catalyst for that change. "I will fight," Michael declared as the crowd erupted into wild cheers once again, filled with joy and excitement from the Holy Grail Academy students and fans. As for the neutral spectators who had come to observe the strength of the other teams, they were left wondering what was going on inside Michael's head. The other participating academy teams couldn't help but question why Michael had chosen to fight in the third round. He had already sustained injuries from his previous matches, and the injuries in the second round were even worse. Blood was still streaming down his closed eyes, making it unlikely that he would be able to open them for a while, but the injury on his neck was also clearly visible. Michael had been pierced by Kira's dagger, and even though the wound wasn't deep enough to completely hinder his fighting style, he still needed to be cautious not to exacerbate the injury. So with his decision to continue, those watching couldn't help but wonder what he had left to prove, if he still possessed any hidden cards left, or was he merely subjecting himself to more punishment. Regardless of their ponderings, Michael's choice to remain in the battle ring was ultimately his own, and nobody else's. And when the referee confirmed that he would not be stepping down, he smirked and turned his attention to Carmilla, who was busy stretching just outside the battle ring. He made a hand gesture to signal her to come forward, and then proceeded to introduce her to the crowd, infusing his voice with mana. And now, entering the battle ring to contest in the third round, representing the Bloodline Academy, Carmilla Soren, the referee concluded his announcement, prompting the crowd to cheer once again. Despite the cheering from the Bloodline Academy students and fans, the overwhelming energy they had at the beginning of the seemed to have waned, as they were hopeful that Carmilla could eliminate the threat of Michael before he could unleash any more trump card of his. The fans initially expected the last match to be a quick victory for them, but they were taken aback when Michael emerged as the winner, even in his injured state, so their desperation grew to see him eliminated from the battle ring, despite the extent of his injuries. "Wouldn't you like to step down and give up while you still have the chance?" Carmilla asked, her gaze fixed on Michael, who appeared on the verge of collapsing. "Why would I do that now, after I've gathered all this prestige and morale? My hope is to continue fighting until I can no longer stand," Michael responded confidently. "No wonder my big brother didn't want me to face you at first. You truly are a troublesome opponent, especially at full power, and when you haven't even unleashed your innate eye laser spell. No wonder he made sure you had no choice but to use it," Carmilla remarked as she assumed her fighting stance. "Well, I had a feeling your brother was behind all these counter schemes, as if it were up to your block-headed captain to decide the next challenger. I'm sure he would have just chosen himself," Michael retorted. "Get ready to lose because your plans will no longer hold any effect from now on," Carmilla declared, readying herself. In response, Michael raised his sword, adopting a protective stance. "Begin." The referee's voice signaled the start of the battle as Carmilla reached for the band holding her hair. With a swift movement, she yanked it off, allowing her wine-colored hair to fall freely. As Carmilla's long hair cascaded down, extending all the way to her knees, she began to perform intricate hand signs while swiftly advancing towards Michael. Michael, in a defensive stance, tilted his head, using his ears to face Carmilla, as if relying on his heightened senses to anticipate her attack. However, he was quickly compelled to raise his sword for defense. Bang! The force of Carmilla's relentless assault sent Michael hurtling through the air, unable to adequately protect himself against the onslaught unleashed by her extraordinary hair. After the assault, Carmilla stood in the center of the battle ring, her hair noticeably longer and stronger than before, intertwined in braids that shimmered with a brilliant crimson glow at the tip. The sight gave the crowd an impression that her hair could be even sharper than the most finely honed spears. They had witnessed the damage it had inflicted upon the ground where Michael had previously stood, leaving deep gouges. Despite the assault, Michael persisted, still striving to listen for Carmilla's movements with his closed eyes. "It's quite pathetic, isn't it? The fact that I have to face you in your weakened state, had believed that defeating you would satisfy my thirst for battle, but clearly I was mistaken," Carmilla taunted. "Step down with some semblance of pride and allow me to face the next opponent. That way, I can still salvage some dignity for you. If you refuse, I'll utterly shatter any reputation you think you've built when I defeat you mercilessly." As Carmilla circled slowly around Michael, he strained to locate her, relying solely on the sound of her approaching footsteps. "Well, I'm sorry, I just can't do that," Michael asserted. "Then you leave me no choice," she declared as her hair launched towards Michael like a legion of flying swords, as the crowd and fans of the Holy Grail Academy were yearning for their hero to conjure another miracle, but was left in despair, as they watched as various parts of his body were impaled by the sharp tips of Carmilla's hair. Initially, he had managed to deflect a few of the strikes by rolling on the ground and casting some light spells, but his injuries and his temporary blindness severely limited his capabilities. It wasn't long before he was ensnared when one of her braided hair tips found its way through his injured neck, rendering him immobile for more than a second and allowing the other tips to pierce different parts of his body. Although he had managed to slightly move, averting the hairs from striking any of his vital organs, but the moment he was pierced, he began to feel his strength waning as his blood drained away. But it wasn't only blood loss. He felt the tips of Carmilla's hair that had penetrated his flesh were not merely strands, but giving him the feeling of leeches, voraciously draining him. "Ah, I give." Whack Michael attempted to concede, but his speech was abruptly silenced by a lash from one of the hair whips. "It's too late now, I warned you, and you should have accepted my offer when I presented it," Carmilla stated as she advanced towards Michael, who was now being raised to the air by the hair tips deep inside his body, his broadsword slipping from his weakened grasp. You seem to relish in my torment," Michael mumbled weakly, yet his words were still audible to her. "Of course I'm doing this for my teammates, Connor and Kira, whom you nearly killed, you talented piece," Carmilla retorted. Mid-bloodline spell judgment, blade blood copy. At the mention of the spell cast by Carmilla, Michael forced himself to open one of his eyes, to confirm that his hearing wasn't playing tricks on him, and there it was before him. Carmilla stood with her hands folded behind her back, with her long, bone-chilling braided hair, now hardened, suspending Michael in the air, slowly draining his blood and causing his face to grow pale. Yet, it wasn't this sight alone that shocked him at that moment. What truly enraged him was the sight of the colossal blood blade, an exact replica mental image of his own judgment sword, looming behind Carmilla. She had copied one of his spells and had done so by harnessing the power of her blood-draining hair to do so. He had never expected his own special spell would be used against him in such a manner. Don't worry too much. After you lose consciousness, I'll send the rest of your team to join you, Carmilla taunted. As she swung her hand, sending the enormous blade hurtled towards Michael. Bang! The fans of the Holy Grail Academy fell into stunned silence as they watched Michael slide down the protective light shield that encased the battle ring when a fight began. They couldn't fathom that their hero's bravery was on the verge of coming to an end so soon. Even in this dire situation, they clung to a glimmer of hope, with their hands tightly balled, anticipating another trump card from Michael. But their hopes were shattered as they heard the voice of the referee. The winner of the third round is Carmilla Soren. The arena erupted in loud cheers once again, as a wave of exultation washed over the fans of the Bloodline Academy. The Holy Grail Academy fans, however, remained silent in the face of Michael's defeat, their hearts heavy. As they witnessed Michael's elimination, the Bloodline Academy fans couldn't hide their delight, as they watched the reserve team from the Holy Grail Academy swiftly enter the battle arena in their knight-like uniforms and carried Michael's body away, giving Carmilla the spotlight she desired. With a wave and a triumphant smirk towards the fans, Carmilla reveled in the adoration, causing another surge of cheers. The crowd was captivated by her beauty and motivated by her presence. Damien, who was observing from where he sat, shook his head in disapproval. The mages from the War God Academy team remained completely focused on the ongoing match, afraid to divert their attention even for a second, fearing they might miss the crucial moves unfolding before them. Agnes, Sophia, and a few others were all immersed in the intense atmosphere, contemplating what they would do if they were given the opportunity to fight. The matches they were watching had far exceeded their initial expectations. When they imagined facing any of the mages from the Bloodline Academy or the Holy Grail Academy, they couldn't envision themselves winning. They were aware of the danger posed by such thoughts, as it means they might bow out of the tournament soon. However, while some entertained those doubts, Alec could be seen chuckling mischievously, eliciting curious looks from Arthur and Brandon. It had been a while since they had witnessed that familiar expression on Alec's face, since he didn't have a chance to try experimenting on new Golem's creation. Alec, that devious grin tells me you're already concocting something in that head of yours, and I hope you're not leaving us out of the plan, Arthur commented. I love it, it's like this second round was made for someone like me, Alec mentioned, his gaze fixed on Carmilla as she excited the crowd with a wave, after securing the first victory for the Bloodline Academy in the battle against Holy Grail Academy. Who will take the position of the second attacker? We need to carry on the momentum that Michael worked so hard to create. We want the fans to remain on our side until the very end, Julian announced, his eyes closed, as he was addressing the three remaining teammates seated with him at the front. I'll do it. Gabriel stood up, ready to take action. However, before he could even take a step, a streak of light flashed past his face with incredible speed. He turned his head to locate the source of the attack, only to find Julian with his hand outstretched. I apologize for delivering this news now, but you are not permitted to confront that lady. While I may not be a skilled strategist, Michael instructed me that if he were to be defeated, I should ensure that you are not the first one to face her, as your sole focus would be seeking revenge for what happened to him. That way you would lose sight of the bigger picture, Julian explained, emphasizing Gabriel's clouded judgment following his brother's defeat. Upon hearing his captain's words, Gabriel reluctantly settled back into his seat, understanding the reasoning behind Julian's decision. Another person from your clan in the Northern Kingdom. Now I must ask, why would a powerful and large clan like yours diminish its strength by sending descendants elsewhere? Agnes inquired, curious about the dynamics of the ancient blaze methods, as they heard the referee's announcement of Cassandra's name. Before stepping onto the stage as the Holy Grail Academy's second participant in the fight, well, it's quite simple actually. They didn't deem us worthy of their attention. Despite awakening the clan's primary ability, none of us who were sent out were able to convince the clan elders that we would become exceptional mages upon awakening. As lesser acknowledged members of the clan, we are dispatched to learn from other institutions or sects. If we manage to catch the clan's attention before completing our training, we would be called back to be nurtured with the clan's secret arts. However, if we prove to be mediocre throughout our training period, our status upon returning would diminish. Lucas responded without glancing at Agnes. He was well aware that she is the group's information gatherer, which means she would inevitably learn from her contacts later if he didn't say a thing. This inevitability prompted him to divulge the details about his clan himself. Agnes, upon learning about the Blade clan's rigorous training program for their younger generations, realized she might have hit a nerve, and internally chastised her own curiosity for once again getting the better of her. Cassandra Blade stood impeccably attired in the Holy Grail Academy's white uniform, trimmed with golden edges. Her black hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail. In stark contrast to Michael, her expression was one of unwavering seriousness as she unsheathed her dual swords from her waist, her gaze locked firmly on Carmilla without a flicker of distraction amidst the unfolding action. "I see you're not as talkative as the other guy," Carmilla remarked. Yet Cassandra remained silent, offering only an intense stare in lieu of conversation. "Begin," announced the red-haired referee, vanishing from sight to allow the combatants to engage. But unlike the other matches that commenced with immediate charges from the fighters, this one was different as they stood still. To the audience, it appeared as a mere standoff, but the true experts could discern the careful strategizing at play. Without crossing blades, both ladies had already run through countless simulations and counterattacks in their minds, anticipating each other's moves. However, this cerebral battle of wills was ill-suited for someone like Carmilla, who favored a more explosive approach. With a wand materializing in her hand, she launched a spell at Cassandra, a probing attack to gauge her opponent's defenses. Low-tier spell Dark Bolt. A streak of black electricity hurtled towards Cassandra with incredible speed. Reacting swiftly, Cassandra slightly tilted her body, shifting her upper half to the right, allowing the Dark Bolt to pass her by effortlessly with determined steps. She continued to approach Carmilla as the first move had been exchanged, but Carmilla refused to give up after a single failed attack. She unleashed a relentless barrage of dark bolts upon Cassandra, who effortlessly sidestepped or deflected them with graceful swings of her blade. The spectators fell into a hushed silence as they watched spells fly from one end to the other, witnessing Cassandra's effortless defense. The sparks and bursts of magic from each clash were enough to keep them entertained, but the fans of the Bloodline Academy had begun to question Carmilla's strategy. Her formidable weapon, her hair, still floated ominously around her, yet instead of unleashing it, she focused solely on sending the low-tier spell Dark Bolt. To the audience, these spells seemed inconsequential and incapable of harming Cassandra. However, Carmilla trembled with excitement, unknown to the spectators. With each strike deflected by Cassandra's dual swords, small traces of residual black lightning clung to her through her blades. And with time, the accumulated strikes had left black lightning currents coursing around Cassandra's figure, changing the appearance of her white knight-like uniform to a black and white color. "Do you understand now?" Carmilla asked with a confident smile as her wand disappeared, and she snapped her fingers almost immediately. Mid-tier spell Abyssal Lightning. The air crackled with an eerie energy, swirling in black and purple hues as Carmilla's hand became engulfed in a vortex of electricity after she snapped her fingers. With a deafening roar, a barrage of black lightning bolts unleashed from Carmilla's fingertips, each bolt honing in on its target, which is Cassandra. With unwavering precision, Cassandra, who had remained silent since the start of the fight, cursed as she observed the lightning bolts hurtling toward her. Though they weren't any larger than the previous Dark Bolt spell, but the imminent danger sent alarm bells ringing within her, as she knew at that moment she had to avoid getting struck by this attack. Because the lightning currents that had been coursing around her body, unable to harm her all this while, now surged with increased vigor, seemingly agitated by the new spell directed at her. It was as if every cell in her body screamed against making contact with the attack. These bolts were not merely electrical in nature, they were infused with the essence of darkness itself, making them especially effective against beings with an affinity for light element. And Cassandra, whose primary spirit equipment was made of light elements, knew she would be particularly vulnerable to such an assault. Bang! The spectators were awestruck as a colossal explosion erupted, signaling the moment the abyssal lightning struck. The sheer force of the lightning detonation was so immense that it seemed to ripple through the climate, causing a chilling shift. Black lightning bolts began striking the spot where Cassandra had stood, each strike making the fans of the Holy Grail Academy flinch and tremble. They could only imagine the state in which Cassandra found herself now. Now, when they looked at Carmilla's maniacal laughter, all they saw was a daunting and terrifying figure. Her beauty held no allure to them anymore, as they were scared to offend such a lady. Carmilla had finally grown tired of her amusement and turned her attention to the path of the battle ring, which was obstructed by a dense fog. But it wasn't just the fog, as streams of lightning currents crackled across the ground, transforming that part of the battle ring into an electrifying field. Swoosh. Without hesitation, Carmilla extended one of her braided hair into the fog, attempting to retrieve Cassandra's body. However, after a few seconds, she felt a tug on her hair. As she was being pulled instead, she firmly planted her legs into the ground and extended the remaining tips of her hair into the fog, trying to locate Cassandra through the sensation of the initial hair being drawn. After a few more seconds, Carmilla sensed that she had completely ensnared something with her hair. And she began to pull back, aiming to drag Cassandra out from the fog she had used as a hiding spot. Expecting to see Cassandra in a pitiful state after being forcefully pulled from the fog, Carmilla exerted a significant amount of force. However, as the captured entity drew closer, she started to sense that something was amiss. The weight she felt on her hair seemed far too heavy for a human, and it didn't decrease even after pulling it at such speeds. This gave rise to a growing sense of suspicion within Carmilla. But she put all these thoughts aside, as she had no doubt that Cassandra had been directly hit by her abyssal lightning. The spell acted like a homing projectile, seeking out areas where residual lightning energy lingered and causing explosive damage. It could be used deceitfully as a chain lightning on a crowd of enemies, or as a powerful explosion focused on a single target. Just as Carmilla had demonstrated, with this in mind, she believed that Cassandra was no longer a threat. As the hair pulled closer, Carmilla retrieved her bony black wand from her space ring and twirled it in preparation to cast a spell the moment Cassandra was dragged out of the cloud. She wasn't ready to take any chances. Swing. Both Carmilla and the crowd were left stunned when the hair finally revealed its capture, and instead of Cassandra, it had ensnared a colossal great sword taller than Carmilla herself. She quickly untangled her hair from the sword and used it to create a defensive barrier against the incoming onslaught of the great sword coming at fast speed. Carmilla cursed at Cassandra, unable to comprehend how she had been deceived. Bang! The enormous sword struck the hair-veiled defense, launching Carmilla into the air, but she displayed remarkable acrobatic skills and gracefully rotated mid-air before landing back on the ground using her hair as a cushion force. As Carmilla lifted her head, she finally laid eyes on Cassandra, who dashed out of the fog. Her once white knight-like uniform was now completely scorched black from the lightning explosion, her hair in tatters from the attack, but despite her charred skin, Cassandra valiantly charged forward. Lightly jumping as she neared the great sword, Cassandra grasped the enormous weapon and spun in the air before slamming it down with a powerful strike. The blade in Cassandra's hand radiated a visibly radiant white light, as Carmilla was still bewildered by how her own spell was easily countered, but she still swiftly mobilized her hair to intercept Cassandra's aerial assault. Mid-tier spell Judgment Blade. Cassandra invoked a spell, one which the crowd was all too familiar with, conjuring a larger golden sword image behind her. Mid-bloodline spell Judgment Blade Blood Copy. Not one to be outdone, Carmilla resolutely followed suit, as she took a sip from a small flask, much like her brother does, before casting the previously copied spell. This time, a crimson sword of shorter length materialized behind her back. As they both advanced toward each other, the mental image of the swords behind them mirrored their movements, colliding in a breathtaking clash in mid-air just before their physical weapons met. Give them out and make sure everyone gets a cultivation pill. George Gordons laughed heartily as he instructed the boys in charge of cleaning his quarters to distribute the low-tier cultivation pills. He had been hoarding. He had intended to use them for trading with the occasional merchants that visited the Estonia city. But at this moment, he was simply delighted to have invited nearly every low-tier mage in the clan to receive the pills. Standing behind him not too far were the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, who had effectively become his bodyguard. Although George had claimed that the Third Elder was his new high-rank backup, but the Third Elder was well aware that it was merely a facade. The true reason the patriarch of the Gordons clan had requested his younger brother to stay close was due to persistent paranoia he had about potential attacks against them, and George was determined to avoid a repeat of past events. Taking a sip from the gourd he held onto, the Third Elder scoffed. We are both well aware of how stingy he truly is, so please, enlighten me about this new development of distributing his secret stash to the low-tier mages of the clan, despite implementing rules to restrict such stash earnings. We all know that those rules were nonsense, the Grand Elder said. George has been secretly profiting from the pills that the Second Elder was refining and stored in the clan's treasury at reduced prices, specifically for the benefit of the younger generations. In fact, originally, the pills were intended solely for our clan's low-tier mages to exchange once they had accrued enough merits. However, they never received any pills, and we all know why. George had already exchanged them all, significantly at a lesser value, the Third Elder revealed with a hint of frustration in his voice. As he then traded them for something more profitable with the merchants, though he still contributes and gives back to the clan, but that doesn't change the fact that he's been deceiving and stealing the Second Elder creations away from the clan, the Grand Elder elucidated as the Third Elder nodded in agreement. But there is still one thing bothering me at the moment. Don't you think he will come to regret all of this later? The Third Elder questioned, seeking the opinion of the Grand Elder. Oh, that he will definitely regret it once he wakes up from his state of intoxication, and that's one reason why I ensure he stays away from alcohol. Just pray that his alter ego doesn't emerge when he regains his senses, as you would find yourself in deep trouble, the Grand Elder advised, causing the Third Elder to tremble at the thought of facing the cold version of his brother. Well, as long as I keep my distance, I should be safe until he gets over it. The third elder asserted, though internally cursing himself. He had always wanted his brother to drink with him, but now that his wish had come true due to Alec's display, but he couldn't help but feel that he may have entered into a world of trouble. Meanwhile, in a nearby house, a group of Tier 7 mages had gathered secretly, observing all that was happening through a series of water screens that displayed various locations within the Gordon's clan. With a little extra cash here and there, some of the helpers from the Gordon's clan have been bribed to assist in hiding and activating the spell bags we gave them around various areas of the Gordon's clan house, one of the Tier 7 mages revealed. This way, we can observe and monitor their every move without them being able to detect us. He explained his plan to the rest of the group, who watched intently as George distributed his secret stash of low-tier pills to clan members who had been struggling in the lower ranks and upcoming junior members. Seriously, now more than ever, I believe we should reconsider any intentions of attacking them. We all know that the clan has descendants in academies and institutions throughout the kingdom. Just look at Alec leading his own academy to the top 8. That's the cream of the crop. Just imagine being hunted down by them for revenge on what we are about to do to their clan. The mage who had previously complained spoke up again, expressing his concerns. However, the others in the group were not convinced and stared at him as if he were an odd element. You can't back out now, you've already reaped the benefits, which means you must play your part. It has been decided that we will attack the next day, exactly when the War God Academy team's match is taking place, a determined voice declared. The elders and the patriarch of the Gordons will be occupied in their meeting room, focused on Alec Gordon's and his team's match. That's when we will silently eliminate most of the clan's members. Before their higher-ranking members detect what's happening, we will have them surrounded and take them out as well. The plan was explained by the Rasa clan patriarch. And if you want to be scared of a few kids who are not even close to stepping into the tier realm, let alone the tier 7 realm, then leave your life behind. The Rasa clan patriarch used a threat to dismiss the concerns of the fidgeting mages. Since you have all decided on the time of the attack, I must inform you that during that time I will also make an appearance with 2 of my friends. I will only intervene if I deem you all unworthy of completing this mission. A voice reverberated through the room, initially alarming the Tier 7 mages present. However, they quickly calmed down as they recognized the familiar figure. It was the Tier 8 mage, wearing a mask on his face, the same person who had provided them with pills to aid in their breakthrough. He was also the mastermind and leader of the plans to attack the Gordon's clan. You don't have to worry about a thing. We are fully prepared to ensure that the Gordon's clan vanishes from the history of Estonia City, another Tier 7 mage declared confidently, prompting them all to burst into laughter, lost in their daydreams of how they would obliterate the Gordon's clan. Each of them harbored feelings of hate or had clashed with the Gordon's clan in one way or another. Now they have finally broken through to the high rank, a possibility many of them never thought they would achieve. They saw it as a compelling reason to confront the Gordon's clan and eliminate them from their path, as they believed that unless they removed the Gordon's clan from the Estonia city, they would never receive the respect they deserved in a city that still held the hidden power of the formidable Gordon's clan. Both Carmilla and Cassandra were sent flying in different directions after their mental image of their judgment swords clashed. The golden judgment sword light behind Cassandra fluttered, giving the impression that it was on the verge of being extinguished. On the other hand, the blood-red sword behind Carmilla had visible cracks, indicating that it could shatter at any moment. So that's how it is, Beatrice remarked, drawing Alec's attention away from the battle. What did you notice? Alec inquired. The blood powers of Carmilla and her brother Damien are quite different, despite them both coming from the same bloodline. While one might expect them to awaken similar abilities, it appears that is not the case in this situation, Beatrice explained. Firstly, Damien possesses the ability to manipulate blood freely, while Carmilla seems to only have blood elemental abilities or limited blood control. Maybe it's about the bloodline concentration. This is evident from the way Damien can control blood externally easily, whereas Carmilla hasn't been able to show such manipulation, she continued. But that doesn't change the fact that she shares the same bloodline as Damien. Her own blood ability seemed to take a different form, manipulating her hair length through the blood in her head region, and even copying others' spells with just a drop of their blood. It seems she can use the blood while it's inside her, however. It seems that the copied spell weakens each time she uses it, Beatrice elaborated. I don't have all the details, but it seems that if she can't obtain that exact blood again soon, she will lose that ability she had copied, Beatrice concluded. Another cheat just like that royal freak, Alec lamented. It's not exactly like Liam's abilities, it's much more intricate. Unfortunately, I don't have complete knowledge about these powers yet, Beatrice admitted. While attempting to fully understand the unique powers of bloodline clans that have thrived, such as the Dragonmere clan, the Lupus clan, or the Soren clan, is never an easy task. Each member's powers can vary based on the degree of their bloodline concentration, Selene interjected. I have to admit, I never expected to be pushed back like this by someone I've never heard of before. Your clan sends out its younglings as if they were mercenaries. It's gotten to the point where it's hard to even remember the names of you all, except for your clan's name, Carmilla taunted as she used her hair to push herself up from the ground. Cassandra spat blood on the ground before using her right leg to kick the huge great sword off the ground, still gripping the hilt tightly with her right hand as the sword was upward. The ease with which Cassandra raised such a massive weapon raised a few eyebrows from the crowd of spectators. In the next moment, she sent the great sword flying towards Carmilla. The mental image of the Golden Judgment sword behind her also followed with the attack, as it merged with the great sword, causing the blade to emit a radiant golden light. As the weapon traveled through the air, the light sparkled, causing Carmilla to raise a hand to shield her eyes. Although she didn't know how to fully assimilate the power of the Judgment Sword with her own weapon, due to the fact that she had drank Michael's blood and he couldn't execute such moves, but she had still sent out her cracked and blood-tinted Judgment Sword towards the colossal great sword, supporting the blade with her extended hair. Bang! The entire crowd gasped as just before the two attacks were about to collide, the great sword self-destructed. The power behind the self-destruction was so immense that it sent Carmilla flying backward. In fact, her hair had shortened, now reaching only to her shoulders. She had hardened her hair into a shield and used most of its length to defend against the destruction of the sword Cassandra had self-destructed towards her. Carmilla swung her hand mid-air as she realized she would land outside the battle ring, manifesting a shadow chain that flew towards the ground. The tips of the shadow chain transformed into a spearhead that hooked onto the ground. Carmilla tugged on the chain, dragging herself back into the battle ring. However, before she could land on the ground, Cassandra's hand appeared on the chain, gripping it tightly and attempting to pull Carmilla out of the ring. The audience could easily see through Cassandra's intentions of winning in an easier way. While others would have chosen to defeat their opponent and secure a victory the bloody way, Cassandra seemed solely focused on removing Carmilla from the battle ring, which would automatically declare her the winner of the round. However, since Carmilla was already close to the ground, she let go of the shadow chain and gracefully somersaulted to the ground, causing the dissipation of the conjured chain. Realizing this, Cassandra turned back to face Carmilla, who now wielded two blades, a short sword and a regular sword. "What's going on? It seems like she's only interested in knocking Carmilla out of the stage," Endrick commented as he watched. "If you knew her, you wouldn't put it that way. If you ask me, Cassandra is probably still taking it easy on her right now. Cassandra has always possessed innate strength from a young age and has never had a liking for hurting others. She prefers to take it easy, but don't mistake her kindness for weakness. When that lady snaps, things can get pretty ugly fast," Lucas mentioned. "You should have backed down the easy way," Cassandra stated, staring at Carmilla. "Well, you talk like you have already won, but it's about time I get serious. I've had enough of this match," Carmilla retorted as she dashed toward Cassandra. The crowd chanted each representative's name as they came close to clashing again, with Carmilla striking down with her long sword and Cassandra countering by raising her left hand to guard her head. Carmilla swiftly used other hand to stab her short sword straight towards Cassandra's neck. However, once again, Cassandra skillfully moved her chi-covered right hand forward to meet the blade. Clang! The fans of the Bloodline Academy, who had anticipated Cassandra's hand being pierced, were taken aback when Carmilla's short sword broke instead. The sound of the sword breaking seemed to resonate deeply within their hearts. Now she has awakened the beast. Lucas muttered from his seat, sparking increased focus among the rest of the War God Academy team, as they didn't want to miss any subsequent moves that might occur next. In the following moment, they observed Cassandra twist her left hand around Carmilla's right hand, which still gripped the sword. Simultaneously, she maneuvered her right palm and locked Carmilla's left hand, pulling her closer before forcefully smashing her head into Cassandra's. Yet just before their heads made contact, the crowd noticed Cassandra was conjured a helmet reinforced with chi energy. "Ouch!" echoed throughout the Bloodline Academy fans as they watched Carmilla stagger backward, attempting to differentiate between the double images of Cassandra she was before her. Carmilla had expected Cassandra to be strong, given how she had broken her blade with bare hands. However, it was in the moment their heads collided that Carmilla realized the extent of her miscalculation. Blood rushed down from Carmilla's forehead due to the sheer force of the collision. Although she couldn't discern which of the double-filtered images of Cassandra was true, but as she saw how Cassandra adjusted her stance, Carmilla became fully aware that the impending attacks from Cassandra would inflict some pain. Bang! The resounding impact of Cassandra's punches landing on Carmilla was so powerful that the crowd instinctively flinched with each sound. Without the restraint of the huge great sword, Cassandra's movements became a blur as she attacked with incredible speed, accompanied by bright flashes of light. She swiftly shuffled from one place to another, pushing herself towards the center of the arena where Carmilla stood. Cassandra continued to accelerate the power behind her punches, relentlessly aiming to land them on Carmilla Soren. The intense assault persisted for about a minute before Carmilla finally collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and unable to continue defending against the power punches. The referee had to intervene, stepping in to stop Cassandra from continuously pummeled Carmilla. And the winner is Cassandra Blade, achieving another point for the Holy Grail Academy. The referee announced, prompting another wave of cheers to sweep through the stadium. This time, the fans of the Holy Grail Academy were elated, as they now believed they had the highest chance of victory, as they still had 3 fighters still in reserve who hadn't fought yet, and Cassandra appearing to be in good shape despite her recent bout. The Holy Grail Academy had reason to be optimistic. Meanwhile, the Bloodline Academy had only 2 fighters remaining who could take the stage. This news brought a sense of relief to them, as the odds appeared to be in their favor. "I suppose it has finally come to the point where I need to make an appearance," Damien remarked as he rose from his seat, making his way toward the battle ring. He opened his blood flask and swirled it slightly, causing a small pool of blood to emerge from it. Using his left hand, Damien deftly controlled the blood, directing it to flow beneath Carmilla. He moved his hands upward and the blood followed his motions, lifting the unconscious Carmilla with it. He carefully guided her toward the healing team of the Bloodline Academy, who were rushing forward to provide assistance. The moment Carmilla was taken into the custody of the medical team, Damien swung his hand back as the blood rushed towards him, transforming into a formidable blood armor that pulsated with each second, resembling a beating heart. "I assume you will be the one to replace your sister and fight in the next round for the Bloodline Academy, correct?" The referee's voice pulled Damien out of his thoughts, and he began to ascend the battle ring stairs with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. "Of course, I will be representing the Bloodline Academy next," Damien confidently replied as he finally stepped into the battle ring, locking gazes with Cassandra, who stood on the opposite side. She heaved heavily, watching Damien with caution. The entire crowd was fully focused, eager to see how this match would unfold. Prior to the start of this fight, they had all believed that the Bloodline Academy would come out victorious with a significant lead as they were the favorites. This belief stemmed from the fact that the previous year they ranked as the 3rd best academy. However, the current situation painted a different picture, as the Holy Grail Academy seemed to have turned the tide in the match. "Begin," the voice of the referee commanded, plunging the crowd into another hushed silence as they watched Cassandra and Damien dash toward each other. Bang! The echoes of punches filled the air as bursts of red and golden light flashed throughout the battle ring. The light may momentarily be reflected at the ring's edge, but in the next second it would return to another location. This exchange continued for about 20 seconds, as Damien and Cassandra traded blows with incredible speed and precision. Eventually, they both disengaged, creating distance between themselves. Damien's blood armor appeared to have weakened, its once formidable presence now thinning. "I see I can't match your strength, and it appears you also match my speed. In that case, I'll just have to defeat you in another way," Damien declared, surprising the spectators who had thought they were evenly matched or that Cassandra was slightly weaker than Damien. As the crowd watched intently, they noticed a slight trickle of blood at the edge of Damien's lips. He used his left thumb to wipe it away, assuming a different stance and finally entering his playful mode, a smile gracing his face as one hand remained tucked in his pocket. "You better be prepared for what's about to come," Damien warned. As he stretched out his right hand, raising his index and middle fingers slowly, droplets of blood began to rise from the ground, levitating all around the battle ring. It was at this moment that the crowd finally realized that, amidst the ongoing intense matches, the stage had been destroyed countless times by explosive attacks from the mages who had previously fought. However, the arena had miraculously repaired itself while the spectators were engrossed in the battles. Unbeknownst to them, the blood that had been spilled had been absorbed by the repairs, unnoticed until now, and Damien intended to utilize this accumulated blood for his advantage. For someone like Damien, who relied on blood to maximize his moves, entering the battle ring this late proved to be a strategic choice. Regardless of the outcome, many high-ranking mages would have bled during the earlier fights, providing an ample supply of blood for Damien's spells. "Surrender," Damien commanded, as he now had complete control over the battle ring as there was blood everywhere. Even the crowd began to sense the tide of victory tipping in his favor for this round. Cassandra, however, offered no verbal response to Damien's demand. Instead, a halberd materialized in her right hand, and with a defiant gesture, she slammed its shaft into the ground 3 times. The act was a clear provocation, and Damien needed no words to understand her resolute answer. Mid-bloodline skill blood shackles. Damien chanted as he manipulated his hands, causing the blood scattered around to coalesce. It merged into a specific volume before transforming into long spear-tipped chains of blood that surged toward Cassandra. Despite the onslaught of chains seeking to bind her, Cassandra advanced as she rotated the halberd, spinning it in a whirlwind of defense. Cling! The metallic echo of the chains clashing against the swiftly rotating halberd filled the air. Damien shuffled around the ring, maintaining his distance while simultaneously attempting to subdue Cassandra with relentless waves of blood chains that kept rebounding toward her, even after they had been knocked back. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that both of these mages facing each other are actually first-year students. How in the world are the ordinary academy disciples supposed to compete against that? I attended the Bandit Academy a few years ago, and even back then, only the third or fourth-year students had reached the Tier 5 realm. And even then, it was only the exceptional ones among them who had been through life or death battles, one spectator commented, reflecting on their own experiences. Or they have the backing of elders, which accelerates their progress faster than others, but the mages from the Great 8 Academy are definitely challenging my understanding of the strength that first-year academy students should possess. Another spectator nearby couldn't help but add as they watched the intense battle between Cassandra and Damien. What do you know? Don't feel disheartened, as no matter what you do, the first-year students from the Great 8 Academies will never be on the same level as the Ordinary Academy's first years. It is only the fourth-year students from the Ordinary Academies who can match them in realm, a fellow spectator responded, addressing the first spectator's concerns. You seem to be well informed, so tell me, why is there such a huge disparity between the Ordinary Academies and the Great 8? The first spectator inquired. Well, it's quite simple, really. When a mage from a mid- or low-tier clan awakens, they strive to enter the academies as quickly as possible to gain knowledge and resources that their clans cannot provide for them, the informed spectator explained. However, the same isn't true for members of the high-tier clans or the ancient clans. When they discover a prodigy worthy of carrying their clan's legacy, they spare no effort in providing the best resources to propel them even further, the spectator continued, shedding light on the reasons behind the disparity. They are trained at home for a year or even longer to learn their clan's secret techniques and spells, which are tightly linked to their clan's heritage. I see the game is probably rigged from the start. Well, that's not fair at all, the first spectator commented, expressing frustration at the unequal circumstances. Well, that's something we have to live with every day. We wake up knowing that the world is unfair, but we don't give up and we continue to fight against it. On a more serious note, I'm actually quite surprised that the War God Academy has made it this far in the competition, considering it was an academy no one really thought highly of, the second spectator reflected. They have truly shown how much of a thorn they can be to the higher-ranked academies. That's why I'm truly supporting them. The second spectator further explained, highlighting the exceptional aspects of the War God Academy's journey. In the VIP section, Charles Lightbringer, it seems your academy came well prepared to be able to suppress Damien and keep him at a distance. It appears that the members of the Blade clan will soon be recalled. Such a child, with such a display of strength, won't be allowed to remain outside the clan for long, an old man with white hair and 2 antlers on his head remarked, addressing Charles Lightbringer. If the deacons of the Holy Grail Academy were to find out that someone could speak so freely and casually to their vicar general, they would undoubtedly be curious to know his secret. However, it was the dean of the Bloodline Academy who had dared to have such an open conversation with the vicar general. Only a select few individuals could converse with Charles Lightbringer in such a carefree manner, and the dean of the Bloodline Academy was among those at the top of that list. His ability to do so was not solely due to his position as a dean of another academy, but rather because of the daunting power he possessed. His powers simply demanded such attention wherever he went. What makes you think she was abandoned by the Blades clan? Charles inquired, turning to face the perplexed dean of the Bloodline Academy, who stared back at him. Well, it's quite simple, actually. Cassandra was born into one of the finest battle clans, as you know, and has always been extraordinary since birth. Not only did she inherit her father's blade genes, but she also received a gift from her mother's side, Charles explained. This gift left the Blade clan at a loss on how to best nurture her exceptional abilities, so they brought her to me. As one of the most esteemed light mages in the entire Northern Kingdom, I was entrusted with her care. That is the story, Charles said, cutting his explanation short. However, I still sense that you are hiding something from me, the dean voiced his suspicion. Of course I am. All I will disclose is that Cassandra was meant to be the vice-captain. The only reason she did not attain that position was because she backed down from fighting with other for that position. Your boy Damien should be thrilled to be facing a mage with the potential to be a team's vice-captain, just as he himself holds the position of vice-captain, Charles stated, a hint of smugness evident despite his attempt to maintain a composed expression. Oh, come on, I can see right through your facade of indifference. You believe you have already won, but that's complete nonsense. We both know that the outcome of this match won't be determined until the final participant is standing on the stage. Who knows which academy that participant might come from? The Bloodline Academy Dean countered, challenging Charles's confidence. Always flashing the Dragonmir's air card in our faces, hoping it will secure victory. I wonder if he can truly back up the numbers and emerge triumphant, Charles remarked with a slight shake of his head. Oh, I promise you, Dragov never disappoints, the Bloodline Academy Dean responded, exuding a quiet confidence in his academy's captain. Despite what others may have thought, in this moment, all Damien and Cassandra could focus on was defeating their opponent. Cassandra wielded the halberd with such skill and proficiency that the crowd found themselves questioning where her true expertise lay, as not only had she displayed mastery with her dual blades at the start of the battle, but she also effortlessly handled the enormous great sword, causing others to doubt their perception of its weight. However, when the sword clashed against Carmilla, spectators realized they had underestimated the true power behind the weapon. Just as they thought they had seen it all, Cassandra now fought bare-fisted and seamlessly transitioned to wielding a halberd, pushing through a series of spearheaded blood chains aimed at her. Man, I have to say, that's a strong clanswoman you have there. If she is being pushed out of the clan just like you were, then I'm really starting to doubt the intellect of your clan's elders, Alec teased Lucas, who sat beside him. Nah, she's not like me and my brother. If we were to classify talents in the Blade clan, she belongs among those seen beneath the Blade prince of this generation, Lucas countered. She's incredibly gifted. When she awakened, she manifested affinity for 3 different weapons. You see, in a battle clan like ours, the more weapon affinities we awaken, the greater potential is placed upon us based on the clan's measurements, Lucas explained. Though there have been few situations where those who awaken only one weapon had managed to surpass the geniuses who awaken multiple weapons. But it has to do with the continuous evolution of their awakened weapon, something that can't happen in an instant, Lucas concluded, shedding light on the complexities of awakening weapon affinities. And there's also the possibility of awakening another weapon affinity, just like me, Lucas revealed, causing his teammates to turn towards him in surprise. Wait, you mean you were able to awaken another weapon affinity? Alec asked, stunned. But he wasn't the only one taken aback. Everyone, especially Selene, stared intently at Lucas. Yes, I did, but I think I owe it to you, Lucas nervously admitted, scratching the back of his head. How is that possible? This is all your own doing, Alec quickly interjected. I don't believe I would have awakened it if I didn't have the pills you provided me with, though I've already gone through my second awakening, so I can't quite explain how I was able to awaken another weapon affinity without entering the high rank, but after the first time, I used the pills. Lucas trailed off. I felt like I was going through some sort of baptism, and slowly my flaws were being washed away. Then after what happened yesterday, it finally unveiled itself, Lucas explained, causing the entire team to congratulate and shake him in celebration. I'm happy for you, so spill it. What weapon affinity did you awaken? Beatrice inquired. A glaive, Lucas responded quickly. What? A glaive? You already know how to wield a glaive. You use it when you summon your spirit equipment. So why? Pale questioned. Why would you awaken a glaive when you already know how to wield it? You should have awakened something else, Pale questioned, adding his thoughts to the conversation, like Lucas actually had a say on what he awakened. Being ignorant doesn't give you an excuse to act stupid too, Pale, Lucas retorted, not mincing his words as he called Pale out for his lack of understanding. Actually, just using a weapon doesn't make me an expert at it. Yes, I have been using a glaive every time I summon my spirit equipment, but that doesn't mean I have truly mastered it. If you were to term my proficiency with a glaive, I would consider myself at most an amateur, Lucas explained. But with the awakened affinity for the glaive, not only will my proficiency greatly increase, but every training I do with it now will have 3 times the impact. It's much more than a normal affinity that enhances training by only double-fold, Lucas continued. Now, just by wielding a glaive, I feel like I've been training with it for over 10 years. This is a significant boost to my mastery of the glaive compared to before. I can now accomplish more with the glaive and a great sword than I could have ever imagined. So just imagine how strong Cassandra is with 3 different weapon affinities. Lucas shed some light on how the Blades clan's weapon affinity truly works. If she is so powerful, then why on earth did your clan send her away instead of nurturing her within the clan? Alec asked, utterly perplexed. It's a bit difficult to explain. All we know is that, besides weapon mastery, the clan had no means of cultivating her other awakened power. So they had her study outside the clan, however. They provided everything she needed, and she also has a Blade clan instructor travel with her, who teaches her the clan's secret techniques. Meanwhile, the rest, like me, have to learn them on our own, Lucas clarified. Weapon affinity does seem really cool, but mastery shouldn't be the only thing it provides, right? Otherwise, it would be bland, as anyone could accumulate weapon mastery, albeit at a slower pace than your clan, but even I have achieved mastery in a few weapons, Alex spoke up, as some members of the team thought he was bragging about his weapon proficiency, but that wasn't the case. Only a few of the Gordon clansmen had witnessed Alec using multiple weapons in the past. Although he didn't use many weapons these days, since acquiring the leveling bone katana and the bloody chando, but it didn't change the fact that Alec shared the weapon mastery of all his bonded golems. Without a doubt, there are other amazing aspects that our weapon affinity grants us, ones that others who only have weapon mastery don't possess. However, delving into those secrets would be revealing the Blade clan's sacred techniques. What I can share is that my lightning abilities manifested after my second awakening, even though I don't have a natural affinity for lightning. But the connection to lightning is linked to my weapon affinities, Lucas explained, causing his teammates to gasp in awe and secretly hope that they too would awaken a weapon affinity one day. They knew from historical records that few mages from various clans, not just pure battle clans like the Blade clan, had awakened weapon affinities in the past. The grand arena erupted in cheers as Cassandra closed the distance to Damien, wasting no time in thrusting her halberd towards him. The fans of the Bloodline Academy gasped in shock as the halberd swiftly closed the gap between them, resembling a bolt of lightning as it shot forth with bright light. Puchai, the halberd made contact with Damien, but the scene that the Holy Grail Academy fans had been hoping for did not occur. Instead, Damien's body scattered into tiny bats, which flew away and reconvened on the other side of the arena. There, Damien's body reconstructed itself, but this time he wielded a unique-looking blood-red spear. The spear, approximately 6 feet in length, appeared to be crafted from a dark, dense wood. It was polished to a high sheen and adorned with intricate patterns of swirling, thorn-like filigree. The carvings embedded reddish copper, while runes adorned the supple leather wrapping around it. The spearhead had a leaf-shaped design, broadening from a central ridge before tapering to a deadly point. With the spear now in hand, Damien wasted no time and charged towards Cassandra also, clearly focused on his target. He thrust his spear towards her, but she swiftly flicked her halberd to deflect his attack. However, it seemed as if Damien had anticipated her move, as he twisted his hand in response and flicked the bottom of the spear towards her jaws, causing Cassandra's eyes to widen in realization. She quickly shifted her head to the side, thinking she had evaded the full force of the attack. However, a small crescent-moon-shaped slash, made of blood, appeared. With a flash, the slash grazed Cassandra's right cheek as her hands became covered in chi. She transferred the energy into her weapon, using the surge of power to push Damien back. As Damien tried to close the distance again, this time intending to use sneak attacks to disorient Cassandra, as he realized that she didn't react swiftly to the blood slash he had unleashed earlier. However, as he moved his legs, he swiped the spear, demolishing his blood chains and causing the blood to gather just above his head, levitating like a pool as he closed in once more. But he saw the halberd swinging horizontally towards him, with the bladed part aiming to strike him in two. The fans of the Bloodline Academy believed that he would be able to escape, just as he had easily done before by transforming into bats. However, to their surprise, Damien's expression changed upon seeing the bladed part of the halberd covered in bluish glowing light, prompting him to quickly maneuver his blood-red spear into a defensive position. Bang! The crowd immediately realized that their expectations had not come to pass, as not only had Damien been unable to escape, but he also seemed to be in trouble as Cassandra dragged him along to the edge of the stage. The hooked blade of her halberd was attempting to remove him from the battle ring, mimicking her tactics against Carmilla before eventually disposing of her the hard way. I can't believe it. She's using Aura Blade. Just look at the bladed part of her halberd. That's the reason she's able to pierce Damien now, one spectator exclaimed. VIP section. She must have realized that she couldn't injure Damien normally due to his high bloodline density. The only way to counter opponents like him is to use either chi or an aura attack, and she has both. By utilizing them, not only has she prevented him from escaping using his bat transformation, but she's also able to deal damage, some Academy Dean analyzed. She has also forced him into a close battle. Damien needs to make a move quickly, or he won't know what hit him when she's done. Let's not forget that she's slightly superior to him in strength. Another important figure watching the match from the VIP section couldn't help but mention as he observed the intense confrontation. Cassandra continued to drag Damien towards the edge of the ring, but when they reached the edge, Damien pushed his spear deep into the ground, anchoring himself firmly. Cassandra, despite her effort, was unable to push him off, even with the little strength required. Retracting the weapon, Cassandra firmly gripped the halberd with both hands. Her dominant hand held near the shaft while her other hand was positioned closer to the head of the weapon. She slightly angled the halberd blade upward and to the side, preparing for a sweeping motion with the confidence of throwing Damien off the stage. However, Damien was not the type to wait and allow himself to be tossed aside. He pointed his right hand at Cassandra. Mid-bloodline spell blood cannon. Bang! As Damien finished his chant, a loud explosion resounded, and his right arm up to the shoulder shattered. The blood on his arm was propelled towards Cassandra, who was already in an advantageous position to knock him off the stage. The blood cannon spell was faster than Cassandra had imagined, and with her positioning, she had left herself vulnerable to any attacks directed at her. The impact struck her in the abdomen, causing her to be sent flying backwards. The entire area around Damien now became engulfed in a mist of blood. However, the mist was not enough to conceal the events of Cassandra flying out from the spectators, as they wondered what he had done as they observed. Damien gritted his teeth and dashed towards Cassandra, who was still recovering and feeling numb as she rose from the ground, his left hand tightly gripping the spear. What echoed through Damien's mind was the question of what kind of monster she was. Not only had she engaged in a serious battle previously with Carmilla, but she emerged from it with only minor scratches and burns on her skin and academy uniform. Upon their few clashes, Damien had realized that he couldn't defeat her with his current speed and power alone. So he switched and had prepared to overpower her with spells, but neither the blood shackles nor the blood cannon seemed to have a significant effect on her fighting prowess. Damien was certain that she must have sustained internal injuries, since the blood cannon bypassed most of her body's defenses. But this just confirmed that she possessed incredible strength to still be standing after enduring such an attack. Recognizing the advantages she held over him, Damien abandoned his hope of defeating her through pure superiority. The crowd gasped as he emerged from the mist of blood, noticing the gruesome state of his right shoulder. Though it appeared to be slowly healing, with blood flowing into the severed hand from the blood pool above his head, but the process was sluggish. They could all discern that Damien was in immense pain, yet he pushed through it and thrust his spear towards Cassandra with his left hand. The spearhead emitted a laser-like blood beam as it shot towards her. However, Cassandra, still feeling unsteady from the previous assault, realized she couldn't reach her sword in time. Instead, she extended her left hand to confront the attack, clearly willing to sacrifice her left hand for the greater cause. The blood beam pierced a hole through her left hand, causing her to groan in pain. Nevertheless, she held on tightly, clamping the spearhead in her injured left hand. Meanwhile, in her right hand, she grasped onto a bright light in the shape of a sword, ready to retaliate. The crowd has now become accustomed to such actions, knowing that Cassandra was about to summon another weapon from her space ring. However, before she could complete the summoning, the spectators watched in anticipation as Damien's hands swiftly moved towards the bottom handle of the spear. Drawing back, a short sword was revealed from within the spear. With the short sword brimming with a menacing blood aura, the entire blade was coated in blood, and in a swift motion, before Cassandra could react or even move her right hand to counterattack with the new great sword she had retrieved from her space ring, Damien closed the distance between them. The clash was sudden, and Damien's left hand held his short sword to Cassandra's throat as he stared at her intensely. His eyes were bloodshot, reflecting the intensity of his determination. He had given his all to reach this point, and with just a small movement, he could slit her throat. Despite Cassandra's greater strength, Damien's strategic thinking and versatile use of spells had given him the edge at the end. And the winner of this round is Damien Soren, the red-haired referee announced, igniting the crowd with wild excitement. They had just witnessed a truly remarkable battle. As Damien was declared the winner, Cassandra simply relaxed her body. Unlike the others who may have had unresolved feelings about losing, she showed no signs of disappointment or attitude despite the fact that she had been the one dominating the fight since the start of the match. Taking the loss in stride, Cassandra maintained her perfectly blank expression as her great sword flashed with white light, returning to her space ring. Without even casting a glance back at Damien, she began to calmly walk down the battle ring. This provoked a sneer from Damien. He knew that he hadn't won in the manner he had hoped, but defeating the formidable Cassandra without such tactics would have regardless be close impossible, as he was unsure who would survive at the end. The moment Cassandra stepped down from the battle ring, Damien swiftly summoned healing pills from his space ring. Using his left hand, he removed the cover and consumed the pills, as the crowd witnessed the visibly rapid recovery of his right hand after he took the healing pills. However, Damien was not satisfied with his current state. He proceeded to drink the reserve blood he had stored inside his blood flask, determined to recover to a certain stage before the next fight. He remained uncertain which of the three mages the Holy Grail Academy would send as his next challenger. And at this moment, he acknowledged that he was not at his best due to the intense battle with Cassandra, which could potentially influence the outcome for the Bloodline Academy if Dragov was unable to defeat the remaining mages after his defeat. It was precisely this kind of situation Damien had been striving to avoid. He exerted his utmost effort to ensure that he would eliminate at least 2 or more members of the Holy Grail Academy before stepping down, aiming to minimize any adverse impact on the Bloodline Academy's standing. That was the extent of Damien's faith in Dragov, but he couldn't determine if he would be safe if the captain of the Holy Grail Academy decided to act now. In the VIP section, discussions amongst the esteemed guests centered around the ongoing matches. The dean of the Bloodline Academy tried to provoke Charles, seated beside him, by stating, "It would seem that Damien will be the one earning the point." However, Charles remained composed and didn't engage in any exchange of words. His focus remained on the battle ring. Despite their numerical advantage, Charles couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. This unease stemmed from the fact that the heir of the Dragonmere patriarch, Dragov, had yet to step onto the stage. Charles could only find relief once Dragov had been defeated. Despite his strong belief in Julian's abilities, Charles desired a more definitive victory. After all, Dragov's reputation in the second dimension spoke for itself through his numerous exploits. You of all people should be aware that your student's victory relied on cunningness and the element of surprise. Another figure in the VIP section heading out directed his words towards the dean of the Bloodline Academy. I'm not undermining his tactics in securing the win. After all, everything is fair in war, however. You should know that if he ever crossed paths with Cassandra in the wilds of the second dimension, there would only be one outcome for him: death. When the dean of the Bloodline Academy turned to address the speaker, he realized that the individual had already started walking away again, leaving his words hanging in the air. You eavesdrop on us and then think you have the right to voice your unsolicited opinion. How rude, the dean of the Bloodline Academy angrily retorted, feeling the sting of the words spoken by the figure dressed in pure black attire. Even though he could sense that Cassandra had been somewhat restrained throughout the fight, Damien had still been the one who emerged as the victor. The dean had intended to relish a moment of amusement at Charles' expense after his earlier claim that his team would win. But to him, the figure's insinuation that Damien would lose against Cassandra in the wilderness almost seemed like an accusation of him cheating in this fight. Motivated by his irritation, the dean sought to assert his authority by releasing a wave of golden mental pressure in an attempt to demand an apology. However, to his surprise, his mental pressure was abruptly interrupted and shattered as another wave of mental pressure was unleashed by the figure. A streak of silver light energy emitted from him as he turned back to gaze at the dean, seemingly warning him. The dean immediately recognized the member of which clan he belonged to, evidenced by the clan insignia adorning the figure's right side pocket space. I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation. I just happened to be leaving since there is nothing more for me to observe here. However, your immediate response to my opinion was to send out a wave of mental pressure. Is that how the prestigious mages of the Northern Kingdom treat their guests? The figure in black attire calmly stated. Behind the dean of the Bloodline Academy, there was a faint flickering image of a dragon head, as if it were about to manifest. Additionally, behind the figure's back, there were faint images of 3 distinct weapons, also flickering, showing his deep level of martial skills. This revelation confirmed for the dean that the mage who had successfully repelled his mental pressure belonged to the esteemed Blade clan. It seemed likely that the mage had been assigned to monitor the Blade clan's members, and upon observing Cassandra, the only representative of the Blade clan in the current fight, he began to make his departure. Now, gentlemen, why don't we put aside what just occurred and shift our focus to what truly matters: the upcoming battle? Charles, the Vicar General of the Holy Grail Academy, proposed, effectively dissipating the brewing tension between the dean and the departing Blade clan mage who started leaving again. As the dean of the Bloodline Academy redirected his attention to the battle ring, he discerned that nearly everyone in the VIP section resonated with the sentiments expressed by the Blade clan representative. The consensus was that Damien would not survive against Cassandra in the wilderness, though the dean had yet to witness the full extent of Cassandra's abilities, but he remained confident that Damien would not lose to her in such a hostile environment. Damien possessed a high vitality, rendering him highly formidable as long as there were living beings with blood that he could easily eliminate, which means it would be hard to kill him. However, if Cassandra were to possess a substantial advantage, perhaps 2 realms above Damien, that would present a certain death situation. Nonetheless, the dean held a resolute belief that these one-on-one battles wouldn't fully expose all of Damien's hidden strengths, as they are not allowed to use some life and death spells which are Damien's specialty. Damien, will you continue? the red-haired referee inquired, his gaze fixed on Damien, whose right hand had just regenerated. The crowd watched in fascination as tissues and muscles intertwined, knitting together until the flesh completely enveloped his right hand. Yes, I will continue. Damien declared, a smile on his face as he flexed his right hand, demonstrating to the referee his readiness to resume the fight. All right, if you say so, the referee conceded. He then turned toward the Holy Grail Academy stands. As the referee's eyes met theirs, Gabriel shifted his gaze to Julian, who was looking down at the ground. You don't need my permission. If you're eager to fight, go ahead. Michael only warned against letting you face the lady. And hey, if you do end up losing, don't do it disgracefully. I don't want any more of my team members needing critical healing at this stage of the competition. Julian, the captain of the Holy Grail Academy, chided Gabriel. Gabriel then glanced at Cassandra, who had returned to her seat, arms crossed, while a healer from the reserve team attending to her, casting spells to expedite the healing of her internal injuries. Why phrase it like that? It's almost as if you're expecting me to lose. Well, I'm certain Michael couldn't have foreseen that I'd be up against the brother of the one who put him in his current predicament, Gabriel retorted as he made his way to the battle ring. He summoned a massive shield from his space ring, readying himself for the confrontation ahead. As Gabriel Lightbringer finally stepped onto the battle ring, the referee announced his entry, and the next fighter representing the Holy Grail Academy, Gabriel Lightbringer. A mid-tier 5 mage, Gabriel approached the stage, casting a cautious stare at Damien. Begin. This time, the referee wasted no time initiating the match, and Gabriel swiftly dashed towards Damien the moment the match started. The entire crowd of spectators was caught off guard as they witnessed a blur of white light moving towards Damien. The mages in the low-tier realm struggled to keep up with Gabriel's incredible speed using their own eyes, as they had to rely on the screen displaying the battle above, watching in slow motion before they could truly appreciate the swift movements. Although Damien was taken by surprise by Gabriel's speed, he remained alert. With a swipe of his hand using the remaining blood floating above him, he erected a blood veil for protection. And the moment Gabriel crashed into the veil, it quivered with intensity. Arg. Gabriel didn't relent after his shield bash against the blood veil. He swiftly strapped his shield behind his back, his fists shining with blinding light. With relentless determination, he smashed and kicked at the blood veil that Damien was hiding behind. Gabriel was aware that his actions would deplete his mana faster, but in that moment, he acted without hesitation, solely focused on eliminating Damien and paying no mind to the consequences that might follow. This is exactly what Michael didn't want this idiot fighting next after him. He never considers the bigger picture, Julian complained, shaking his head in frustration. Julian's complaint, however, only caused Marcus, who was seated close by, to burst into laughter. If someone else had said that, it might have been less amusing. But it shouldn't be coming from you, someone who always disregards the bigger picture as long as it benefits you, Marcus remarked, causing Julian to avert his gaze and avoid any further interaction with him. Meanwhile, Marcus continued to avidly watch the ongoing match on the battlefield. Crack, the sturdy blood veil, after enduring several rounds of relentless smashing from Gabriel, showed signs of breaking down. However, before it could completely collapse, it transformed back into its liquid form and plummeted down, leaving Gabriel in a state of disbelief. His right fist remained raised high, frozen in a striking position. As confusion clouded his thoughts, Damien took the initiative to speak. "Surrender now," Damien declared. The words nearly made Gabriel's head explode. He had been the only one relentlessly pursuing and attacking Damien since the beginning of the battle, so he couldn't comprehend where Damien's sudden confidence was coming from, nor did he understand why Damien would ask him to surrender. "In your dreams," Gabriel retorted, conjuring 2 short axes made with light element as he advanced towards Damien. However, as he took his third step, something caught his peripheral vision, prompting him to attempt a retreat. Yet it was too late. His back collided with a rebounding wall, leaving him trapped. When he turned around, he realized there was a glowing red light blocking his way. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he had been ensnared within a blood array. Gabriel was utterly bewildered, unaware of when Damien had cast the blood array. He had relentlessly attacked Damien, leaving him no opportunity to set up such a detailed array in such a short amount of time. This only meant that the array was already in place before their confrontation. "Are you ready to surrender now, or are you still planning to take me out?" Damien questioned Gabriel, as both of them were trapped within the blood array. Even though the array had only been partially completed before, it now completely encircled them, and Damien exuded complete confidence that he could defeat Gabriel at this moment. When, Gabriel queried without lifting his head. "Oh, this array has been slowly constructed while I faced Cassandra. Initially, I intended to use a trapping array against her, but then I realized that her unimaginable strength would easily thwart such a straightforward move, so I devised another strategy for her," Damien explained, offering a somewhat incomplete explanation. But since I had already shed blood, I couldn't let it go to waste, so I gradually created the array, knowing that if my gamble paid off, I would be able to defeat my next opponent, Damien added. As the realization hit Gabriel, he looked around their surroundings and realized that they were standing in the exact spot where Damien had sacrificed his right hand just to emerge victorious against Cassandra. On any ordinary day, Gabriel would have refrained from entering such a zone, particularly while facing a bloodline path mage who could control blood and have been continuously moving towards one position. He should have noticed these details earlier, but as his brother had warned when his emotions were involved, he lost sight of the bigger picture. Mid-tier array spell Crimson Blood Prison. Damien's casting jolted Gabriel awake, triggering his danger senses. As he hastily moved, retrieving the shield from his back, using it to guide his stance and protect his front. Yet despite his efforts, he was pushed backwards by a colossal blood lance that surged up from the ground, as it became clear to him that stopping one attack was merely a needle in a haystack compared to the onslaught of countless blood chains coming towards him, attempting to entangle him. Additionally, a variety of blood weapons were launched at him from the air, aiming to pierce, slash, pin, or decapitate him. Amidst the chaos, he could only steal a glance at Damien one last time. Damien smiled. He seemed so close, yet distant at the same time. Damien ensured that Gabriel couldn't divert his attention elsewhere again. Battling to stay alive, he was bombarded with an onslaught of blood spells from Damien, who seemed to possess an endless supply of blood, an unlimited pool that never ran dry after he casted the trapping array. Damien really is a daredevil, remarked one observer. He hasn't even won the match against Cassandra yet, and he made plans for the next battle. I don't even know how to describe his confidence. The way he has strategized in advance clearly shows how much faith he has in himself. For a mage to possess such unwavering determination, it's evident that he'll go far on his cultivation journey, another person added. Words like these circulated among the individuals seated in the VIP section, as they nodded in approval of Damien's strategies, momentarily forgetting the fact that he had come close to losing the previous battle despite all his strategic planning played. However, it was ultimately his ability to catch Cassandra by surprise at the very end that made all the difference. See, this is what they mean when they say the winners write history, reflected the Dean of the Bloodline Academy in a conversation with Charles, the Vicar General of the Holy Grail Academy. If the Bloodline Academy emerges victorious, they will eventually forget about everything else. They won't remember the individual brilliance of your son, Michael, or the prodigy from the Blade clan. Their focus will solely be on the fact that the Bloodline Academy was victorious. They might even create exaggerated stories, twisting scenarios just to ensure their narrative seems believable. This is how winners shape history. Who would have thought they would be taken down by members of the Soaring clan? I won't hear the end of it when I meet that blood fiend from the Soaring clan. He'll undoubtedly rub it in my face that his children defeated mine, Charles muttered to himself. He then turned to look at the lady, who had been sent by the Soaring clan to observe the competition. Winner Damien Soren, the referee declared, standing before a battered Gabriel. His back was to Gabriel, and his right palm intercepted a rotating blood lance aimed at Gabriel's head. You didn't need to step in, I could have handled it myself, Gabriel protested, hearing the announcement of his defeat. He believed the referee had intervened because he thought Gabriel couldn't defend himself from the attack. However, the red-haired referee simply craned his neck to look back at Gabriel, who was standing feebly, his body riddled with so many punctures that his academy uniform, supposedly of Tier 5 quality, appeared utterly inadequate. You should be thankful that I stepped in when I did. Had I not acted at that precise moment, you'd be dead. But instead of showing gratitude, you're displaying an even worse attitude, the referee chastised. But don't worry, I possess a time reversal spell that can rewind events by a few seconds. Would you like to test whether your hard skin can withstand a critical strike like that without assistance? The referee inquired, a smile still playing on his lips, though Gabriel now looked at him with eyes brimming with fear, convinced the referee must be a lunatic. No, Gabriel exclaimed. Well, even if you had said yes, I wouldn't do it. I have already declared Damien the winner to the crowd. Can you imagine their reaction if they saw me trying to give you a second chance? While the Holy Grail Academy fans might still be happy, the rest of the spectators would become enraged. I cannot allow that to happen because of one sore loser. Please step out of the battle ring, the referee firmly stated to Gabriel, who walked down the battle ring, consumed by shame. Not only had he rushed into the battle ring, but he had also rushed back out, earning the unfortunate record for the fastest defeat, a record that was far from desirable. Sorry, Gabriel murmured as he passed Marcus, who was making his way towards the battle ring. Never mind, we never had much faith in you after your brother went through such a defeat. While Michael may be a source of strength for you, It's essential to understand that letting his experiences affect you is also a weakness. Your brother is also your weakness. If you don't work on overcoming it, you might not survive if your brother leaves this world, Marcus advised, tapping Gabriel's left shoulder with his left hand before continuing on toward the battle ring. Damien Soren, would you like to continue? The referee asked. Yes, Damien replied, his face pale, but he still managed to muster his signature smile and maintain his composure. The fight has reached its climax now, with both academies left with only 2 fighters each. It's a battle between the vice-captains of the Bloodline Academy and the Holy Grail Academy. Will Damien Soren, the ever-resilient blood mage, prevail, or will it be Marcus Sanctus, the Holy Knight? The referee took on the job of a commentator as he levitated to the air, announcing both vice-captain and heightening the anticipation for the intense showdown that was about to unfold. Give it up for the next fighter of the Holy Grail Academy, Marcus Sanctus. The referee's voice boomed through the arena as the fans erupted in cheers. However, there was an underlying sense of fear that had gripped the supporters. The Holy Grail Academy had gone from a position of advantage to a daunting 2-versus-2 battle against their rivals, the Bloodline Academy. Although they held on to their faith in Marcus's ability to win against a cunning Damien, but the final battle in which Academy would remain loomed ominously. Now, it was no longer like before, when they had the numerical advantage and could wear down Dragov, the formidable captain of the Bloodline Academy, through sheer force of numbers. It's been quite a while, Damien. How have you been? Marcus greeted, settling into a horse stance and stretching his arms outward while pushing his right leg forward. Don't talk to me as if we're buddies. The last time we met, you tried to kill me, remember? It's time for me to pay you back, Damien retorted, swiping his hand and summoning a pitch-black sword with red cracks. If you said that when you were in a better state, maybe I would have believed it, but how do you plan to defeat me with your current mana state? If you want, I can give you a little break, Marcus teased, but Damien chuckled. We both know you won't do that, so stop pretending to be nice and come at me. As for mana, you don't have to worry. I may not be at my best, but I managed to draw some blood from your previous teammate. Although converting his blood energy to mana will cause me to lose some of it in the process, Damien explained. But it's still enough to wipe off that arrogant smile you're desperately trying to hide, Damien added confidently. Begin, shouted the referee, who was levitating in the air, signaling the start of the match. Without wasting any time, Damien swiftly slashed the sword, sending crescent blood moon arcs toward Marcus. The crowd watched with intense anticipation, curious to see how Marcus would respond. However, instead of reaching for the sword hanging at his waist, Marcus skillfully deflected each blood slash with the back of his hands, which were coated with light elemental power. As a deafening explosion followed his expert move. Do you think you look cool with an explosion happening behind you? Damien taunted, his sword transforming into a bow as he began shooting blood arrows infused with chi. Of course I have to look cool, no matter what I do, haven't you heard? I'm known as the Handsome Knight, Marcus replied with a smirk on his face. Show off, Damien muttered under his breath as he swiftly dashed towards Marcus. He had finished testing him and had no intention of using casual strikes to stroke Marcus's ego. Mid-tier spell Blood Burst. Damien cast the spell, swinging his right hand towards Marcus, sending a ball of blood flying towards him. However, in an instant, Marcus's carefree expression shifted to one of seriousness as he conjured a round light shield to block Damien's attack. Bang! The crowd watched as the blood ball exploded before it even reached the shield, leaving them intrigued about Damien's true intentions. Meanwhile, Marcus cursed under his breath. While others may not have known Damien well, Marcus had clashed with him enough to understand that Damien always had a purpose behind his actions. Feeling frustrated that he couldn't anticipate Damien's intentions quickly enough, Marcus looked at the light shield before him. A shield now completely covered in blood from the explosion, disrupting his vision and rendering him unable to see Damien. Shit, Marcus cursed. Low bloodline spell Blood Mist. All Marcus could hear after that was Damien casting blood mist in every direction. Within a matter of 3 seconds, the entire battle ring was engulfed in a swirling haze of crimson, as Damien successfully covered the area with a thick, obscuring blood mist. This is not going to stop me, hope you know that. Marcus declared, but his words were cut short as he heard a swift swoosh sound behind him, and he turned back trying to chase where the sound came from, but he quickly realized that might be what Damien wanted. Realizing his mistake, he quickly tried to turn back as he heard another sound, so he attempted to defend himself by extending his right hand to cast another light shield spell. Mid-bloodline spell Blood Lance. Damien's voice resonated from all directions, disorienting Marcus and concealing his true location. As a sharp lance formed from concentrated blood soared through the air with tremendous speed, hurtling towards Damien. Mid-tier spell Reinforced Light Shield. Marcus wasted no time, taking no chances as he cast a new light element shield in heater form to fortify his back. Ah! However, a resounding crack followed by Marcus's anguished groan filled the air, as the blood lance not only pierced through the shield, but it also passed through Marcus's hand before dissipating into the surroundings, adding to the swirling blood mist. Grimacing through the pain in his injured right hand, Marcus locked eyes with the blood mist before him. If you think your schemes will make me fall like the others, think again, Damien. I too am a schemer, maybe not at Michael's level, but I possess the ability to see through your plans, even if it's a little late. As Marcus turned around the battle ring, as he cast a healing spell on his hand, heal. Although the spell couldn't regenerate the damaged bones and flesh of his hand, it effectively stopped the bleeding and alleviated the pain temporarily. This would allow Marcus to refocus on the fight, no longer hindered by his injured right hand. I have always despised that attitude of yours, thinking you know me, I'm not the same person you once knew, and be aware that I can easily defeat you, Damien stated firmly as he emerged from the mist, steadily advancing towards Marcus. However, as Damien took his first step forward, a light sword materialized behind Marcus and swiftly darted towards him with incredible speed with a flick from Marcus's hand, surpassing even the fastest movements of the mages the crowd had witnessed before on the battle ring. The sword pierced through Damien's shoulder, prompting a smile to spread across Marcus's face. Got you now, he exclaimed confidently, but Damien's expression remained unperturbed. No, you don't, I have you exactly where I want you, he calmly responded. A blood clone, Marcus mused, observing the blood seeping into the ground. His thoughts were interrupted when the real Damien swiftly emerged from the blood mist, launching a powerful fist directly towards his face, punching him hard. Marcus staggered backward, spitting out the blood in his mouth and stared at Damien, who smirked confidently. Welcome to my realm, you arrogant narcissist. Welcome to the blood maze, Damien taunted. Innate bloodline domain, blood maze. The entire crowd remained entranced, their eyes fixated on the massive blood dome that enveloped the battle ring. It all began when Damien started casting the blood mist spell, and it soon became clear to them that his intentions extended beyond obstructing Marcus's vision. Damien had strategically placed runes around the battle ring while obstructing Marcus's vision. The runes are what activated the domain, so he had his blood clone diverted Marcus's attention for a while, and that's why. It was only now that Marcus realized he had been ensnared within a sprawling blood dome. Initially, the crowd perceived his attempt as a mere tool to impair Marcus's sight, but the spectators are beginning to comprehend its true purpose, and that is to disrupt Marcus's senses entirely. They came to this realization because they had witnessed Damien's actions firsthand. Although the blood dome obscured their view, the screen above the battle ring granted them a glimpse into the unfolding events happening inside the blood dome. Innate bloodline domain blood maze. Give up now while I am still showing you kindness, for there is no way you can emerge victorious now that I have unleashed my bloodline domain, Damien proclaimed, his words echoing ominously within the blood dome. The air quivered with an eerie energy, while a shroud of crimson mist draped the surroundings, transforming the battle ring into a labyrinth of pulsating veins and arteries, as if sculpted from pure essence of blood. But wait, I thought only high-ranking mages, particularly those of Tier 8, were capable of awakening their own domains, Marcus questioned, his hands already positioned on the hilt of his weapon. Well, this is not really a domain, but rather a quasi-form of what a mature domain looks like. I was fortunate enough to witness a proper domain, and with instruction and my understanding, I managed to create a spell that functions similarly to a domain, albeit lacking some of the other attributes a true domain possesses, Damien explained. As long as it's not a real domain, I can handle it, Marcus replied, launching himself off the ground as he attempted to charge towards Damien. However, Damien appeared unfazed and showed no signs of worry or agitation in meeting him head-on. Raising his right hand, Damien commanded the earth to obey his will, causing large red stone pillars to emerge from the ground, forming a barrier that blocked Marcus's path. Though Marcus was surprised by this display of earth manipulation, but his determination to close the distance with Damien remained unwavering. From what he had observed, he realized he had no effective long-distance attacks to impact Damien. Bang! Marcus, while focused on navigating around the stone barriers, was caught off guard when a massive stone collided with him from the side. The force sent him flying, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Swiftly, he regained his footing, only to find himself confronted by a menacing sight, about 50 blood-red swords suspended just above his head, poised to descend upon him. How is he able to wield a spell of such magnitude? How is it possible for him to maintain such an abundant reserve of mana energy? Marcus cursed inwardly, finally steeling his mind as he drew his weapon from its sheath. Fall, Damien commanded, and with a swift gesture, the array of blood swords descended with alarming speed, as if they had eagerly awaited the command for an eternity. The fans of the Holy Grail Academy watched in fear, some even closing their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending moment. Meanwhile, the followers of the Bloodline Academy cheered vigorously for Damien, mid-tier spell judgment blade. Marcus's voice, although quiet, sliced through the clamor caused by the array of blood swords surrounding him. As a brilliant flash of light from his large saber swiftly cut through the multitude of blood swords. Bang! Explosions resounded throughout. As a surge of light sped towards Damien, even in slow motion, the spectators struggled to perceive Marcus clearly, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a white streak passing Damien with the agility of a phantom. At the edge of the blood maze, the light finally halted, revealing Marcus in all his glory. His academy uniform, his hair, and even his eyebrows radiated an ethereal aura akin to that of Michael when he had attained the glowing holy form. Yet it appeared that Marcus was even more adept at wielding this form than he did. Without so much as a glance back at Damien, Marcus gracefully sheathed his saber blade, displaying a confidence that surpassed mere prowess. "Winner Marcus Sanctus," declared the referee, shocking the crowd who all gasped at the announcement. Damien remained standing in the ring, seemingly unscathed. However, their surprise was short-lived as they realized the blood dome surrounding them was crumbling, and Damien turned his attention towards Marcus. "You're quite fortunate that my showmanship is limited by mana fatigue. Otherwise, victory would surely be mine," Damien sneered, his hand gently caressing his neck. "Well, perhaps you should have considered the consequences before staking everything on a pseudo-domain. You've engaged in 2 intense battles, depleted most of your mana, and wear a fatigued body. How much longer do you plan to underestimate me?" Marcus retorted, his words filled with unwavering confidence. "You may have had a strong start, but defeating me requires more than just cunning plans. You should have bowed out after the last match. You're completely depleted," Marcus stated as he turned towards Damien. The spectators were initially confused by their conversation, but the slow-motion screen replayed the move, this time at a reduced speed that allowed the lower-ranked mages in the audience to follow along. They observed Marcus, radiating with energy, as he charged at Damien with a slash aimed directly at his neck. His speed seemed to have surged to sonic levels as they watched him bear down on Damien. Despite the incredible velocity displayed on the screen by Marcus, it was evident that Damien had managed to react, as his eyes tracked Marcus's swift approach. In that crucial instant, Damien's hand moved to cast a spell, but his casting wavered as Marcus's eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation. He had lunged forward at breakneck speed, targeting Damien's neck, under the assumption that Damien would be capable of defending himself, or at least deflecting the blow. However, Marcus had misjudged the situation. Damien had run out of mana, and definitely he would have realized this even before the match started. And Damien definitely had neither resorted to using restorative pills nor attempted to exit the battle ring, so Marcus quickly perceived Damien's true motive. Damien's tactic of engaging him within the domain wasn't out of a belief that he could win. Rather, Damien's intent had been to sap some of Marcus's mana all along. Understanding his own condition better than anyone, Damien knew he stood no chance against Marcus. His strategy was to wear Marcus down, even if only slightly, to afford Dragov an easier battle. With this revelation, Marcus found himself unable to complete his attack. His blade, once steady and lethal, now seemed to twitch, harmlessly passing by Damien's neck without leaving a mark. This was an accomplishment he had attained by tapping into the heightened speed granted to him when he entered the mysterious glowing state. "You little shit, our score is now 243 to 241. I can't believe you sacrificed a point for someone else," Marcus taunted. "That's because Dragov is going to win," Damien responded, finally succumbing to the exhaustion of his mana and the physical strain he had endured as he collapsed on the ground. "Dragov Dragonmere, it's your turn to take the stage." The red-haired referee called out, since Damien had been escorted out of the battle ring by the reserve team of the Bloodline Academy. Now, it was only Marcus Sanctus who awaited Dragov for the climactic final match to commence at the battle ring. Without hesitation, Dragov rose from his seat and began his deliberate stride toward the battle ring, the resounding drag of his battle axe accompanying each of his slow yet steadfast steps as he made his way to the battle ring stairs. Dragov. The fans of the Bloodline Academy erupted in cheers, their voices ringing out even before he set foot in the arena. It was as if they were summoning him to make things right, to secure victory for their academy team. To them, Dragov was not only the last warrior standing, but also the captain of their academy squad, and they placed the weight of their academy's ambitions squarely on his shoulders. If Dragov failed to defeat Marcus, it would signify the end of the Bloodline Academy's hopes of reaching the top 4 and contending for the championship as the premier institution for mages. Yet if Dragov managed to triumph over Marcus, he would then face Julian, the captain of the Holy Grail Academy and the last mage standing from the opposition academy. Only by vanquishing both Marcus and Julian could the Bloodline Academy advance to the pivotal third round of the competition. This was precisely why Damien had exhausted every effort to drain Marcus's mana, unveiling an imperfect spell he had yet to complete in a grand fashion. And the fate of the Bloodline Academy now rested heavily on the highly anticipated shoulders of their revered captain, Dragov Dragonmere. In a resounding display of determination, Dragov embedded his axe deeply into the ground of the battle ring, running a hand through his flowing white hair as he swept it back and secured it into a ponytail, revealing his eyes to the eagerly awaiting crowd for the first time. Those eyes shimmered with an otherworldly intensity, akin to pools of molten gold residing within their sockets. The vibrant hue of Dragov's iris exuded a serene energy that seemed to conceal a smoldering anger within. Merely gazing into his eyes, Marcus could already sense the weight of the impending battle. And now, introducing the final mage to step onto the stage for the Bloodline Academy, let us welcome Captain Dragov Dragonmere. The red-haired referee's announcement triggered an uproar from the crowd. While many had heard tales of Dragov, they were yet to witness his powers firsthand, so expectations were high, with some anticipating a hulking figure and a commanding presence like most members of the Dragonmere clan. However, Dragov appeared no different from any other ordinary teenager, except for his captivating inverted dragon eyes. Begin. As soon as the referee's voice signaled the start of the fight, Marcus sprang into action, his hair glowing with white light as he entered the holy state once more. He had no intention of testing Dragov, he was going straight for the kill, unleashing a flurry of light-infused sword cheese light slashes merged with chi to improve the damage aimed directly at Dragov. Yet with a simple movement of his left hand, Dragov effortlessly shuffled his defense, skillfully blocking each attack. The crowd marveled at his ease in repelling Marcus's onslaught. Despite Marcus moving at lightning speed around him, Dragov nonchalantly parried each strike. Finally, the blur of light dashing through the battle ring came to a halt as Marcus reappeared, gazing at Dragov with a furrowed brow. "If being a speedster is the only talent you possess, I suggest you give up now," Dragov taunted. Marcus, however, paid no mind to his words, but he felt a pang of offense, realizing that despite his relentless assault, he had not even forced Dragov to lift his axe. Mid-tier spell Radiant Beam. Marcus extended his right hand with two fingers pointing forward, gathering particles of light elements. The air around him grew increasingly turbulent, as if in response to his actions. Ordinarily, Marcus would have ceased once he amassed enough energy to unleash his attack, however. He deliberately persisted, clenching his teeth as the light energy ball continued to expand with each passing second. What had initially been a small point of white light had now grown into the shape of a small egg, yet Marcus remained resolute, refraining from releasing it. After his previous attempt with the accelerated light slashes failed to harm Dragov, Marcus had come to realize that a conventional attack would never suffice. The fact that Dragov hadn't even transformed spoke volumes of this. After all, in the Bloodline Academy, all students possessed a unique transformation form. Members of the Soren clan like Damien and Carmilla didn't transform. Due to their inability to control their blood-sucking urges in their vampire fiend form, they were forbidden from transforming outside of their clan grounds until they could control their transformation. Now, the radiant beam Marcus had been amassing had swelled to nearly the size of a small ball. It was in this moment that the typically laid-back Dragov reached out with his right hand, firmly gripping the handle of his massive two-handed battle axe and drawing the colossal weapon from the ground. A wide smile adorned his face. "Now that's what I'm talking about. Ha ha ha." The crowd, including those seated in the VIP section and representatives from other teams, were taken aback by Dragov's sudden change in demeanor. They had always believed him to be a gentle and reserved individual, but it had become clear that they had been mistaken. With Marcus's attack reaching a critical threshold, Dragov's smile widened, and he paid full attention to the impending clash. Witnessing Dragov's reaction, Marcus felt no remorse for what he was about to unleash, as he could sense the energy compressed within the beam, eagerly awaiting its liberation. The power within the beam felt almost catastrophic, akin to grasping a nuclear weapon, and this was Marcus's first attempt to unleash a beam of such magnitude, which demanded every ounce of his willpower and mastery over mana manipulation to maintain control over it and prevent it from detonating on himself. "This attack is the culmination of all my mana. If I cannot defeat you with this, it means I have lost, so this is your chance to surrender. For once I release it, I can't control it anymore. The devastation will be immense," Marcus warned, his voice filled with gravity. "Less talking, more action," Dragov replied, wearing an exuberant smile. Even among the spectators in the VIP section, an elder from the Dragonmere clan who had come to witness the match chuckled softly. Come now, it is these life and death moments that bring out his true vigor, otherwise, he remains as withdrawn as an introvert. Unleash it and let him demonstrate just how far his limits have been pushed, the Dragonmere elder murmured. Shoot. Marcus's voice resounded, silencing the entire crowd in an instant, hanging on the precipice of anticipation. As the light beam hurtled towards Dragov at incredible speed, the crowd eagerly awaited the outcome, their eyes fixed on the intense spectacle. Among the spectators, a few fans of the Bloodline Academy grew increasingly concerned for Dragov's well-being, but despite their worry, they knew that convincing him to evade the impending attack would be futile. Dragov was the type of person who relished in challenges, and if he hadn't been willing to face them head-on, he would never have allowed Marcus to unleash such a powerful assault against him in the first place. Marcus's strategy of channeling the light beam after a brief moment of charging was a prudent move, as no seasoned mage in their right minds would willingly grant their opponent the opportunity and time to gather such a devastating spell that could leave them in a perilous state. Had Marcus attempted the same tactic against Damien, he would have nimbly rushed forward while Marcus was still gathering his energy, seizing the moment to deliver a punishing strike. This would have nullified the spell and left Marcus vulnerable to a backlash from the spell. This was the reason Marcus never wasted his time gathering energy with the spell anytime he casted it. However, Marcus had an intuition, a gut feeling that Dragov would allow him the time needed to cast the spell. The vibes he sensed from Dragov gave him that confidence. Having recognized that his previous attempts to harm Dragov with his full-powered attacks had proven futile, Marcus decided to seize the opportunity, and it appeared that his gamble had paid off. However, as Marcus unleashed the attack, he was unprepared for the powerful recoil that followed. A resounding bang echoed through the stage as he was violently propelled out of the battle ring, caught off guard by the force of his own assault. Reacting swiftly, the red-haired referee wasted no time, dashing towards the location where Marcus was being flung. With a swift and decisive action, he positioned his hand behind his back mid-air, halting Marcus from soaring any further away. However, upon halting Marcus, the referee realized that not only had Marcus been knocked unconscious by his own attack, but he had also crossed beyond the boundary line of the battle ring before his feet touched the ground. This unfortunate series of events resulted in Marcus being automatically disqualified. In such a situation, unconsciousness alone granted the win to the opponent, and the referee's interference added another strike against Marcus, as any instance where the referee interfered meant that the person they protected or saved would be considered eliminated. Dragov Dragonmere, winner of this round, declared the red-haired referee, his mana enhancing his voice to carry it far and wide. The announcement was aimed at reaching Dragov and making him realize that he didn't even need to defend against the oncoming attack. However, Dragov remained resolute, determined to confront the attack head-on, as it seems the referee's words did nothing. Even before the light beam reached him, he dug his legs deep into the ground, wielding his axe firmly with his left hand as his dominant hand. Bang! This explosion displayed an unparalleled magnitude compared to the previous one. Shockwaves radiated out with each passing second as Dragov stood his ground, the light element unleashing slashing waves of energy. Even Dragov's academy uniform had been reduced to charred remnants after the relentless assault of the light element passed through it multiple times, demonstrating the sheer intensity of the beam's power, which far exceeded the capabilities of a Tier 5 spell. "Erg!" Dragov shouted, his voice filled with exertion as he struggled to maintain his footing. He clasped the battle axe tightly with both hands, yet despite his efforts, he found himself being continuously pushed back by the overwhelming force of the beam. The crowd observed in awe as Dragov valiantly held his ground against an attack that emanated scorching waves of light, impacting even the flow of wind within the air itself. The sheer display of strength and resilience left spectators mesmerized by Dragov's steadfast determination. "I am Dragov, a pure-blooded Dragonmere." Dragov shouted, his voice exuding an unwavering assurance of his own strength. As he did, his hands swiftly became enveloped in luminous white dragon scales, resembling a powerful dragon gauntlet, which gave a striking visual representation of his enhanced abilities. With this newfound power, Dragov successfully deflected the incoming light beam nuke, redirecting it into the sky with a forceful swing of his hand. The crowd watched in astonishment as the light beam soared into the air, propelled by Dragov's deflection. However, their amazement was short-lived, as the beam was soon intercepted by a transparent shield that had been erected to protect the spectators. The shield stopped the attack, resulting in another thunderous explosion. These types of explosions had become more common as the second round progressed, causing the previously startled and fidgety low-tier mages in the crowd to grow accustomed to them. Once the dust settled from the explosion, all eyes turned towards Dragov, standing proudly in the center of the battle ring. He raised his battle axe with his right hand, confidently resting it on his shoulder, wearing a wild smile on his face. "Finally, the warm-up is over. Dragov's declaration startled the entire crowd of spectators. The onlookers watched in awe as Dragov, despite his seemingly small frame, revealed a muscular physique they had never anticipated. He cracked his neck with his left hand, casting his gaze towards Julian, who was also the last combatant representing the Holy Grail Academy. The battle had now reached its climax, as the two captains would have to face off to determine the true victor of this first match in the second round of the inter-academy competition. With no time to waste, Julian swiftly rose to his feet. The resounding sound of his sword striking the ground marked his determined approach towards the battle ring. Alec couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Julian using his sword as a walking cane. Even though Alec didn't believe that Julian was truly blind based on his appearance, he still couldn't fathom the reason behind Julian's decision to blindfold himself. Finally, the moment you all have been waiting for, the ultimate fight of this incredible match, which has provided us with countless thrilling moments. Please welcome, to the battle ring, the captain of the Holy Grail Academy, Julian Soul. The referee's voice reverberated throughout the arena, infusing the crowd with a renewed sense of excitement. Fans of the Holy Grail Academy cast aside any grievances or disappointment they may have harbored from their team's prior setbacks, as this was the final battle, the one that would determine the last man standing, and the academy that would advance to the next stage of the competition. Begin. The referee's voice boomed through the arena as the final match between the Holy Grail Academy and the Bloodline Academy commenced. Like previous matches, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, fervently supporting their respective team captains. Well, it has all come down to this, Alec muttered to himself, his hands intertwined as they covered his mouth. His head bowed, lost in deep contemplation. The intense battles of the second round stirred thoughts within him. Alec wondered if he would be able to defeat all 5 members of an opposing team without his golems. If any of the other captains from the Great 8 academies could hear his thoughts right now, they would undoubtedly be tempted to blast him away with their spells. Even though they exuded confidence in their ability to triumph in one-on-one matches against their own team members, facing multiple consecutive battles without rest would take a toll on both their physical bodies and mana pools. It was an arduous feat that no one in the mid-tier ranks can achieve with their mana pools. They could only struggle to win a few matches, but not defeat a whole team and its captain. To achieve such a clean sweep, one would need to be a tier 7 mage who possessed the rare luxury of not worrying about mana, had an ultra body, and had ascended beyond mere human limits. Their very breath inhaled the energy of their elemental affinity from the surrounding environment. However, Alec's train of thought stemmed from his consideration of the bigger picture. He recognized the challenge his teammates would face and knew that in this setting, where they are pitted against significantly more advanced opponents, it would be difficult for them to truly shine. However, Alec was confident that his teammates would give their all to ensure they did not embarrass their academy. That's why he is prepared to carry the weight for the team, and he had already formulated plans to create a new golem that could serve as his new secret weapon. The only challenge he faced now was procuring the necessary resources and finding a way to rapidly advance the golem to a higher realm. Time was of the essence, and Alec could not afford to waste any more of it. After this battle, all of you are free to return to your cultivation, Selene proclaimed, after carefully observing the expressions of each team member. She had deliberately requested their presence to show them the disparity between the Great 8 academies and the other academy so they don't misunderstand where they lie. Despite having fought against the Royal Mage Academy of the Great 8, Selene wanted them to understand that even within this esteemed group, there were varying levels of strength. What about the second match? Shouldn't we watch them to analyze our opponent's powers? Agnes was the first to speak, while Alec remained silent. Do not worry about analyzing their powers for now. If you all do not devote time to cultivating and reflecting on your own abilities, any analysis would be in vain. However, I will find a way to provide you with a memory shard of the match, allowing you to watch and make basic assessments of each member's power. Although it is not the same as witnessing it in person, it should still be enough to offer some insights, Selene reassured the team. After the match, we will return to our cultivation immediately. We cannot afford to waste any time. The second match begins in the afternoon, and there is no reason for us to idle away those few hours or watch the second match with Selene's decision, Alec asserted. As soon as the match commenced, Dragov dragged his feet and dashed towards Julian with astonishing speed, shocking the crowd, as he was taking the initiative right from the start. This seemingly small gesture of action was seen by the spectators as Dragov giving Julian the proper recognition as another formidable individual. He shifted his battle axe to his right hand and bent a little after he had ran a little. Julian noticed the movement and turned his head sideways after picking up on a slight sound. A gentle aura emanated from him, pulsating forward like a scanner searching for its target. However, before it could reach Dragov, he pushed off the ground, smoothly transitioning his stance mid-air. Gripping the battle axe with both hands, Dragov descended towards Julian, who remained motionless. Mid-tier skill smash. Dragov's voice rang out, catching Julian's attention. In response, Julian looked up, a smug smirk forming on his lips. Mid-tier spell Starlight Swap. Julian countered, and in a mesmerizing display of magic, both Dragov and Julian's bodies twitched, and in a blink of an eye, their positions were reversed, as Julian was seen suspended in mid-air, drawing his sword that also acted as a walking cane, while on the other hand, Dragov now stood in the spot Julian had once occupied, his axe crashing down towards the battle ring. With a resounding bang, the impact of Dragov's axe on the battle ring sent out waves of wind blades, cleaving a wide line into the ground. That's going to take quite a while to heal, someone from the crowd exclaimed, marveling at the immense power behind Dragov's attack. However, Dragov paid little attention to the spectators' reactions to his physical prowess. His focus shifted to the spell that Julian had utilized to switch their positions, intrigued by its nature and potential implications. With his thoughts racing through his mind, Dragov swiftly swung his axe backward, using it to deflect Julian's sword swing. Their weapons clashed in the air, creating a dazzling display of sparks as they both harnessed the momentum to push themselves apart. As they both created space for themselves after their brief exchange, a smile appeared on both Dragov and Julian's faces. I heard you were wearing the blindfold to cultivate your other senses to new heights, but even with your eyes closed, it seems you can see better than most of the mages with both eyes open, Dragov remarked. Is that meant to be a compliment? Because believe me, I could get used to it, Julian replied with a hint of playfulness in his voice. No problem, Dragov responded with confidence. With a swift motion, he threw the axe towards Julian. The battle axe spun through the air with incredible force, as if guided by the wind on its journey towards its target. Low-tier spell Light Shield. In response, Julian swiftly cast multiple light shield spells in front of him. However, despite his efforts, the axe, seemingly carried by the wind itself, broke through every shield as it rotated its path towards Julian. Reacting quickly, Julian lifted the sword he had been using as a walking cane, drawing out his blade slightly and assuming a defensive stance. A resounding clash echoed as the battle axe struck against Julian's sword, causing vibrations to ripple outward. Mid-tier spell Air Slam. Dragov's voice traveled directly to Julian, catching him off guard. He hadn't expected spell casting from Dragov after his previous behavior. Julian's laid-back attitude left him unprepared for what was to come. Suddenly, a surge of air cascaded from above, slamming Julian forcefully into the ground. As he groaned from the impact, but the assault wasn't over. As Dragov continued to move his hands, causing the wind to roll beneath Julian's body, rotating him along with its current. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Dragov swing his hands upwards, causing the small wind swirling beneath Julian to transform into a colossal cyclone, propelling Julian high into the air. Ah! With a resounding cry, Dragov propelled himself off the ground once again, this time setting his sights on slamming Julian back to the ground. As he lifted his hands up, a mysterious force guided his axe back into his grip, seemingly carried by the wind itself. Mid-tier skill Smash. Julian focused his gaze on the rapidly approaching Dragov, who charged toward him with astonishing speed. The battle axe he wielded was raised high above his head, its blade shimmering with the elemental power of the wind. Realizing he had limited options, Julian stretched out his hand and swiftly cast a defensive spell infused with light element, as a spherical ball of light materialized around him, forming a protective barrier. However, even this formidable defense proved insufficient to halt Dragov's relentless onslaught, as Dragov's axe crashed down upon Julian, sending him hurtling towards the ground. Selene, who had been watching the match alongside the rest of the War God Academy team, frowned and turned towards the VIP section when she got a mental message. I'm afraid this is where our analysis gathering ends. The dean has asked to see the captain and the team in our quarters, Selene announced, shocking the rest of the team. They couldn't understand what could be so important that it would prompt the dean to withdraw them from watching the match. Can Agnes stay? I really wish to have someone explain to me in detail who eventually emerges as the winner and how they achieve victory, Alec requested, in which Selene nodded in agreement to his request. After careful consideration, Agnes, Lucas, and Arthur were chosen to stay behind and watch the match, while the remainder of the team made their way out of the arena. While the other teams had not yet noticed the movement, the captain of the Battle Mage Academy clearly had. He had continuously glanced towards Alec's location, as if trying to discern what special powers the team was hiding, simply by staring at them. It was because of his vigilant surveillance on Alec that he noticed most of the War God Academy team making their way out. Your sister's team is leaving. It's almost as if they have lost interest in the match, Vincent commented. Knowing that girl, I don't doubt she would want to leave. but Alec, on the other hand, doesn't strike me as someone who wouldn't stay until the end. He's the type who likes to delve into the big picture. Those who always want to have things under control are naturally curious and want to know more about their opponents, because only then would they have the utmost advantage against those they face. So something is definitely wrong somewhere, Selena explained. Upon returning to their assigned quarters, Alec and the rest of the team noticed that someone was already waiting for them inside, despite having locked the door. This immediately put them on edge, as Selene bravely stepped forward and entered first, only to find the dean and two other middle-aged men standing beside him in the spacious living room. "Dean," Selene greeted with a slight bow of her head, as the rest of the team followed suit, greeting the dean respectfully. He smiled back at them and waved his hand, signaling them to ease from their bow. "Do you know who is responsible for the attack?" The dean quickly cut to the motive behind his impromptu visit. He had come to the capital because his academy team miraculously made it into the top 8, something he never expected. Initially, he chose not to show his face at the beginning of the tournament, as he believed the team wouldn't amount to much. It wasn't that he saw them as less talented, but rather because the competition for the top 8 academies was fierce and almost fixed. The academies who always take the top 8 position put all their efforts into nurturing the chosen ones who would fight for them. And considering the background, unique spells, and powers of the chosen mages, it was clear why most of the ordinary academies had given up even before the matches started. However, the War God Academy team had achieved something that the dean had not expected, shocking the entire school and filling the other students back at the academy with a newfound level of happiness. As they could now proudly boast that they attended an academy ranked in the top 8 among all Mage academies in the Northern Kingdom. The dean's presence at the tournament was prompted by the fact that it would be considered rude for a dean of one of the top 8 academies not to show up. So he turned up with minimal assistance. His main intention was to encourage the team to strive further and see if they could make it into the top 4. However, upon seeing the condition of most of the team members, he was certain that they had been attacked. As a result, he sent some of the shadow forces from the academy, which were residing in the capital, to gather basic information on what happened. It was only when the dean truly realized what had happened to the team that he sent a mental message to Selene, asking her to bring Alec and the rest of the team as he wished to speak with them. "We have been unable to locate or identify one of the groups that attacked us. However, we can be certain that the second group that attacked us was the Zero Clan. They showed complete disregard for the War God Academy's reputation, as they not only attempted to kidnap Pale for their ulterior motives, but also tried to eliminate Alec," Selene reported almost instantly. "Well, I've already heard a few things from a little bird. I just wanted to compare my information with what you have to say, so I don't jump to conclusions. But now that you've confirmed it truly is him, I suppose it's time for me to pay that old enforcer of the Zero Clan a visit and remind him of the consequences of offending the War God Mage Academy," the dean murmured, acting as if he were talking to himself. Although his presence seemed intangible, but they still felt like his stature was immense. The dean may not have been physically tall, but the aura of his cultivation that unconsciously emanated from him was enough to exert pressure on the entire War God team. "So out of my own pocket, I've decided to be a little generous. So boys, tell me, what do you all want? Remember, one mage, one wish," the dean asked, raising his right index finger. Alec was shocked by this unexpected turn of events, as he never anticipated the dean appearing out of nowhere and offering gifts that the academy had never even considered giving them in the first place. The dean had anticipated that the team of mages would eagerly accept his offer, motivated by his apparent goodwill. The lack of reaction left him in an awkward stance, unsure of how to proceed without embarrassing himself, his arms still outstretched as if he were Santa Claus bestowing gifts. What seems to be the issue? Do you doubt my sincerity, or do you believe I'm incapable of fulfilling my promises? If there's anything you need, anything that you believe could enhance your combat abilities and contribute to victory in the next battle, please speak up," the dean finally said, his words laced with a sweetness intended to coax a response from the team. Alec's eyes narrowed with a hint of sly curiosity. He was tempted to make a brazen request, but he hesitated, recalling that he had only ever been so unabashed with his grandfather. So he turned towards Brandon, who caught his glance, and he seemed to grasp his intentions, so he subtly nodded in agreement. Although they had exchanged this silent communication discreetly, the dean caught a glimpse of the exchange and felt a surge of relief, believing that if the team captain made a request, it would encourage the others to follow suit. Meanwhile, Selene stood to the side, lost in thought. She couldn't help but wonder why the typically frugal dean was suddenly displaying such generosity. The dean, she knew, was not one to part with resources easily unless he stood to gain something in return, and this made her look at the two middle-aged men who had accompanied him. In the meantime, the dean couldn't help but feel that the team held some prejudice against him, but he didn't blame them in the slightest. When even General Edward had asked him to sponsor the training for the new generation, he had refused, citing the costs he couldn't bear. However, to his surprise, General Edward had taken it upon himself to cover all the expenses. He had even found a way to convince the old dean to part with some of his old spell scrolls, demonstrating a level of dedication that caught the dean off guard. Later, when all the other teachers had abandoned their duties and refused signing up for who would lead the team, Selene had been the only one to step in as the team's coordinator and teacher when the dean asked. So it was quite understandable to the dean why they were angry at him. You can tell me what you want. Is it armor or new spirit equipment weapons? The dean questioned as Brandon's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not all of us are here, though. Some members of the team stayed behind to watch and analyze the match, Alec confessed, as he didn't want any member of his team to miss out on the opportunity to make a demand. Now that the dean seemed to have a change of heart and was acting generously, he was prepared to dig into the pockets of the dean since he was asking. That's not a problem. I'll be here until tomorrow, when you all will have your second match. Just make sure they send their request to the new mage responsible for your financial matters, he said, pointing to the mage standing at his right hand. Alec frowned as he turned towards the dean, sensing something amiss. What does this mean? Are you trying to remove Miss Selene from the team and replace her with instructors from the academy? Alec asked, his words laced with unmistakable disdain. The middle-aged instructors who had accompanied the dean could feel the undercurrent of displeasure in Alec's tone. Alec had discovered from Agnes that many of the instructors were actually unhappy about a student leading the team in the inter-academy competition, and they had made statements suggesting that Alec and his team would not progress any further and would ultimately be sent back to the academy. However, as soon as news of the team's qualification reached their ears, few suddenly wanted to join and bask in the glory of being a part of the team that propelled the War God Academy into the ranks of the top 8 academies. To Alec, this behavior reeked of hypocrisy, and he had no desire to associate himself with such individuals. He was content with Selene leading the team and didn't want anyone else influencing their dynamics. No. There is absolutely no intention to remove Selene from the team. You have all built something remarkable, and we genuinely hope that you will continue to advance, the dean assured, attempting to alleviate Alec's concerns. Let's just say that Instructor Phil is here to ensure that all assigned funds are used solely by the team and not by Selene for her addiction, which could potentially jeopardize the team's position once again, the dean explained, causing Selene to scratch her head in embarrassment. She had naively believed that her gambling mishap and subsequent funds loss had remained a secret after Alec helped her out cover-up, unaware that somehow the dean had learned about it. All right, then what is the role of the other instructor? Beatrice inquired, seeking clarification amidst the unfolding discussion. I'm here to help coordinate your lineup and ensure that all of your powers are utilized to their maximum potential, giving us the best chances of winning, the second instructor interjected before the dean had a chance to introduce him. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but we don't really need you meddling with how our lineup is arranged. Alec is handling that, Beatrice replied almost instantly, asserting her position. That is precisely why I'm here in the first place. The captain should not be solely responsible for selecting the team's lineup. Either you accept my involvement, or the offer of granting one of your wishes goes out the window. The second instructor attempted to assert his authority by attempting to threaten them. The team looked at him as if he was mad, unswayed by his words. I guess we'll have to decline your offer, Dean, Beatrice stated after assessing the sentiments of everyone on the team. The academy had been practically absent in helping them reach their current position. Suddenly, someone was trying to intimidate them into accepting something they had never even wanted, assuming they would simply comply with their demands because they were benefits to be earned. However, the ploy had backfired, as the team stood firm in their united refusal, abandoning the offered favors. And it surprised the instructor that the team would react this way, choosing to disregard the potential benefits being dangled before them. Wait, you don't all have to be so resistant. We can settle this amicably. Instructor Phil and Jasper are only trying to help the team progress further, the dean pleaded, attempting to find a compromise. I understand that as a team, you have the right to voice your concerns about who works with you. However, you need to consider their help, especially Jasper. He has a keen eye and can provide valuable analysis and insights on a higher level, allowing you to take advantage of strategic opportunities, the dean explained, trying to emphasize the potential benefits of having the instructors on the team. If you don't mind, just let him be part of the team. He won't interfere too much, but rather offer a few suggestions for the lineup. Now, don't tell me you're willing to miss out on these benefits just because an unfamiliar person will be deciding who fights first, the dean said, directing his gaze towards Alec. His eyes seemed to convey a message to Alec, urging him to think about the team as a whole. Although Beatrice had been leading the protest, the dean was quick to notice the respect they showed Alec. the dean realized that if Alec accepted the instructor's involvement, the rest of the team would likely follow suit. We will accept him, but make sure he understands that his input on the team carries weight, and if we feel uncomfortable with his decisions, we won't hesitate to disregard his orders, Alex stated, firmly asserting the team's autonomy. Well, as long as you accept him, that is all that matters, the dean replied, a smile forming on his face. He felt relieved, as he believed he had overcome a major hurdle. As the current leader of the War God Academy, he had to ensure they were willing to accommodate the other two instructors, as the rules of the inter-academy competition dictated. Failure to do so could potentially lead to complications down the line for the instructors. Since that is already sorted, now it's time for all of you to make your requests. Now tell me, what is it that you want or desire from the academy that you believe would enhance your combat abilities and potentially contribute to our victory tomorrow? The dean inquired once again, prompting the team to express their wishes, as Selene was starting to look at him like a desperate person. Simple, I just need assistance in obtaining a spirit equipment set and a few tier 5 cultivation pills. The pills are especially crucial. If I could have around 15 to 20 of them, I'm confident that I can make another minor breakthrough, and it won't be long before I advance to the next realm, Pale stated, his hands resting on his cheeks as if deep in thought. At that moment, the dean fixed his gaze upon Pale, his lips twitching. The two instructors standing beside him both pointed towards Pale as if they wanted to scold him, though they struggled to find the right words to convey their disapproval. Young man, do you have any idea what a spirit equipment set entails? I wouldn't even dare to attempt creating one even for the captain of your team, let alone someone like you who merely serves as cannon fodder, the dean retorted, finally finding the words to dismiss Pale's request. Well, those leading 8 academies were able to provide their teams with customized Tier 5 spirit clothes, while our academy only managed to offer custom-made spirit clothes at the Tier 3 level, which barely does anything. I merely asked, as you requested, but I had no clue that the academy was in such a financial crisis that it couldn't fulfill its promises. Pale swiftly voiced his disappointment, not holding back his frustration at the dean's reaction. Observing the dean's expression, Pale had a sense that whatever gift they were to receive would be meager. With this realization, he decided to let go of any expectations regarding the dean's planned offering. What's with these outrageous demands? Do you think cultivation pills just rain down from the sky? You're only in the Tier 4 realm and already asking for Tier 5 cultivation pills. We don't have an abundance of alchemists working for the academy, and even if we did, they wouldn't squander the academy's resources on crafting mid-rank pills unless they were Tier 6 mentality pills, the dean said, displaying surprise at their audacious requests. Wait, so you mean you can't even provide us with Tier 5 cultivation pills? Indrik, who had remained relatively silent as he was trying to show his respect to the dean, couldn't help but question, what the heck is going through these kids' minds? Are they trying to run me dry? I was hoping they would request armor or weapons instead. My salary wouldn't even come close to covering the cost of 20 pills if they were to be distributed to each of them, the dean thought, looking at Indrik and shaking his head in disbelief. Witnessing this exchange, the entire team instinctively turned towards Alec, realizing once again the preciousness and rarity of the pills he had been providing for them. Seeing the team's gaze fixated on Alec, the dean began to suspect that Alec had been the one who influenced them to request for cultivation pills. He found it hard to believe that any of them would have access to such an abundance of Tier 5 cultivation pills, as even the ancient clans only provided such pills to their core and chosen geniuses, and even then, in smaller quantities, so they could purify their foundation and eliminate impurities. No ancient clan would exhaust their treasury solely to raise their descendants through the use of cultivation pills alone. Since cultivation pills are not considered a necessity, until the high ranks they only tried to provide little, providing them to their descendants at an early stage allowed them to gain an advantage over mages from lower, mid, and even some high-tier clans. The pills helped to cleanse their impurities, allowing them to experience better results in their cultivation. As a result, their mana veins expanded slightly, making it easier for them to cultivate faster and store more mana. Coupled with their access to abundant resources and favorable cultivation grounds, the gap between their abilities and those of other clans only widened. Seeing the team members requesting something that even ancient clans would only grant to their core members, and in limited quantities, the dean wondered if they were simply messing with him, after being possibly influenced by Alec. Just ask for something reasonable. I'll go back to the match and inquire about what the rest of the team wants, Alec said to the others, visibly showing his boredom. The dean could easily perceive his lack of interest. Although the dean knew that Alec had not personally requested anything to test the extent of what he could provide, he just couldn't pinpoint why Alec seems to lack interest towards his offer. But he failed to realize that his inability to fulfill the request for cultivation pills had already rendered his gifts irrelevant in Alec's eyes. "What is it that you truly desire?" the dean asked, prepared to fulfill any request Alec asked within his power. However, Alec turned back, shaking his head. "Clearly, you cannot obtain what I want. I will just have to obtain it myself," Alec responded, indicating his lack of faith in the dean's ability to meet his desires. "And you were able to confirm that after the questions they asked, right? I suspected that you influenced them to request cultivation pills. Well, I'm not sure what you truly desire, but there must be something that you want. Ask for something you believe I have the power to obtain. You can't definitely tell me there is nothing you want that I can't get," the dean asserted determinedly. Although the dean wrongly assumed that Alec had influenced the team to ask for cultivation pills, but Alec couldn't be bothered to correct him. Moreover, Selene had never divulged to the dean about Alec's provisions for the team, wanting to keep it a secret for Alec. Thus, the dean remained oblivious to the reason behind the team's nonchalant request for cultivation pills. "Now that I think about it, there is something I truly desire at the moment, and I believe you have the means to obtain it for me," Alec finally declared with a smile, in which the dean reciprocated with a smile of his own, as he felt he had finally cracked Alec's cold demure. However, Brandon, who had witnessed that particular smile from Alec far too many times when he was about to scheme something out of his grandfather, was certain that the dean was about to face some consequences for pestering Alec about what he wanted. "Well, I want the corpse of a peak Tier 6 demonic beast and any unrefined Tier 5 spirit metal. I don't really care about the name or attributes of the unrefined spirit metal as long as it is Tier 5. I will gladly accept it," Alec stated. The two instructors standing beside the dean looked at Alec with puzzled expressions. Initially, their minds struggled to comprehend just why Alec would request such items. However, it didn't take long for them to consider the cost that would be deducted from the newly assigned team fee, causing them to nervously bite their fingernails. "What do you need the corpse of a Tier 6 demonic beast for?" Instructor Phil, who is now responsible for the team's finances, asked. But before he could say more, the dean's raised hand silenced him. "Consider it done already," the dean replied with a frown. No matter how hard the dean also pondered about the matter, he couldn't understand what Alec wanted with these specific requests. The dean briefly considered the possibility that Alec possessed crafting abilities and wished to create something. However, he quickly dismissed that idea since Alec was far too young. Furthermore, it seemed implausible for a Tier 4 mage to be able to melt, break, or even forge the bones of a Tier 6 demonic beast. The absence of a nearby smithy only added to the confusion. Still contemplating, the dean wondered if Alec would change his request, believing that the initial one was simply a test to see if he could accept his real request. Just as the dean was about to question Alec about his intentions with the requested items, they could hear the distant sounds of cheering, which eventually reached their room. "I guess someone finally won that match. Well, that's my cue to go and get the others. I'll be on my way. Just make sure you ask for something tangible and combat effective," Alec said, turning to his team members, before leaving the room and banging on the door as he exited. "Before you say something like that, make sure you do the same thing for yourself," Pale responded, before turning to the rest of the team and seeing the way they were staring at him. "I'm not wrong, right?" What truly contributes to combat effectiveness about obtaining an unrefined spirit metal that hasn't even been fashioned into a weapon or a deceased beast? Despite its realm, I fail to see how it will enhance his battle prowess, Pale explained to the team, who stared at him with confusion. His words seemed to be an attempt to justify himself, as he didn't want to be on the wrong side of the team. Hours later. The battle between the Bloodline Academy and the Holy Grail Academy had come to an end long ago, with the Bloodline Academy advancing to the next round as the Holy Grail Academy's captain Julian was unable to defeat Dragov. Agnes, whom Alec had asked for details, struggled to find the right words to describe how the battle had been won. She mentioned that it had been a close match at first, and Julian did come close to a victory a few times. However, as the fight progressed, Dragov's strength continued to grow, reaching a point where Julian couldn't withstand it any longer and was forced to surrender when Dragov had unleashed a powerful wind slam spell on his ribcage, utilizing the massive battle axe as a conduit to unleash the spell. The precise execution of the spell opened the eyes of many spectators who had deemed Dragov as merely a physical mage. For the first time, they truly realized how dangerous he was. He had displayed remarkable endurance, incredible strength, and the ability to withstand spells of the highest rank head-on. On top of that, his control over his spells was also exceptional. Through his display, they witnessed the fighting style of a perfect bloodline mage. However, there was one discrepancy: he had yet to even transform. In his first battle with Marcus, they caught a glimpse of his dragon scale's color when he transformed his hands. Yet, the dragon scale's color didn't align with the wind element he had showcased, leaving them with a sense that he was hiding his primary power. While others still marveled at Dragov's victory, Alec found himself concerned about the possibility that his primary powers might be linked to his ability to grow stronger the longer he fought. Such thoughts made Alec cringe, as he fervently prayed that his improvement stemmed from an external source rather than his own power. Cause he believed if the latter was true, defeating Dragov would become an incredibly arduous task. The second match concluded with Alec hearing that the Battle Mage Academy had achieved an easy victory. While he wasn't particularly surprised about their victory, Alec couldn't quite explain why he had been so optimistic about their success. Nevertheless, the team had proven to Alec that he was not wrong to place his faith in them. When Alec asked Agnes to recount the details of their triumph, he was met with the most ridiculous story. The Battle Mage Academy had defeated the Witches and Wizards Academy without even deploying their captain. Instead, their vice-captain, Vlad, had led them to a straightforward and unconventional victory, as after each win, their fighter would step down while allowing the next person in the team to take over the stage. 5 fights, 5 wins, and 5 different fighters. This alone showcases their immense courage and determination to secure victory, as any misstep or loss could have resulted in serious consequences for the team. Yet, they emerged triumphant, exhibiting remarkable confidence. Learning about their accomplishments served as a growing realization for Alec, further intensifying his eagerness to obtain what he had requested from the dean. While the rest of the team also made their own requests, they were limited to choosing between a spirit armor or weapon, and when Phil was questioned about the limitations after they had promised to give anything they asked for, he deliberately responded with a malicious intent. Alec is the reason why all of you are suffering with these limited choices. His request for a corpse and an unrefined metal, which we still don't know the purpose of or if it will even enhance the team's power, has depleted our funds. As a result, we also have to limit the requests, Phil declared. His visible intention was to vilify Alec and turn the team against him. However, his attempts failed miserably, as the team didn't even complain when Alec's name was used as an excuse. They understood that even though Alec's request had affected their gifts, without him, they wouldn't have the opportunity to compete as one of the top 8 academies, which is the reason they were being given gift in the first place. Although they didn't always vocalize it, deep down, they all recognized Alec as their savior. Phil's attempts to badmouth Alec were fruitless, especially considering that Alec had been the one generously providing them with cultivation pills which the academy couldn't give, and he did this without any stress or excuses the new instructors were giving. Meanwhile, the academy couldn't even be honest with them about their financial struggles and inability to afford such resources, as the instructors were trying to put the blame on Alec's requests. Taran made his way around the academy, as his gaze landed on a 2-story crystal building. As he entered, he couldn't help but snort in disdain upon seeing the person in charge of the mental cultivation rooms. The War God Mage Academy had 2 main cultivation buildings, which were the Origin Cultivation Building and the Mental Cultivation Building. Both of them had the potential to enhance the cultivation speed of the mages in the academy. However, there was a significant restriction associated with it, as many mages in the War God Mage Academy still remained unaware of the existence of these cultivation grounds within the academy premises. The reason for this restriction stemmed from the fact that the cultivation rooms relied on power stones obtained from deceased, high-rank, intelligent life forms from the second dimension, or natural power stones from the power mines within the second dimension. And obtaining these power stones was no simple task, as killing a high-rank life form from the second dimension was easier said than done, let alone accessing the power mines or even power veins that were guarded by mid- or high-tier powers of the second dimension. This is why when one of the Academy's captain guard discovered that Alec had managed to steal from a low-tier mine that is undetected by any mid- or high-tier powers in the space passage that led to the Orc's race and tree lifeform, he saw it as an opportunity to claim it as his achievement and gain favor with the management of the War God Mage Academy. As he hoped that such a contribution would propel him higher within the Academy's ranks and entitle him to a share of the looted mana veins, should they successfully acquire them. However, his involvement not only accelerated an attack that was meant to occur later, but also brought attention to the existence of the nature power mine to the mid- and high-tier powers surrounding that region. Since that day, the War God Academy had withdrawn their guards and refrained from attempting to claim the power stone mines in the second dimension, as they were well aware of the disadvantage they faced. The races within the second dimension would fiercely battle amongst themselves to establish dominance and gain permission to extract the valuable mine veins. However, if the War God Academy were to join the fray, the forest lifeforms in Orcs villages, who were fighting for ownership over the Power Stone mines, would set aside their grudges and unite against them the human faction. Their desire to prevent the humans from obtaining any cultivation resources from their lands was stronger than their obsession with keeping their rivals from claiming the treasure. "I want to use my quoted time for this month. Find me a room real quick," Taryn said to the mage at the counter, who happened to be Orion's master. He was responsible for organizing the allocation of rooms for cultivation. It was kind of his punishment. "I'm sorry to let you down, but there are no available rooms at the moment. You'll have to come back another time," Dylan responded with a smirk on his face. "Don't play games with me, Dylan. As an instructor of this academy, I am entitled to 10 hours of training in the mental cultivation rooms per month. Additionally, due to some of my disciples being chosen by the academy for the competition, I have been given an extra 5 hours," Taryn asserted. "This means I am supposed to have a total of 15 hours to cultivate inside the mental cultivation rooms. Don't tell me you would deny me my rights," Taryn exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table before him in anger. "Oh, how feisty. Don't forget, you and your disciple are the reason I've been assigned as a caretaker here in the first place. So be prepared, because as long as I remain the caretaker, I won't let you have a chance to cultivate here. You'd better go drown your sorrows or find something else to occupy yourself," Dylan taunted. "And you think you can get away with this? All I need to do is report this issue to the dean, and he'll make sure you're punished again since it seems you haven't learned your lesson," Taryn retorted, his head facing down, as he cursed his luck for encountering Dylan on duty. Taryn attempted to use the dean as a scare tactic against Dylan, but deep down, he knew he wasn't the type to report such matters. But his desperation was evident, however. His statement only seemed to elicit wild laughter from Dylan, who trembled with joy and patted the table in front of him. "The dean, sorry to inform you, but your big bad dean isn't currently at the academy. This puts your fate in my hands. If that doesn't sit well with you, you can go to the next in command, the head instructor at the moment, as only he has the power to override me," Dylan explained, bursting into laughter at the end of his sentence. Taryn fell into deep thought, grinding his teeth in anger. He was furious that he wouldn't be allowed the opportunity to cultivate. His shattered mental image was a vivid reflection of his wounded mentality, and the only way he could heal faster was by cultivating in the mental cultivation rooms. However, he had been denied access with a flimsy excuse, and even though he knew he had every right to cultivate there, he chose not to cause a scene, as that can be used as another excuse to punish him again now that the dean wasn't around. Taryn could already sense that the faction was likely behind this, as they had been attempting various methods to impede his progress and prevent him from reaching the Tier 8 Mage realm. They had found ways to impose bans on him, or force him to stay away for months as a means of punishment for his actions, or as a way to make him pay for his troubles. Now, with no valid excuse left to restrict him from the mental cultivation building, they were resorting to telling him that all the rooms were occupied. If Taryn wasn't certain that the faction was pulling the strings behind the scenes, he might have reserved a place just in case a room became available. But judging by the smug smile on Dylan's face, it was clear as day that he would never receive a call back. With a heavy heart, Taryn walked out of the cultivation building with wounded feelings, well aware that he would only have a chance to cultivate once the new dean returned and he could lodge a complaint. He contemplated filing a complaint with the highest-ranking instructor in the academy due to the dean's absence. However, when he thought about how the highest-ranking instructor in the academy at the moment was Igor's father, who was also a member of the faction, Taryn was left with no choice but to wait it out. Alec fixed his gaze on the massive demonic beast that was positioned to stare back at him even in its dead state. The hands of time were ticking, with only 3 hours remaining before midnight. He felt a wave of satisfaction knowing that the dean had been able to successfully obtain a demonic beast for him. However, as the immense Tier 6 beast lay before him, Alec realized that he had neglected to specify the desired affinity of the creature he wanted. As the reason for requesting a Tier 6 demonic beast was simple, he had been exploring different methods to expedite his journey to the Tier 5 Mage realm, and he realized he could do that with cultivation pills. But with the responsibility of distributing Tier 5 cultivation pills to his teammates, Alec found himself lacking the resources or cultivation pills to boost his own cultivation. So he had considered challenging the Tier 6 bosses in the Beast Forest once again, as if he could kill them, he would be able to refine Tier 6 pills from them. However, as was the norm, he proved to be no match for them and suffered defeat on multiple occasions. Still, he discovered that now he possessed a level 2 branch. He felt it was not only remarkably easy to absorb and devour deceased demonic beasts from the Beast Forest, but he also felt he could drag demonic beasts from the main world into his own amulet world. He couldn't quite explain the mechanism, but he instinctively knew that it would be able to devour deceased demonic beasts just as the primordial tree devours those he kills in the beast forest. However, the demonic beast before him differed in affinity to him. It was a golden horned drake youngling, and despite the fact the term youngling was used, there was no doubt that it was a true Tier 6 demonic beast that could cause massive rampage and was on the verge of entering the high ranks. Alex sighed as he observed the demonic beast lying on the ground. He was convinced that if it were to drop any additional treasures, they would likely be related to the metal element or other special powers that the golden horned drake may have awakened. "Okay, now come out and take your meal," Alec exclaimed, though there was no one else present in the room except for the lifeless body of the golden horned drake, which still emitted a powerful and imposing aura even in death, retaining its prestige. However, Alec's words were not meant for any physical being in this world. They were intended for the level 2 branch of the primordial tree, with which he seemed to be able to communicate with. After uttering his statement, Alec began to scan the surroundings, hoping for any signs of changes in how the corpse would be devoured. However, no immediate change occurred even after 20 seconds had passed. Disheartenment started to creep into Alec's spirit as he feared the corpse would go to waste. But then in the next moment, he sensed something unusual happening within his mind. At that very instant, Alec could almost perceive the level 2 branch he had upgraded attempting to manifest into the main world. However, it seemed to be hindered by an invisible barrier, preventing it from fully piercing through and materializing before him. Just then, Alec started to feel the calling of the system's spirit. So he quickly summoned the golem shell he created for him from his space pouch, and as soon as the golem appeared, a sharp sound akin to inhaling filled the air, accompanied by a glimmer of light in the golem's eyes, which indicated that the system spirit had re-entered the golem's body. A notification from the system flashed before Alec's eyes. Pay 5,000 system points in order to allow the level 2 primordial tree branch to fuse with UYN. Upon seeing this notification, Alec was taken aback. He was unsure of the consequences if he were to fuse one of the branches of the primordial tree with himself. However, since the system spirit was present, Alec immediately directed his gaze towards it. After all, the system spirit acted as the system administrator and would likely possess the knowledge to explain the situation better. With the expression on your face, I can already guess what you're thinking after seeing that notification, but let me assure you, this development won't affect the primordial tree, as the branch won't be severed from its body, the system spirit explained, addressing Alec's concerns. And it won't have any negative effects on you either. You will simply serve as a conduit for the system to allow the branch manifest in this plane. Being a native of this realm, it's only natural for the branch to fuse with you, its master. The restrictions of this earthly realm will perceive the branch as a part of you after the fusion, allowing it to manifest, the system spirit elaborated, providing clarity to Alec's confusion even before he voiced his concern. "How can you be so sure it won't affect the primordial tree?" Alec questioned, seeking further clarification. "That's because you're only fusing in order to facilitate manifestation. It remains a part of the primordial tree's body. Now, pay up quickly and devour this colossal beast. I'm incredibly curious to see what treasures will emerge," the spirit golem responded, rubbing its hands together mischievously like a pirate would after seeing a box of treasure. The spirit golem was typically the nonchalant type, but when encountering something of significant value that he had limited knowledge about, his curiosity always peaked to new heights. Alec took a moment to gather himself, then tapped on the Y response. Crack, the sound of something breaking resonated as the large branch materialized beside Alec. It extended out of thin air, as if emerging from the void next to him. Alec was genuinely surprised by the appearance of the vines. As he reached out his hand, the branch twisted and moved toward him, seemingly eager for his touch. With a simple touch, Alec felt a heightened connection to the branch and a deeper understanding of its emotions. He could feel the branch now perceive his words more clearly and effortlessly. "Excellent," Alec remarked, still hearing whining sounds within his mind. It was the branch communicating with him, expressing its desire for the Tier 6 corpse lying before them. "Go ahead," Alec commanded, and the vine-shaped manifestation of the branch expanded even larger than before. The small black hole that had initially appeared above Alec's shoulder now expanded, providing room for the rest of the vines that emerged. The massive branch morphed into a colossal wooden hand, reaching out to grasp the corpse of the Tier 6 golden horned drake. It was at this moment that something entirely unexpected occurred. Roar. Alec's gaze remained fixed on the miniature soul form of the golden horned drake, which had materialized above the lifeless body. He recognized it as a soul form due to his previous experiences from devouring the souls of shadow wolves from the beast forest, and due to witnessing how Oni devoured souls from fallen enemies, so he was somewhat accustomed to the appearance of soul forms. However, he had not expected such a manifestation to emerge from the deceased demonic beast. Alex speculated that this scenario unfolded because the soul had sensed the imminent threat of being devoured and had manifested in a defensive bid. Unfortunately for the soul, it proved unlucky to have crossed paths with the level 2 branch. With a single forceful swat from the wooden hand, the soul form was sent hurtling toward Alec. Reacting instinctively, Alec tapped into the powers of his devourer bloodline the moment he sensed the soul hurtling toward him. Low bloodline skill devour. Meanwhile, wearing a smile, the dean sat in the living room, facing the two instructors, Jasper and Phil. They had all heard the roaring sound of the golden horned drake from Alec's room using their mental energy. However, rather than immediately rushing to Alec's aid, the instructors found amusement in observing the unfolding events without helping, while the dean maintained his gaze fixed on Alec's door, eager to see if anything more would occur. Just as they focused on Alec's door, the door of Seleni's room burst open as she attempted to dash towards Alec's room. However, she abruptly halted herself mid-movement. Using her leg to come to a stop, she turned to the side, noticing the dean raising his hand to signal her to halt. It had become a habitual practice for Selene to release her mental energy to check on the team for an hour before commencing her own cultivation. Thus, when she sensed unusual soul fluctuations emanating from Alec's room, she had made an attempt to reach his room, presuming that he might be experimenting with another spell indoors or he was being attacked. In truth, she wasn't supposed to hear any sound from within the rooms. Sound runes were in place specifically to prevent others from overhearing what transpired inside. However, the roaring that Selene had heard earlier was a result of her meddling with her mental energy. As the runes were not designed to block the infiltration of mental energy, "You can't go in," the dean asserted firmly. "But I just heard a loud roaring coming from his room. It seems like he's in some type of danger." Selene responded almost instantly, concerned for Alec coloring her voice. "Rest assured, he isn't currently in any trouble. I haven't heard any groaning or screaming, which indicates that he hasn't yet been attacked by the soul," the dean reassured her, trying to alleviate her worries. The soul, Selene, initially looked at the dean in surprise, before then realizing that Alec had requested a Tier 6 demonic beast. Until now, she had mistakenly believed that they were under attack by another group, or he was experimenting with mid-tier spells inside his room like he did previously. "Student Selene, ease your concerns. With the dean acting as a guard, I highly doubt anyone would be foolish enough to conduct a blatant attack on us," Jasper interjected. Selene couldn't help but let out a scoff at his comment. "It's Major. If you're going to address me, refer to me by my rank. You don't know me, so I don't appreciate your condescending tone or casually using my name without respect," Selene retorted with a heavy tone. She fixed a challenging gaze on the instructor before her, displeased with the way he addressed her. She refused to let him undermine her achievements in leading the team to their current position by relegating her to the status of a mere student. Under normal circumstances, Selene wouldn't mind if someone like Edward called her by that name or just student. However, for these two instructors before her, individuals without rank, to address her in such a manner only served to aggravate her further. The War God Academy was established as a military institution, requiring everyone to face the relentless onslaught of enemies from the Blood Moon or inside the space passage. However, not every instructor was obligated to undertake these duties. It was primarily the students' responsibility, as they could be hired by cities to aid in defense and other matters. General Edward, with his high rank and the vast number of mages at his disposal, was in high demand on battlefields. In contrast, the instructors who remained at the academy were often looked down upon by students who had shed blood in these battles. As these instructors' battle prowess had become severely outmatched to their own realm, rendering them relatively inexperienced and seen as novices. It was this reason why Edward preferred to use his general title rather than being referred to as an instructor, as he doesn't want to be linked to some instructors. "Dean, why is Alec being attacked by the soul of a demonic beast?" Selene directed her question towards the dean, diverting her attention to him. "Doesn't the answer to that question seem obvious?" The dean replied casually. He requested a Tier 6 demonic beast, and since buying one from the capital's beast stores proved to be exorbitantly expensive, I was left with no choice but to travel to the nearby wilderness forest and personally slay a peak Tier 6 demonic beast to bring it here for him. If not for the distance, it wouldn't have taken this long to get a demonic beast, the dean explained nonchalantly. Closing his eyes and focusing his mental energy to enhance his auditory perception of the sounds emanating from Alec's room. "You mean to tell me that you gave him a demonic beast you slayed yourself without extracting its soul?" Selene questioned, a visible expression of surprise on her face. "Yes, that's correct. After all, he never did mention wanting the demonic beast without a soul, and extracting a soul takes a significant amount of energy. Plus, since I was the one who is responsible for its death, the demonic beast's soul would likely hold more resentment toward me, Even for someone like me, it would be a burden, the dean replied, his gaze returning to Alec's room. Selene found it difficult to believe what she was hearing. The dean hadn't extracted the soul, and his explanation seemed to stem from his exhaustion, however. Selene detected an undercurrent in his words, as if he were trying to punish Alec for something undisclosed. If I want the entire team to hold me in high regard, I must start with their captain, the dean stated, attempting to reassure Selene. However, instead of alleviating her concerns, his words only served to expose his pettiness. Selene began to see through the dean's pleasant demeanor. Beneath his smile lay a cunning mastermind, someone who acted kind but harbored dark intentions. Selene realized that she couldn't change the dean's mindset, so all she could do was hope that Alec would be okay, just as the dean had mentioned. Even though she couldn't confront the dean directly, she redirected her anger towards Phil, fixing him with a stern gaze. If the dean didn't purchase the Tier 6 demonic beast, then why did you restrict the rest of the team from acquiring what they needed? And you also blame the shortage of funds on Alec's request for unique and expensive items. Last I recall, the agreement for your involvement in the team was that you would provide them with anything they requested. Selene confronted Phil, her frustration evident, however. Phil simply shrugged his shoulders in response. We had to do that in order to make the funds provided by the dean sufficient, Phil elaborated, but Selene continued to regard him skeptically. Come on. You didn't expect us to purchase cultivation pills for the entire team. If we spent the limited budget on that, not even 50% of the team would receive what they needed. They made such demands that even I was taken aback. We could only come up with a lie like that to justify our reasoning. After all, we never anticipated their specific requests to be like that. Any other mage from the academy would typically ask for a weapon or armor if asked the same question, Phil explained. Causing Selene to shake her head in disbelief. Who knew your team was so demanding, Phil added, to which Selene responded with a disapproving expression. Nevertheless, you had no right to blame Alec for it, Selene asserted firmly. Well, I did so with ulterior motives, but in the end it all worked out. The team stopped complaining, and even I am surprised by the outcome, Phil said, with a smug smile on his face. However, he quickly ceased his expression of satisfaction upon seeing Selene's frowning countenance. Observing Phil's wavering demeanor, Selene couldn't help but dismiss him, as he was a pawn being used by the dean to maintain a positive image to the team, while leaving all the unpleasant tasks to Phil instead. She redirected her focus towards Alec's door, joining everyone else in eager anticipation of what would unfold. With no hesitation, Alec activated his bloodline powers the moment he witnessed the demonic beast's soul hurtling towards him. He could already sense the familiar urging of his inherent bloodline power calling on him, so he allowed his instincts to guide him. Alec's eyes turned pure white the moment he tapped into his bloodline, and his wolf tattoo began to radiate with a brilliant glow. However, his intention wasn't to assimilate the golden horn drake into the shadow wolf. After all, the golden horn drake was a Tier 6 demonic beast, which means the shadow wolf would have a higher chance of being destroyed if he tried that. Instead, he sought to devour the golden horn drake and create a new animate beast soul. With the tremendous amount of energy contained within the golden soul, Alec was confident it would be sufficient to form another beast within him. This time, it wouldn't be like when he had to consume multiple shadow wolves to create the desired form. Alec's mouth stretched wide open, creating a small black hole that aimed to suck in the golden horn dragon. Witnessing this ominous black hole, the once fearless golden dragon that was trying to dash back at the wooden hand began showing signs of fear. It desperately tried to escape from Alec's reach, and initially it managed to evade him. However, its efforts were thwarted by a forceful backhanded slap from the wooden hand, which realized that the soul was attempting to elude Alec's devouring suction. This time being hit with tremendous force, the golden horn dragon soul was propelled straight into Alec's mouth. Alec exclaimed audibly as he swallowed the soul of the golden horn drake. And similar to the first time he devoured a shadow wolf, he felt a surge of energy flooding his entire being, prompting him to shut his eyes and focus on channeling and directing the newfound power. The Level 2 branch, now aware that its master had successfully devoured the soul, wrapped itself tightly around the massive body of the golden horn drake. The beast seemed to have now lost some of its overwhelming aura and golden radiance after its soul was consumed by Alec. However, the branch paid no mind to these changes. As it had finally acquired its meal, vines sprouted from the branch's fingertips, curling around the lifeless body of the demonic beast. Once the vines completely ensnared the creature, concealing everything except its head, they began retracting back towards the now enormous black hole located above Alec's right shoulder, the same space it had opened to manifest in this world. But before receding completely, it extended a small part of itself to gently caress Alec's face, a momentary gesture of connection. Then, the branch pulled itself back into the black hole, causing the rift in space to seal shut. Meanwhile, Alec's physical form slumped as he entered his microcosmic universe once again. This time, he intended to observe the formation of the new soul within his mana space. On the other hand, the dean, along with the two instructors and Selene, anxiously awaited any sound from Alec's room. Much to their surprise, they heard nothing but silence after the initial roar. They continued to wait, growing increasingly impatient as 5 minutes ticked by without any indication of activity coming from within the room. "I can't wait any longer, I'm going to check on Alec," Selene declared, swiftly opening the door to Alec's room. The two instructors and the dean followed closely behind, but their surprise grew as they witnessed Selene freezing just at the doorway, refusing to step inside. Intrigued by Selene's hesitation, they inched closer to see what had caused her to halt, and as they gazed upon the sight of Alec lying peacefully on the ground, breathing steadily, confusion washed over them. They couldn't comprehend why he would be sleeping when they had just heard the roaring of the demonic beast. Their thoughts veered between the possibility of him having gone to bed after subduing the beast's soul, but then again the stark reality that even a Tier 7 mage would struggle to pacify such a formidable Tier 6 soul with such ease troubled their mind. As they pondered the conflicting ideas surrounding the soul and Alec's peaceful slumber, the dean posed a question that threw them all off balance. "Everyone, where is the demonic beast?" he inquired, redirecting their attention towards the room. To their astonishment, they couldn't locate the monstrous creature. Given its size, they didn't anticipate needing to strain or search extensively to find it, but strangely, all that remained in Alec's room was the colossal unrefined piece of Tier 5 metal, nothing else. Jasper couldn't help muttering, "My mind is about to be blown away." While the dean and the instructors were left confused, Alec, on the other hand, was focused on overlooking his microcosmic universe. Having successfully guided the energy flow through his whole body, he moved to his microcosmic universe to witness the formation of the new demonic beast soul. Alec floated in his mana space, his eyes fixed on the gradual construction of the soul-formed body unfolding before him. Slowly but surely, a smaller version of the golden horned drake materialized. As the formation concluded, its eyes opened, fixating directly on Alec. Astonished by this development, Alec couldn't help but be taken aback, because unlike the shadow wolf which had promptly fallen asleep upon its formation, this new soul remained conscious. The drake unleashed a mighty roar as it raised its head high, aiming to deliver a powerful impact with its voice. To Alec's surprise, golden waves radiated outward from the roar. After expressing itself with all its might, the drake's soul form closed its eyes once more and fell back into slumber. "What a beauty!" Alec exclaimed, in awe of the sight before him. A surge of astonishment overwhelmed Alec as he looked at the status of the newly formed demonic beast soul, now linked to his devourer bloodline. He had expected the beast created from the golden horned drake to possess great power, but he had never imagined it would awaken as a peak Tier 3 demonic beast from the start. Alec had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome, especially considering the fact that the shadow wolf had started at a much lower level. He had hoped, at best, for the golden horned drake's formed soul to be at peak Tier 1 or high Tier 1. However, Alec was beginning to realize just how much he had underestimated the energy being transferred from the Tier 6 demonic beast soul. Even if only a quarter of that energy was passed to him, and the devourer bloodline absorbed another quarter, the rest went into forming the peak Tier 3 beast soul that stood before him. "You shall be named Zenith," Alec proclaimed, causing an immediate change in the drake's status. Witnessing his compatibility rise to 60% gave Alec a sense of assurance, as he knew it wouldn't be long until he fully familiarized himself with the new soul and achieved complete compatibility with it, just as he had done with the shadow wolf soul. Eager to connect with Zenith, Alec extended his hands towards the creature's soul form. However, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him, causing his eyes to involuntarily close as he succumbed to the embrace of darkness. The dean had scanned the room over 20 times, but he still couldn't locate the demonic beast body nor the soul of the golden horned drakes, which he had heard roar. Alec's peaceful slumber only added to his confusion. The dean had chosen not to remove the soul in order to startle Alec, hoping that swooping in to save him would earn him a bit more respect. That had been his sole intention all along, however. As soon as he stepped into the room and failed to locate the physical body of the demonic beast, a wave of disorientation washed over him. As his head began to spin with confusion, this unexpected turn of events left him perplexed and uncertain. The dean had devised a plan to capture the demonic beast's soul and sell it before it could inflict any critical harm on Alec. The substantial amount he would have received from selling such a valuable soul could have helped cover some of his expenses, particularly after the significant investment he had made in the team. However, he now felt deceived by Alec. Alec had merely requested a dead demonic beast without expressing any interest in the soul. In fact, nobody sells a dead beast with its soul still intact, because they are seen as separate commodities, the dean's scheme has completely gone astray. Given the way Selene was looking at him, he hesitated about asking Alec where the soul had gone, as doing so would surely tarnish his prestige he was trying so hard to uphold with the team. As they all stood motionless, gazing at Alec in his room, an observation finally dawned upon them. Am I the only one noticing the increase in metal element particles in the room? Selene questioned, turning to the dean and the two instructors. We feel it too. Instructor Jasper affirmed, as the metal element particles abruptly became more volatile. Additionally, traces of fire, earth, and even tiny shadow elements seemed to gather in the air. The energy gathered around a central focal point, and as their gazes followed the energy lines, it led them to Alec, who lay in a peacefully asleep position. How is it possible for him to cultivate to such a degree while he's sleeping? I've never witnessed anything like this before, Instructor Phil voiced his astonishment. I see, the dean remarked, as the others in the room, apart from Alec who was still asleep, turned their gaze towards him. It was almost as if their eyes were silently urging him to explain the situation. I'm not entirely sure how he managed to do it, but it's clear that Alec has somehow absorbed the soul of the golden horned drake. The presence of those metal particles and the drake's aura surrounding him are evidence enough, the dean explained. However, I still can't comprehend how the body of the demonic beast disappeared. Considering the space ring Alec possesses, it's understandable that he can't keep a beast of such size inside, so my current speculation leans towards the possibility that he possesses some kind of space manipulation abilities. Beyond that, I can't offer any other plausible explanation, the dean conceded with a shrug. Despite the dean's explanation being the most logical one, everyone in the room remained perplexed. The reason for their confusion was that absorbing a demonic soul at Tier 4 Mage level was unheard of, unless one possessed a bloodline. However, they remained unaware of Alec's bloodline, and even when they entertained the idea that Alec might possess a hidden bloodline, they couldn't reconcile the fact that he had absorbed a beast 2 realms higher than himself, a potentially dangerous feat. The dean, the 2 instructors, and Selene all watched Alec in a daze as they saw him levitate slightly in the air. The elemental particles that had been swirling around the air surged into his body with such velocity that they emitted a small flash of light that made all of them raise their hands up to shield their eyes. What in the God's name is happening? Jasper couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed Alec's breakthrough to the Tier 5 Mage realm while Alec is still asleep. Everyone in the room was struck with awe, but Selene was the most shocked as she began to question everything she understood about cultivation. She was aware of countless unique methods of cultivation, such as dual cultivation, which involves intimacy, and blood cultivation, which requires extensive killing, which often results in widespread carnage. There were also the methods of assassin cultivation, and each of these unique paths had its own specific practices. However, this was the first time Selene had seen someone capable of cultivating simply by sleeping. She was certain that this was not a golem method, as she knew several mages who followed the golem path, although the Gordon's clan's primary path was that of the golem, but they were not the only ones to do so, as even the puppetry clan's techniques were somewhat similar to theirs at the basics. Yet Selene knew other mages who practiced the golem path, and from her observations, she was convinced that Alec was unlike any other golem mage she had encountered. She believed he must be concealing secrets, especially given his ability to provide pills for his teammates, pills even the dean doesn't dare promise. Selene had decided to help him keep this secret, as it was not uncommon for successful mages to have their own closely guarded mysteries. These secrets they keep are the very reason why these exceptional mages stood out from their peers. However, witnessing Alec's cultivation while he slept shattered everything Selene thought she knew. She began to reflect on all the times she had scanned Alec with her mental energy and caught him sleeping. This had led her to believe he was the lazy type. She even developed a certain displeasure towards his sleeping habits. She always felt if only he had been more focused, he could have become so much stronger. But now, she couldn't help but feel like a fool, as it dawned on her that Alec might have been cultivating all along. She felt he was sleeping. Alec's eyes gently opened as his feet finally touched the ground. However, what he saw before him was far from what he expected. The entire committee of the War God Academy team stood there, staring at him with evident surprise. If it's not offensive, may I ask why all of you are inside my room? Alec couldn't help but inquire. He was certain that he hadn't exposed the system, but he didn't know how to explain the presence of the branch that had pierced the void, as he believed at that moment they were in his room because of the unleashed branch that might have disturbed the space when it manifested. But Selene was the first to step forward and speak. You achieved a breakthrough just by sleeping. What kind of cultivation do you practice? I apologize for my curiosity, and you don't have to answer, but are you aware that you just advanced to the next realm while sleeping? Selene exclaimed. Initially relieved that they hadn't noticed the branch, Alec soon realized there was a much bigger problem, as his mind ray evaluated Seleni's words and he looked down at his hands, attempting to infuse them with his mana. To his surprise, Alec discovered something astonishing, something entirely different from what he had expected. He would never have believed that he could enter the Tier 5 Mage realm so easily. The system displayed Alec's updated status tab in front of him, as he noticed some new changes, such as the experience now being referred to as progression. However, he was still unsure how to respond to Seleni's inquiry. The system's spirit Golem, which had been ignored by the dean and the others in the corner of the room due to being focused on finding the demonic beast body, decided to intervene, as its Golem shell's lights went off as it returned to the system. Just tell her that you passed out when you absorbed the demonic beast soul, follow my instructions, and we can eliminate any suspicions they have. Alec was initially surprised to hear a voice, but he felt thankful that the system's spirit had his back. 15 minutes later. Alec was seen escorting the dean and the entire group out of his room before slamming the door shut. Once he was certain they were gone, he slid down against the door and let out a sigh of relief. Alec had explained, in a simplified manner as instructed by the system's spirit, how he had absorbed the soul of the drake. Although they believed Alec was still keeping some details hidden, they knew better than to press him for information he was unwilling to reveal. Therefore, they didn't bother asking about the demonic beast body, and Alec took the opportunity to politely dismiss them, claiming he needed time to adjust to his new realm and create a new golem partner. After standing up, the first thing Alec did was tear up his clothes, while he walked towards the water screen that covered the balcony of his room, turning his back to it. As he gazed at his newly formed tattoo, he couldn't help but feel intrigued. His shadow wolf tattoo had now migrated to the back of his body, alongside the drake tattoo. Despite the shadow wolf tattoo being larger than the drake tattoo, the two images depicted the two beasts glaring at each other. Observing this tattoo, Alec couldn't help but utter unconsciously, "This looks so cool that I want to show it off." He turned his neck to watch the tattoo on his back shimmering on the water screen. 583, New Golem. 583, New Golem. It was finally the second day, and the highly anticipated second-round fight between Onyx Academy and Gates Academy was about to commence. The instructors were going from room to room, urging all members of the team to assemble and prepare for their departure. As they were getting ready for the second battle which they were participating in, scheduled to take place in the afternoon, as Selene passed, she banged on Alec's door and called out to him. "Alec, let's go," she exclaimed. Through the locked door, Alec's muffled voice reached her. "You guys go ahead. I'll meet up with you all before the second match begins," Alec said, while Selene wanted to pull him out and have him witness the battle between Onyx Academy and Gates Academy. As their fighting style was somewhat similar to Alec's own, she decided to respect his request and knew he would keep his word. The team bid their farewells as they passed by Alec's door. The dean, on the other hand, felt an urge to question Selene about Alec's absence from the group. However, he quickly realized that Selene had the authority to make decisions for the team. Challenging her leadership at this moment would only undermine her capability, especially considering her dedication to the team. Reluctantly, the dean suppressed his curiosity, acknowledging that he had already intruded enough by bringing in two new instructors they didn't like. So he didn't want to risk further alienation from the team. Unlike the team and the new instructors, the dean would be seated in the VIP section during the match. With that in mind, he made his way towards the door as he desired to leave before the whole team, while the rest of the group proceeded to the arena. Alec, on the other hand, remained astonished by several things. For instance, he had the opportunity to push his strength to the limits when he entered the beast forest during his slumber. One thing he had overlooked was the fact that all his basic stats had reached the 200 point. After engaging in intense battles with low and mid-tier 5 beasts and emerging victorious, he now realized that his strength couldn't be merely defined by numerical values. It felt as if reaching those 200 units had brought about yet another profound change to his entire body. Although he would have loved to continue exploring his newfound strength upon waking up, but Alec knew there were more pressing matters that demanded his attention. And presently, he stood before the refined Tier 5 spirit metal, which had undergone refinement from Alec's mana. Earlier, Alec had anticipated difficulties in refining the metal due to its higher level compared to his realm. However, after his breakthrough to the Tier 5 Mage realm, he discovered that refining the spirit metal had become surprisingly easy for him. Before him stood the refined metal, no longer resembling a black rock. By utilizing his mana, Alec had expertly compressed and carved the metal into the desired shape of the golem he sought to infuse with life. Taking a step back, Alec admired the golem's carefully carved form in front of him. Hovering beside him, the ancestral book that had been gifted to him with the golem scroll seemed to levitate as if guided by an unknown force. Alec extended his hand and drew the book closer to himself, gripping it tightly. His eyes were fixed on the picture within the pages. With unwavering focus, he used the intricate drawings in the book to confirm whether he had truly accomplished a perfect image. Finally, you have decided to create the Mage Hunter Golem. Took you long enough, remarked the system's spirit golem at Alec's side, observing the lifeless, refined golem body in front of them. The Mage Hunter Golem had been recorded in the book passed down among the patriarchs of the Gordon clan. After finally gaining access to knowledge about the various golems crafted by the Gordons from the system, Alec became enamored with the design and power that the Mage Hunter Golem offered. He had always planned to create it, but he lacked the necessary connection and channels to obtain the primary material required, unrefined spirit metal. However, now that he had secured the spirit metal and skillfully carved the desired golem shape, he could finally proceed with its creation. With the reassurance that he had successfully shaped the golem, Alec took a few steps back, folding his arms, and touched his jaw contemplatively with his right hand. He stared at the imposing new form of the golem standing proudly before him. The golem stood tall in its humanoid form, slightly surpassing Alec's own height, boasting a robust and bulky build reminiscent of a heavily armored knight. Instead of a left hand, a rounded hook-like appendage occupied its place, while a dark blue orb replaced its eye at the center of its head. After ensuring the completion of the body refinement process, Alec summoned a rune pen from inside his space ring. Following the instructions read from the levitating book that accompanied him, Alec diligently began drawing and engraving rune symbols all over the golem's body. With each stroke of the pen, the enchanting symbols came to life, aligning with the ancient instructions passed down from the Gordon clan. After 20 minutes of meticulous engraving, Alec completed the placement of all the requisite runes. Now only one final step remained, and it was the fact that he needed to cast the Create Golem spell for the golem to be infused with life. Shape and soul should merge. As the molded giant awakens, Alec began casting, as the runes he had drawn around the golem's body started to glow. Tear spell golem creation. Alec placed his hand on the chest of the already glowing golem. As his hand made contact, the golem's body quivered and took its first breath, emanating a soft, light blue glow from the spots where Alec had inscribed the runes. "Master," the Mage Hunter Golem exclaimed, promptly dropping to one knee and saluting Alec by placing its right hand across its chest. "You shall be called Hunter," Alec said, a smile crossing his face. As he placed his hand on the shoulder of the kneeling golem, he couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. The process of using his mana to shape the body of the Mage Hunter Golem had taken its toll. Now, as he attempted to complete the creation, a surge of mana rushed out of his body and into the golem, explaining his current predicament. In that moment, Alec felt a deep sense of gratitude that he had been able to miraculously reach the Tier 5 Mage realm before embarking on the creation of this new golem. Cause if he had tried while still being at the Tier 4 Mage realm, the Mage Hunter Golem would not have come into existence, and the Tier 5 Spirit Metal would have exploded upon his failure. The cheers from the crowd echoed throughout the arena as the match between the Onyx Academy and the Gates Academy finally came to an end. After a long and intense battle, the Onyx Academy emerged as the victorious team. The clash between the two academies was referred to as a war due to the sheer number of summons the captains of other academy had under their command. What was meant to be a one-on-one match was escalated into a grand group battle by both captains, as their summons fought all over the battle ring, turning it into a Royal Rumble match. In the final moments, the captain of the Onyx Academy employed a shrewd strategy. By using his ability to meld into the shadows, he stealthily approached the captain of the Gates Academy from behind. Taking advantage of the distraction, his undead caused the guardian beast of the Gate Academy captain. With no protection left, the captain of the Gates Academy found himself at the mercy of the Onyx captain, who pressed his dagger against his opponent's neck, forcing him to surrender. "Where the hell is Alec now? The second match is about to start, and they'll be calling for us soon," Selene exclaimed, pacing anxiously in the changing room. "I've devised the lineup for the next match and the order in which they'll compete. Sophia Gordons will be going first. Not only has she reached the Tier 4 Mage realm, but her ability is also unique. I have a specific task for her," Jasper stated, his voice filled with determination. "Her sole objective is to redirect the attacks of whoever the Vajra Academy selects. Just focus on draining the mana of whoever they choose. I don't expect her to win the match outright. Instead, her aim should be to prolong the battle as much as possible until she runs out of mana. After Sophia, it's Lucas, our first low Tier 5 mage for the day. He'll take over, capitalizing on the weakened state of Sophia's opponent. With a fatigued mage to face, disposing of him should pose no problem. Move swiftly to eliminate him," Jasper instructed Lucas as he continued to outline the plan for the upcoming match. After that, you should still have enough left in the tank for the second round, so following Lucas would be Pale, then Beatrice, and ultimately Alec. Alec will hold the fort as our last line of defense, no matter the circumstances we find ourselves. He will either save the team or lead it to its ruins. Jasper explained his tactic with such fervor that the entire team felt he wasn't planning for their victory, but actually ensuring that when they lose, they wouldn't lose too much. This motivation from their instructor, however, dampened their morale. Yet for the first time, Selene found herself in agreement with one of Jasper's decision, and that was the fact that Alec came in last. With Alec still nowhere to be found, she held out hope that he would appear before the final match, giving him the chance to fight. "We're being called out, let's move, everyone, Arthur, go find Alec," Selene commanded, as the team already dressed in their new black and red fighting uniforms as they exited the changing room, but Jasper had left earlier as he went to submit the list of those participating. While Arthur parted ways with the team, making his way back to their residential area, but he encountered Alec, who was on his way to the changing rooms himself, with a wide smile. "It seems whatever kept you cooped up in your room turned out positively, huh? If that's the case, hurry up and change into your uniform quickly, or Selene won't be too pleased with you," Arthur said to Alec, whose expression changed as they both began jogging toward the changing room. "I wasn't aware that the matches were about to begin," Alec admitted, realizing his absence during the team's preparations. "I hope you all enjoyed the first match of the day." The referee asked, as he was met with a resounding cheer of yes from the crowd. Their energy was so intense it almost felt like they were creating an earthquake. The atmosphere in the arena was electric, reflecting the excitement and anticipation for the upcoming battle. "Well, I can assure you that you're in for an exhilarating fight between the Vajra Academy and the War God Academy. Now, let's welcome the teams representing both academies," the new referee declared, trying his best to match the charisma of the red-haired referee who had captivated the crowds with his commentary talent. On the right side, we have the esteemed Vajra Academy holders of the ancient Shaolin style, practitioners of the Buddhist path, the embodiment of holiness. The new referee introduced them, striving to channel the spirit of his predecessor. As the Vajra Academy team marched out from the right side, 11 male individuals dressed in monk-like robes, while their captain led the way, waving his hands in acknowledgement of the cheers from the crowd. Amidst the chant of his name by the dedicated Vajra Academy fans in the stands, as the referee continued to introduce the team. Led by their captain, Aaron Yama, a peak Tier 5 mage, followed by the vice-captain, Omar Khan, a high Tier 5 mage, Victor Steele, a mid-Tier 5 mage, Bodhi Reed, a low Tier 5 mage, and lastly Maximus Knight, also a low Tier 5 mage. Each player took their place and settled into their seats, ready for the ensuing confrontations. And now, from the left side, let's give a warm welcome to the War God Mage Academy, a force that has proven themselves to be among the top academies again, as they strive to reclaim the lost glory of their academy's forgotten days. The referee's words were met with a mixture of cheers and boos from the crowd, as even those who cheered for the War God Academy came from different disqualified academies, highlighting the overwhelming backing for the Vajra Academy in comparison. Leading the lineup is their vice-captain, Beatrice Marionette, a low Tier 5 mage, followed by Lucas Blade, another low Tier 5 mage, Pale Zero, a peak Tier 4 mage, Sophia Gordons, a low Tier 4 mage, and lastly their captain, Alec Gordons, a peak Tier 4 mage, the referee announced. However, it was made known that the captain was delayed due to an emergency and would be joining them shortly. Unsurprisingly, Alec had garnered most of their newfound fans' attention, and the main reason they attended the match was in the hope of witnessing his extraordinary abilities continue to unfold. However, among the spectators, there were students from the Royal Mage Academy and the Bandit Academy who specifically came with the intention of witnessing the downfall of the War God Academy. They firmly believed that the team stood no chance against another member from the last year's Great Eight. They shared a common belief that given the format of the second-round matches, coupled with the heightened caution of the opposing teams against Alec, he would inevitably face elimination and succumb to a fumble that would ultimately result in his team's defeat. Do you see? Even their captain is absent. I told you it was the correct decision to bet on the Vajra Academy. No dark horse would be allowed to challenge the dignity of the Great Eight Academies for too long. One of the spectators in the crowd, who had placed a bet against the War God Mage Academy, remarked confidently to his friend. His smile conveyed a sense of vindication, as discussions of this nature circulated throughout the grand arena. There was an overwhelming assurance among them that the War God Academy team's journey had finally reached its inevitable conclusion. "What is this, Dean of the War God Academy? I never knew you were so generous, willing to offer up your prized treasure like this," the head abbot of the Vajra Academy stated as he began to walk towards the new dean of the War God Academy. Upon hearing the lineup of the War God Academy team, he he couldn't help but feel a sense of smugness, as the power levels of the two teams didn't seem to match up. He began to furrow his brow, deep in contemplation, trying to decipher just how the War God Academy had managed to defeat the Royal Mage Academy despite having weaker mages. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find an answer. Frustrated, he lifted his head to watch the match, that is when he noticed the Dean of the War God Academy. For now, he could only attribute their victory over the Royal Mage Academy to the latter's underestimation of the War God Academy team, as based on the information he had received, he believed the only opponent his team had to be wary of was Alec, who was currently absent. "Just watch the match," the new Dean of the War God Academy said with a frown, gripping the handle of his chair tightly, causing it to emit a creaking sound. Internally, he was worried and lamented about Alec's whereabouts, realizing he should have made sure Alec was with the rest of the team, as he had no intentions of losing this bet with the head abbot even when his team was seen as the weaker side. It was just not an option he was willing to accept. Meanwhile, Selene and the coordinator of the Vajra Academy initiated the draw to determine which team would be required to send out a fighter first. This outcome favored the War God Academy, although it didn't hold much significance for them, as they had already planned their lineup. Nevertheless, the coin toss was a necessary formality, and once the decision was made, the two coordinators began making their way back to their respective teams' seating area. "And don't forget everything we discussed. Just keep him busy and push him to the limit. Surrender when you feel your mana levels are low. You don't have to be critically injured. The team has no healing pills as it is." Instructor Jasper continued to emphasize, determined to drill the instructions into Sophia's ears. Interrupting their conversation, Selene intervened, gently pushing Jasper away. "You don't need to put so much pressure on her. She's already feeling the weight of the responsibility you've placed on her. Now don't make her more nervous," Selene told Instructor Jasper before turning to Sophia. "I know if Alec were here, he would just tell you to try your best and make sure you don't get hurt, so go out there and stay alive," Selene said, using Alec as a source of motivation for the visibly anxious Sophia. Fortunately, it worked, as Sophia managed to smile after her words. What the new instructor didn't understand was that Alec wasn't just the captain or the strongest mage in the group. He held a deep significance for all of them. Alec had performed countless miracles and guided them through situations they never thought they would survive, and they in return had come to associate Alec with the embodiment of miracles. He was like a beacon of spiritual belief for the whole team, and with Alec's absence, they all felt a sense of unease, realizing the monumental disadvantage they faced against the Vajra Academy. This was something they would have never considered if Alec were there. "The first match will be Victor Steele versus Sophia Gordons," the referee announced, levitating into the air with his hands outstretched. Both fighters stood poised on opposite sides, eagerly awaiting his command to begin the match. "What the hell is the War God Academy doing? It's starting to look like a surrender match to me. Why would they field a Tier 4 mage in the first match against the Vajra Academy?" questioned a member of the Battle Mage Academy, directing the question to the rest of his team sitting around him. Vincent Whitefang, on the other hand, remained fixated on the battle ring, his gaze intent as if he were attempting to decipher the War God Academy's strategy. Among the few who believed that the War God Academy would put up a fight, it was quite amusing to see a captain of one academy supporting another. If asked, Vincent would willingly admit that he wanted the War God Academy team to qualify. However, he couldn't deny that he, too, harbored doubts about their chances of winning, especially with the chosen lineup in Alec's absence. As Vincent and some members of his team contemplated the unfolding situation, Vlad, sitting beside him, let out a chuckle. "I already feel this is going to be an interesting battle. The War God Academy team never fails to entertain us," Vladimir remarked, his jaw supported by one hand as he watched with keen interest. "Begin," the referee's voice commanded, and promptly, a light screen materialized above the shielded dome surrounding the battle arena. As it connected with the dome, an image of Steele emerged, as he was propelled by the wind currents he had cast upon his feet, moving towards Sophia. Steele unleashed a flurry of punches, resulting in a barrage of wind fists materializing in the air and hurtling towards Sophia. Reacting swiftly, Sophia moved to maintain distance, unlike Steele, who was trying to lose distance, opening a shadow portal in front of her as a defense. This time, Sophia's portal had grown bigger and wider due to her breakthrough to the mid-ranks, allowing her to effectively deflect all of Steele's attacks back towards him. Steele was caught off guard by the unexpected return shadow portal formed behind him, as he was struck by his own attack, sending him flying through the air. Sophia, despite having a lower realm, felt a surge of satisfaction as she landed the first strike. However, as Steele regained his footing, he seethed with anger at Sophia's counterattack. "You will pay for that," Steele threatened, charging towards Sophia once again. His legs blurred as he attempted to close the gap between them, believing that only then would he be able to overpower her as he desired. In the changing room of the War God Academy team, Alec emerged from his room in his fitted uniform and was surprised to see Arthur standing before a small light screen. "Whoa," Alec exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected sight. "It seems this small screen is connected to the larger one hanging above the light shield. That means the match has already begun. We need to move out now," Arthur explained to Alec. "Yeah, I can't wait," Alec responded with a smile. As they all left the changing room, unaware that something had changed within the screen after their departure, the moment Alec stepped out of the halls and spotted the battle ring, he stood frozen for a second, horrified by the scene unfolding before him. Before his eyes, Sophia was being manhandled by Steele, who gripped her collar tightly while unleashing a relentless barrage of wind fist punches aimed straight at her face. No matter how desperately she attempted to utter the words "I give up," they were battered back into silence by Steele's merciless onslaught. With every punch, she struggled to voice her surrender, yet the referee remained passive, ignoring the fact that Sophia could no longer defend herself. Frustrated and furious, Alec began to stride toward the War God Academy team stand, his anger boiling over. His approach brought a glimmer of hope to the anxious War God Academy team, but witnessing the innocent Sophia being pummeled while the culprit laughed with glee only fueled their rage further. "She surrenders," Alec shouted angrily, hurling a white towel from their bench toward the battle ring. But instead of stopping, Steele merely glanced at Alec and continued his merciless assault, even altering his tactics. As he summoned his wind element to lift Sophia into a spiraling tornado that surged her into the air, amplifying her vulnerability. "Unfortunately, a match cannot be halted simply because you desire a different outcome," the referee stated coldly, turning his gaze to Alec. "This match can only end when she verbally surrenders, if she is pushed out of the battle ring, or falls unconscious. I'm only obliged to intervene when I sense a threat to her life." Alec's anger only intensified at the referee's dismissive tone. He had tried to maintain composure, but the blatant favoritism toward Vajra Academy was unmistakable, driving him closer to the edge. Seeing that his words went unheard by the referee, Alec turned to Steele, his blood-red eyes blazing with intensity. "Karma is a bitch, what goes around comes around. You'd better step down once you defeat her, or I swear I'll stab you in ways that will make you bleed in agony, and you'll feel an overwhelming urge to surrender. But the words will escape you. You'll try to succumb to unconsciousness, but the pain inflicted will continue to keep you wide awake." Alec's threat hung in the air, causing Steele to momentarily freeze. Yet he seemed unfazed, shrugging off the warning as he believed such scenario would never happen. Mid-tier spell Wind Slam. With a swift motion, Steele cast a spell changing the motion of the wind tornado, his hand dragging downward, as the tornado of wind spiraled down, ensnaring Sophia and ruthlessly slamming her to the ground, making her cough up blood and go into unconsciousness. "You don't need to worry, I've grown tired of toying with her. As you can see, she has already lost consciousness," Victor Steele said with a self-satisfied smile. "And the winner of the first fight is Victor Steele." The referee announced, raising his hands toward Steele as the crowd of Vajra Academy fans and those who had bet on them to win erupted in cheers, celebrating the swift domination that the Vajra Academy had taken the first win. After the initial hit Sophia landed on him, Victor quickly closed the distance, choosing not to cast any long-range spells, as he believed she could easily redirect them against him. And as a wind elemental mage, his strength and speed made it nearly impossible for Sophia to outrun him. Coupled with the fact that he was one realm higher than her, made Sophia find herself completely in a bad matchup, as he targeted her face with relentless precision after he caught up with her, almost as if he reveled in it. He had given her a black eye and damaged not only her reputation, but also that of the War God Academy, as he had been said to have insulted the Academy as well. Listening to the recount of things so far only served to annoy Alec further. Arthur and Brandon moved to recover Sophia's body, but before they could leave, Alec strode forward, leading them towards the battle ring. When they arrived, he summoned a pill bottle from his space ring, uncorked it, and immediately placed a pill into her mouth before gently lifting her body in a bridal style. The crowd was quite surprised at the chilled way Alec was handling the defeat of his teammate. It was the first time the spectators had seen the captain of an academy take on the duty of retrieving a defeated teammate's body. Meanwhile, the dean and the two new instructors who had joined their team were quite surprised. They were certain they had just seen Alec administer a healing pill to Sophia. They were surprised because they had not provided it, and considering Alec's background, he shouldn't have had the funds to buy one. Yet there he was with a full bottle of healing pills, although they couldn't determine which tier of healing pill he had given her. But even the lowest tier of healing pill was seen as a treasure as it starts from tier 4, and it was something that was even more rare than cultivation pills. This was something even they couldn't even afford to provide, and Alec was giving it out as if it were not important. Selene had also seen the pill, but she wasn't as surprised as she used to be, Having steeled her mind for situations like this, she took the time to enjoy the reactions on the faces of the new instructors. Make sure she gets to the healers. She will recover fast as I have given her a tier 5 healing pill. For the time being, when she is unconscious, I need them to use their healing spell on her to ensure she is restored to consciousness, Alex said. Arthur and Brandon both stood rooted to the ground after hearing Alec mention the tier 5 healing pills as if they were a common commodity. Don't worry, we will definitely get her there, Arthur said as he and Brandon collected Sophia from Alec. Even at that moment, they could see the injuries on her face slowly recovering as they marveled at the potency of the pill. They felt Alec had wasted such a precious resource just for a facial wound, but they were just young boys, what could they possibly understand? Alec had lived in 2 different worlds, with more extensive experience from his time on Earth than in this new world where he now resided. But no matter what world he was in, he knew that girls were always sensitive about the way they looked. There was no way he would have left Sophia's face like that. He was certain she would have been embarrassed to face them or anybody else after that incident, so giving her that pill was more of a way for him to preserve her image in some way. War God Mage Academy, choose your next fighter, the referee said as he saw the other 2 taking the injured Sophia away. Why call for the next fighter? Am I not already standing here? Alec remarked, his voice not loud but still audible amidst the cacophony of the crowd. Despite the noise, it seemed as though almost everyone had heard him. The referee appeared frozen in midair, and even Victor Steele, who stood on the opposite side of the ring, waving to the Vajra Academy fans, froze. The spectators, too, fell silent at that moment, captivated by the sudden interruption. Are you kidding me? Aren't you the captain of your team? Why would you start a fight in the second round? The referee found himself mumbling a question that was in no way his concern, causing Alec to raise an eyebrow in the referee's direction. He could hardly bring himself to respect the referee again after he displayed such blatant and undisguised bias towards the War God Academy team. Is there any rule that states I can't fight? If not, then you better stop bothering me and announce the next fight, Alec retorted rudely, his tone laced with disdain. As he had no intention of showing any reverence to the referee, given the unfair treatment the War God Academy team had experienced during Sophia's fight. Ha ha ha, didn't I tell you all that something interesting was about to happen? Vladimir laughed, thoroughly amused by Alec's decision to participate. The spectators erupted into discussions, taken aback by Alec's surprising choice to fight. However, no one was as shocked as the dean of the War God Mage Academy. He longed to rise from his chair and fly over just to force Alec out of the battle arena, but he knew he had to maintain his composure to save face. Victor Steele, standing on the opposite side of the battle ring, now remembered Alec's past threats. Previously, when Alec had threatened him, Steele had felt a chill and didn't want to provoke Alec. He had witnessed Alec's formidable skills in previous fights. Although Steele knew he would struggle to go against Alec, even with the knowledge that he couldn't win, he never took Alec's threat seriously because he never expected to face him in the battle ring. Typically, the captains of each team fought in the last round, serving as guardians for their respective academy teams. In situations where all team members had lost, it was up to the captain to either save the team or suffer trying. This was why everyone was accustomed to the captain appearing last. But Steele never anticipated that Alec would be reckless enough to deviate from this tradition and challenge him now. You can't do this now. You were meant to take the last place. I already arranged the order of participation. Jasper shouted, rushing towards the battle ring, but Alec simply frowned as he turned to stare at him. FK, the sequence you've set and the time I'm supposed to enter. You're only allowed to stay as long as you don't interfere with my issues. Don't forget, I'm still the captain of this team, and if I say I want to fight now, you have no right to stop me, Alec declared, before turning to Steele with a determined gaze. Steele felt a chill run through his body as Alec's piercing stare locked onto him. It was as if he was being hunted by a predator. The referee glanced at Jasper, but after seeing the defeated look on his face, he was quick to realize immediately that Jasper wouldn't be able to sway Alec's decision. So he turned his attention to Selene, the team's coordinator, hoping she would have the influence to talk Alec out of fighting, but when he looked at her, he found her smiling. What many didn't realize was that Selene had never taken her role as the team's coordinator particularly seriously, and this was largely due to Alec's presence. From day one, the team was created to move out independently, and Alec had kept the team in line, sparing her most of the stress. She trusted him to make the best decisions for the team, even if she often felt his choices were driven more by emotion than logic. But to this day, Alec had never lost a fight, despite consistently going up against opponents from higher realms. This experience had honed his skills in facing stronger foes, and now that he had finally stepped into the Tier 5 Mage realm, Selene could hardly contain her excitement, as she desires to see just how much he had grown. Seeing that Selene chose not to intervene, the referee gave up and decided it was time to introduce Alec. And now, the next fighter for the War God Academy is their very own captain Alec Gordons, whom the referee exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he was introducing Alec. Despite the fact that such a display would typically be seen as unprofessional, in that particular moment, the referee couldn't help himself due to the overwhelming emotions he felt. As he attempted to introduce Alec, his gaze fixated on him, and he took a moment to observe the energy emanating from Alec only to realize that he was exuding the energy of a low Tier 5 mage. This revelation caught the referee off guard, as just a few days ago, Alec had been a peak Tier 4 mage, but now he was a low Tier 5 mage. But this surprising development wasn't just confined to Alec, as discussions from the crowd about the War God Mage Academy team had been circulating. The speed of advancement displayed by all the members of the War God Academy team seemed to surpass anything previously witnessed. I apologize for my mistake, but allow me to reintroduce Alec Gordons as a low Tier 5 mage. It appears he has made a breakthrough, and I made an incorrect announcement about his realm due to our lack of knowledge, the referee acknowledged, finally managing to regain his composure. However, the shockwave caused by this announcement resonated to both the spectators and those from the Academy teams who still believed Alec to be a mere peak Tier 4 mage. This revelation shook many individuals to their core. Steele, in particular, felt an overwhelming desire to give up in that moment. Nevertheless, he understood that surrendering was unacceptable according to the principles of the Vajra Academy. Their students were taught never to surrender, but to lose with honor, even if it meant enduring injuries. For a disciple of the Vajra Academy to give up would be considered disgraceful. They saw it as an insult to their academy's honor, and that was the only reason why Steele couldn't surrender despite his fear of Alec's threat. His loyalty to his academy outweighed his apprehensions. Now that was something even I wasn't expecting. Is this yet another card you're hiding? Just tell me, how are you able to make these little plants of yours sprout so fast? 'Cause I'm certain even the young lady from the Marionette clan was not a Tier 5 mage in their last fight, so how much did you spend to make them advance? I must admit I have underestimated your determination to win this bet. The head abbot of the Vajra Academy couldn't help expressing his surprise, as he addressed the dean of the War God Academy team seated beside him. The dean chuckled, finding the unfolding events a little suspicious. Though Alec had provided a detailed explanation of his own advancement after what happened, but to the dean, it was just so thorough that it left no ground for suspicion. And the fact that such detailed information was coming from Alec so calmly at that moment was both baffling and led the dean to believe that Alec held many secrets that he didn't want to share, which he understood. However, when it came to the constant breakthroughs of the rest of Alec's team, the dean was still in the dark and knew nothing about them. He could only nervously chuckle in response to the praises of the head abbot. As he didn't want to reject such compliments, even when he knew he was financially struggling to achieve what was said of him. Fight, the referee's voice boomed, officially commencing the match. Steele, however, refused to budge, patiently waiting for Alec to make his move first. Similarly, Alec remained steadfast, his hands concealed behind his back as he locked eyes with Steele before him. Add all the remaining attribute points to agility, Alec commanded the system's spirit utilizing his mind as a conduit. Notably, this time Alec only experienced a slight tingling sensation across his skin following his agility upgrade. Gone were the days of enduring excruciating pain with such significant enhancements. Come, Alec beckoned, gesturing toward Steele with his right hand. This action seemed to incense Steele, prompting him to charge vehemently towards Alec. Initially, he had been anxious that Alec might instantly summon his golems, leaving no opportunity for him to mount a defense, but now he is both relieved and angered at Alec's lack of action, as Alec had not even drawn a weapon, let alone summon any golem to fight him, and Steele interpreted this as underestimation, which only serves to fuel his fury. So he decided to swiftly attack Alec before he could change his mind in summoning any golems. Steele began circling Alec in rapid motion, harnessing the wind mana within him to communicate with the wind particles in the air, as a small wind barricade materialized within seconds, obstructing Alec's path. Taking advantage of the situation, Steele, who possessed considerable speed, skillfully concealed himself within the circular wind barricade he had created, his plan fully set in motion. Most of the spectators in the crowd struggled to locate Steele amidst the flurry of after-images created by his agile movements through the wind barricade, and it became increasingly difficult for them to pinpoint his exact position. Despite the presence of screen in the air, the spectators remained unable to properly discern Steele's location, as his movements were too rapid, and the screens only allowed them to glimpse his last known whereabouts due to the wind barricade, further increasing the challenge. Steele had intentionally utilized the wind barricade as a perfect hiding spot, concealing himself amidst the commotion. Meanwhile, Alec still stood motionless in the midst of the swirling winds, his hands calmly positioned behind him. With each second Steele passed by, Alec subtly adjusted his gaze. However, Steele misinterpreted this as Alec being confused about his own position, further bolstering his confidence to launch an attack. Nevertheless, Steele's arrogance did not blind him to the fact that Alec was a powerful mage, even without the assistance of his golems. Having observed Alec's previous battles, Steele knew that Alec was far from helpless even without his golems. This understanding led Steele to devise a plan to trick Alec's senses before launching a strike. Suddenly, two gleaming daggers were hurled towards Alec from behind. The spectators gasped, anticipating Alec to swiftly evade the blades, but to their astonishment, Alec remained rooted to the ground, without even turning to acknowledge the incoming threat. His demeanor seemed completely unaware of the daggers nearing him. Realizing that Alec had not yet reacted to the daggers, Steele seized the split-second opportunity to launch his attack. With his mind racing, Steele swiftly struck, considering every aspect of the situation. Recognizing that even if Alec were to react to his attack, it would be too late for him to defend against the two impending daggers from behind, so Steele swiftly dashed towards Alec from the left side. Extending his hand into the air, Steele grasped at the invisible currents, conjuring a formidable short-wind sword in his palm. With all his strength, he propelled the blade downward, aiming to strike Alec and cut him down. At this pivotal moment, many spectators were still attempting to comprehend Alec's state of mind as he stood firmly rooted in the same spot, exhibiting no signs of movement. "Move out of the way," cried one concerned admirer, screaming at the top of her voice, hoping that her urgent plea would help her crush Alec evade the imminent attack. "Knock him out," so the team of Black Horse realizes the difference between the chosen academies and ordinary academies. Exclaimed another fan from a different location, eagerly anticipating Alec's defeat. With his head lowered, Alec remained in the midst of all this chaos, his gaze fixed upon the ground as Steele inched closer. The crowd of spectators felt time slow down as Steele drew nearer, as they gripped their fists in anticipation, while they observed with bated breath, eager to witness how Steele would seize and capitalize on this crucial opportunity. Meanwhile, Steele's confidence reached an excessive level after gazing at Alec and realizing his lack of reaction to the charging assault. However, in the next split second, just before the wind blade intended for Alec's neck could strike, Alec's head abruptly jerked upwards, making the wind sword miss him by a small margin, his gaze focused directly on Steele. In that very moment, as Alec raised his head, a paralyzing fear engulfed Steele's entire being. "Too slow." Those were the piercing words that echoed in Steele's ears from Alec before the image of Alec in front of him twitched and vanished. It seemed as though Alec had disappeared from Steele's sight, leaving him bewildered. However, the crowd had witnessed the entire exchange and knew what had transpired. To the spectators, Alec's sudden displacement appeared akin to instant teleport action. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original location and reappeared behind Steele, swiftly lunging with his right fist aimed directly at Steele's face. The crowd, fully immersed in the electrifying moment, finally get to appreciate the display on the screens again, as only with it were they able to catch a glimpse of Alec's extraordinary speed, which seemed to mimic teleportation within a certain close range. Bang, and then with an explosive impact, the first attack of the match found its mark. Alec's right fist collided forcefully with Steele's face jaw. There was no fancy trick, no mana reinforcement, or even magic spell. It was just a pure manifestation of Alec's raw physical strength after his breakthrough. The sheer force that was unleashed produced a shockwave sound that seemed to match the clash of two Tier 5 mage spells. The crowd shuddered in awe, their excitement reaching a crescendo as they cheered to the top of their voices. On the receiving end of the devastating strike, Steele felt as if his jaws had been struck by an insurmountable mountain. The force behind Alec's punch sent him hurtling to the ground with a bone-jarring impact. To add insult to injury, Steele bounced off the surface before being forcefully driven back down. His body skidded across the battle ring before coming to a stop. All this was propelled solely by the potent momentum generated by that single punch. Steele attempted to rise quickly, but he could only manage a groan of pain. It was evident that his facial injuries were not the only concern. He had several broken bones from that single encounter. He lifted his gaze to meet Alec's eyes while clutching his chest with his left hand. As he tried to speak, but in that moment, he realized his words were jumbled and unclear. With his quick mind, Steele was able to connect the dots and realized that this had all been Alec's plan from the beginning. To anyone else, it might have seemed like that first strike had been a normal attack, but Steele understood that Alec could have chosen to smash his fist into his chest, which could have resulted in critical injury that would take him out, an act Steele knew Alec was fully capable of after witnessing his power, but he didn't. And he could have easily knocked Steele unconscious, yet Alec chose a different tactic. From the very first move, he had targeted Steele's jaws, dislocating them with precision. Alec's intent was clear from the beginning. He had wanted to impair Steele's speech, ensuring that he wouldn't be able to surrender, even if he changed his mind. As Steele met Alec's focused gaze, he no longer saw him merely as a crazed mage, but as a calculating and dangerous one. Alec slowly walked toward Steele, who was still struggling to use his right hand to fix his dislocated jaws. Although the injury appeared serious, but apart from the excruciating pain and difficulty speaking, it wasn't critical, and as long as the medics could apply their healing spell in time, his jaws would likely recover to their original function. Crack, the crowd watched as Alec, who was still advancing towards Steele, suddenly stomped his right leg into the ground of the battle ring, shattering a section of the earth before moving forward. As he did, small debris from the broken battle ring levitated towards his palm. After being manipulated by Alec's gravity magic, he grasped two sharp, spiky rocks floating upward. "I warned you. I told you to leave the battle ring after defeating Sophia, but you rejected my warning, and now you shall pay for it," Alec said, channeling his mana from his hand into the two rock shards. Steele watched in awe as the stones was being compressed and refined into small, sharp rock daggers. From the very beginning, Alec had possessed the ability to refine weapons using his earth element, and when he infused them with his experience point, they level up. When he initially created his first set of golems, he crafted stone spears for them. However, as Alec grew stronger, he began to discard that skill, but recently he had been contemplating how to enhance his fighting abilities to win the competition for the War God Academy. And this led him to revisit some of his past skills, and with the knowledge he now possessed, he found ways to enhance the abilities he had gained through the system and other golem creation techniques. Mid-tier spell Wind Slam. Steele, having successfully realigned his jaws temporarily, extended his hand and cast a spell, as a powerful gust of wind from above gathered around Alec and attempted to slam him to the ground. Mid-tier spell Gravity Negation. As Steele's spell descended, Alec countered with another spell to nullify the effects of the wind slam. As a gravity force field enveloped a radius of 26 meters around Alec, neutralizing any environmental affecting spells, which includes the wind slam. The moment the wind slam entered Alec's force field, its power was diminished and disappear. "Get ready," Alec informed, as his image momentarily twitching before disappearing again, creating the illusion of teleportation in the eyes of the astonished crowd, as he reappeared in front of a shocked Steele the next second. Steele, still shaken, tried to raise his right hand to conjure another wind elemental attack, but Alec was faster. The sidestep, Alec evaded the attack, allowing Steele's hand to pass through him with a narrow margin. Meanwhile, his left hand swiftly sneaked past Steele's defense, driving the stone dagger into his shoulder, belly, and leg in rapid succession. The crowd witnessed afterimages of Alec's swift strikes, barely comprehending the speed at which he executed the moves. "Ah!" Steele cried out in pain, as Alec strategically targeted non-lethal areas to inflict intense pain without causing critical injuries. Bang! Alec's right fist struck Steele's face once more, this time targeting his nose. The resounding crack assured Alec that he had successfully broken Steele's nose. Steele staggered backwards, using his hands to cover his bleeding nose while attempting to stop the bleeding from the other wounds, but it was a challenging task with only two hands at his disposal. Neither was Steele's wind element manipulation able to stop the bleeding. At that moment, his face was disfigured, and the slow trickle of blood gushing out of his body was weakening him and disrupting his concentration to cast any spells. Steele turned his head towards the region where the Vajra Academy was situated and saw the signs they were giving him, which made him sigh in relief. "Aye, sir." Bang! The crowd gasped as Alec delivered a shoulder jab straight into Steele before grabbing his hand and dragging him back. "Gotcha," Alec said with a smile, but at that moment Steele found nothing amusing about it. When he had looked over at his team's stand, they were urging him to surrender. While it might have been disgraceful to make that decision himself, hearing it come from the monk coordinating his team made it seem more of a strategic view and was acceptable. The monk was clear that Steele was no match for Alec, and remaining in the ring would only turn him into a punching bag, which could tarnish the Academy's image as Alec continued to overwhelm him. And as an instructor from one of the great 8 academies, the monk didn't want to elect a genius from a lesser academy, gaining too much notoriety at their expense. So he decided to make a strategic move and link Alec with someone more capable of handling him. However, the only mistake they made was underestimating Alec's determination to keep Steele on stage until he had inflicted enough pain to feel satisfied. So, while Steele was being ordered to stand down, Alec closed in, ensuring that Steele wouldn't be able to form a complete sentence, as Alec knew the referee would side with Vajra Academy, even if Steele's speech was unclear. "Did you think I was playing when I told you I wouldn't let you go easily?" Alec's voice echoed as he tightened his grip around Steele's neck with his left hand and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches to his face. The loud thuds that resounded one after the other made the crowd of spectators flinch, as it was clear Steele had lost all resolve to continue fighting, yet Alec still didn't knock him out. He controlled his strength carefully, ensuring that his punches inflicted enough pain without rendering Steele unconscious. When he noticed the shouting from Steele had begun to diminish, he even went so far as to slam Steele's face into the ground. "He surrenders," shouted the monk responsible for coordinating the Vajra Academy, stepping closer to the battle ring, as he directed this message to Alec, who had continued to rain punches on the tired Steele, who now lay on the ground groaning in pain. Alec straightened his back to glare at the monk, his uniform completely stained red from Steele's blood that had splattered on him. "Yes, I think he no longer has any strength left to fight," the referee chimed in, but Alec merely smiled as he locked eyes with the monk from Vajra Academy. "Unfortunately, a match cannot be stopped simply because you desire a different outcome. This match can only end when he verbally surrenders, is pushed out of the battle ring, or falls unconscious." Alec repeated the referee's words to the monk without even glancing at the referee, who was interjecting from the side. The referee, levitating in the air, felt as if he had received a resounding slap from Alec's words thrown back at the monk. Although Alec hadn't looked at him when he spoke, but the referee was wise enough to know the words were directed at him. The monk clenched his teeth, angered by Alec's attitude, but he couldn't deny that Alec's words aligned with the rules set by the competition committee. The committee had implemented these rules, including the elimination of a safe space in the grand arena like the one used in the first round, all this to trap the War God Academy team in a confrontation with the remaining of the prestigious Great Eight Academy. The committee believed that if the War God Academy team couldn't surrender easily, they would be mercilessly defeated, and this would showcase to the spectators, who had gathered to witness the underdogs create more miracles, that the Great Eight Academy's prestige should never be challenged. The committee was compelled to make these changes due to numerous complaints from ordinary academies. They used the War God Academy's advancement as an excuse to push their demands and complaints they couldn't make before, and all their complaints eventually reached the ears of the committee, which consisted mostly of members from the Great Eight Academy. As such, the committee, which possessed the authority, decided to enact such drastic rule changes. However, now these rules, initially intended to restrict the War God Academy team, were now impeding a member of the Vajra Academy team. Witnessing Alec's unwavering determination, the monk turned to walk away. However, Alec seized hold of Steele's leg and forcefully threw him off the stage. Steele's body soared through the air, even passing the monk, before violently crashing into the ground outside the battle ring, which caused the monk to turn back, fixating his gaze on Alec. "You don't need to worry, as I have grown bored of playing with him," Alec declared, cracking his knuckles. This statement completely mirrored Steele's earlier words to him after defeating Sophia. Observing Alec's actions, the rest of the Vajra team began to fully grasp his deep-seated animosity towards their entire team, fueled by Steele's mistreatment of Sophia. To them, Alec seemed determined to take petty revenge, even if it meant sacrificing his team's advancement to the next round for a member they considered insignificant. However, Alec wasn't the type to pay heed to others' opinion. He was seething with anger, feeling that he had failed his promise to protect Sophia. When she had aligned herself with the Gordon's clan under his name, he had witnessed her humiliation, and despite his plea for her surrender, he was rejected. This event made him hold Jasper partially responsible, which was why he lashed at him. However, Alec was not one to deflect blame onto others. He was prepared to exact vengeance on the Vajra Academy team. "It's advantageous to us that the captain of the War God Academy team is reckless," the monk remarked upon reaching the Vajra Academy's seating area. "This way, we can eliminate him early on and secure our smooth advancement to the next round of the competition. Let me take him on now, captain to captain. I would get rid of him, and it would be smooth sailing for us," Yama declared, rising from his seat and preparing to make his move. However, before he could take a step forward, the monk lightly tapped his hands on Yama's shoulder, and suddenly, Yama found himself returning to his chair, unable to resist, as if his muscles were being controlled by another person. "No, you will not be doing that," the monk stated firmly, which caused Yama's expression to change, as he interpreted his instructor's words as doubting his ability to win the next match. "Patience, Yama, you must realize that we have never faced an opponent like this before. We have not encountered someone who fights as if he doesn't care about the consequences," the monk explained. "But at the same time, he is considering all the angles we might use against him. He has even been throwing back the words said to him, indicating that he knows what he is doing. However, we are still going to demonstrate to him how superior we are to the ordinary academies," the monk continued, emphasizing the importance of their strategy. "Omar, it's your turn," the monk announced decisively. Alec seems to believe that we would send Yama out to face him next. In fact, everyone, even sensible people, are waiting for their clash, captain against captain. 9. But no, I won't give him that satisfaction. This Alec gives me the chills of a scheme. If I'm not mistaken, he must have a card up his sleeve, confident enough to defeat Yama. Sending out Omar serves not only to waste that card, but also weaken Alec in case he manages to defeat Omar. The monk revealed, outlining his overarching plan, though Yama looked offended, but he still listened intently to the strategy. Why do I have this bad feeling that you think I might lose against that little country mage? Yama asked, voicing his concern. I have absolute confidence in your ability to defeat him, however. There would be no gain for the Vajra Academy if we win at the cost of you suffering critical injuries. Others might underestimate him, but don't make the mistake of doing so just because he portrays himself as reckless, the monk responded. I've observed him closely, and I know that he wouldn't hesitate to pounce the moment he sees an opportunity. He's someone who holds grudges, and if he believes he can't defeat you, he will try to bring you down with him. I'm only trying to avoid such a situation. I promise you, we will get him, but you must follow my plan, the monk explained to Yama before shifting his attention to Omar Khan, the vice-captain of the Vajra Academy, who nodded in response. Has the Vajra Academy team chosen its next fighter? The referee's voice cut through the air as Omar began to walk toward the battle ring, holding prayer beads in his right hand, positioning them in front of his chest as if preparing for a horse stance. Alec Gordons, will you continue to the next round, or will you step down and allow the next fighter from your academy to take your place in the battle ring? The referee directed the question to Alec as he noticed Omar approaching. Though the referee was aware of Alec's inevitable response, but he still deliberately dragged out the sentence, attempting to disturb Alec's concentration. I will fight, Alec stated without paying much attention to the referee's gaze, as his focus was fixated on Omar. I present to you all the second fighter of the Vajra Academy, who will be entering the ring in the third round. Please welcome the vice-captain of the Vajra Academy, Omar Khan, proclaimed the referee, as the fans of the Vajra Academy finally found their voices back, as they erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating their vice-captain's arrival on the stage to teach Alec a lesson. Silence had fallen upon them when Alec effortlessly dispatched Steel, a stark contrast to their initial boos. This made them feel ashamed, knowing that their academy's representative had been defeated so quickly and humiliatingly. But seeing the vice-captain step onto the stage seems to have reignited their confidence, believing that things would be different this time. Bring out your weapon, Omar demanded, his gaze fixed on Alec. However, Alec only chuckled in response. Weapon? No, you haven't even reached the level to make me unsheath my weapons yet. Hurry up, don't waste my time. I still have to deal with your entire team, Alec taunted, gesturing for Omar to come at him. The provocation clearly affected Omar, evidenced by the bulging veins on his forehead, even though he refrained from responding to Alec verbally. Begin, the referee's voice resounded, officially commencing the match. Omar, towering over Alec, summoned an iron dagger from his space ring and swiftly charged towards Alec, as his braided hair swayed with the wind. Clang! Alec tightly gripped the stone dagger he had created, holding it in reverse with his left hand as he skillfully defended against Omar's first strike. Alec glanced up, locking eyes with Omar, and noticed a clear expression of surprise etched upon his opponent's face. During Omar's observation of Alec's easy defeat of Steel, he had primarily focused on Alec's incredible speed in evading Steel's attacks. Omar believed that Alec's victory was primarily a result of his exceptional swiftness, which surpassed Steel's reactionary abilities. Upon stepping onto the stage, Omar was well aware that he couldn't match Alec's speed normally. However, he possessed confidence in his ability to track Alec's movements with his eyes, even if it meant reacting slightly slower. Omar's opening move was to utilize his overwhelming strength to forcefully push Alec to a corner, leaving him no opportunity to launch a counterattack. But Omar, who was taller than Alec and confident in his strength, found himself doubting himself for the first time. Not only had he failed to knock Alec, who was shorter, away, but Alec had effortlessly defended against his strike with nothing more than a stone dagger he had created, while Omar wielded a mid-rank dagger. Ah! Omar shouted as he lunged forward, slamming his head into Alec's in an attempt to send him staggering back from the headbutt. However, he seriously miscalculated the event. As the moment their heads connected, both Alec and Omar reeled back from the shock of the collision, stunning them. Omar directed a wide-eyed gaze at Alec as he watched Alec shake his head to dispel his dizziness, while he himself was still recovering from the impact. Please tell me you have more in store for me. Alec taunted, staring at Omar Khan. In response, Omar pressed his dagger against his chest, cutting himself to let his blood drip onto the blade as he chanted words that Alec was unfamiliar with. Once he finished, he threw the blood-soaked dagger at Alec, innate spell blood sacrifice. Alec raised his right hand, causing a small pillar of earth to rise from the ground and block the incoming dagger, preventing it from reaching him. However, he was unaware that the dagger was merely a distraction to keep him preoccupied, while the real event was unfolding as Omar transformed his fingers elongated and darkened as he tore the upper part of his uniform. His eyes turned blood red as he dropped to all fours and pushed off the ground. Bang. The crowd watched in awe at the speed with which he launched himself from the ground, but he wasn't heading for Alec instead. He dashed to the left side of him. This sudden change left the audience perplexed. Just when they thought all was lost, he shifted his legs mid-run and pushed off the ground, changing his trajectory toward Alec from behind. His speed seemed to double after the quick twist, and Alec realized too late that Omar was barreling toward him. When he turned around, he was met by a figure that no longer resembled the Omar he had faced before. With wild, red eyes and a primal aura surrounding him, Omar looked almost like a berserk beast. Realizing he wouldn't be able to evade the impact in time, Alec positioned his arms in an X shape, bracing himself to absorb the clash head-on. Omar, charging at Alec with reckless abandon, smirked upon seeing Alec's defensive stance. He had been projecting the image of someone unhinged, and he had not only successfully fooled Alec but also the crowd of spectators. "Fool," Omar exclaimed as he swung his right claw, low-tier spell bash. Claw was imbued with a massive influx of black energy, taking the form of a demonic hand with long, menacing claws that enveloped his attacking arm. Omar smashed against Alec's X-shaped defense, and the fans of the Vajra Academy erupted from their seats, cheering wildly as they witnessed Alec being sent flying. His back even broke through the earth wall he had erected for protection. As Alec's body skidded along the ground before he regained control, performing a somersault and landing on his knees. But before he could catch his breath, Omar had mysteriously reappeared behind him, swinging his leg toward Alec's head. Alec's reaction was swift as he raised his hand to defend against Omar's strike, but despite that he was still sent flying by the force behind the strike, while Alec skillfully landed on his feet, this time without any embarrassing display. Without wasting a second, Alec immediately dashed towards Omar, who was also rushing towards him simultaneously. Innate spell Terra Bullet. Alec moved his hand in front of him, conjuring an earth bullet infused with his fiery aura, all while maintaining his running motion. Knowing that his accuracy might be affected by his continuous movement, Alec decided to infuse more mana into his spell, creating 4 additional Terra Bullets, each coated with his secondary innate spell, Flame Aura. Confident in the power accumulated, Alec used his right leg to come to a sudden halt, positioning himself to release the first bullet, which produced a sharp bang upon its release. The bullet propelled forward at an alarming speed, shocking the charging Omar. However, Omar reacted quickly, twisting his legs and darting towards the sides to evade the projectile. Alec couldn't help but smile, as he had already analyzed everything necessary about Omar's spell, Blood Sacrifice. "This was fun, but the game is over now," Alec declared, putting forth his best effort to pinpoint Omar's location, now that he was no longer running in a straight line. "Who among the both of us truly has the right to say that? We both know you won't last long against me. Prepare," Omar retorted, but his voice was drowned out by the resounding ring of continuous Terra Bullets being released as he was not even allowed the opportunity to complete his sentence. Forced to cease talking, Omar swiftly changed his direction once again, employing quick leg movements to evade the incoming bullets. However, he soon realized that the position he was running towards had become the target for yet another bullet. Omar was certain that once he reached the intended location, he would be struck by the bullet Alec had strategically positioned. He rapidly scanned his surroundings and realized that the other 3 corners he could potentially escape to were also targeted by bullets. Bang. Inevitably, the Terra bullet collided with Omar's left shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. So my prediction was correct. You can only alter your course twice. Attempting to change direction more than twice would strain your legs and potentially render you temporarily unable to maintain your enhanced speed, Alec remarked. "Now that I've witnessed your abilities, it's time for you to be eliminated," Alec declared, raising his right hand with over 10 bullets rotating around his outstretched fingers. Omar was taken aback by this revelation, as he had not anticipated Alec to continue accumulating bullets during their conversation. However, he was not one to simply wait around and be defeated as Omar dashed towards Alec at an incredible speed. In response, Alec shifted his stance and pressed his left hand down, manipulating gravity to create a force field. As Omar entered the force field, his speed began to diminish. Ting. The crowd watched in suspense as Alec unleashed the bullet barrage. However, their expectation of Omar sustaining a critical injury was overturned, as he instead, sharp and elongated bone spikes emerged from Omar's hands just after his elbows. With these bone spikes transformed into makeshift swords, Omar deflected all the incoming Terra bullets, even amidst the enhanced gravity, demonstrating his tenacity and strength with a grimace on his face. After successfully deflecting all of Alec's bullets, Omar aimed the blade on his right hand directly at Alec, mid-tier spell blade spark. In an instant, the bone blade that had emerged from Omar's hand shot towards Alec with astonishing speed, seemingly unaffected by the gravity force field that Alec had created. The tip of the bone blade emitted a brilliant light, giving the audience the impression that it would ignite upon striking its intended target, which is Alec. The fans of the Vajra Academy held their breaths in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the imminent collision between the bone blade and Alec. They firmly believed that there was no possible way for Alec to evade such a swift attack at such close proximity. However, just as the bone blade was mere inches away from piercing Alec's face, his body jerked and he vanished once again. The audience was abruptly reminded that Alec was not a slow and unwieldy fighter, and he had already demonstrated his agility in the previous match, but amidst the intensity of the current battle, that fact seemed to have slipped their minds. Additionally, Alec meeting Omar head-on in terms of strength had further intensified their oversight. Yet, as danger loomed, Alec was compelled to employ his full speed once more. His movements appeared almost instantaneous at such a close distance, resembling teleportation. Not only did Alec evade the attack with ease, but he also swiftly closed the distance, aiming to strike Omar Khan. The spectators could discern his intent from the afterimage trailing behind him, a visual manifestation of his lightning-fast speed intensified by the force of gravity force field he had created. "Get out of there," a concerned student from the Vajra Academy shouted, urging Omar to dodge whatever attack Alec might unleash upon him. However, amidst the overwhelming clamor generated by the fervent fans engrossed in the match, his voice was barely able to reach Omar. However, instead of attacking Omar, Alec swiftly passed by him, effortlessly maneuvering to the other side of the battle ring. The gust of wind caused by Alec's movement brushed past Omar, as if to instill a sense of intimidation within him. "Get ready to," Alec was speaking before just stopping. "Bad ump." Alec poised to unleash his finishing move and bring the fight with Omar to a close, but suddenly felt his heart pounding harder than usual. Alec experienced excruciating pain, so intense that he could feel his own heartbeat reverberating throughout his body. Unable to withstand the agony, Alec knelt down on one knee, clutching his chest. Omar, still standing and expecting Alec to make his next move, was taken aback by the sudden silence that fell upon the crowd of spectators. Considering Alec's formidable speed, it was evident that a small cut to his neck would not be hard for him. Such an action alone would declare Alec the victor by default, but he didn't do it. So Omar turned to see why Alec hadn't delivered the finishing blow, and he was surprised to find Alec's face contorted with pain, gripping his chest tightly. "What the fuck is wrong with him? Why does he appear to be in such agony?" voiced one concerned fan who had come to witness Alec's brilliance. The sight of Alec in pain, despite not having been attacked by Omar, stirred worry among the spectators. It's possible he has been using some sort of performance-enhancing pills to contend against the top fighters in this competition. How else can we explain his ability to defeat opponents above his own realm with such ease? Speculated another fan. Alec and the members of the War God Academy possess unique methods to rapidly advance in their cultivation. I suspect the War God Academy might have acquired the services of an unscrupulous alchemist who supplies them with these enhancing pills, added a third spectator, attributing Alec's success to potential external aids. But the downside to all of this is the fact that with pills like these, there are always consequences. When the backlash eventually kicks in, those responsible for such practices will realize the enormity of the disadvantage compared to the advantages this path offers. A mage in the crowd, attempting to appear knowledgeable, said as he lifted his jaw with his right hand and supported his right hand with his left hand. As soon as he presented this conclusion, numerous spectators nearby swarmed him with questions, seeking his expertise. In response, he did his best to answer, blending half-truths with known facts to make his stories more credible. "Do you believe Alec has truly fallen into a state of backlash?" Another spectator questioned him. "Of course, I'm certain of it. Can't you see the way he is clutching his chest?" "It's evident that he's in pain from the injury," the middle-aged mage replied, his head held high like a proud peacock in the face of skepticism. Although this middle-aged mage remained uncertain about what was happening to Alec, he was sure that with Alec still writhing in pain, it wouldn't be long before Omar capitalizes on the opportunity and launches an attack, leading to his own victory. In this way, no one would question whether he was right or wrong. He would easily become a minor celebrity and gain recognition, which had been his goal all along. In the capital, those who aspire to succeed must possess some level of fame. However, only the strong are truly acknowledged easily. Thus, he was exploiting Alec's misfortune as a means to gain a few sycophantic fans who would fall for his deceitful narratives. However, he was not the only one engaging in this behavior. In every corner of the grand arena, there were mages who attempted to assume an air of expertise and analyzed the situation for the less knowledgeable spectators. Consequently, within a matter of minutes, new rumors about Alec began circulating among the crowd. Meanwhile, at the War God Academy stand, the team members watched Alec with surprise, unprepared for the unfolding events. Are you sure Omar didn't poison Alec without us noticing? Because I can't fathom any other reason for him to be in such pain, and we still don't know what's wrong, Beatrice proclaimed, visibly concerned. In a different circumstance, Arthur might have taken the opportunity to mock her for her feelings towards Alec and how she wasn't even bothering to conceal it. However, the current situation prevented him from noticing or acknowledging any of this. The entire team was consumed by worry, their gazes fixed on Alec as Omar finally approached him. Confirming that Alec's pain was genuine, a wicked smile spread across Omar's face, accompanied by his outstretched hand, which grasped Alec's hair and pulled him up. Where has that smug attitude of yours gone, huh, smart ass? Omar said with a smirk on his lips, as he drove his right fist into Alec's face, while his left hand was still clenching Alec's hair like a victory trophy. The newly minted fans of the War God Mage Academy team couldn't help but wince at each brutal blow that landed on Alec's face and stomach. It was as if each hit reminded them of their own vulnerability, and Omar savored every moment, relishing the opportunity to humiliate Alec, taking his sweet time as he unleashed his fury. Bang. The relentless sound of Omar's fist colliding with Alec's stomach reverberated throughout the arena, drowning out even the cheers of the enthusiastic Vajra Academy fans. In that moment, everyone had their own theories about Alec's predicament, but none could confidently assert that their opinion reflected the reality of the situation. Across the crowd, a prevailing belief emerged that Alec was losing this battle, and the War God Academy team would soon be eliminated from the competition. Even the Battle Mage Academy team seems to share this grim outlook after experiencing how the fight was progressing. Yet, amid the sea of doubt, there was a certain group of people who saw things differently, and they were all sitting in the VIP section. They were transfixed on Alec, their eyes filled with shock and confusion as they witnessed the spectacle before them. VIP section. Are my eyes deceiving me? Are those elemental veins I see coursing through that boy's body? The head abbot of the Vajra Academy couldn't help but blurt out as he watched Alec being beaten. No matter how many times we try to deny it, there is no doubt about what we are witnessing at this very moment. Those are indeed earth elemental veins. That little twerp is just incredibly lucky, the dean of the Bloodline Academy chimed in, unable to resist giving a compliment. But I still can't begin to fathom how this little mage, who hasn't even reached the high rank, is able to evolve his element affinity to the manipulation stage. And if I'm not mistaken, he is awakening the earth element, given the brown color coursing through his veins and merging with his blood, Christopher Lightbringer, the Vicar General of the Holy Grail Academy, added. It appears that the War God Mage Academy will soon return to its glory days with the acquisition of such a genius. And with that other mage, the one you all have cooped up in your academy, what's his title again? Son of the Earth, Terran. If you have him become Alec's tutor, Alec will surely grasp the ropes of earth manipulation much faster, another important elder from a high-tier clan said, as all eyes were fixed on the dean of the War God Mage Academy. The dean in question, though aware they were offering their congratulations, couldn't help but sense their ulterior motives. He vividly remembered a few years ago when it was Terran who had evolved his earth affinity to the manipulation stage. Countless great academies had scrambled over each other, showering him with favors and promises, all in an attempt to snatch the once boy prodigy, Terran, from the War God Mage Academy. It was then that the old dean had intervened, requesting his disciple, Mad Dog, to take Terran under his wing, and that is how Terran became a disciple of the Mad Dog of the War God Academy. Although Mad Dog didn't possess earth element affinity, he had remarkable skills and was considered the strongest mage of the War God Academy after the former dean, so Terran wasted no time in accepting Mad Dog's offer. Now that Alec had also displayed such exceptional talents, the new dean was certain that other academies would try to entice Alec with various offers to lure him away from their own academy. Despite the separation and tight security measures in the Grand Arena, the dean was convinced that those academies would find a way to communicate their offers to Alec. After all, they had been able to send attackers once, the dean was sure an offer would be more easier. Even before Alec's affinity evolution, there had been interest in him due to his impressive performance in the inter-academy competition. But now that he had shown signs of his element affinity evolving, the dean was certain that the offers would be more direct towards Alec now. The dean had no idea what could potentially hold Alec back, and for the first time, he felt genuine fear that Alec might leave the War God Academy. However, knowing that there were individuals nearby who were eager to steal Alec away, he forced himself to maintain composure, as he made sure to provide a strong response to all the probing they had been sending his way. Why would I need to assign him to Terran when he is already Terran's disciple? This also makes him the grand disciple of the Mad Dog of the War God Academy, the dean retorted, subtly dropping a veiled threat with the mention of Mad Dog's name to those who might entertain the idea of snatching Alec away from the academy, as Mad Dog's name was what called them all off the last time. Oh, he is already a student of Terran. No wonder he was able to achieve evolution so quickly. The Dean of the Bloodline Academy commented, attempting to undermine Alec's accomplishments, after listening to the Dean of the War God Academy, by insinuating that Alec's fast element evolution was solely due to having a mentor who shared the same element and had already achieved affinity evolution. The Dean of the Bloodline Academy hoped to imply that Alec had received insider information from his master, which helped him. But despite his efforts to diminish Alec's achievements, nobody else in the VIP section took him seriously. Cause if evolving element affinities to the manipulation stage were truly that easy in the mid-ranks, then there would be a surplus of experts, as each reputable and large clan would undoubtedly have mages who had already achieved such affinity evolution. A few minutes ago, Alec, who tapped into his full speed, swiftly dashed behind Omar. Although he had the opportunity to slice at Omar while passing by, he resisted the urge, as he wanted to intensify the fear he would instill in him. So he decided his first attack would originate from behind. However, after unleashing his tremendous speed, aided by manipulating the earth beneath him to enhance it further, he saw a system interface appear before him. Ding! Earth affinity bar has peaked. Evolution to earth manipulation will commence now. Brace yourself for the following pain, as your earth element will evolve to the second level due to your certain issues related to your mana. A 5 minutes countdown begun after Alec finished reading it, and that was how Alec's pain started. Back to the present moment, Alec gritted his teeth as Omar continued his onslaught of heavy blows. He focused on the countdown displayed on his system screen, knowing that only when it reached 0 would the stinging, debilitating pain that left him vulnerable come to an end. He would have his chance for revenge, but Omar, on the other hand, grew more irritated with every punch he landed on Alec, especially as he noticed the defiant look in Alec's eyes. Though he was unaware of Alec's plans for him, but Omar had reached his breaking point. He could no longer tolerate Alec's glaring gaze. In a fit of frustration, he pressed both hands onto Alec's shoulders and swung him, slamming his body into the ground, which eventually started skidding across the battle ring's surface. Fortunately for Alec, he managed to stop himself just before being pushed off the boundary of the battle ring. Seeing him looking so tired and battered only fueled Omar's growing confidence and arrogance. As he raised his hands in the air, urging the Vajra Academy fans to cheer louder, and they responded by chanting his name, convinced that Alec was completely finished. Even Yama, who was seated all the way at the Vajra Academy's stands, believed Alec was nearing defeat. And he felt frustrated that he hadn't been the one given the chance to fight Alec first, and turned to glare at the monk standing in front of him. However, the monk ignored Yama, fixated on Alec instead. He couldn't comprehend how Alec, who had held the upper hand since the fight began, had been reduced to such a state. The monk was determined to understand what had truly happened to Alec, refusing to accept the belief that victory was already in the hands of the Vajra Academy team. High-tier spell Spiritual Eyes. Silently the monk cast a spell, as his eyes blazed with mana, transforming his irises into something ethereal and magical as he turned to stare intensely on Alec. But as he focused on Alec, his countenance changed, but the change was not one of awe but of fear for Omar. Knock him off the stage fast, the monk urged urgently, but Omar was still caught up in the exhilaration of the cheering crowd, seemingly oblivious to his coordinator's voice. This idiot boy, the monk muttered in frustration as he watched Alec struggle to get up. Finish him. Get him off the battle ring now. The monk shouted again, and this time his words seemed to penetrate Omar's focus as he lowered his hands and stared at the struggling Alec. However, there was something different about Alec, who was just standing up again. Despite all the blood lost from his injuries and his unsteady posture, he wore a wide grin while staring at Omar like a gunner. Too late now. Alec's raspy voice seems to respond to the monk's urgency message, while cracking his neck with his hand and shaking his body as if to reset himself. With every movement, his bones popped back into place, as the spectators that have come to witness Alec all balled their fist in expectations, and the Vajra Academy fans all went quiet, looking quite dumbfounded. Earth Affinity has evolved to Earth Manipulation II. All subpowers of Earth Affinity have now been absorbed by Earth Manipulation. Subpower Gravity Manipulation has assimilated into Earth Manipulation and has become Gravity Control II. One more slot remaining for another subpower of the Earth element. Pay 500,000 system points to get a random subpower of the Earth element YN. Alec, at this moment, felt the pain that had invaded his core slowly disappearing, leaving only the stinging sensation from the punches Omar had landed on him while he was vulnerable. He gathered the blood in his mouth and spat it onto the ground before accepting the option presented by the system. though he didn't fully understand the details, but he knew it would undoubtedly benefit him. Deciding to go all in, he believed that nothing could be worse than the pain he had just endured. "You better be worth every cent I'm paying," Alec muttered inwardly as he watched the system interface disappear and a spinning roulette, with different earth element powers engraved in every corner, materialized before him. And instinctively, Alec spun the roulette almost instantly without even thinking, as he was in a rush to continue his fight with Omar. Even before the spin ended, he felt a sudden surge of energy enveloping his body from within, healing him gradually. Alec sensed that this energy was emanating from the earth element symbol, the massive earth mountain within his microcosmic universe. However, he was too preoccupied to take a closer look at it at that moment and truly understand the reason for this phenomenon. He simply just absorbed whatever energy that was being transmitted to him, as it was helping him heal faster. The wheel spun with speed before eventually coming to a stop on something connected to earth element. Alec could hardly comprehend what it was until the system notification popped up to inform him of his newly awakened sub-power. Ding! Awakened sub-power, Sand Control. Sand Control has evolved to Tier II due to Earth manipulation being at Tier 2 state. After reading the message, Alec was certain that his healing speed had increased. He could sense something within him change, as if a shackle that had kept him separate from the direct access to Earth element had broken. Previously, he had believed that he needed the elemental particles to connect with his mana before he would be able to cast spells. But now, Alec felt that as long as he had mana, he could cast any spell he had learned, even without incantation. It was as if his every basic move with Earth element was now considered a spell, and the tier of the release spell would be determined by the construction, execution, and amount of mana infused into it. Without hesitation, Alec swiftly closed the system interface with his mind. He wasn't ready to assess his improvements while he still had a battle at hand. He preferred to do that after getting his revenge against Omar. Alec gazed toward Omar, who was walking towards him with swagger and a smirk. Unaware that most of Alec's injuries had already healed, Omar assumed Alec to be weak from the beatings, after seeing him still covered in blood and standing unsteady. "Let's end this and call the medics," Omar spoke, but before he could continue, Alec clapped his hands together, and from the ground, hands made out of earth element protruded outward. Emerging from both the left and right sides of Omar, the two huge hands created from earth startled him, and that was because he hadn't even witnessed Alec casting a spell, and by the time he tried to react, it was already too late. The colossal hands clapped together, capturing Omar in the middle as if he was slapping a fly to death. "You talk too much, and even if we were to call a medic, it wouldn't be for me. Instead, it would be for you," Alec remarked, slowly advancing toward the ensnared Omar. In this moment, Alec had never felt more connected to the earth. It was almost as if every pore in his body could sense and touch the elemental particles of the earth element in the air. Low-tier spell Gravity Press. Mid-tier spell Quicksand. Alec effortlessly conjured two different spells by simply calling upon their names. The ground beneath Omar transformed into a large puddle of quicksand. The audience gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how someone could cast a spell merely by uttering its name. Little did they know, Alec didn't even need to vocalize the spell names for them to respond to his will. It had merely become a habit for mages to mention the spell name after casting. Alec raised his right hand as a small ball of sand began to orbit just above his outstretched right hand. And with a swat of his left hand, he disintegrated the massive earth hands that had been restraining Omar. As the earth hands vanished, Omar attempted to escape the deadly quicksand trap below him. But just as Omar attempted to evade the quicksand that was already trapping him slowly, the gravity current casted by Alec finally descended upon him, slamming into his body. The force was so powerful that it forced Omar to kneel deep into the quicksand, his teeth gritted as he glared daggers at Alec. In the past, Omar had faced Alec's gravity force field and successfully maneuvered underneath it using only his strength. However, this time, he found himself completely immobilized by just a gravity spell, leaving him perplexed at how Alec's power could have increased at such short time. How? Omar shouted while struggling to escape, but with each struggle, it only caused him to sink deeper into the quicksand trap. The whole crowd of spectators fell into an odd silence as they focused their gaze on Alec. Alec, in turn, stared at the orbiting sand ball in his right hand, while his left hand was still outstretched, forcefully pushing Omar further into the quicksand. Alec dealt with Omar effortlessly, as if Omar were beneath him. His weak posture and fierce countenance seemed to make him look like someone who had transformed completely into a different person. Yama finally fell into deep thoughts. Observing his vice captain being slowly submerged into the quicksand without any chance of escape made him think of himself in Omar's position and things he could do to break free, while the rest of the Vajra team shivered, witnessing the inevitable defeat of their comrade. Alec wanted to suffocate Omar with sand, until he succumbed to unconsciousness with all that sand filling his mouth. It was clear that Omar wouldn't be able to verbally surrender, and the referee could only stop the fight once the other fighter fell unconscious, and by using such methods, it was inevitable that Omar would be inflicted with hidden injuries from being buried into quicksand. The entire VIP section stared at Alec in a new light. His bloodied body didn't seem to faze them. Instead, they were captivated by the gleaming intensity in his eyes. Despite Alec trying to portray a seemingly weak physique to fool the Vajra Academy, he still exuded a dangerous aura. The air around him felt heavy, charged with an unseen gravitational force, as particles of earth element coalesced around him, visible only to the eyes of seasoned mages. For those old-timers like those in the VIP section, it was clear that anyone in the same as Alec getting too close to him would be courting a death wish, as an invisible force field surrounded him, and the winner is Alec Gordon's, the referee announced quickly, after realizing that Omar had lost consciousness the moment his mental energy passed by the quicksand again. Without wasting even a split second, he rushed toward the quicksand and plunged his hand in, dragging Omar Khan out to prevent any further injuries. Alec, who stood nearby, could feel the oppressive aura that was emanating from the referee's body directed towards him, attempting to pressure him into kneeling. The referee was furious with Alec's defiance and had been looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now he saw a chance to exert pressure on Alec without anyone suspecting, as the crowd of spectators would probably blame Alec falling due to his injuries and bloodied appearance. However, his plan backfired. Not only did Alec refuse to kneel, but he was now staring at the referee with a displeasure that was even more intense than before. Alec was aware that the referee held a bias against the War God Academy team, but he never expected the referee to openly attack him like this. Even if the attack was subtle, the fact that a Tier 7 mage had attempted to make him kneel was undeniable. Any suspicions Alec had held about the referee's prejudice against their team were now confirmed. Alec couldn't explain why he hadn't knelt at the last minute, despite feeling the immense pressure bearing down on him. Deep within him, Alec could have sworn he heard a sneer, a defiance that refused to submit to anyone. It was that inner strength that allowed him to stand firm and maintain his honor despite the referee's underhand move. Surprisingly, the referee exhibited no reaction on his face, as if nothing had happened. He didn't even show a hint of displeasure at Alec's ability to withstand his pressure. The referee knew that displaying any signs of bias would give the VIP section an opportunity to punish him. Since they seemed to be letting him off the hook after Alec's struggle gave him out, he decided to leave it at that and avoid causing further trouble. Meanwhile, the Vajra Academy's reserve team quickly retrieved Omar's body from the battle ring stage. As the referee turned his attention to Alec, who appeared injured, he was surprised to see Alec still focused on the orbiting sand ball in his left hand. "Do you plan to continue fighting, or will you step down and allow another member of your team to take the battle ring stage?" the referee asked, even before the Vajra Academy had chosen their next participant. But all eyes were fixed on Alec, including the crowd eagerly waiting to hear his decision, so they didn't really notice the out-of-order way the referee had done. Alec may have impulsively entered the second round of the match, but now they forgot all that, as what everyone saw was him single-handedly taking out two members of the Vajra Academy team and leveling the playing field for the War God Academy team to make a comeback if he could defeat the captain of the Vajra Academy team. However, he appeared injured and worn out, making the spectators doubt his ability to face the Vajra Academy's captain in his current state. They eagerly awaited Alec's response, wondering if he would continue to defy expectations or he would succumb from the high pedestal that had been set for him by the influential figures who now seemed genuinely interested in his fight. "I will continue," Alec replied to the referee after a brief moment of silence. He gave his response without even looking at the referee's face, his intense focus still fixed on the orbiting sand ball in his hand. The crowd wasn't surprised by Alec's decision to press on, as they all believed he would want to face Yama before stepping down to give his team a chance, but they were curious to see if he could truly create another miracle and defeat Yama in his current condition. Yama, determined to reclaim the lead for the Vajra Academy, declared, "I will crush this Alec boy and restore our advantage." However, before Yama could make a move, the monk's hand gently tapped his shoulder, forcing him back into his seat as his whole body became weak again. "You can't face him just yet. I want him to tire out, although he appears exhausted, but it wouldn't hurt to test if he truly is at his limits. Remember, he has come back from a disadvantageous position to win before," the monk advised, using Omar Khan's defeat as an example. But Yama couldn't contain his anger any longer, and was frustrated by the monk's cautionary words instead. "You don't have to lie to me. It's obvious that you don't believe I can defeat him," Yama blurted out. "It's baffling to me because even though Alec has had a good run, I am still confident that I would be able to defeat him, so why am I still not given the chance to fight?" Yama continued. However, the monk remained silent, ignoring Yama's words. It was true that in a one-on-one battle, Yama seemed to have the advantage. He held a higher rank than Alec, not just as a peak Tier 5 mage, but also as one of the captains of the Great Eight Academy. Yama possessed talent that surpassed his peers. But despite the crowd's eagerness to witness the match between Alec and Yama, and regardless of the odds favoring Yama's easy victory, the monk still felt that something was amiss after Alec's element affinity evolution. He couldn't shake the feeling that Alec might still have a hidden move up his sleeve that could turn the tide in the match. If Alec were to defeat both the vice-captain and the captain of the Vajra Academy, it would give the War God Academy team a significant advantage. Being an overthinker, the monk couldn't help but consider all these possibilities. Badhai, you're up next. Your task is to tire him out. Don't engage him directly. Try your best to move around in circles, and if you see an opportunity, take it, the monk instructed. He gazed at Badhai Reed, who had risen from his seat and was prepared to walk toward the battle ring. Next fighter for the Vajra Academy, Badhai Reed, a low Tier 5 mage, the referee announced. But the fans of the Vajra Academy were no longer screaming or chanting names like they previously did. They remained calm instead as they clapped for Badhai. They really hoped he would be able to defeat Alec and ease their minds. However, they lacked confidence that Badhai would be able to match up with Alec. They still believed that Yama would have been a better option to permanently rid them of the threat that Alec posed. Begin. The referee's voice resounded through the arena, signaling the commencement of the match. Without hesitation, Badhai unsheathed his sword and launched a swift slash attack towards Alec as the sword chi multiplied while hearing for Alec. Badhai did all this while still maintaining distance between them. Upon Badhai's initial move, Alec finally raised his gaze, focusing his attention on his opponent. However, Badhai had already moved from his initial position, his hands positioned behind his back as he moved like a shinobi. Alec raised his right hand up in the air, as the earth element particles responded to his will, and 5 earth lances emerged from the ground, facing upward and mirroring the motions of Alec's right hands, as if taking his hand for a remote control. Fall, Alec declared, swiftly bringing his right hand down, and the earth lances transformed into homing missiles, effectively intercepting the blade chi slashes that Badhai had launched towards him the moment the battle began. Explosions echoed in the air, captivating the awestruck crowd, who eagerly witnessed yet another captivating performance executed by Alec. Even throughout the chaos, Alec's gaze remained fixed on Badhai, who darted around the edges of the battle ring, looking for any space to launch a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Alec's left hand still remained occupied, exerting pressure onto the sand that hovered above it. In that very moment, the color of the sand appeared to be gradually transforming from brown to black, signifying the mounting intensity of whatever Alec was trying to do. Badhai came to a stop, bending lightly and placing his sword in front of him. After observing Alec's lackluster attitude and minimal movement, Badhai suspected that Alec refrained from moving to prevent exacerbating a critical internal injury he had incurred when he faced Omar. However, his suspicions didn't end there, as from the moment he had released his chi-infused slashes, Badhai had noticed that Alec restricted his movement to the bare minimum, only mobilizing his hands when necessary for spellcasting. With this observation in mind, Badhai decided to test his theory that Alec had become completely ineffective in close combat situations. This curiosity drove Badhai to close the distance between himself and Alec, wanting to challenge Alec's capabilities in close-quarters combat. As it seemed suspicious to Badhai that someone like Alec, who has now become known for his proficiency in close combat, suddenly resorted to attacking from a long range. So in order to put his theory to the test, Badhai pressed forward. Alec, noticing Badhai's approach, extended his right hand and swatted his fingers, causing smaller rocks to uproot from the ground and hurtle towards Badhai. Despite the fast-moving debris, Badhai deftly maneuvered around them, continuing his advance toward Alec. However, just before Badhai entered Alec's force field area of control, he heard a cautionary voice in his mind. Don't approach him, you would have to test a long-distance spell on him, and don't worry about mana consumption. The monk's voice echoed in Badhai's mind. The monk had already discerned Badhai's thoughts as he observed the way Badhai moved towards Alec. Uncertain of whether Alec was merely putting on a show or genuinely suffering from serious internal injuries, the monk wished to avoid Badhai making any unnecessary movements that might worsen his situation. However, the monk was certain that Alec posed immense danger within a certain range, as mages who had developed their elemental affinity had possessed a domain ability before even being able to evolve their affinity, and that allowed them to effortlessly manifest spells within the range of their domain. While Alec, on the other hand, appeared to have developed a force field, and the monk understood that against other Tier 5 mages, there were likely only a few who would stand a chance against him. Within his force field, it would be challenging to even approach Alec, given that his earth element manipulation had awakened two sub-control abilities, gravity and sand. The monk doubted Bodhi would be able to handle these powers at close range, as he believed Bodhi would be overwhelmed before he could even get near Alec. Although the plan to test Alec's ability to move seemed acceptable, but the monk was unwilling to make such a sacrifice for a meager victory. Besides, achieving the same outcome from a distance was possible as long as the attack was sufficiently strong. Upon hearing the monk's advice, Bodhi came to a stop and stomped his feet on the ground, propelling himself backward to create distance. Alec raised an eyebrow in response to Bodhi's action. The monk noticed Alec's subtle facial expression and decided to further interfere in the course of the match. Realizing that the referee had not reprimanded him for his mental interference, the monk concluded that he could continue with his actions. Sending messages through mental communication could only be accomplished by mentally speaking into a person's mind. Such feats could be easily achieved once a certain mastery was attained in mental abilities. However, the referee was responsible for covering the entire battle ring arena with their own mental energy, not only to anticipate danger by reading the fighter's attacks, but it included canceling any mental interference in the match. But upon noticing that the referee had not reacted to his previous mental message, the monk decided to send another. Create a watered ground with your low-tier spell, depriving him of the opportunity to manifest his sand control. Then send a large wave towards him and observe his reaction. If he shows any sign of struggle when he tries moving, it confirms your suspicion of internal injuries, the monk advised through the mental connection. But if he remains unaffected, it would mean he has been pretending all along to lure you closer to him, the monk continued, only to have his mental message abruptly cut off. However, he was certain that the referee was not the one interrupting the connection while floating in the air. There were still important points the monk wanted to convey to Bodhi, as it seemed that none of the mages that faced Alec had been able to outwit him in terms of tactics. Alec appeared to possess the wisdom of an experienced warrior, a sly fox that effortlessly outmaneuvering his opponents. Despite being frustrated by the interruption of his mental communication, he didn't let that discourage him. The monk decided to follow the trail of the mental energy that had severed his connection with Bodhi. By utilizing his residual mental energy, he traced the mental thread, which led him to direct his focus towards the doors from which the referees emerged. To his astonishment, he saw the red-haired referee who had been presiding over all the matches from the beginning standing there. If you have something to convey to your student, you should be able to do so openly. The fact that you resorted to hidden mental messages implies it's not something you should be sharing in the first place. Don't interfere with this match in such a way again, or I will sever both your hands in front of your students, bringing you shame. The monk's mind reverberated with the voice of the red-haired referee, his stern warning echoing ominously. Despite the referee's outwardly pleasant demeanor, the threatening message left no room for doubt about his resolve to carry out the threat. Under his breath, the monk muttered, "What a terrifying man, but why should I be punished when it's clearly your colleague who has failed in his duties?" Attempting to deflect the blame and seek some leniency, the monk addressed the referee, but the red-haired man still responded dismissively, "You need not worry about such matters. As for the immature relationship referee, he will receive his due punishment when the time is right, and do not refer to him as my colleague. He is nothing more than a temporary substitute when I'm not available, a disgrace to our profession. We praise in public and punish in private, so his punishment is surely coming." With that, the referee severed the mental connection, making it clear that he did not wish to be seen colluding with the monk for the Vajra Academy's benefit. Resigned to the situation, the monk redirected his focus to the ongoing battle, hoping that Bodhi would effectively use the information he had provided. Low-tier spell water ball. The crowd watched intently as Bodhi maneuvered around the battle ring, launching water ball spells toward the ground. The spell's low mana consumption allowed him to cast about 5 water balls with each movement. Before anyone could grasp his strategy, Bodhi had transformed the entire battle ring into a watery arena. The spectators were puzzled by his tactic of saturating the battlefield, unsure of what advantage he sought to gain by creating a water-based environment. But the observers were more perplexed by Alec's lack of action as well. However, it wasn't that Alec didn't want to attack. He had been conserving his mana by utilizing sand control and casting earth element spells directly from a source of earth, which was the battle ring that always healed itself. But now, that option was no longer available to him. The only way for Alec to conjure earth spells was by using his mana to manipulate the earth elemental particles. However, this method consumed a significantly larger amount of mana, something he seemed determined to avoid. Mid-tier spell Raging Waves. After successfully preventing Alec from using his new set of sand control spells, Bodhi finally decided to test him based on his coordinator's suggestion. He moved his hands backward, connecting his mana with water element particles in the air as he conjured a powerful water wave behind him. With a swift motion, Badhai directed the water towards Alec's stationary position. I can't believe I'm witnessing such an advanced version of the water wave spell from another person. He must have dedicated himself to rigorous practice to elevate the spell to the mid-tier level, Selene commented for the first time, since Alec stepped onto the stage to fight, and probably she only did that cause she was impressed by the dedication Badhai had put in practicing his water element spells. But instructor Jasper was filled with rage and questioned Selene's seemingly calm demeanor. How can you sound so composed? The captain of our team is on the brink of defeat, and he hasn't even faced the captain of the Vajra Academy yet. If he loses this match, our chances of winning will be practically non-existent, he exclaimed, still disappointed that Alec hadn't followed his instructions or adhered to the lineup arrangements he had made. Instructor Jasper believed that Selene harbored some kind of understanding with Alec, and he felt due to that, Alec would probably listen to her. And with nowhere else to channel his frustration, he confronted Selene, blaming her for not attempting to change Alec's course of action. However, Selene only snickered in response. Why are you trembling? Look at Alec, she chuckled. Does that look like the face of someone who has given up on his fate? No, it's the face of Alec ready to turn the tables. You are new here, but you seem to forget that Alec isn't a battle path mage in the first place. Just because he fights with swords and fists doesn't mean that is his primary path. Last I checked, Alec is a golem mage now. Look at that battle ring. Do you see any golems present? Selene questioned instructor Jasper, leaving him momentarily perplexed as he realized that Alec hadn't summoned any golems. Although he had no personal knowledge of Alec's golems, he had thoroughly studied reports on the captain of the War God Academy team before joining with the team, since he assumed the team would let him be responsible for the lineup. And he had gathered all the publicly available information of the academy, as well as the insights Selene had provided to the deans from her watching of Alec during the training periods. And from all that he had learned, Alec's greatest strength lay in his ability to summon golems that would either be in the same realm as him or would be in close proximity. That way his opponents would feel like they were being ganged up. Recalling the reports, he couldn't help but wonder how someone from an unknown mid-tier clan had managed to acquire the resources necessary to elevate his golem's realms, that easily considering how costly it is. However, he pushed those thoughts aside for now, focusing on Selene's statement. The fact that Alec hadn't summoned his golems despite being in a precarious situation told instructor Jasper that Alec might just believed he could still withstand the challenge. This realization prompted a collective sigh of relief from the rest of the War God Academy team as they also listened in on the conversation, as they all reminisced that Alec was not one to easily give up. They had been so consumed by paranoia about the match that they hadn't even bothered to consider all the potential outcomes. Jasper looked at the whole War God Academy team, who were now smiling, and felt truly confused as to why they found amusement in Alec's seemingly inevitable collision with a ferocious wave that threatened to push him out of the battle ring. In that moment, Jasper turned his gaze towards Alec and noticed a glow surrounding Alec's space ring as he moved his right towards his waist and swiped downward. The light faded with this action, as Jasper now saw a bone katana and a bloody chandao now resting at Alec's waist, as it seems to have magically arranged itself there. Nothing you do will matter now, Badhai, who had all the time to gather enough power for his spell, declared. While he noticed Alec summoning his weapons from the space rings, he remained unfazed, because he had unwavering confidence in his own spell, believing that Alec wouldn't be able to evade the devastating force accumulated by the raging waves. Release, Badhai shouted, finally unleashing the immense wave of water energy that he had been struggling to contain. And the formerly composed water spell, skillfully contained by Badhai, revealed its true nature as it crashed towards Alec. The crowd gasped as it became apparent that, aside from the area where Badhai stood, the remaining battle ring would soon be consumed by the overlapping waves, as it rapidly closed in towards the center. Meanwhile, Alec stood calmly, even as the raging waves took on a menacing appearance, resembling a colossal, open-mouthed creature poised to devour him. Alec started to control the now black sand ball that had been orbiting just above his hand to come straight into his palms. As the black ball of sand entered his palm, Alec squeezed it tightly. At the same moment the raging wave engulfed him, rendering it impossible for the crowd to see clearly what he intended to do. All eyes were fixed on the raging waves as they crashed against the energy shield. The spectators waited anxiously, wondering if Alec had managed to survive the attack or if he had been overwhelmed by the water elemental assault. Finally, my bet will pay off, haha. One fan who had wagered on the Vajra Academy team's victory exclaimed gleefully, believing that with Alec as good as defeated, then the whole War God Academy team would follow after, as he believed them to be weak without Alec. Practically everyone regarded the War God Academy team as a tiger without its teeth in the absence of Alec. However, the fans' jubilant mood was quickly interrupted by someone nearby. Sorry to interrupt your jubilant mood, but it appears you're far from winning that bet. Just take a look. The fans' attention was drawn back to the battle ring. As the water waves began to calm down, they witnessed Alec, who had appeared to be crouching, rising to his feet, as large shackles cuffs made from earth broke free from his hands and legs. Gasps of surprise echoed not only through the crowd of spectators, but also across the stands of the Vajra Academy team and the other qualifying teams from the Great 8 Academy. They were astounded to see Alec fully healed, without a scratch on him. You have healed. How is that possible? You couldn't even move. I could swear you looked like you were about to collapse any second now. Badhai questioned Alec, his eyes fixed on him. Well, I began healing from the last match. You were the one who assumed I was still critically injured and kept your distance. I don't blame you for it because that is exactly the image I wanted to portray, Alec replied with a confident smirk. Or do you really think you can last this long against me? You have nothing special. You're even slower than my previous opponent, which makes you a weak adversary. I simply kept the crowd entertained long enough because even I needed time to heal fully, Alec explained as he tore away the remnants of his academy uniform, revealing his bare upper body. After being struck by the torrent of raging waves, Alec had been forced to squat and summon the deep earth element beneath the battle ring to create large, heavy cuffs around his legs and hands. This was the only way he was able to withstand the powerful current without being swept away. Although the forceful flow of water had washed away his blood on his body, exposing his injuries that were now in bruise form indicated his ongoing healing process. Though Alec was acting cool, but he had incurred a little internal injury from taking that raging wave head-on. He had only been able to withstand the spell because of his physique stats and his devourer bloodline still healing him. The spectators were amazed at Alec's careful and patient approach, realizing that he had been conscientiously working towards a full recovery. Some girls in the stands for fans couldn't contain their excitement and began squealing at the sight of Alec's perfectly sculpted physique and the tattoos adorning his back. The dean of the War God Academy couldn't help but squint his eyes to get a better look at the image of the two demonic beasts tattooed on Alec's back. He was quick to notice that one of them bore a striking resemblance to the golden horned drake that was still missing, albeit in its youngling stage. But no matter how much he tried to rationalize how such a phenomenon had occurred that a similar beast was inked on Alec that it gave a feeling of life, he found himself perplexed and unable to come up with any answers. This Alec certainly holds many secrets. Well, regardless, he is back in good health, which is a positive turn. At least now I still have a chance of winning, the dean thought to himself as he reflected on his bet with the head abbot of the Vajra Academy, who sat beside him. In contrast, the head abbot remained unusually quiet at that moment. Throughout Alec's relentless pummeled by Omar Khan, the head abbot had been laughing and mocking the dean of the War God Academy team. However, things had suddenly taken a turn for the worse, with Alec now appearing to be in perfect shape. The head abbot sneakily glanced at the dean, predicting that he would seize the opportunity to mock him. But to his surprise, he realized that even the dean seemed to be preoccupied with something else and was not paying him any attention. Among the spectators fortunate enough to have a clear view of Alec's back, some found themselves unable to tear their eyes away from the captivating tattoo of the two beasts that seemed like they would just tear themselves a path out. It was as if they were magnetically drawn to it. Some bold girls openly discussed their desire to touch the tattoos, although such intentions were insignificant compared to them watching the climactic moment between Alec and Badhai. And no matter how much the fans of the Vajra Academy tried to avoid thinking about it, they couldn't deny the overwhelming realization that they were in deep trouble. And if Alec were to defeat Badhai, it would make it 3 defeated mages in his tally, a feat that none of the captains of the Great 8 Academies had yet accomplished. It was an extraordinary achievement, considering that they had never even faced the challenge of battling against 3 mages simultaneously. Come, Alec gestured towards Badhai Reed, moving both of his hands to rest on the hilts of his dual weapons strapped at his left waist. The entire crowd was so captivated by their anticipation of what Alec would do next that they failed to notice the water that once flooded the battle ring had nearly been drained completely from the stage by the battle ring's magical abilities. Witnessing Alec's return to full health, Badhai's confidence wavered. However, he couldn't give up or back down from the challenge at this point. He had no choice but to accept Alec's proposition for battle. With a furious shout, Badhai summoned a massive pillar of water behind him as he casted series of hand signs in fast motions, remolding the pillar of water into the shape of a water snake. He tapped his legs into the ground, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, and landing on the head of the enormous water snake he had created skillfully. "Here I come," Badhai exclaimed, driving his sword into the water snake's head. The water snake let out a roar as Badhai held onto the embedded sword, using it to maintain his balance. With a roar, the water snakes began to dash towards Alec, who was on the other edge of the battle ring, causing a wave of fear to ripple through the spectators. Even though the crowd was aware that there was a light energy shield protecting them from the battle ring's attacks, they still couldn't shake off the oppressive aura that hung in the air as the water snake dashed towards Alec. All eyes turned towards Alec, with some fans from the Vajra Academy hoping to witness a hint of despair on his face. However, much to their disappointment, Alec remained relaxed, his gaze fixed seriously on the approaching water snake. But those who didn't know Alec well might dismiss his demeanor as nonchalant. Without wasting any time, Alec stomped his right leg, manipulating a long pillar of earth to rise and curve forward. The earth pillar didn't travel far before it stopped, but in that instant, other pillars made from earth element emerged from the ground like they were following Alec's will. The scene was an artful display, with Alec using sturdy earth pillars to close the distance in the air too, while still gripping one of his weapons with his left hand while his right hand manipulated the pillars, while Bodhi rode atop the water snake, swiftly advancing towards Alec. Mid-tier spell Water Breath. Mid-tier skill Double Iaido / As they drew closer to each other, both Alec and Bodhi casted their attack spells simultaneously. However, Alec appeared to be slightly slower than Bodhi, likely due to Bodhi riding on the back of an animated water beast. Bodhi's ability to elevate a low-tier spell to a mid-tier spell had already caught the attention of prominent high-tier clans, particularly those specializing in water. They had been investigating his background and considering extending an olive branch through marriage or an enforcer arrangement with him, in hopes of recruiting him into their clans. But now, witnessing his ability to create an animated beast despite only being a Tier 5 mage, the elders from the water clans were in a frenzy, instructing another set of their guards to go prepare gifts in anticipation. As the high-tier water clans planned to extend an offer to integrate Bodhi into their clan, their primary focus was discovering his heritage. If Bodhi hailed from another prestigious high-tier clan, they would seek to form a marital alliance between the clans. By doing so, they hoped to secure a future generation that carried the bloodline of a talented water mage like Bodhi. In fact, they believed that the children born from such a union might surpass their father's abilities, given the connection to two prestigious water element bloodlines. To them, this was a win-win situation. However, if Bodhi did not come from a stable lineage, they were willing to employ gestures of goodwill or even force him into a marriage arrangement before another high-tier water clan could claim him. At this moment, these clans no longer cared if Bodhi lost to Alec. They recognized the depth of his understanding and insight into water spells, seeing the potential for him to reach a top-tier stage with proper guidance and nurturing, and then they felt he could match mages such as Alec and the other captain of the Great 8 Academies. Alec looked at Bodhi, who remained atop the water snake, and furrowed his brow. He desired to defeat all the mages from the Vajra Academy with an iron fist, leaving a lasting impression upon them. However, he couldn't bring himself to strike down a defenseless mage. That's how Alec saw Bodhi, defenseless and devoid of mana after expending it all to create the water snake. Bodhi had nearly depleted over half of his remaining mana to summon the water snake, but despite this, he teetered on the edge of exhaustion but held on firmly, refusing to give up. As he channeled the remainder of his mana through the sword embedded in the water snake's head, enabling the creature the ability to launch a destructive final attack towards Alec, the water snake opened its mouth, mimicking a miniature version of the water dragon's breath as it prepared to release its assault. Bodhi had bet everything on this strike, leaving himself defenseless. Alec's mind raced in overdrive at that moment. He could secure victory simply by delivering a slash attack directly to Bodhi's neck, forcing the referee to intervene and potentially save his life. This would undoubtedly solidify his win, however. That was not the type of victory Alec desired. Instead, he chose to face the attack of the water snake, a move that left many spectators bewildered. The water snake had paused its advance towards Alec, opening its mouth to gather more energy and form a destructive ball of water breath in front of its opened mouth. Nevertheless, Alec did not back down. He sprinted forward, also gathering energy for his own counterattack. Alec is definitely going to be injured after this clash. His earth element has a disadvantage against Bodhi's water element, murmured a concerned female fan of Alec. Nonetheless, I believe my man Alec will emerge victorious. He always comes through, another female fan nearby replied, and the girl beside her gave her a strange look. Alec is my man. No, Alec is mine. This sparked an argument among the newfound female fan base of Alec, with each of them considering themselves as his baby mamas. Everyone in the crowd was aware that Alec had been gathering energy, but they remained clueless about his intentions. No one in the crowd of spectators thought he would be able to advance through the water snake's attack, as he was at an elemental disadvantage. This only brought their thoughts back to the question of why Alec had not targeted the weak link, Bodhi, whom they knew he could directly attack. However, in the next second, all of their speculations came to a sudden halt. Alec continued dashing forward on the pillars, his gaze fixed on the water snake as it unleashed its water breath attack. Bang. The resulting impact produced a resounding bang. Despite the attack's incredible speed, Alec's enhanced speed stats allowed him to keep up with it, enabling him to see the attack clearly. His increased speed not only affected his movement, but also enhanced other linked attributes, such as his reaction speed. With a sharp inhale, Alec slowly started to draw both his bone katana and the bloody Changdao. The crowd watching couldn't fully comprehend what was happening. The water breath attack surged forward rapidly, while Alec's own movements appeared slow. However, both attacks appeared as if they would clash simultaneously. Combination mid-tier spell plus skill. Double Flaming Iaido. Although the spectators perceived Alec's movements as slow, but the top experts among them could discern a small gravity field surrounding him. They couldn't quite comprehend how Alec achieved this, but they were certain that he was manipulating the force field to create a zero-gravity situation for himself. This clever manipulation rendered Alec unaffected, unlike his surroundings that was under the effect of the zero gravity, and this was all because he was using himself as a conduit to cast the spell. Alec became the center of a space that was slightly distorted, disrupting the flow of time to some extent. However, these subtle distortions were not easily discernible to the lower realm spectators, thus making it challenging to gauge the true speed at which Alec was drawing his blades. In a captivating display, Alec tightly gripped his dual blades with the bloody Changdao burning with his red flames, and the bone katana blazed with black flames. As he slowly unsheathed the both weapons, the audience was mesmerized by the intensity of the flames that engulfed both blades. The flames flickered with such ferocity that even before the blades were fully unveiled, it caught the attention of the new elder that had come to watch that match in the behalf of the Blaze clan in disguise. He tightened his grip on the chair's handle, both in awe and concern at the strength of Alec's flames, particularly the fact that Alec possessed the rare variant of black flames, which just shows his tip affinity for flame element. Then, within a split second, Alec, who previously appeared slow, slightly bent his legs into a stance. As he swung his blazing red-flamed bloody Changdao, first even with the way he held the Changdao inversely, he let his left hand move horizontally to unleash a large flaming slash in the shape of a lunar eclipse towards the oncoming water breath. The entire audience fell into silence, their collective gaze fixated on the point of impact where the flaming slash and the water breath collided. Slish! A hush fell over the crowd as the flaming slash cut through the water breath without a sound. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the arena as the audience had anticipated a loud explosion. However, instead of a fiery detonation, the flaming slash cleanly sliced the water breath in half before its powers extinguished. The two halves of the water breath veered off course, no longer aimed at their intended target. Bodhi's mouth hung open in disbelief as he watched his prized final attack being effortlessly split before narrowly missing Alec. Suddenly, a thunderous bang resounded as the split halves of the water breath bomb reached the ground, causing an explosive impact. "Here I come," Alec, who had remained in a stance all along, finally shouted. He was propelled off the ground with incredible speed, utilizing the momentum provided by the explosion. Originally, he had been intending to launch himself using self-erected pillars of earth, but Alec had a sudden burst of inspiration and decided to use the explosion to propel himself forward instead. And at this moment, his speed was so exceptional that he blurred through the air, gliding above even Bodhi, who was standing on top of the water snake while holding his sword for balance. "This guy is clearly a battle genius," remarked one of the elders from the Marionette clan, who had come to witness the match. This statement shocked many in the large VIP booth, as they were aware of the Marionette clan's reputation and attitude. They were known as one of the most feared ancient clans for good reason, rarely offering compliments to other mages unless they truly believed the mage to be exceptional. Just when they believed they had witnessed enough, the Grand Elder of the Marionette clan chimed in, adding her own perspective to the discussion. As she nodded in agreement with the Elder's observations, he had accurately timed his opponent's attack. Despite both attacks being unleashed simultaneously, he created a small zero-gravity field around himself, bending the laws of physics to slow down his movements. This allowed him to precisely calculate the power needed to redirect the water breath away from him, the Grand Elder explained. He chose not to blast off the attack in the air, as doing so would have not only backfired on him, but also on his opponent, who is already left with no mana. Although I'm unsure why he seems to care about this other boy, Alec has displayed enough resilience and knowledge of his powers to capture my attention, the Grand Elder concluded. Though those in the VIP booth could comprehend the actions Alec had taken to split the attack, but they doubted their ability to articulate it in such a precise manner as the Grand Elder of the Marionette clan had did if asked. In the air, Alec could be seen raising his bone katana with both hands gripping tightly. After launching his last attack, he swiftly returned his Changdao to its scabbard. Feeling the Changdao's intense thirst for blood, Alec chose not to use it further. He locked away its urges for the time being, fully intending to address it later. However, at that moment, all eyes were on Alec. Onlookers marveled at his posture, elevated high above the water snake due to the powerful eruption from the explosion. His bone katana blazed with black flames, captivating the attention of everyone in the vicinity. With unwavering determination, Alec advised Bodhi to jump off. But it had come out to Bodhi as a command as Alec's words resonated like an authoritative order. Without a moment's delay, Bodhi swiftly complied, leaping off the head of the water snake while simultaneously freeing himself from its grasp. The water snake wriggled its body, attempting to swing its tail at Alec. However, now that Bodhi was no longer a concern, Alec had no reservations about the impending attack. As a streak of black light flashed, akin to a descending black star, as Alec swiftly moved towards the colossal water snake's strike. In the blink of an eye, the audience's view shifted to where the black star had landed, and they came in face with the back of Alec, who had seemingly teleported to the other side of the stage. He deftly swung his blade with flawless precision and elegance. The weapon glided seamlessly along its length on the scabbard, from where the bone blade started just before the bone hilt, all the way towards the end of the bone katana. Alec gracefully slid the katana into its sheath, completing the mesmerizing display. At that very moment, explosions resonated throughout the arena. The crowd watched in awe as the water snake was cleanly sliced in two, incinerated by the enveloping black flames before it even made contact with the ground, shocking them, and making them think which type of flames was the black flames, that it was able to take out a water creature of the same tier so easily with all the elemental disadvantages. Not only has Alec's control over the earth element reached the manipulation stage, but his flame element seems to have reached a similar level. The only reason it hasn't fully evolved is likely due to his avoidance of using the flame element as frequently as he does the earth element. It's truly rare to see a mage harbor a resentment towards an element that offers them great potential. The Grand Elder of the Marionette clan commented once more, shocking those in attendance. While they were already aware that Alec rarely utilized his flame element due to watching him since the competition started, the Marionette Grand Elder seems to have deciphered all of this from just one match observation, leaving them all astounded. Why do those flames look so familiar and yet so destructive? Black flames. Where have I seen such a variant before? The Dean of the Bloodline Academy muttered, his curiosity piqued. Ray Blaze was the last known wielder of the Hell Flames. What you are all witnessing today is the only mage known with his bloodline, harnessing one of his prized variant flame abilities, explained the Grand Elder of the Zero clan. It's a power desired by every member of the Blaze clan, yet none have been able to fully possess it, and to think they rejected this very child of Ray, calling him tainted blood. They must have been delusional, for his flames burn brighter than those of any younger generation they have produced in his era, showing that he has Ray's blood running through his veins, added the Grand Elder of the Zero clan, seizing the opportunity to take a jab at the Blaze clan. Enough, Boreas, a man covered in a hooded cloak exclaimed, pounding his feet on the ground. As a circle of golden flames started to materialize around him with him as a central point, but before it could expand it, Boreas, the Grand Elder of the Zero clan, forcefully stomped his legs down, conjuring a powerful blue wave that instantly moved to clash and canceled out the golden flame ring. Finally, the ancient Blaze clan emerges from their hiding. I can see that you all are still feeling embarrassed after one of your clan's outcasts eliminated your core clan contenders from the competition. Boreas taunted the hooded man, his voice filled with derision. In that moment, it became clear to everyone present that the hooded man was the Grand Elder of the Blaze clan, given his retaliatory attack and the faint red strand of hair peeking out from beneath his hood. Now let us all enjoy this match. We are not the MVPs of today's events. A sudden shift in atmosphere occurred as the Grand Elder of the Marionette clan spoke up, and the oppressive energies in the booth dissipated, leaving all those present staring at her in surprise. They were well aware of her formidable strength, but they had underestimated her ability as they didn't expect her to effortlessly negate their pressure aura. And it dawned on them once again that the Marionette clan might produce yet another mage of monarch level, a prospect that sent shivers down the spines of members from the other ancient clans. However, the momentary distraction was quickly dissolved as they turned their attention back to the battle ring. The resounding cheers of the fans, who had been suppressed by the Vajra Academy supporters and certain students from other prestigious academies of the Great Eight, filled the air. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, chanting Alec's name as he stood on the stage with his broad shoulders, weapons resting at his waist, and his hair fluttering in sync with the wind. In that moment, he silenced all his detractors as he approached Bodhi, extending a hand towards him. "You fought well," Alec spoke, his voice carrying a hint of admiration and respect. He used his left hand to shield the region where his ribs showed signs of injury. "And the winner is Alec Gordons." The referee was compelled to declare Alec as the victor of the match. Although the crowd had been chanting for Alec after witnessing his powerful final move against the water snake, but it didn't necessarily guarantee his immediate victory in the match. And this was because Alec had not directly attacked Bodhi, but had targeted the snake instead. After Bodhi realized the referee's reluctance, he waved his hand in surrender, forcing the referee to acknowledge Alec's triumph. This admission of surrender, along with the roar of the audience, left the referee with no choice but to announce Alec as the winner. "Yama, it seems only you can extricate us from this predicament. Eliminate that Alec boy, there is no room for failure," the monk commanded, addressing Yama without bothering to face him, as he was unwilling to witness the smug smile that would surely adorn Yama's face. "Finally, you've forsaken the tradition of having the captain emerge last. What changed your mind?" Yama, however, did not display a smug attitude. He was simply relieved to have been granted the opportunity to finally engage in combat, prompting his inquiry to his instructor. "At this point, the War God Academy team has already gained a significant advantage against us, with their captain having defeated 3 of our mages. Look at that boy on the stage. Do you think that knight would even stand a chance against him?" The monk posed the question, to which Yama shook his head in response. "So you see, sending Knight into the battle ring with him won't be of any use to us. There's no need to test how sharp a lion's teeth are instead. You must hunt it with a superior beast," the monk explained, emphasizing the need for Yama to emerge victorious in this match. "By sending you in now, I am doing everything I can to ensure that the honor and reputation of the Vajra Academy are preserved. Alec Gordons must not secure his 4th consecutive win, cause if you were to fall to him as well, rest assured that it would be the end for the Vajra Academy in this competition. You do understand that this fight may not be the last, but it will likely determine the ultimate victor," the monk concluded, conveying the high stakes of the situation. "You don't have to worry about me losing. Alec has already depleted a significant amount of his mana in the previous match. If I'm not mistaken, he should be running low on mana. There's no way he will be able to keep up with me for much longer, considering all that he's been exerting thus far." Wearing a determined expression, Yama responded, reassuring the monk. Before stepping forward, he made his way towards the battle ring, passing by the injured Bodhi, who was returning to the Vajra Academy team stands. "You fought well," the monk said to Bodhi, placing a hand on his shoulder as Bodhi reached the stands. In that moment, 2 healers of the Vajra Academy entered and began casting healing spells on Bodhi, recognizing the physical strain he endured despite walking off the battle ring after the fall from on top the water snake's head. Turning his attention back to Alec, the referee, devoid of any smugness, asked, "Will you continue this fight, or will you step down and allow a new member from your team to take the stage in your behalf?" The referee stared at Alec, completely unaware of how he should feel, as he hadn't anticipated that Alec would even reach this stage of the competition. "I will continue this round as well," Alec proclaimed confidently, his gaze fixed on Yama, who was now stepping into the battle ring from the opposite side. Seeing that Alec had made his choice, the referee went on to continue his announcement for the next battle. "Allow me to introduce the next fighter from the Vajra Academy. Stepping onto the stage to seize control of his team's fate, please welcome the captain of the Vajra Academy team, Aaron Yama." The crowd erupted in excitement as Yama's name resounded throughout the arena. The Vajra Academy fans went all out to celebrate the long-awaited appearance of their beloved team captain. "I've been eagerly awaiting the chance to fight against you. I hope you won't disappoint me now, simply because you've already faced 3 of my teammates," Yama proclaimed, infusing his voice with mana to ensure his words reached the entire audience. Alec's eyebrow arched in surprise as he grasped Yama's intention. The referees were the only ones able to project their voices throughout the battle arena, utilizing their sound elements or sound-related abilities to create a special effect. But Alec viewed Yama's mana expenditure for this purpose as a waste, considering he would never generate the same sound wave frequencies as the referees. "Well, there's no need for such unnecessary waste of mana. All you have to do is defeat me," Alec responded firmly without doing the same as Yama, as he draws out his Changdao and assuming a poised stance. Yama, on the other hand, summoned a Naginata with a broader blade at its end. He slammed the weapon onto the ground, dragging it behind him as he advanced slowly towards the center of the battle ring. "Begin." The referee declared the start of the fight, seeing no reason to further delay the match, as both participants seemed ready and eager to engage. The moment the referee's words echoed, Yama's body swiftly moved and twitched, and in the next second he appeared right before Alec, both hands raised high in the air, gripping his naginata tightly, ready to strike down upon Alec. The spectators quickly realized that Alec wouldn't be able to dominate this battle so easily with his speed, as Yama's movement seemed just as instantaneous like Alec had been doing. They started to comprehend that mages who had reached a certain margin in their speed could match such rapidity and make their burst speed look like instant teleportation in small spaces, and this was not limited to Alec alone. Clang! The clash between Alec and Yama commenced, as Yama forcefully brought down the bladed part of his naginata towards Alec. In response, Alec raised his chanda with the blade pointing downwards, positioning it vertically to defend his right shoulder while gripping the weapon tightly with both hands. However, from that initial move, Alec found himself on the losing end as he was forced backward after both weapons clashed. Although he managed to dig his feet into the ground to mitigate the force of the attack, making him still remain on ground and not fly into the air, it was evident that Alec had been pushed back from that attack. Making the cheering from the Vajra Academy fans and those who had wagered in their favor grew louder, believing that Yama possessed an advantage in strength over Alec. Yet, a few experts keenly observed that Yama hadn't gained any advantage. Instead, he was on the verge of losing the clash. Who would have thought this kid Alec possessed such abnormal strength? If Yama hadn't accumulated momentum before striking, he would never have been able to force Alec backwards, a hooded man in the crowd commented to his partner beside him. That's what happens when you face an earth elemental mage with tremendous strength. Lifting them off the ground is no easy feat, his partner replied as they both nodded and returned their attention to the ongoing match. After that particular exchange, Alec had no intention of giving Yama the opportunity to strike first again. With a swift motion of his left hand, he caused a long staircase made of earth to rise before him, leading directly towards Yama. Without wasting a second, Alec dashed along the path he created, while Yama refused to be outdone. He twirled in the air, rotating the naginata with him, harnessing the pure force of mana as both he and Alec lunged at each other in the air.